The consequences of Biden's border crisis have been catastrophic, and they are impacting every single American. House Republicans won't let it stand.
The House Republicans have clearly turned their ever-shrinking majority over to the extremists. And this sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is just another sad example.
And President Biden has given his support to a bipartisan immigration bill being negotiated in the Senate, saying the bill would help him deal with the crisis by giving him new emergency authority. His re-election rival, Donald Trump, is urging Republicans not to pass the legislation, saying President Biden does not need a bill to use presidential powers to secure the border. Speaker Mike Johnson has echoed that position, signaling the bill will face a major challenge if it makes it to the House. Francis.
Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you. The U.S. military has released the names of the 3 soldiers who were killed in a drone strike in northeastern Jordan this weekend. They are Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, 46 years old, Specialist Kenny LaDon Sanders, 24, and Specialist Brianna Alexandria Moffett, 23 years old. They were killed when an explosive drone targeted the area where they were resting at the base. The 3 were stationed in Jordan as part of an ongoing anti-ISIS operation. For the latest, let's go live to Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. What's the latest on this?
Yes, well, these tributes flowing in for these 3 soldiers, all from the state of Georgia, who were based at Tower 22, home to some 350 servicemen and women working alongside the Jordanians and inside Syria to stop the remnants of ISIS, as well as to stem the flow of Iranian influence in the area. This drone attack linked to Iranian-backed militias that have been responsible for a growing number of attacks in their region, and these are the first deaths of American soldiers since the war in Gaza with Hamas and Israel broke out. Now, they were killed and at least 40 more injured, so 8 seriously enough to need to be evacuated to a higher level of care, according to U.S. Central Command, when a drone packed with explosives crashed into an area where many were sleeping. It's thought that this could have happened, this drone could have evaded air defense systems by flying in at the same time as a U.S. drone. Pentagon officials saying they are looking into this possibility and seeing if this is a new method of attack by these Iranian-backed militias. Now, following the attack, President Biden paying tribute to these soldiers and saying we shall respond. Now, some members of Congress are calling for an attack inside Iran. The National Security Council's John Kirby saying there would be a response, but in the United States' own time, and that they are not looking for a war with Iran as tensions continue to grow. But as I said, tributes pouring in for these 3 brave servicemen and women who lost their lives. Francis.
Yeah, to their families and loved ones as well. Chapman, thank you. An Amber Alert has been canceled in Kentucky. Police say 5-year-old Layla Black has been found safe. An urgent search began Sunday after the girl's mother, Kelly Black, was found dead from a gunshot wound. Layla was with her biological father, Byron Black. He has been taken into custody in connection with the death of Layla's mother. Turning to South Carolina, where a judge will not give convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh a retrial in the death of his wife and son. It comes after a stunning day of testimony, and a clerk of court nearly jeopardized the case. Sam Brock has the details.
After Alec Murdaugh's double murder conviction of his wife and younger son less than a year ago, a new ruling he will not face another trial, though the judge taking issue with the clerk of court's behavior and comments.
I find that the clerk of court is not completely credible as a witness. Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. Did clerk of court Hill's comments have any impact on the verdict of the jury? I find that the answer to this question is no.
This was not going to be the final say-so on the law. That's going to be determined by the appellate courts.
The decision coming amidst this split screen of clerk of court Becky Hill a year ago swearing in Murdaugh and now defending whether she interfered with justice, and this testimony from a juror known as Juror Z.
Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the clerk of court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
All right. And I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made. Did that affect your finding of guilty in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror Z previously writing in an affidavit that Hill told the jury not to be fooled by the defense's case, but that she felt pressure from others on the jury to vote guilty, never mentioning Hill. Of the 11 other jurors, a second recalled Hill saying something before Murdoch's testimony.
She made a comment about watch his body language.
But all 11 said their decision was not impacted by any communication from Hill, a point highlighted by the state in closing arguments.
Evidence here is overwhelming, I would say, from the people that matter, and that's those juries.
Still, some seemingly damning evidence came up about Hill, whose fundamental role is to handle backroom duties, jury logistics, and trial exhibits. Hill testified that she never spoke about Murdoch with any of the jurors and denied all claims made by the defense.
At any time, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdoch's attorneys?
I did not.
And a friend and fellow clerk of court who was asked about Hill's potential book and future sales and whether it was ever broached before trial.
She said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And then further conversations, a guilty verdict would sell more books.
In the end, the judge's decision came down to actual proven prejudice as this layered legal battle continues to take new turns. Murdoch's attorney said they are absolutely appealing this decision to the South Carolina Supreme Court, and they said that this would have been appealed either way, whether it was a retrial with the state appealing or this actual outcome, but that they feel vindicated by the fact that the facts bear out, they say, that Becky Hill did try to influence the outcome of the trial. In Columbia, Sam Brock, NBC News.
A former IRS contractor who leaked tax records on former President Trump, as well as billionaires like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, was sentenced to 5 years in prison yesterday. When Charles Littlejohn pleaded guilty in October, federal prosecutors said he weaponized his access to taxpayer data to further his own political agenda, believing he was above the law. There is a new storm system bringing flood alerts out west. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the latest round of rain in the region. Still staying wet for so many. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis. You got that right. Over the next couple of days, we've got rain, snow, and some wind on tap for our friends out west. We've got a little system that's working through the Great Lakes area right now. That'll leave us with a couple of slick spots this morning. But yes, out west is where we already have these flood alerts. We have winter storm watches in effect, and we're expecting to be impacted by some substantial amount of rain over the next couple of days. So here's how it plays out. We've got some showers expected through the day today across portions of the Pacific Northwest. It's really into the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow where we start to see that system moving on shore, and it brings with it some heavy rain, some impactful rain stretching from basically the Bay Area all the way up into Eureka. We'll see most of that good soaking rain for parts of Northern California, and the flood potential will be there. As we get into Thursday, the potential for some snow and some strong winds for parts of the Sierra Range will be there. Meanwhile, we've got really warm temperatures across most of the country. 64 for Denver as we get through the day today. 45 in Chicago. That's more than 10 degrees above normal for where they should be this time of year. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 46 degrees today in Washington, D.C., dealing with some snow showers from Columbus to Indianapolis and up through Detroit. Plenty of sunshine, though, from Memphis to Jackson. Temperatures will end up into the mid to upper 60s across the Gulf Coast and into the 70s across portions of Texas. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Looks good. Okay, Angie, thanks. A sigh of relief for the royal family this morning. Both King Charles and Princess Kate are out of the hospital after undergoing surgical procedures. The king was treated last week for an enlarged prostate, and Princess Kate is recovering at home after undergoing abdominal surgery for an undisclosed condition earlier this month. She has canceled her public events through Easter. Still ahead, Vegas ups the ante, the supersized record-breaking price tag for tickets to the Super Bowl. And we're back in a minute with the missing number 42. The hunt for the thieves who stole a Jackie Robinson statue. And early today comes right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. 20 out.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Think we're all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
The hunt is on in Wichita, Kansas for vandals who cut down a bronze statue of baseball legend Jackie Robinson and took it from the part where it stood as inspiration. The heist was caught on security cameras, and the community is rallying around the loss this morning. So the question remains, why? Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky.
It's the crime scene reduced to nothing but a pair of bronze cleats, a brazen theft at a public park. That for many in Wichita, Kansas, is personal.
I was appalled, and then once I saw the photos, I was angry.
Angry over how someone could steal a life-size statue of Jackie Robinson, the first black baseball player to play in the major leagues. His tribute unveiled not even 3 years ago.
I can tell you that we will not stop in our pursuit of the people that stole this from our community.
The crime caught on surveillance video early last Thursday.
They just cut that beautiful statue off at the feet and loaded it into a pickup truck.
Police have since found that very truck, but till NBC News, no sign of the suspects or known motive. The disappearance hitting Wichita's League 42, named in honor of Robinson, especially hard.
This was much more than just a statue here.
This park is in a place that's surrounded by low-income community, historically redlined, and a place that is a point of pride for many of us who grew up in Wichita.
Pride now pouring in through donations, hoping to replace the $75,000 statue if it's never recovered.
I love that the community is behind this and wants to see some restoration to the statue.
We're determined to bring that back. We won't allow the folks who committed this crime, again, no matter their motivation, to take that away from us.
A hero's legacy, standing tall, no matter what. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Still to come, how much green it'll take to see the red and gold Super Bowl showdown. And it's a love story that has some fans just saying no. The latest buzz from the saga of Swift and Kelsey right after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
So now here's Taylor Swift, who is a glowing bright light of goodness in the world, and she starts dating Kelsey Grammer. This is such a lovely thing. Shut up. It's good for the footballers. Yeah. It's good for Taylor Swift.
All right, he said his piece. The romance between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce was on full display at Sunday's AFC Championship game. But the amount of coverage Swift has been getting at games this season has received significant pushback, with some calling her a distraction from the on-field action. Others even claiming their relationship is part of a conspiracy. It's prompting several media figures, including David Letterman, you just heard, and ESPN's Pat McAfee, to come to the defense of the closely watched couple, calling it coverage good for them, good for the world of football. And you know very well when it comes to Taylor Swift that she doesn't need it, she doesn't want it. She was even mouthed saying, please go away to the cameras, right?
I saw that and I noticed it. I mean, can't we just let people be happy? Why does everything have to be a conspiracy theory that the NFL is scripted?
Always. Or it's political.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Too. Yeah.
All right, and the only way you might be able to get to this year's Super Bowl is if you have Taylor Swift's deep pockets. Ticket prices for the showdown between the Chiefs and the 49ers at Allegiant Stadium would make even Vegas blush. According to reseller SeatGeek and TickPick, tickets for the big game are currently selling for anywhere from $9,800 to over $12,000. That's 70% higher than last year's average price of nearly $5,600. And even if you're willing to watch from the cheap seats, the lowest price tickets would still set you back over $8,000. I mean, those numbers are shocking.
It's crazy. We know Super Bowl is major, big business, and Vegas is, would so love it, but even more so. The antes have been upped, as you can imagine. So
you add on the flight prices, you add on the drink prices, everything in between. It's going to be pricey.
Going to not even go to the game, right? To just be in there and
the
just
atmosphere.
feed off of the energy. Yeah. All right, turning now to long-delayed Olympic gold. On Monday, members of the U.S. Olympic figure skating team, they were informed by the IOC that they would receive gold medals for their performance in the team competition in the 2022 Winter Games. Remember that? It comes after Russian skater Kamila Valieva was officially disqualified for doping. The allegations came to light following a positive drug test before the competition. Valieva also received a 4-year ban backdating to Christmas of 2021, but long awaited. They finally able to handle that, bite it, take it home. But how tough for them to be able to have to wait and go through all of that.
Yeah, good for Team USA, though. I'm happy for them. They deserved it. Great performance from them.
All right, when we come back, how Burger King is celebrating National Croissant Day for a pretty penny. And it turns out even if you steal ruby slippers, you still get to go home.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big. We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Elon Musk announced on X that his brain science startup company Neuralink implanted a device in a human for the first time. He said the initial results showed promising neuron spike detection, but gave no other details about the procedure. Toyota is warning owners of 50,000 of its vehicles to stop driving and get immediate repairs for a dangerous airbag inflator. The advisory covers some 2003 through 2004 Corollas and Corolla Matrix cars, as well as 2004 through 2005 RAV4s that have Takata airbag inflators. A man who stole the iconic ruby slippers Judy Garland wore in The Wizard of Oz was given no prison time during his sentencing hearing Monday. 76-year-old Terry John Martin, who's in poor health, stole the shoes from the Judy Garland Museum in Minnesota in 2005. He thought they contained real rubies at the time. Burger King is celebrating National Croissant Day today. Royal Perks members can get a croissant sandwich for a penny by spending at least $1. Early today. We'll be right back.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
It is the aviation mystery that's baffled the world for nearly 90 years. Now, all these decades later, a new clue could finally reveal what happened to Amelia Earhart. Our Emily Ikeda has the story.
She was a pioneering pilot, the first person to fly solo from Hawaii to the mainland U.S., and also the subject of one of the world's greatest mysteries.
I hope to accomplish something really scientifically worthwhile for aviation.
Amelia Earhart disappeared trying to circumnavigate the globe in 1937. Earhart and her twin-engine aircraft never to be found, unless this sonar image is the key to changing that.
Well, you'd be hard-pressed to convince me that's anything but an aircraft, for one, and two, that it's not Amelia's aircraft.
That's pilot and real estate investor Tony Romeo, who set out on a 100-day deep-sea expedition last year near Howland Island, where Earhart was heading to refuel. Romeo's company, Deep Sea Vision, used multi-million-dollar sonar technology to capture this image 16,000 feet down, even deeper than the Titanic.
There's no other known crashes in the area, and certainly not of that era, and that kind of design with the tail that you see clearly in the image.
Underwater archaeologist Dr. Andrew Pietraszka isn't convinced yet.
It's not the first time that somebody's come forward with some piece of evidence of possibly finding Amelia, but I would certainly want to put eyes on that target and take a closer look.
And that's just what Romeo's team plans to do soon, with cameras and a remotely operated vehicle.
Why can't a group of unknowns go out and solve aviation's greatest mystery? If there's something that inspires you, go do it.
Just as the barrier-breaking flyer did herself. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Police in Florida have shared video of the search for an 11-year-old missing girl. They learned the child had been given a ride to a nearby apartment. Then a canine officer named Mary Lou found her inside a park bathroom.
Do you like dogs? Can she give you a kiss? I promise she won't hurt you. I was just saying that she'd get out. That's her reward for finding you. Good girl.
The girl has been reunited with her family. There have not been any charges filed in this case. Okay. But sometimes dogs are the ones in need of a rescue. This nearly 50-pound pup managed to get stuck in the engine bay of a 1967 Chevy Nova. She apparently chased a cat into the small space and couldn't get back out. Thankfully, a pair of experts were able to lend a paw.
You can.
Here we go. Hi. Oh my goodness, what happened? What happened? Hi, baby. Hi. What happened?
Those rescuers named the dog Nova. She went to the vet and was surprisingly okay after the ordeal. And if you're in Phoenix and looking for a co-pilot, Nova is now available to adopt. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great one. New questions over that deadly escalation in the Middle East. 3 U.S. troops killed in a drone attack at a base near the Syrian border. White U.S. officials believe air defenses failed to stop the strike. Plus, the new calls for retaliation from Congress. A new line drawn in the border battle. A White House cabinet member facing impeachment for the first time in 150 years. We're live as House Republicans fight to oust the head of Homeland Security. How Democrats are responding this morning. At long last, justice for Jam Master Jay, the iconic Run DMC rapper's murder trial, gets underway after the decades-long search for his killer. New Amazon ads are primed and ready. The big changes coming to the company's streaming service. And a birthday bash fit for a hero. The California town throws the celebration of a lifetime for a Pearl Harbor survivor's centennial. It's Tuesday, January 30th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera. The United States is vowing to retaliate against a drone strike that killed 3 soldiers in northeastern Jordan. Officials releasing the names of the victims: 46-year-old Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, 24-year-old Specialist Kennedy LaDon Sanders, and Specialist Brianna Alexandria Moffitt, who was 23 years old. They were killed when an explosive drone targeted the area where they were resting at the base. The 3 were stationed in Jordan as part of ongoing anti-ISIS operations. For the latest, let's go live to Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. Tell us more.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, these 3 soldiers from the state of Georgia, tributes flowing in for them. They were based at Tower 22, home to some 350 service men and women who are working alongside the Jordanians to stop the remnants of ISIS, as well as to stop Iran's influence in the area and their reach in and around Syria. Now, these 3 soldiers were killed, at least 40 more injured, 8 seriously enough to need to be evacuated to a higher level of care, according to Central Command, when a drone packed with explosives exploded at the base near an area where many were sleeping. Now, Pentagon officials are exploring the idea that this drone evaded the airspace and any alerts by flying in at the same time as a U.S. drone. So they are looking to see if this is possibly a new tactic by Iranian-linked militants in the area and militias in the area that have been responsible for a growing number of attacks, though this is the first one with fatalities since the war in Gaza between Hamas and Israel began. Now, President Biden paying tribute to these 3 soldiers and also saying that we shall respond. Now, some members of Congress calling for a strike inside Iran. The National Security Council's John Kirby saying that a number of options will be presented to President Biden and that the response will be in their own time, but they are not looking for a war with Iran as fears continue to grow that this war in Israel could continue to expand. Francis?
Okay, Chapman Bell for us. Chapman, thank you. New this morning, South Korea says that North Korea fired cruise missiles in a 3rd such test in just a week. The South Korean Joint Chief of Staff tells NBC News that while the data is still being analyzed, they are not taking any chances and heightening surveillance in the area. The day before, the Kim Jong-un regime tested cruise missiles fired from submarines and endorsed a national nuclear navy program. Back here at home, a close call at the Texas border where authorities rescued several migrants trying to cross the Rio Grande. The strong current swept 3 adults and a child downriver. DPS officers managed to pull them into a boat and bring them ashore near Eagle Pass. Just hours earlier, another group of 3 adults and a toddler nearly drowned. The debate over how to address the crisis at the border is growing more intense on Capitol Hill. House Republicans are accusing the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas of refusing to comply with immigration laws. Now, for the first time in 150 years, a cabinet official is facing the possibility of impeachment. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, what's happening today with this impeachment effort?
Good morning, Francis. Today, the Homeland Security Committee is expected to review the articles of impeachment. The next step would be to get the articles adopted by the full House. House Speaker Mike Johnson has said a vote will happen as soon as possible. Then Mayorkas would be put on trial in the Senate. The DHS has slammed this effort by Republicans as unconstitutional, and this issue has Democrats and Republicans deeply divided on Capitol Hill.
The consequences of Biden's border crisis have been catastrophic, and they are impacting every single American. House Republicans won't let it stand.
The House Republicans have clearly turned their ever-shrinking majority over to the extremists. And this sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is just another sad example.
President Biden has given his support to a bipartisan immigration bill being negotiated in the Senate, saying the bill would help him deal with the crisis by giving him new emergency authority. His re-election rival, Donald Trump, is urging Republicans not to pass the legislation, saying President Biden does not need a bill to use presidential powers to secure the border. Speaker Mike Johnson has echoed that position, signaling that the bill would face a major challenge if it does make it to the House. Francis.
Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you. A South Carolina judge has denied convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh a new trial in the death of his wife and son. This comes after a day-long hearing over jury tampering allegations. Judge Jean Toll heard testimony from all 12 jurors and Colleton County Court Clerk Rebecca Hill. A juror known as Juror Z, to protect her identity, said in part that her verdict was influenced by Hill.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was all right.
Murdaugh's body language before he took the stand. But all 11 said their decision was not impacted by any communication from Hill. Hill testified that she never spoke about Murdaugh with any of the jurors, and she denied all claims made by the defense. In the end, the judge's decision came down to actual proven prejudice. Murdaugh's attorneys say they are appealing the decision not to have a retrial. 2 brothers from New York City are in custody after police seized an arsenal of weapons from their apartment. Andrew and Angelo Hatziagelis, who live in Astoria, Queens, with another brother and their mother, have been indicted on 130 charges. The police bus discovered live IEDs, ghost guns, including assault rifles, and 600 rounds of ammunition. Law enforcement say they also found body armor, instructions for making bombs, anarchist propaganda, and a hit list with politicians and celebrities. The brothers could face up to 25 years in prison. 2 men are on trial for the murder of a hip-hop legend. DMC's Jam Master Jay was killed in his Queens studio in 2002. New York prosecutors believe they've identified the men responsible. NBC's Laura Jarrett is following the trial.
This speech is my recital. I think it's very vital.
For nearly 2 decades, the killing of Run DMC's Jam Master Jay has stood as one of the hip-hop world's most infamous unsolved crimes. But in a courtroom in Brooklyn, federal prosecutors delivered their opening statements in the trial of the 2 men charged with his murder.
And they walked in and they murdered him in cold blood.
Carl Jordan Jr. and Ronald Washington are accused of gunning down the hip-hop star at his Queens recording studio in October of 2002. Both men were later arrested in 2020 and have pleaded not guilty.
All their raps was nothing about violence. It was party rappers, you know, like to make people dance and this and this. So for something like this to happen, I mean, it's just a shock.
The motive? Vengeance for a drug deal gone wrong, according to prosecutors who say Jam Master Jay, whose real name is Jason Mizell, was ambushed. Jordan accused of shooting Mizell in the head while Washington stood at the door with a gun.
Run DMC, you know, they're legends in rap, so, you know, it's definitely a tragic moment.
Prosecutors telling jurors they will hear from eyewitnesses who were in the studio that night. Washington's lawyer arguing the case was held together with, quote, tape and glue, and said prosecutors have no clue who really killed Mizell. Run DMC, widely regarded as one of the most influential music groups in hip-hop history. The group, founded in Queens, New York, dominating the charts during the rise of rap in the 1980s. They were the first hip-hop group to go gold and platinum, and the first to appear on a Rolling Stone cover. But that fame opened the door for greed, prosecutors told the jury. In Queens, candles lit outside a mural of Mizell in his home neighborhood of Hollis, the community hopeful for justice 20 years later.
Finally got justice for him. That's good for his family and friends and everybody that know him.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News, New York.
The relentless rainstorms that drenched the Northeast are sending rivers above their banks, flooding roads in the region. In downtown Pittsburgh, the Allegheny River spilled into the Riverwalk near PNC Park, where the Pirates play. The rising floodwaters forced officials to close several streets, and 1 person had to be evacuated. Meanwhile, the West Coast is bracing for another run of heavy rain and snow. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking this latest system. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, Francis. You got that right about the West Coast. They're gearing up for this next storm system that's going to work through and bring the rain, the snow, and the strong winds. We've got a little clipper system that's working across the Great Lakes, so heads up. If you live in the Detroit metro area, you'll see a little bit of that on your commute this morning, and it extends down in portions of Illinois. But out west, we've got 11 million people under these alerts already. The brighter blue, that's a winter storm watch, and that bright green, that's a flood watch as we prepare for really a couple of days of some heavy rain expected across this region. The showers are going to be something you'll deal with across parts of the Pacific Northwest today. And then as we get into the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow, we really start to see that ramp up for folks from the Bay Area all the way up into Eureka. We'll see the heavy rain mainly focused across portions of Northern California. And the flooding concern will be something we deal with not just tomorrow, but into Thursday as well. Notice we'll also pick up some snow across portions of the Sierra Range. Meanwhile, we've got warm temperatures by this time of year standards. 64 degrees in Denver, 70s for Las Vegas. Minneapolis hits 41 degrees this afternoon. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 48 degrees today in Washington, D.C., dealing with some snow showers in Detroit and Indianapolis. Meanwhile, full sunshine expected from Jacksonville to Charleston. We've got 67 on tap for Jackson this afternoon, and Houston set to hit 71 degrees. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, Angie, thanks. Up next, Amazon is ready to deliver ads to its streaming service. Now, there's something strange back in the neighborhood. The Ghostbusters answer the call to put more ghouls on ice. Our first look at the new sequel.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to the
Elon Musk's Neuralink has officially implanted a brain chip into a human. But first, Amazon has officially planted ads in your favorite Prime shows. CNBC's Arabila Gamede is here with those details. Arabila, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Look, if you're not willing to pay an extra $2.99 then for an additional for your Amazon Prime service, fortunately, you will be laden with ads then when you're watching your favorite programs. That's exactly what has happened now as the ad space has come to life then on Amazon Prime and their video services. Then that happened as of yesterday. And while they have committed to saying that they would wish to have less ads, though, than the normal linear TV space, they do need this, however, in order to bulk up on revenue. So it's either to bulk up on revenue by way of ads being played consistently, or of course, your extra $3 being added to the mix overall here. So Amazon Prime adding that as of Monday. So you may begin to see that a little bit more extensively. On the other side, though, Elon Musk's startup Neuralink has now officially put its microchip into the brain of one consumer, then saying that the person, according to Elon Musk, then showed initial results of promise with the neuron spike detection. So ultimately a good way to ultimately say that the brain chip has begun to kick in and is working. Ultimately, the hope is with this one that it will send information through the brain to the rest of the body. A lot more could happen with regards to this, of course, for health around the world. We'll see how this fares. We'll get more details soon.
Oh, okay, Arabila, thank you. Still to come, Britney Spears looks to avoid a media circus, and New York's finest are hitting the streets again to take on a disaster of biblical proportions. Our latest look at the new Ghostbusters right after this.
Good to work. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the New Deliberative. Sunday.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We might be looking at a second ice age.
We're gonna need all the help we can get.
Let's get to work.
Can I be of any help?
Melnitz in uniform. Yes.
The entire ghost-busting crew is back to take on a new legion of spooks, specters, and ghosts in the new trailer for Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Ernie Hudson, and Annie Potts join the new team led by Carrie Coon, Paul Rudd, and Finn Wolfhard, along with an appearance from, of course, the iconic Green Ghoul Slimer. The film hits theaters on March 22nd. I like March. You know, you always get like Halloween vibes every time you kind of think of Ghostbusters. But still, this on its own of like how they're taking over New York, I love it. It's gonna be fun anyway.
And it's such a cult classic. I mean, people love the original, so it'll be hard to beat the original. But I can't wait to see them all back together. And now to one actress going from Westeros to Krypton. On Monday, Australian actress Millie Alcock was cast as the latest big screen version of Supergirl in the upcoming reboot of the DC Universe. She is best known for her role as the young version of Rhaenyra Targaryen in HBO's House of Dragon. While she's set to star as Kara Zor-El in her own solo film, The Woman of Steel is expected to make her first appearance in next year's Superman Legacy. We know a lot of folks are very excited about this reboot for DC. It's going to be something to see, I'm sure, and she's a great actress.
And a fan favorite also when it comes to this year's playing Lois Lane, Rachel Brosnahan, too, the marvelous Miss Maisel. So she's going to be making an appearance, too. All right, not making an appearance anymore on Insta for now. Britney Spears, she's making sure that things aren't too toxic between her and Justin Timberlake. The pop icon on Monday offered an olive branch to her ex, writing on Instagram that she is in love with his new single, Selfish. This comes months after the release of her memoir, The Woman in Me. Spears revealed several new details about her time with Timberlake in the book, including that she had an abortion during their 3-year relationship. In the post, Spears also offered an apology for some of the things she wrote about in the book and is sorry if she offended anyone and that she cares about. And even after this post with this apology, she went dark, she went silent. She pulled her Insta for now, which is telling a lot because she posts so often and so much, mostly with her dances.
Yeah.
It's staying quiet for
It's such an interesting play because you would think if she wants to apologize to him, she could just do it privately, but the public apology, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens.
Or leave it out there and turn off the comments.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, a former NBA player is trading his jersey for a bulletproof vest. And love is in the air at Krispy Kreme. We'll check out the new Valentine's Day treats.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And we are back with what you need to know early today. Former professional basketball player Michael Smith will make history as the oldest rookie to be sworn in as a police officer at 60 years old. Smith played alongside NBA legends like Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson. SiriusXM has announced a new 3-year deal with Smartless Media for exclusive rights to the podcast Smartless, founded and hosted by Jason Bateman, Sean Hayes, and Will Arnett. The deal is valued at $100 million and will begin this summer. According to the National Retail Federation, Americans are projected to spend $14.2 billion this year for Valentine's Day. The NRF expects record spending on jewelry, flowers, clothing, and dinner. Krispy Kreme has released Valentine's Day themed donuts. The 4 new flavors are packaged in a Donuts box that includes space for a love note. The special treats are available now through Valentine's Day. Early today, we'll be right back.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A sigh of relief for the royal family this morning. Both King Charles and Princess Kate are out of the hospital after undergoing procedures. The King was treated last week for an enlarged prostate, and Princess Kate is recovering at home after undergoing abdominal surgery for an undisclosed condition earlier this month. She has canceled her public events through Easter. Back here at home, a milestone birthday in California. A Pearl Harbor survivor turned 100. The U.S. Navy veteran celebrated surrounded by 3 generations of his family on his special day. Ellison Barber has his story.
The bombs blast, the cannons roar, the sights and sounds of battle.
For Chuck Kohler, turning 100 was a birthday for the history books.
This is wonderful. Oh, my goodness gracious. I don't think many people get to experience something like this.
Kohler, a U.S. Navy veteran who survived the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor, celebrating his special day with over 100 friends and relatives who gathered to mark the milestone.
I've been involved in a lot of things during my life, and, but this is maybe the most exciting and pleasing that I've had. We all gave some, and some gave all.
Kohler remembering the day when over 2,400 of his fellow shipmates, comrades, lost their lives at war. At the time, he was just 17 years old. He says he feels lucky to be celebrating a century, and he feels touched by the recognition.
All of these people, who knows where all they've came from, because of me, to wish me a happy birthday, I'll never, ever forget it.
Now a great-grandfather, Kohler sharing some words of advice for those hoping to see their own 100th birthday.
Don't worry about taking. Always be trying to give. Works real good. It has for me, anyway. It's been a great, rewarding life, But the more you put into it, the more you can expect to get back.
Classic, paying it forward. Now, thanks to Ellison for that story. Coming up on the Today Show, a medical research collaboration that could save the lives of thousands of women. The new Cancer Moonshot Project to develop a vaccine to help survivors and patients alike. And here's Chanel Jones with a look at what else is ahead.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, Allie Love is bringing us a fashion double take, how to get the look for less. Plus, Olympic gold medalist Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone is live in Studio 1A, looking ahead to the Paris Olympics. And a crunchy spin on a chicken dinner this morning on the 3rd hour of Today.
Thanks for watching. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a good one.
Right now on Morning News Now, new details in that attack that killed 3 American soldiers in Jordan. Why Pentagon officials believe the attack drone was not immediately recognized as a threat. Plus, new information on the UN workers accused of being part of the October 7th Hamas terror attack. And what we're learning about a potential new hostage deal. Also this morning, new developments in the House Republican push to impeach the Secretary of Homeland Security as President Biden and former President Trump clash over a possible bipartisan deal in the Senate that sits in limbo. Plus, extremely online, Elon Musk says his startup has implanted a device in its first human that could allow them to control their phone just by thinking. What we've learned about the procedure, its results, and why Musk says the technology could change lives. And caught on camera, a woman forced to cling to a moving car in Los Angeles while the driver tries to throw her off. There was just a little peek of what was inside that made her so desperate to stop the vehicle. We'll tell you what she's saying about the terrifying experience.
I haven't seen the story yet, but I'm going to guess police advise against doing that, though. It's tough when there's precious cargo inside.
I would assume. What a video. My goodness.
Kidding.
Wow.
All right. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started this morning with that drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers and injured dozens more as the war between Israel and Hamas continues to reverberate throughout the Middle East.
This morning, NBC News is learning new details about how the incident may have unfolded. One of the theories mentioned by Pentagon officials is that the attack drone was not recognized as a threat by defense systems that were in place because it flew in at the same time as a U.S. drone. The other theory is that it was flying too low to be spotted. The Department of Defense has revealed the identities of the 3 soldiers killed in the attack. In his first public event since being hospitalized, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin expressed condolences for their deaths.
Let me start with my outrage and sorrow for the death of 3 brave U.S. troops in Jordan and for the other troops who were wounded. The President and I will not tolerate attack on U.S. forces, and we will take all necessary actions to defend the U.S. and our troops.
In a few moments, we're going to hear from senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities and host of Daniel Davis Deep Dive on YouTube, retired Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. But let's begin with NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. So, Monica, we now know the identities of the 3 soldiers who were killed in this attack. What can you tell us about them?
Yeah, we are learning more details about these 3 service members, Joe and Savannah. We know the 3 of them were from an Army Reserve unit based out of Georgia. I can tell you their names: Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Ladon Sanders, and Specialist Brianna Alexandria Moffett. And we are learning just a little bit more information about some of the injuries here as well, because in addition to these 3 lives that were tragically lost, initially we thought there were something like 30 troops in addition who were injured. That number has gone up to about 40, and several of them were critically injured, we understand. And the big question always with attacks like this is whether there are traumatic brain injuries and things like that, that they still need to transfer some troops to other locations and facilities to try to see more information as they continue to recover.
Monica, just a second ago, we mentioned this theory being touted by Pentagon officials about how this attack may have even happened, how this drone went essentially undetected. What more can you tell us about that, and any other preliminary details being shared about what exactly happened?
Yeah, the Pentagon is still working through some of this information, and they do say that the air defense capabilities for the facility where these troops were stationed was working. But what seems to have happened is it's possible that the attack drone was mistaken for an American drone that was returning to what's known as Tower 22, that facility you're seeing on your screen there. And so that could have been a possible mix-up, or by the time they realized that it wasn't an American asset, it was too late. There's another theory potentially here as well, that it was flying so low that it was difficult to detect it at the time that they needed to. And that is why, and this really happened while troops were sleeping still in their beds. They had no idea really, or any warning, of course, that this was coming.
So, Monica, do we have any more clarity on what kind of response the Biden administration is considering to this attack?
We know that they are weighing a lot of different options, and this is always a situation where the U.S. doesn't want to give any kind of an advance warning or hint as to what it will be, but the president was very clear that there will be a response, and we know that likely it's something that could be something that includes multiple phases. It's something that could be, online or in cyberspace, in addition to something that's more kinetic in terms of any kind of counterstrike. It's something that could take some time as well. Here's a little more from the White House on the range of options, while they don't want to say too much at this point.
There's no easy answer here, and that's why the president is meeting with his national security team, weighing the options before him. We are not looking for a war with Iran. We are not seeking a conflict with the regime in a military way. And as I said in the opening, we're not looking to escalate here. This attack over the weekend was escalatory. Make no mistake about it. And it requires a response.
So the U.S. does know that, of course, this attack was perpetrated by Iranian-backed militia proxy groups, in effect. But the U.S. said yesterday, when pressed on this at the White House, that it doesn't seem that there are going to be actual attacks and retaliation inside of Iran. That doesn't seem to be something that right now is the plan, because, of course, that would likely widen this conflict and this war. So we're talking about likely something else in the region, though. We all know, as you're going to discuss, there are also this potential talks for a hostage deal and everything else that's going on with the Israel-Hamas war. So all of that has to be taken into context when making these critical decisions. Joe and Savannah.
We'll get into more on that in just a second. Monica Alba, thank you so much.
Yes, thanks, Monica. Let's now bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. Good to have you with us this morning, as always. So as we mentioned, these different theories cited by Pentagon officials about how this potentially happened, one of which being that the drone was not recognized because it came in at the same time as this U.S. U.S. drone. How easy is it to misidentify these drones? Do these Iranian-backed groups have drones with similar capabilities to those of the United States where it could be confusing?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important to understand that the air defense capacity of these really tiny little outposts that we have scattered throughout Iraq and Syria is not anywhere near like what you see with the, some of these Patriot anti-aircraft systems that cover bases, large bases like Bagram in Afghanistan back in the day, those kinds of things. So it's a lot less capable. But it is supposed to be, to handle small-scale things like rockets, the small-scale rockets, and certainly drones. But if the enemy is able to, figure out how we operate our what they call TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures, and they watch enough and they reconnaissance the target enough, they can see, like for example, if that drone comes in at a certain time every day, or if it comes in at a certain path, then they can say, hey, let's try to mimic that and come in there. Because look, let's don't underestimate the enemy. They're very bright and they're very smart, and they can figure out ways to defeat our sources. And as this was the 165th, I think they said, attack, they've got a lot of experience of finding out what doesn't work.
So we don't yet know how the Biden administration is going to respond, but we do know is that it's not looking for war with Iran. But we have seen calls from Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham to attack Tehran. Just how do you think the U.S. is going to respond here?
Yeah, I think that Biden is going to be very, he's going to try to thread the needle, so to speak. He can't just launch another pinprick attack, because none of the ones that we've launched since October have had any deterrent effect, whether it's in the Red Sea or those against our troops in the Middle East there. So he's got to go with something bigger. But look, we need to be sober about this. This is not going to stop. If he goes with a large target array, if he has this over multiple days, which many sources I'm hearing tell me that's the likely outcome, then that's still not going to change anything. And it's still going to leave our troops at risk, and the threat to them is going to remain high, which is why I say the smartest thing to do is to withdraw our troops from there and get them from those isolated places where they don't have as much defense to larger areas where they do have a lot more defense, which will not negate our security at all, which won't limit our options for security throughout the region, but it will limit our vulnerability. And I think that is key to doing.
We've talked so much since this conflict began about the concern of it broadening and certainly the concern of the U.S. being dragged in a more material way. Did this escalate it enough where this could be an event where we really start to see that?
Without question, we are on the edge. And certainly President Biden is coming under enormous pressure to strike inside of Iran. There are so many people who have been really angry about this, whether it's retired generals, it's members of Congress that are really pressing to do this and trying to say, oh, Biden's weak if he doesn't do this. Biden has to do what's smart and wise, not what's emotionally satisfying in the moment, because American troops have been killed. So there is a lot of requirement for the president to defend us. And so he must go after the people that physically did this, whether that's Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq or this is Islamic resistance group that took responsibility. He does have to take them out, but he cannot do it in such a way that expands the war, and especially if that includes Iran. And that just makes it very difficult.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thank you so much.
This morning, we're learning new details surrounding a possible deal to secure the release of hostages in Gaza. It comes as new allegations surface about the October 7th Hamas terror attack on Israel and intelligence alleging that some UN relief workers were involved. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the details.
Stunning allegations that at least 12 UN employees helped carry out the October 7th Hamas terror attacks. 2 Israeli intelligence dossiers reviewed by NBC News accusing some staff of the UN Relief and Works Agency, including an elementary school teacher and a social worker, of kidnapping hostages and procuring weapons for Hamas. One dossier alleging 10% of the agency's staff belong to Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and linking half of its 12,000 employees to the terror groups. NBC News has not confirmed the allegations. The UN fired the accused employees, and the U.S. and others stopped sending money to the agency pending an investigation. I asked Qatar's prime minister about Israel's allegations.
It cannot be punished because of the act of some employees as long as they are complying with their...
Including kidnapping a woman, according to the allegation?
We don't know about the allegation yet until the investigation come out yet.
Meanwhile, we've learned details about a proposed new hostage deal spy chiefs from the U.S., Egypt, Qatar, and Israel agreed to this weekend. It calls for a halt in fighting for 60 days, the release of all civilian hostages, women first, in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. After a month, Hamas would release women IDF soldiers, then male IDF soldiers, as Israel releases the rest of the Palestinian prisoners, thousands of them.
Good progress made to get things back in shape and to at least to lay a foundation. We don't know and we cannot predict what Hamas' response will be.
Also, they are parents of American hostages, including 19-year-old Itay Khan.
The hostages cannot be collateral damage. They need to come out. Then you could do whatever you want.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called the proposed hostage deal strong and compelling, while Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's spokesman says nothing has been agreed to.
Well, Attorney General Merrick Garland will undergo surgery this weekend, according to a Justice Department spokesperson. Garland, who is 71 years old, will transfer power to Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco during the procedure and as he recovers from anesthesia. He's expected to return to work the following week. The surgery is to treat spinal stenosis. That's a narrowing of spaces in the vertebrae. Garland is intentionally giving public notice before the surgery in the wake of the criticism that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin drew after failing to disclose his hospitalization for prostate cancer surgery.
Later today, members of the Republican-led House Homeland Security Committee are meeting. They're considering the proposed articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
On Monday, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called it a political stunt and a hit job. It comes after months of consistent criticism from the GOP towards Mayorkas' border policies. They say that Mayorkas failed to uphold the law and has breached the public's trust.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with the latest on this. So, Julie, explain to us how this is going to play out in the committee today.
Well, this is going to be the first time in 150 years where a cabinet official is staring down the possibility of being impeached by the House. That's what Republicans on the House Homeland Security Committee plan to do to Alejandro Mayorkas, the border chief for the administration this morning, getting in the room at around 10 a.m. in a hearing that could last several hours. They're going to mark up these two articles you just saw on your screen. If that is approved out of the committee, which the chairman, Mark Green, thinks they will be, that then goes to the full House for a vote. That vote has not yet been set, but the earliest we could see it happen, guys, is next week. The question is for Speaker Mike Johnson and his leadership team, do they have the votes to even make this happen? There are a handful of Republicans who have previously said they're not sure if they want to go down this route. They're not sure if Mayorkas' actions qualify being impeached. But if the House does approve this and sends it over to the Senate, that's controlled by Democrats, and more than certainly they're going to acquit Mayorkas at the end. So really, this is a political proceeding for Republicans in the House.
Julie, a deal to restrict migrants from crossing the border into the U.S. also remains in limbo this morning. How are Democrats responding to that fact, as well as you say, what could unfold here should he be impeached, what that means that they're going to do?
Well, this is super interesting because not only is Mayorkas being impeached by House Republicans, but he is the very person the administration had put in the room with those bipartisan Senate negotiators to try and fix the problems at the border that Republicans are impeaching Mayorkas for. So this is really a political pretzel that Republicans have put themselves in. Democrats, though, grasping at this. You played a little bit. You referenced what Jeffries, the Democratic leader, had said in the beginning. He called this a hit job. He called this a political stunt. Those are words being echoed by other Democrats, including Benny Thompson, the ranking member on the Homeland Security Committee. They think this is nothing more than a political stunt. Mayorkas himself, though, responding to these impeachment proceedings this morning in a statement to Mark Green, the chairman of the committee, saying in part, quote, "Whatever proceedings you initiate, however baseless, my responsiveness to oversight requests will not waver. I assure you that your false accusations do not rattle me and do not divert me from law enforcement and broader public service to which I remain devoted."
So let's look at what we saw in the New Hampshire primary. We saw 30% of Republican voters viewing immigration as the biggest issue in America. It's a big issue for Republicans. It's a big issue for former President Trump, which seems to be impacting some of these negotiations. So with that in mind, where do the negotiations stand on the deal? What are some of the obstacles in the way of getting that deal done?
Well, certainly Trump is a big obstacle, not one that they didn't expect, though. Negotiators wanted to finish this process up at the end of last year for a reason, because the second you get into an election year, you have Trump on the campaign trail railing against this deal. He doesn't want it done. He sees, of course, the border issue as one of his top political jabs that he can throw against President Biden, who he's likely to face in November at the ballot box. And so, of course, Trump is a big factor. Speaker Johnson is certainly listening to him. The hardline Republicans in the House are too, but that doesn't mean the Senate is not going to move forward. In fact, we have some new reporting this morning with my colleagues on what's in this proposal. They are really getting down to the finish line to give Biden and any future administration new enforcement mechanisms at the border, some really conservative border measures that Republicans have called for years and years. So we'll see if the Senate can get it out this week. We'll see if they can vote on it. And then Speaker Johnson certainly has a big decision to make.
All right. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Well, the former IRS contractor who leaked the tax records of former President Trump, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk to the media has been sentenced to 5 years in prison, and he must pay a $5,000 fine.
Last October, Charles Littlejohn pleaded guilty to one count of disclosure of tax return and return information. Prosecutors say Littlejohn abused his position within the IRS by disclosing thousands of wealthy Americans' federal tax returns. They say he, quote, weaponized his access to unmasked taxpayer data to further his personal political agenda.
Over the weekend, a cyber attack hit government servers in Fulton County, Georgia, impacting the office of District Attorney Fani Willis, who is prosecuting the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump. NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen is here with the latest for us. John, good morning. Great to have you with us. So tell us what happened here. How big of an impact did the cyber attack have there, as well as throughout the whole county?
Yeah, good morning, Dream Team. We don't know a ton about this cyber attack, in part because officials are still, I think, trying to figure out what happened. Certainly, they have not said everything that they might say about what happened. It is not clear entirely whether this case against Donald Trump is affected in any way. What authorities in Georgia are saying, according to our colleague Blaine Alexander, who did great reporting here, is that they are not aware at this point of any sensitive information about citizens that has been compromised, and Fani Willis's office has not said anything at all. They're declining to comment. So I think we may have to just take a breath here and pause and see what comes out of all the searches that they're doing to make sure that nothing was retrieved or misappropriated.
To be clear, John, you are a third of the Dream Team. All right, let's talk about the state of the race here. Former President Trump held rallies in Las Vegas ahead of the next caucus. That one's just a week away. Tell us what he's focusing now that the Republican field is narrowing. It's one-on-one, basically, with him and Nikki Haley, and also now that President Biden is ramping up his campaign efforts.
You know, for the entirety of this campaign, Donald Trump has been trying to pivot to a race against Joe Biden for two reasons. Number one, to try to actually get a jump on that, because Biden doesn't have, competition that's likely to defeat him, but also to try to signal to Republican voters and Republican donors and others that they should stop helping other candidates. At the moment, Trump is focused on beating the heck out of Nikki Haley in her home state of South Carolina, trying to wrap up the nomination, not just be sort of the shadow presumptive nominee, but actually move into that phase where he can compete in the general election.
And John, let's talk about the latest with Nikki Haley. She's raised $4 million since last week's New Hampshire primary, where she finished second and said she was going to hang in there. Of course, the race has now turned to her home state, South Carolina. And it kind of sounds like she's starting to temper expectations in that primary that'll happen next month. What's her message been?
Yeah, her message is that she could continue to come in second place and somehow win the nomination, and that's at odds with reality. What she keeps saying is, that basically she just needs a good performance in South Carolina. When she's asked, Kristen Welker on Meet the Press this past weekend asked her to name a state basically where she could win, and she didn't do that. That's not a good sign for the Haley campaign. The money that you mentioned is a good sign for her. It means that she's continuing to have money to make the plane fly, as they say. and to continue to be able to campaign. But it's also not a jaw-dropping amount of money. You say $4 million in a week. You know, that's good enough to keep campaigning, but you know, the top campaigns would be drawing $1 million a day at this point.
All right, John, thanks so much for joining us again this morning. We appreciate it. Convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh won't get a new trial. Yesterday, a judge in South Carolina denied the disgraced attorney's request for a retrial. His lawyer had argued that court clerk Becky Hill tampered with the jury and tainted the verdict. Hill denied those allegations. The judge heard from Hill and all 12 jurors in the trial before issuing her ruling in the one-day hearing. She found that while Hill was, quote, not completely credible as a witness, that the jurors were not persuaded by her actions. Murdaugh is currently serving 2 life sentences for the murders of his wife and youngest son.
Coming up, we have a royal wellness check for you. King Charles and Princess Kate are back at home after separate medical procedures, what we've learned about their recovery and when they could return to public duty.
But first, linked up, it may sound like science fiction, but Elon Musk says his tech startup that will let people control their phone just by thinking has just completed implanting its first device in a human. That story next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back with a major announcement from Elon Musk's brain science startup company. It's called Neuralink. Musk says the company recently implanted a device in its first human. He made the announcement yesterday on X, saying the patient received an implant and is recovering well. Musk didn't give any details about the procedure or the implant, but he said initial results are promising. Now, there's no independent confirmation of Neuralink's progress, but if successful, Musk says this could be a step toward a product that would allow people to control devices just by thinking. One of Neuralink's competitors, Precision Neuroscience, implanted its device in a human for the first time last year.
Never want to be that close to my
there we
phone.
go.
All right, the Princess of Wales, Kate Middleton, and King Charles are at home now, recovering after both were released from the hospital yesterday.
It's been nearly 2 weeks since the princess had a planned abdominal surgery and just a few days since the king was treated for an enlarged prostate. Kensington Palace released a statement following the princess's release saying, quote, "The Princess of Wales has returned home to Windsor to continue her recovery from surgery. She is making good progress."
Joining us now is NBC News royal commentator and Talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Good to have you with us, Daisy. So let's start with the princess. Is the palace releasing any new details about the type of surgery she had, or just any more on how she's doing this morning?
For the moment, they're staying pretty tight-lipped about exactly what that surgery was. Of course, we've been able to work out a bit of it in that the fact that she stayed in for nearly 2 weeks in hospital. That is a considerably long time. Most surgeries, particularly for a young and fit woman like Kate, these days you'd be in and out of hospital in just a few days, certainly less than a week. So we can ascertain that it was something quite major. But other than that, they're not saying. Personally, I suspect that when Kate is finally back on her feet and back resuming royal duties, that she might then decide to talk more publicly about what it was she had, particularly if there's an element that she might be able to help other people suffering with whatever it is that she's been going through. But for now, it's just concentrating for that family on getting her back to fighting fitness.
And do we know when that might be that we do see Kate return to public duties? And tell us also about Prince William, now that Kate is settled at home, what he'll be doing.
Absolutely. So obviously, William has been holding the fort while Kate's been in hospital for the last 2 weeks. We haven't seen him going in and out of hospital to visit her very frequently. Of course, that doesn't mean that he didn't do that, because there are other ways of getting into the hospital without the photographers and paparazzi seeing you. So he was only spotted going in once, but he made it very plain that his duties and his responsibilities were going to be fully focused on their 3 young children whilst Kate was away from home. When she did go home, which of course we know was yesterday, he then did say he wouldn't be going straight back to public duties, but he would want to make sure that she was okay at home without him before he went back to work, as it were. And I think in some ways this is quite a sweet reminder that they do want to be a much more modern royal family, albeit William is next in line to the throne and Kate will be the Queen one day. But they have made great emphasis in the past few years that they want to be as normal as possible in their sort of parenting duties. And I think this shows that.
We know a little more about King Charles and what he was treated for. How's he doing this morning? When will he return to his duties?
I think he'll be back on his feet and back in the public eye much quicker than Kate. And very interesting that he has taken a different stance on what was going on with him. Now, of course, having an enlarged prostate when you're a man in your mid-70s is very common. Experts here say it probably will affect 70, 80, even 90% of people his age. And Charles was very clear that he wanted to come out about what was going on with him in order to encourage other men, because I'm sure it's probably the same in the United States, but certainly here in the UK, men, particularly of a certain generation, are a bit queasy, are a bit embarrassed about talking about something which really is very common. And most importantly, if you don't get it checked out, you can miss the signs of it being cancerous and so on. So there was a real public health initiative that Charles was trying to grapple with, the fact that he was going public, and that has worked. In fact, people going on to our National Health Service website to get themselves checked out for prostate problems, that's gone up by about 300%. So he's really done a good thing.
And had an impact. Good to hear that. Daisy McAndrew, thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Let's stay on some international headlines. Pope Francis is addressing criticism over authorizing priests to bless same-sex couples.
NBC's Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudia, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Well, that's right. The announcement by the Catholic Church that from now on, same-sex couples will also be allowed to receive blessings was received with some criticism and a lot of controversy, especially among some African bishops. So the Pope was asked about that in an interview published on La Stampa newspapers on Monday here. And he said that, and I quote, Africans were a special case because for them, homosexuality is something bad from a cultural point of view, but also that he was confident that, except for Africans, critics of his decision will eventually understand it. Let's now go to Peru, where thousands of tourists were left stranded after protesters blocked access to Machu Picchu. Train services to the ancient ruins have been suspended since Saturday after locals demonstrating over a new ticketing system blocked the railway line. Protesters fear that a new electronic ticket sales platform will hurt local businesses by privatizing sales and directing profits to one single firm. As a consequence, tourists who flock to the World Heritage Site from all over the world are currently unable to reach it. And let's end this tour of the world, well, in the ice skating rink. According to the Associated Press, the U.S. Olympic figure skating team were told they will receive the Olympic gold medal 2 years after they won silver at the Winter Games in Beijing. Russian skater Kamila Valieva won gold in 2022, but 6 weeks later she tested positive for doping. According to AP, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee received word that as a consequence, the IOC will award the gold to the U.S. team instead. Well, it's never too late to celebrate. Back to you guys.
Yeah. Been a long wait, my goodness.
Yeah. Claudio, thank you.
Let's get a closer look at your morning News Now weather forecast.
Angie Lastman is with us in studio this morning. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We've got another storm system that we're tracking out west, and we've got one little tiny kind of clipper system that's working across the Great Lakes. It's going to leave us with some slick spots across the Midwest and Great Lakes, and eventually move a little farther to the east as the day goes on. But out west is where we already have these flood alerts. We have plenty of winter storm watches that are in effect, stretching across parts of California and points east of that. But where you see that brighter green, that's the flood watch. We've got 11 million people impacted by these alerts as we gear up for another system that's going to work in and leave us with some really heavy rainfall. Today, mostly parts of the Pacific Northwest will deal with some of these off and on showers. But as we get into the overnight hours, California especially going to be hit by some of this really heavy rain. This is a look into tomorrow. You can see Northern California basically is where the bullseye is for the heaviest of that rain, but it extends from the Bay Area all the way up to Eureka, and we'll see that risk of flooding not just tomorrow, but into Thursday as well. We'll start to see some of that snow falling as well as the system works a little farther to the east, mainly focused over the Sierra Nevada range, and we'll also see some high winds with that, so travel will be difficult across that region. We'll pick up a good amount of rain in a short period of time here over the next couple of days. Isolated spots could be up to 6 inches. We'll see more widespread amounts, anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches, but we of course know that it doesn't take much to see flooding concerns across this region with rain falling in a short period of time. And how about some snow? We will expect anywhere from 1 foot to 3 feet in some of those higher elevations across the mountains, but otherwise about 1 inch to 2 inches in more widespread areas. Temperature-wise, we are looking like spring, guys. We've got temperatures into the 50s in Salt Lake City today, mid-60s for Denver. These temperatures running 10, 15, even 20 degrees above normal. Minneapolis will be into the low 40s this afternoon. And that warm sticks with us as we get into tomorrow. 70s for Oklahoma City, mid-50s for Omaha. Chicago will hit 45 degrees. We'll start to see things turn a little cooler as we get into the later parts of the work week and into early portions of the weekend, but still 40s for Cleveland on Thursday, back down to the 30s on Friday and Saturday. Washington, D.C., though, will stick into those 50s through the end of the work week and into the weekend, and New York ends up into the low 40s by the time Saturday rolls around, guys. But I don't think anyone's complaining when they see 70s in late January in parts of the middle of the country over the next couple of days.
Minneapolis, 33 degrees above normal. Wow.
Yes. And still only into the 40s.
It's still cold. All right.
Still cold.
Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, truly terrifying moments caught on camera.
One woman says she had no choice but to cling to the hood of a speeding car. You can see there some precious cargo she told police was stolen. That's up next.
is going to happen now.
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Imagine seeing this. A woman in downtown Los Angeles was seen on camera desperately trying to stop the people who had just stolen her car. And she says it's all because of what, or perhaps more appropriately, who was inside. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz showed us how she tried to catch a thief.
It's a shocking video. A woman clinging to the hood of a car as thieves speed off with her 1-year-old French bulldog.
I said, this is it. This is how I'm going to die.
Ali Zacharias miraculously survived, saying she fell off 2 blocks later as she watched the dog nappers drive away with little Onyx.
We're eating right here.
Outside the Whole Foods in downtown Los Angeles, where the terrifying incident unfolded, Zacharias described to us the moments a woman stole him and ran to a getaway car.
My only recourse was to stop the car, so I stood in front of the car and I put my hands out and I said, stop. I said, do not go. And I didn't think that they'd drive into a human. The next thing I know, they drove into me and banged me and till I fell on the hood.
This all happened right here at this intersection, and it's part of a disturbing trend. These prized French bulldogs snatched from their owners, often then sold on the black market. In 2021, Lady Gaga's 2 Frenchies were taken after shooting her dog walker. The dogs found after she offered a $500,000 reward for their safe return. And just last November, thieves stole a dozen puppies worth $100,000 from an LA pet store. French bulldogs, the #1 dog breed in America, cost between $3,000 to $9,000, some even more.
Were you aware that people often target these dogs when you got?
Yes, but I never thought it would be me. I never thought that this would be my situation.
Onyx now a statistic, with Zacharias still praying he'll be returned. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Some dramatic video there. Well, now it's time for our mental health check-in. Today, we're taking a closer look at the differences between anxiety and then something that's known as psychological avoidance.
Plus, dealing with aging, like it or not, the clock is ticking. So we're going to break down the fight against wrinkles and share some tips on how to feel better about getting older.
There you go. Here to help us out is Dr. Erica Richards, Chair of Psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital, as well as an Assistant Professor of Psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Dr. Richards, always great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us. So let's start with this psychological avoidance. First, walk us through what that even means.
Good morning, Savannah. So we talk about psychological avoidance, and really it's important for us to consider that this might be one of our issues instead of anxiety. So psychological avoidance is essentially this quick fix where you avoid a problem instead of addressing the problem. So when we talk about anxiety, we know that about 12% of the US population will experience worry or intense anxiety at some point. And the authors of studies liken it to an ostrich burying their head in the sand. And so although things are swarming around you, if you close your eyes and don't look, is it still happening, really is the question. And there's 3 patterns typically to look for psychological avoidance. Certainly one of them is reacting. When you just respond to a stressful event instead of taking a deep breath, don't send that angry email, maybe write it and don't send it. There's retreating, when you pull back from an issue instead of addressing it. And then there's remaining, just saying, you know what, status quo is as far as I'm gonna get and I'm gonna leave things there. And really what we want people to develop are strategies to overcome this psychological avoidance. And in order to do that, think about shifting, think about challenging your thoughts, take off your glasses, clean off the lenses and view the world maybe through cleaner lenses or different colors. Approach the issue, take a step that feels manageable to you, maybe not charging head in and addressing everything at once, but a small step towards it. And finally, align yourself with your values, with your ethics, which will help you prevent these avoidant behaviors as well.
All right, some good tips there. All right, let's talk about an expression that's trending on TikTok, aging like milk, which is, I guess, not how you want to age. Some young people are worried about getting older. So break this down for us. Why is Gen Z so worried? And honestly, what can we all do to relax about aging?
Gen Z is approaching 30 and they have age anxiety. And the question is, what is happening? Is this new to their generation? Does everyone experience it? And what we know is that really age anxiety is universal. The thought about getting older causes us anxiety, and really what's happening with this generation is that there's some acceleration. We see kind of makeup applications. We see people that are using social media to really look back in time and compare themselves to their former selves, which causes more anxiety. And I think that overall, we really want people to worry about the here and now and have less apprehension related to entering that next phase of adulthood.
Finally, we've got one kind of Valentine's potentially related, which of course is around the corner. Is it a crush that you've got on somebody, or is it what's called limerence? Researchers say that term describes a crush that's like times 1,000, and it can actually end up becoming unhealthy or addicting. How do we know when we're experiencing it, and what do we do about that?
So Savannah, the way that I would describe limerence is essentially it's a crush on steroids. Now, it's a relatively new term coined in the late 1970s by a psychologist. It's essentially this state of overwhelming and unexpected longing for social reciprocation from another human. So that's a lot of words, but essentially it's a crush. It's the crush that goes awry and it dominates your thoughts. You really become fearful of rejection. Now, this object may or may not know that you exist. So it's making up these scenarios, preventing you from really engaging in relationships and social things that are really close to you. So we want people to know that if it interferes with your ability to have these meaningful, real-world relationships, then it's time to start to ask for help.
Good advice. I think we've seen here what happens if you Google video for limerence or avoidance.
There's some extreme examples of video there. All right.
Some funny stuff while you were talking about great advice. Dr. Erica Richards, we appreciate it as always. Good to see you. Thanks. Coming up, a statue of baseball legend Jackie Robinson sawed off and stolen from a Kansas park.
The surveillance video investigators hope will lead them to the thieves. That's next. We're back now with a mystery in Kansas. Police are searching for answers after a statue of baseball icon Jackie Robinson was stolen. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains why this missing tribute to the Hall of Famer is much bigger than the game.
It's the crime scene reduced to nothing but a pair of bronze cleats, a brazen theft at a public park. That for many in Wichita, Kansas, is personal.
I was appalled. And then once I saw the photos, I was angry.
Angry over how someone could steal a life-size statue of Jackie Robinson, the first black baseball player to play in the major leagues. His tribute unveiled not even 3 years ago.
I can tell you that we will not stop in our pursuit of the people that stole this from our community.
The crime caught on surveillance video early last Thursday.
They just cut that beautiful statue off at the feet and loaded it into a pickup truck.
Police have since found that very truck, but till NBC News, no sign of the suspects or known motive. The disappearance hitting Wichita's League 42, named in honor of Robinson, especially hard.
This was much more than just a statue here.
This park is in a place that's surrounded by low-income community, historically redlined, and a place that is a point of pride for many of us who grew up in Wichita.
Pride now pouring in through donations, hoping to replace the $75,000 statue if it's never recovered.
I love that the community is behind this and wants to see some restoration to the statue.
We're determined to bring that back. We won't allow the folks who committed this crime, again, no matter their motivation, to take that away from us.
A hero's legacy, standing tall, no matter what. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Let's get you some financial headlines now. Boeing is withdrawing its request for a safety exemption for its 737 MAX 7.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so Boeing has withdrawn its request after Senator Tammy Duckworth said it would prematurely allow the 737 MAX 7 jet to be certified to carry passengers. Now, last year, the FAA determined a design flaw in the MAX 7's engine de-icing system could be dangerous to passengers. This now means the MAX 7 will be significantly delayed until Boeing can come up with a fix for the flaw and get FAA approval. This comes as the company faces intense political pressure following the blowout of a door plug on a MAX 9 plane. American Airlines is cutting more than 650 workers in Dallas, Fort Worth, and in Phoenix who are part of its service recovery teams. Now, they work to resolve passenger issues such as lost luggage and other complaints. A spokesperson says the airline had been bouncing passengers from group to group instead of resolving the problem right away. So, to streamline operations, American is creating a customer success team. Workers impacted by the cuts will be given first dibs at jobs on the new team. And Walmart is testing digital labels that light up with an app to help customers find items on store shelves. Bloomberg reports they're already being used by employees at a few dozen locations. The lights flash green to help shelf stockers and blue for pickers fulfilling online orders. Walmart will launch the pilot program for customers later this year. It's possible they won't need the lights as longtime shoppers typically know where items are stocked. And the Walmart app already directs people to the right aisle. I get lost everywhere all the time. I'm always just roaming aisles until I find things, no matter where I go.
I need help in every store I go to. Which aisle is this in? Yeah.
But it'll look like year-round Christmas in the aisles.
Flashing.
So look at the bright side.
It's kind of a cool idea, though. Savannah, thank you.
Yeah. We are nearly a month into the new year, so now might be a good time to check on how those New Year's resolutions are coming along.
Yeah, that's right. According to the National Institutes of Health, it takes about 10 weeks to form a new habit. So you are about halfway there. That's some good news. But let's say you've fallen off track. Don't beat yourself up. Today, we are going to look at ways to help you bounce back.
Joining us now for more is Katie Horowitz. She's a mindset coach, author, and the founder of Woman Against Negative Talk. Good to have you with us. So we probably all know maybe the answer to this deep and down if we don't want to acknowledge it, though, which is why are the reasons we don't succeed, might be struggling right now with our resolution.
I mean, there are some that are surprising. I think one that might be a bit more obvious for people is a lack of clarity going into things, getting specific about what those goals are, but also we have to allow ourselves flexibility to be able to pivot, be able to recognize what our starting point is. And then something that people often forget is that January is like cozy hibernation month. And so oftentimes we can get swept up in sort of the energy of the New Year's, and we make goals because we think we're supposed to, when really what we want to do is hibernate and reflect and go a little easier on ourselves.
Just binge TV.
Yeah. I'm very much the mine kind of kick in like the third week of January. You know,
Same.
I need a beat to deal with holiday recovery, all that kind of stuff. What can you do though to try to avoid negative feelings, negative self-talk if you have fallen off? Let's say you kind of really went for it and it's not working out so far. What should you do?
Yeah, if you're having that sort of oops or eek moment, I think recognizing that those feelings are normal feelings to have is so important. Giving yourself grace and space to move through those and not letting the feelings that you have about those feelings take over, the guilt, the shame. And then also this language around getting on and off the wagon. I think we hear that a lot in the new year, right? And I like to get rid of the wagon altogether. Your life is the wagon.
No one uses a wagon anymore.
Yeah, you are on a journey. So recognizing that your life is going to have high highs, low lows, and setting yourself up for success for those to sort of pre-plan, okay, how am I going to pivot? How am I going to work in flexibility? That can be really helpful in those moments where you feel like I might as well just give up.
So what is, if you are struggling right now and you're at the end of January and you're thinking, oh, I failed at my resolutions, how do you get back on track? What's your best advice for that?
I love following the feelings. So getting back to the why of not just why did I set out to make these goals in the first place, but why do I want this in my life? How do I want to feel after my goals? Success is great because it's subjective. We get to define it for ourselves. So also getting really clear on what do my success markers look like, right? Because it can get really easy to get wrapped up in other people's success markers. So following the feeling, getting back to the why, and then being proactive, not reactive in those moments where you feel like maybe you're faltering a little is key to set yourself up for long-term success.
I also feel like it's helpful for me to remember that we kind of just made this up. There's no reason that January 1st is your whole life has to change.
Yes. I mean, right now, like I said, we are in a season that is more conducive to a little bit more ease and hibernation. So if springtime is a time that feels really good to set goals, doing like what you said, taking this moment to reflect and be easy on yourself and take in the world can really, really help you give that self-compassion to yourself that so many of us say that we want to have.
Yeah. Great perspective to have. And
love it.
Groundhog Day, how about that? That's coming up.
That's when your resolutions
Make your resolutions kick off on
perfect.
Groundhog Day.
We'll check in then.
Only if Puxatawny Phil doesn't see.
Yeah.
Right. Katie Horwich, thank you so much. That was great. We appreciate having you on.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, a California veteran who survived the Pearl Harbor attack celebrating his 100th birthday.
Yeah, the family and friends who showed up to make the day extra special. That is up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Waiting 40 years for this. They called themselves Ghostbusters.
There you see it. The trailer for the new Ghostbusters movie is out, and it features some familiar faces from the 1984 original. Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Ernie Hudson, and Annie Potts are all back in action, as is everyone's favorite mean green ghost, Slimer. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire follows from 2021's Ghostbusters Afterlife, and also features cast members from that movie, including Paul Rudd and Carrie Coon. The story sees New York City covered in ice by an evil force. You can watch it all unravel in theaters March 22nd.
How exciting is that? Thank you, Joe.
Yep.
Well, finally this hour, a birthday celebration, a century in the making. Over the weekend, dozens of people gathered in California to celebrate the 100th birthday of a Pearl Harbor attack survivor. And as NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber explains, it was a day he will never forget.
The bombs blast, the cannons roar, the sights and sounds of battle.
For Chuck Kohler, turning 100 was a birthday for the history books.
This is wonderful. Oh, my goodness gracious. I don't think many people get to experience something like this.
Kohler, a U.S. Navy veteran who survived the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor, celebrating his special day with over 100 friends and relatives who gathered to mark the milestone.
I've been involved in a lot of things during my life, and, but this is maybe the most exciting and pleasing that I've had.
We all gave some, and some gave all.
Kohler remembering the day when over 2,400 of his fellow shipmates, comrades, lost their lives at war. At the time, he was just 17 years old. He says he feels lucky to be celebrating a century, and he feels touched by the recognition.
All of these people, who knows where all they've came from, because of me, who wish me a happy birthday, I'll never, ever forget it.
Now a great-grandfather, Kohler sharing some words of advice for those hoping to see their own 100th birthday.
Don't worry about taking, always be trying to give. Works real good. It has for me, anyway. It's been a great, rewarding life, but the more you put into it, the more you can expect to get back.
What a message.
No kidding.
What
And Chuck
man.
is not aging like milk. He looks fantastic. So good for Chuck. Happy birthday.
Yes, really. And our thanks to Ellison Barber. What an incredible story.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Well, stay with us because the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, we are starting in the Middle East, where new details are emerging about 3 U.S. soldiers killed in a drone strike in Jordan over the weekend. U.S. officials now speaking out on what could have gone wrong. We've got the latest as some lawmakers on Capitol Hill press President Biden for congressional approval before he uses military force. Back home, America's border crisis is escalating. Today, House Republicans expected to introduce new measures to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The move comes as a bipartisan group of lawmakers race to piece together a spending package that would give President Biden more control over the border. We're going to bring you the latest from Washington as the future of that legislation becomes more and more uncertain. Also this morning, a South Carolina judge slamming the door shut on convicted killer Alec Murdaugh's request for a retrial. We're going to take you inside the courtroom and behind that decision. Plus, later in the hour, the game-changing possibility of vaccines against cancer Now closer than ever, the patients who are already benefiting, and how our very own Kristen Dahlgren is playing a part in bringing groundbreaking researchers together. Looking forward to that story from our friend Kristen. We're going to begin this hour with that deadly drone attack in Jordan that killed three U.S. soldiers, injured dozens more troops, an attack the U.S. blames on Iran-backed militias.
This morning, we are hearing from the families of those killed in the attack as questions mount about how it happened and how the U.S. should respond. NBC's chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has more from northern Iraq.
Hey there, good day to you. Local media here reports that Iranian-backed militia along the border between Iraq and Syria are already evacuating installations in anticipation of a potential U.S. strike. Secretary of State Antony Blinken not signaling when such a strike might come, but saying that it would be potentially multi-leveled, come in stages and sustained over time. Also saying he believes the situation in this region is the most dangerous it's been for decades. This morning, questions over how a drone laden with explosives evaded defenses on this American base in Jordan and what the U.S. response should be. The family of 23-year-old specialist Brianna Alexandria Moffett from Georgia, one of three killed on the base known as Tower 22, speaking to NBC News.
We will like to know what happened and how could this happen?
It's the first time American servicemen and women have been killed by what the U.S. says was an Iranian-backed militia since the war in Gaza began. Despite waves of attacks, Iran insists it did not direct the drone attack, but it appeared to be relatively sophisticated, flying low, possibly tricking the base's defenses by flying in at the same time as an American drone, according to Pentagon officials. The service members' families now grieving.
If we know what we know now, we would have just said, I love you so much. Just make sure that she knew that she wasn't alone. And that we love her.
Yes. 46-year-old Sergeant William Jerome Rivers was from New Jersey, and Specialist Kennedy LaDon Sanders, who was 24, was from Georgia.
She's always very liked by everyone. She's a dedicated friend, teammate. She was just well-liked and a very joyful, bright personality.
The president vowing a response. The U.S. could decide to strike Iranian-linked groups or commanders in the region, or send a stronger message with a strike on Iran itself. The Biden administration under pressure.
Stuart, I think it's important to go after Iran, and it's because they're behind all of these attacks.
Amid calls to avoid an escalation that might pull the U.S. into a wider war.
We do not seek war with Iran, but we have and we will continue to defend our personnel.
The challenge for the Biden administration is that so far nothing has seemed to work. Remember that the U.S. has launched 8 airstrikes against Iranian-backed militia in Iraq and Syria, a similar amount against Houthi rebels in Yemen, and yet the attacks keep coming. Now, analysts are talking about potentially striking Iran's weapon production facilities, perhaps naval assets, perhaps intelligence systems. The question the Biden administration will be weighing up is whether you can escalate with Iran in order to de-escalate without slipping into a full-scale war. We're not close to that, but that is the kind of calculations that the U.S. government is going to be worrying about.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much.
And this morning, there is progress in negotiations for the release of the Israeli hostages in Gaza. Officials from Israel, Egypt, the U.S., and Qatar have created the framework for a deal that would involve a 60-day pause in fighting in Gaza. That's according to a source familiar with the talks. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on that. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. So Israeli officials are urging caution around these negotiations, but hostages' families are hoping this could be a breakthrough. Hamas said this morning that they have received this offer. Today, a deal to free the remaining hostages in Gaza coming into focus. Representatives from Israel, Egypt, the U.S., and Qatar reached a unified position yesterday to free more than 100 hostages, 6 of them Americans. A draft has been given to Hamas. The deal would impose a 60-day temporary truce in the Gaza Strip, while Hamas would release one Israeli hostage in exchange for every 3 Palestinian prisoners, according to people with knowledge of the discussions. And it would allow more humanitarian aid into Gaza. Hostage families worry their relatives won't survive long enough to see freedom.
Every day that it's passing by, it's dangerous for them.
It comes as the war continues to spread. This morning, dramatic video from the West Bank where Israel says it raided a hospital to take out a Hamas terror cell. 3 Palestinians were killed. Meanwhile, controversy deepens around UNRWA, the main UN agency in Gaza. At least 14 countries have halted funding after Israel accused 12 of its Gazan employees of taking part in or aiding Hamas's October 7 terror attacks. 2 Israeli intelligence dossiers reviewed by NBC News accusing some staff of kidnapping hostages and procuring weapons for Hamas. Israel now saying 10% of the agency's staff belong to Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Without financing, UNRWA says it may need to stop providing services to Palestinians across the Middle East as soon as next month.
I do think it's important to remember that UNRWA does important work, and we shouldn't impugn the good work of a whole agency because of the terrible allegations.
Certainly not, but does that create a trust issue and a credibility issue there?
Well, it could very well, depending on what the investigation finds.
And now we're hearing that the spokesman for the Prime Minister's office says that he's going to be hosting a press conference this afternoon to try to lay out those accusations against UNRWA in more detail. Joe?
All right, Matt, thank you.
Well, on Capitol Hill today, House Republicans are pushing ahead with an effort to impeach Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, the top Biden administration official in charge of overseeing the border. It comes as a bipartisan group of lawmakers are preparing to unveil new legislation. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is covering this all for us this morning. Hi, Ryan. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And later this morning, Republicans will take the first step towards something Congress hasn't done in more than 150 years, impeaching a sitting cabinet secretary. It all comes just as bipartisan negotiators are set to release the legislation aimed at calming the border crisis.
It is a building problem more than 1,700 miles away from the U.S. Capitol. Migrants entering the United States at a record clip, leading to overworked border guards, a system at a breaking point, and human lives in the balance. In Eagle Pass, Texas, a young migrant girl attempting to cross into the United States through the Rio Grande River, caught in the current and forced to be rescued. Back on Capitol Hill, Republicans are putting the blame squarely on the Biden administration.
Joe Biden has turned every community into a border community with his failed policies.
So much so that today they'll move articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, accusing him of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and a breach of the public trust. Democrats argue this move is nothing more than a political stunt.
The House Republicans have clearly turned their ever-shrinking majority over to the extremists. And this sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is just another sad example.
It comes as a bipartisan group of senators are working to hash out a deal to give President Biden more authority to regulate border crossings. This after a record number of migrants came into the country in December. More than 370,000 overall, with nearly 250,000 illegal crossings at the southern border alone.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
But while Republicans have been pushing for changes, their de facto party leader, Donald Trump, is undermining the negotiations before the bill is even released.
Hey, please blame it on me, please, because they were getting ready to pass a very bad bill.
Leading to another partisan immigration showdown in Washington, while the crisis at the border continues to escalate.
And this morning, Secretary Mayorkas is responding directly to the push to impeach him. He sent a 7-page letter to the committee where he calls the charges against him baseless and false. Savannah?
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
Today, Alec Murdaugh is back in a South Carolina prison after a judge denied his request for a retrial in the murders of his wife and son. Murdaugh and his lawyers allege that a court clerk tampered with the jury and influenced their decision to find him guilty, but the judge says the defense failed to prove that. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from outside the courthouse with the latest on this. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. This was 8 hours yesterday of I cannot believe what I just saw. The judge in this case said the clerk at the heart of those tampering allegations was not a credible witness. She tore apart her testimony on the stand. And in fact, Becky Hill's own story was contradicted by jurors, by friends, even by her own emails. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the judge decided she didn't think that changed any of the outcome here, and she denied the retrial.
Did Clerk of Court Hill's comments have any impact on the verdict of the jury? I find that the answer to this question is no.
The most sensational trial in South Carolina history has finally been put to bed, at least for now. Monday's dramatic ruling and rejection of Alec Murdaugh's motion for a retrial following his double murder conviction for the killing of his wife and youngest son featured a host of twists, turns, and contradictions on the stand for Clerk of Court Becky Hill.
I did not have a conversation with any juror about anything related to this case.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 in any way influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court Becky Hill in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
That bombshell coming from a woman named Juror Z, though she was the only one of 12 jurors to say Hill actually influenced her vote. And even then, her sworn affidavit from August said, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors, making no mention of Hill, who is currently under investigation by the state for alleged interactions with the jury and using her office for personal gain.
It's possible that she may have broken jury tampering laws, but far more likely, she violated her known duty to not interfere with the deliberations of the jurors.
The proceedings also highlighted Hill's book, Behind the Doors of Justice, which also proved a tale of two stories.
How much money did you make off that book?
Roughly around $100,000.
Guilty would sell more books.
She said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And then further conversations, a guilty verdict would sell more books.
In the end, the judge concluding that Hill didn't change the outcome, but did cross a line.
I find that the Clerk of Court is not completely credible as a witness. Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity.
And not surprisingly, Joe, the Murdaugh legal team saying they're going to appeal this right away to the Court of Appeals, then the state Supreme Court. If that doesn't work, and then the federal courts, that could take a matter of years when all is said and told. They also said they do feel vindicated to a degree that it was shown Becky Hill was acting improperly, but this could be an uphill climb. As the judge did say yesterday, she read every single word of that 6-week-long murder trial transcript and came to the same conclusion the jury made the right decision. Joe, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you.
NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella joins us now for more on this. Always great to have you. Thanks for being here. So let's talk about just how critical the judge was there of the clerk, and then could this impact future jury tampering cases?
The judge was extraordinarily critical. I mean, not like something I haven't really even seen before. I almost thought that she brought up evidence that she was not even allowing the prosecutors or the defense team to bring up. She just kept going after Becky Hill, almost trying to get her to say on the stand, I totally lied, I made everything up. So it was crazy. Now, in terms of the future of jury tampering, I do think this still sends a message that you could possibly get in trouble.
Right.
I think the standard for every jurisdiction is different here. This judge set her own, and so we'll see what different jurisdictions say.
The siren call of celebrity. It is alluring.
Quite a way to put it.
Let's break this down, because really they only needed to find that one of the 12 jurors was really swayed by this clerk, was prejudiced by this clerk to really get a new trial. And there was one juror, Juror Z, who said Hill actually influenced her vote, and then later said her fellow jurors influenced her more. Could that have been enough for a retrial? Why wasn't it enough?
Well, it's possible that could be brought up in appeal, but I think Jersey's testimony is actually what ended up saving Becky Hill and possibly saving the conviction. And that's because, as you said, she did say she was influenced, but ultimately what influenced her the most was the jury. And that is what's supposed to happen in a jury, by the way. The jurors are supposed to influence each other. Had she said on that stand that Becky Hill had made her change her verdict, perhaps that would have been enough. But the judge did set a high bar.
You mentioned the potential of an appeal. I mean, could we see this in court again?
Well, definitely the appeal. I don't know if we'll see the whole trial again, but for sure, as his lawyer said, because there's not a lot of precedent in the state of South Carolina for what the standard is in a case like this. The judge said it has to be evidence that really changed a juror's mind. So that is a high bar, and we'll likely see that standard appealed at the appellate court and the state Supreme Court.
Angela Sanadella, we appreciate you as always. Thank you so much.
We have much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the dollars and cents behind the so-called Taylor Swift effect that's now taking the NFL by storm just days before the Super Bowl.
But first, jacked in, Elon Musk's Neuralink brain chip reportedly successfully implanted in a human for the first time. But what exactly does it do, and what role could it play in humanity's future? We have answers up next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Everyone all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
Welcome back. Elon Musk has announced a big step toward his goal of connecting human brains to computers.
He revealed that his brain science startup company has already implanted a device in a human brain for the first time. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this super interesting one. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. This will get people talking. This procedure feels very futuristic and was no small feat, using a robot to surgically place a computer chip into a human brain. Elon Musk calling his company's product telepathy.
This morning, a brain chip has been successfully implanted in a human, according to Elon Musk. The tech titan sharing a big breakthrough from his brain science startup company, Neuralink, saying it has implanted a device in a human for the first time, a possible step toward a product that Musk says enables control of your phone or computer and through them almost any device just by thinking.
Imagine the joy of connecting with your loved ones, browsing the web, or even playing games using only your thoughts.
Musk posting Monday, the first human received an implant from Neuralink yesterday and is recovering well. The initial results, he added, showed promising neuron spike detection. But Musk gave no additional details about the procedure, the patient, or the device the company implanted. Musk writing initial users will be those who have lost the use of their limbs, discussing his vision for Neuralink back in 2019.
This, I think, has a very good purpose, which is to cure important diseases. And ultimately to help secure humanity's future as a civilization.
For decades, scientists have worked on similar ideas for brain-computer interfaces. But for many, a microchip in the brain feels like something out of a movie. Like 2015's Kingsman: The Secret Service, where Samuel L. Jackson plays an eccentric billionaire who tries to control the world using neural implants.
Mankind is the virus, and I'm the cure.
As science fiction gets closer to reality, Musk is hoping a groundbreaking experimental device can help transform everyday lives.
As for Neuralink's future, the clinical trial is just one step on the startup's path to commercialization, and testing will still take about 6 years to complete. Several companies have tested brain implants on humans, driving questions and some concerns around safety, regulation, and where this technology could go. I should note we have reached out to Neuralink for more information on the procedure, but have not heard back.
Lots of questions about this one, but
Absolutely.
Lots of fascination, too.
It will get people talking.
No kidding. All right,
yeah,
Emily,
for real.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. All right, from the west to Midwest, we could be seeing some record high temperatures this week. For more, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman's here with the impressive numbers. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. You're exactly right about that. Yesterday, we saw record highs across parts of the west, places like San Francisco into the 70s, and we've got more where that comes from as we go through the next couple of days. We are also tracking a couple of different storm systems. I'll get to those here in a moment. Meanwhile, we're expected to hit those mid-60s in Denver today, running 20 degrees above normal for this time of year, into the 70s for Las Vegas, Dodge City, Oklahoma City, all going to end up into the mid-60s. And even as far north as Minneapolis, running nearly 20 degrees above normal. That warmth continues into tomorrow. We could potentially see some of these record-breaking temperatures once again. Look at Minneapolis's temperature as we get into tomorrow, 57 degrees. As we get into the afternoon hours, running more than 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. So yes, it is going to be feeling more like spring than late January across much of this region. We eventually do turn cooler. Temperatures dropping from the 40s in Cleveland. By Friday and Saturday, we get back into the upper 30s. So not a huge drop. Even in Chicago, we'll go from the 50s to the low 40s, but we'll just get a little closer to where we should be for this time of year. Meanwhile, I mentioned we have those couple of storm systems. We have one little quick moving kind of system that's going to work across parts of the Great Lakes. It'll leave you with some slick spots on the roads here as we got through the day today, places like Michigan stretching south. That's going to be one thing we watch. And then out west, we've got another storm system, an atmospheric river event that's gearing up to bring us a good amount of rain here over the next couple of days. Here's the deal. Right now, sitting offshore, this morning, we're going to start to see it work a little closer to shore. And then notice what happens by tomorrow. We're going to see this moisture making a beeline, basically from Hawaii to California. We call that the Pineapple Express. Cute little term there for meteorologists. But either way, this atmospheric river event is expected to be moderate to strong for parts of California. And if you look up to the Pacific Northwest, places like Seattle, Portland, that'll be strong to extreme. So what does that mean? It means that we're going to have a potential to see a whole lot of rain that leaves us with some flood concerns. And we've already got the alerts to prove it. Flood watches up for parts of this region, extending across much of California. We've got 11 million people under these alerts. And notice in the blue, we already have winter storm watches because, yes, strong winds and snow are going to be impacting folks in this region as well. Here's how it plays out. This is today. Notice we're just looking at a little bit of some shower activity across the Pacific Northwest. west. But we really start to see that system gearing up as we get into the overnight hours tonight. It gets a little closer to the coast, and eventually the heavy rain is stretched across basically the Bay Area all the way up into Eureka. That's where we'll see that greatest flood concern tomorrow too, but soaking rain across much of Northern California. So heads up there. It does work into portions of Southern California as we get later into the work week. By Thursday, we'll also see additional snow and those high winds that I spoke about across parts of the Sierra Nevada mountains. That's going to be problematic for travel, of course, making it really slick and difficult on those roads. All of that rain starts to work a little farther to the east here as we get through the end of our work week. When it's all said and done, isolated amounts up to 6 inches. Of course, it doesn't take much to see flooding across this region, so that'll be something that we'll have to watch for. But notice the bigger picture, kind of more widespread amounts, 1 to 3 inches. Again, the flooding concern, though, will be there, so reminding folks not to drive through those flooded roadways. And then if you're hoping for some snow, we could get some. I mean, it hasn't been a great year out there for snow in this region, but either way, in those higher elevations closer to the mountain peaks, we could see the potential for over 3 feet of snow. We'll also have the stronger winds on top of this, and a little farther to the east across portions of Nevada, we'll get anywhere from 1 inch to 6 inches in some of those isolated spots. So a little snow on the way, guys, after a really warm stretch here over the next couple of days with potentially record highs. So we've got it all for January.
No kidding. All right. Thank you, Angie.
Thank you. Coming up, both Princess Kate and King Charles are back at home this morning after a pair of hospital stays that made global headlines.
After the break, the latest on their conditions as they take time to recuperate out of the public eye. Stay with us.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and love that.
We are back with an update on the British royal family. Today, King Charles and Princess Kate are recovering after being released from a private clinic in London. The princess underwent abdominal surgery earlier this month, while the king was treated for an enlarged prostate. And with his wife and father sidelined, Prince William is expected to take on more responsibility. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from London with the latest on all of this. Molly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That is the good news that I come bearing from Buckingham Palace. Just up the road from me at the London clinic, both King Charles and the Princess of Wales were released yesterday. Kensington Palace, though, really didn't provide us any more additional details about Kate's condition. We didn't see her yesterday, and we may not see her for months.
This morning, 2 royals back at home. After 3 nights in the hospital, King Charles walked out the front door, waving to the crowds, Queen Camilla by his side as the 75-year-old monarch left the London clinic Monday after routine prostate treatment. Meanwhile, daughter-in-law Kate, the Princess of Wales, spent 13 nights in the same hospital, discharged privately yesterday. Kensington Palace says she'll continue to recover back home in Windsor, and she is making good progress.
The announcement about the King's surgery and the Princess of Wales surgery came on the same day. 2 weeks later, the departure is probably a bit of a mixture of coincidence and strategy. The King was able to take some of the focus and attention away from the Princess of Wales.
Kensington Palace still staying mum about Kate's health condition and her planned abdominal surgery, and said earlier she would remain out of the public eye until after Easter. Charles will also take time for private recuperation, which leaves Prince William shouldering the brunt of upcoming royal appearances.
From William's point of view, he is trying to show the world that, yes, he's a working royal and a future king, but he's also a father and a husband.
Kate and William had a packed few months ahead, including February's glamorous British Film Awards. The 42-year-old has stunned the red carpet year after year. And the pair were also likely to travel internationally this spring, but Kensington Palace has said that's out of the question. And in early March, the Commonwealth Day service was always a chance to see the family and one of Britain's most popular royals.
Now, Savannah, in both the statements from Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace, King Charles and Kate thanked the hospital staff and the nurses. And as we mentioned, as Kate continues her recovery, we know that Prince William will both want to be by her side, also, of course, with their 3 children. But we will probably start to see him out there flying the flag alone for the senior working royals. Savannah?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
More international news now, starting in Japan, where some residents have filed a lawsuit against authorities over allegations of racial profiling.
Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah Joy, good morning. Well, that's right. The Japanese public broadcaster NHK is reporting that 3 foreign-born residents of Tokyo are suing Japan for racial profiling. Now, the 3 plaintiffs allege they were questioned repeatedly by police on the basis of their race, skin color, and nationality, and are seeking 3 million yen, about $20,000, in compensation each. One of them was born in India and lived in Japan for more than 20 years. He says he's been repeatedly stopped and questioned by police officers on the street, sometimes twice a day. The other plaintiffs, born in Pakistan and in the U.S., say they suffered similar discrimination. Now let's go to Northern Ireland now, where the Democratic Unionist Party has agreed to end a boycott that left the region's people without a power-sharing administration for 2 years. The DUP walked out in February 2022 in a dispute over post-Brexit trade rules that imposed custom checks on goods moving to Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK. It has since refused to return to the government, leaving people in Northern Ireland without a functioning administration. The breakthrough came after the UK government last week gave Northern Ireland politicians until February the 8th to restore the collapsed government in Belfast or face new elections. And let's end this tour of the world in Peru, where a surfing instructor is making waves in the world of dog training by, well, surfing with his Jack Russell Terrier. Mauro Canella can be seen most weekends surfing the waves of San Bartolo with his dog, Efrus, standing firmly on the surfboard with him. He says the techniques he uses to teach humans work equally well on dogs. Well, I can try to teach the technique to my dog Django, but so far he's proved to be a champion in couch surfing instead. Back to you guys.
I'm with him.
That was really funny, Claudio. Thank you very much.
There is a debate raging right now in Mexico City over bullfighting. Hundreds of protesters showed up at the world's largest arena on Sunday after the country's Supreme Court lifted a ban on the sport. Opponents argue bullfighting is animal cruelty, while others say it's important to Mexican culture. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more on the growing pushback.
After nearly 2 years, bullfighting is back in Mexico City. But outside the arena, an equally intense battle. This protester is saying bullfighting normalizes violence, adding that it's slaughter for recreation. Despite the masses gathered in opposition, Plaza Mexico, the largest bullfighting arena in the world with 41,000 seats, opening its doors once more on Sunday after the Mexican Supreme Court temporarily lifted a 2022 bullfighting ban in Mexico City. The arena's director hopeful they'll be able to celebrate bullfights for many years to come. While the Supreme Court did not explain its reasoning for lifting the ban, it originally cited that the fights violated the right to an environment free from violence. This Mexico City congressman surprised at the outcome, but committed to making bullfights illegal in the capital city again. But not all Mexicans feel this way. One spectator saying her father raised bulls and gave them an excellent life. In fact, bullfights are still federally legal in the country, and many groups, like this one, hosting events and training sessions meant to inspire the next generation of bullfighting aficionados. This aspiring bullfighter says he dreams of hearing the meaningful ole that's offered in Mexico. But tensions over this centuries-old tradition not just happening in Mexico.
Stop less bullfighting.
In Rome, protesters with the organization PETA interrupting a prayer service led by Pope Francis. While months earlier, animal activists at the Vatican holding a silent protest, accusing the Catholic Church of condoning the practice. Across the globe, around 250,000 bulls die each year during bullfights, according to the Humane Society International. A tradition originating in Spain, it's still practiced in 8 countries. A push to outlaw the practice in Colombia last year, not making it out of Congress. The Mexican president saying he'd explore the possibility of a referendum on the capital city's bullfighting ban, but hasn't made solid plans. Until then, Mexico City grappling with changing times and honoring its heritage.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report.
Coming up, it is National Plan for Vacation Day. But why is it that that's a thing?
Well, a recent study showed fewer than half of workers take less time off than their employer allows. Why is that, and why is now a good time to book your next trip? We've got some answers next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. news is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As primary season gets underway, there are growing concerns over how artificial intelligence could impact this year's election. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt discussed the issue in an exclusive interview with the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella. Here's part of that conversation.
We're marching down the road to the first AI election. Are you holding your breath as to see how AI can help and how it may be weaponized?
In fact, it goes back again. This is not the first election where we dealt with disinformation or propaganda campaigns by adversaries and election interference and all of those things. So therefore, I think what we have to go back again is, for example, I think we are doing all the work across the tech industry around watermarking, detecting deep fakes and content IDs. There's going to be enough and more technology, quite frankly, in order to be able to identify the issues around disinformation and misinformation. Then the question again comes back to how do we build consensus between parties, candidates, and the norms around what is acceptable, not acceptable.
That was Lester Holt speaking with CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, and you can catch more of that exclusive interview tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC Nightly News.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. Tech giant IBM wants its managers back in office or else.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joined us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so IBM has delivered an ultimatum to employees who are still working remotely. Move closer to the office or leave the company. Bloomberg reports in a memo sent earlier this month, all managers must immediately report to an office or client location at least 3 days a week. Badges will be used to track their presence in the office. Those who are working remotely, with few exceptions, and who don't live close enough to commute must relocate by the end of July. IBM's CEO has long touted the importance of in-person work. Microsoft is calling Apple's new App Store rules a step in the wrong direction. Apple has proposed a plan to comply with the European Union's tech regulations known as the Digital Markets Act. It will require developers using third-party app stores to pay a fee for each installation above 1 million downloads. Microsoft joins Epic Games and Spotify in criticizing the plan. Spotify accusing Apple of extortion with the new App Store tax. And Toyota retains the crown as the world's top-selling automaker. The company's selling a record 11.2 million vehicles worldwide last year. Japan, North America, and Europe leading the growth in sales despite a drop in China. And Toyota also making headlines this morning after issuing a do not drive advisory covering some 2003 to 2004 model year Corolla and Corolla Matrix and 2004 to 2005 RAV4s with Takata airbag inflators because an airbag inflator could explode and potentially kill motorists. About 50,000 vehicles are affected, guys.
Wow. All right. Important consumer information there. Savannah, thank you so much.
If you don't use all of your time off from work, you're not alone.
Yeah, according to a study from the Pew Research Center, more than 4 in 10 workers who get paid days off say they take less time than their employer allows. So the last Tuesday in January, that's today, it's been designated National Plan for Vacation Day. This is to encourage employees to use their PTO and plan that trip.
Joining us now for more on this is travel reporter Davey Sutton. Good to have you with us. So let's start with some of the reasons people are not using all of their vacation time.
Why are we doing
that? And why is it such a problem?
Well, one of the top reasons is that people think they can't afford it. Another is family obligations. But the number one reason is that people think that they're going to be replaced from their jobs.
Wow.
And so people don't take their vacations. So that's why the U.S. Travel Association came up with and then the entire travel industry
followed suit with National Plan for Vacation Day.
I love this. What a great national day to think about.
But people really think they're going to go to Hawaii and come back and someone's sitting at their desk? Is that
pre-pandemic, I don't know. But we know about the great replacement, Tom Brady, who was a replacement.
I feel like it's more like over time, right? Like you're like, am I going to be the person that everybody thinks I'm always on vacation if I take my, 2 weeks or whatever? Maybe it's kind of like longer term like that.
That's exactly right. And that research said that if people have 2 weeks, they will leave 5 days on the table. So people really aren't, utilizing their vacation. And, you can do those, like taking a Friday off and have 3 days away. So there are ways to manage to take your time off.
Absolutely. Also, why is this the best time to plan for a trip? Especially, we just got through holidays, that kind of thing. A lot of people probably were all over the place recently. So why plan now?
Yeah, and savvy travelers know that this is a good time because it's all about supply and demand. So people aren't thinking about going on vacation.
We just told them.
You can get a deal. Yeah, it's between us. Right? But you can find the deals. So the discounts and the entire travel industry is, you can find some deals. Right now, in particular, it is wave season, and that's when the cruises are on sale. So people know to book their cruises in advance, even up to a year in advance. You can find discounts and incentives. Airlines are having sales, and some of the major hotel brands as well. Just go to their websites and look for the discounts and the coupons.
For those who have now been inspired to plan a vacation because they know they won't be replaced if they leave for a few days, what are the top travel trends right now?
So one of the trends is a destination dupe. So we know that crowds can make your vacation unfun, right? So I'm going to give you a cool idea. So we know the Grand Canyon in Arizona is on so many people's bucket list, but it is one of the most popular destinations in the U.S. Consider Palo Duro Canyon. That is the second largest canyon in the U.S., and so many people don't know about it. It's in the Texas Panhandle and near Amarillo. Gives you all the same vibes. Like it has those red rocks. It has, you can camp, you can hike. And what is different than the Grand Canyon is you can drive through this canyon.
Oh, wow.
And so this is a vacation dupe. Another example is Orlando. So we know that this is the busiest destination in the U.S. is Orlando. More than 60 million people go there a year. And we know why. It's the mouse and his friends. The other big theme parks. So beyond the theme parks, you can add onto your vacation in a few days and go to places like the Kennedy Space Center. They have a park there that I never knew.
Right.
And then they also have Ripley's Believe It or Not. And Orlando is also a growing foodie destination. They have Michelin star restaurants.
So there's other things you can do there.
Other things you can do.
All right, Davy Sutton, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yes, go plan that vacation.
All right.
Love it.
Coming up, a critical scientific collaboration that's giving some breast cancer patients a dose of hope.
It's incredible. After the break, the vaccine redefining how the disease is treated and the passionate researchers behind it. That is next on Morning News Now.
you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. It's one of the most wonderful times of the year for football fans. Super Bowl 58 is just around the corner. The defending champion Kansas City Chiefs will try and repeat when they take on the San Francisco 49ers in Las Vegas. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung reports on the excitement that is already building with nearly 2 weeks to go.
Hey there, whether you're a lifelong Chiefs or Niners fan, a football fanatic, or just here for the halftime show and commercials, the Super Bowl has something for everyone. And now with Swifties getting in gear for the big game, it's safe to say the pop culture relevance of this year's Super Bowl is reaching new heights.
With 12 days to go until the Chiefs and 49ers face off for the Lombardi Trophy, Super Bowl 58 is poised to be unlike any other.
Caught by Kelce for the touchdown.
Chiefs star Travis Kelce's cheering section is ready for it. Girlfriend Taylor Swift sporting some new championship swag, keeping the celebration going with friends and family after Kansas City's big win over the Ravens Sunday. Chiefs Kingdom getting a massive wave of support from the singer's legion of devoted fans, who are now calling the Super Bowl the Swiftie Bowl and planning Taylor-sized watch parties.
This is the Taylor Swift effect!
The league is getting a boost too.
Taylor Swift brings an entire army of Swifties with her wherever she goes. So in the case of the Super Bowl and the NFL, that translates to dollars when it comes to ratings, merchandise, and advertising.
From Kansas City to Green Bay, Buffalo, and Baltimore, Swift has been a fixture at Chiefs games since September. Fans expect her to be in Las Vegas to support Kelce at the biggest game of the season. The Chiefs have won 9 of the 12 games she's attended. Will this be Swift's lucky number 13? The defending Super Bowl champs are not currently the favorites. Odds makers now betting San Francisco will win by 1 point, a chance to avenge their Super Bowl 54 loss to the Chiefs 4 years ago. With new weapons, quarterback Brock Purdy and all-pro running back Christian McCaffrey are looking to bring the trophy back to the Bay Area for the first time since 1995. Sin City is no stranger to high prices and high rollers, and this year's big game is drawing big spenders. Just steps from the Las Vegas Strip, Allegiant Stadium will host its first Super Bowl, where the average price of a ticket is the most expensive in history. The most luxe experience costing almost $30 grand. And even if you just want to be near the action, hotels and flights are going for more than double the typical rate. Big excitement from fans of all types for the biggest game of the season.
Those numbers are wild. So let's put this into context. We are watching a very special era unfold for the Chiefs. This is their 4th trip to the Super Bowl in 5 years. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce could win a 3rd ring in that span. This is rare air. The Patriots are the only team in NFL history to have accomplished such a feat, as Tom Brady capped off his legacy in New England. So the question is being asked, are we watching the next dynasty in the making? 12 days. Countdown's on. Back to you.
Here we go. Kaylee Hartung, thank you.
Well, this morning we are looking at a unique moment, really a potential turning point in the fight against breast cancer. Many researchers say they think cancer vaccines could be a reality in the not too distant future.
And thanks in part to our own Kristen Dahlgren, those researchers are coming together to collaborate and hopefully find the key to saving thousands of lives. And Kristen joins us now with what is, I don't even think Passion Project puts it, it says enough.
I'm just bubbling with this. It really is close, and this is big, guys. So as a breast cancer survivor, I'm excited about the prospect of my own body fighting off a cancer recurrence, or a day my little girl could be protected from ever having to go down this road. So when I realized there might be a way that I could actually help the process, I was all in. This morning, I am so thrilled to introduce you to Pink Eraser Project. It's definitely been the hardest thing I've ever been through.
On my journey as an NBC correspondent going through breast cancer, I've met a lot of amazing women.
Create the world that you want to see, so that I did.
But none who have given me more hope than Dr. Nora Desis, lead researcher at UW Medicine's Cancer Vaccine Institute.
Can you imagine a world where no one would die of breast cancer because of a vaccine?
The time is now.
The time is now.
Developing a vaccine is her life's work. In 2013, Desus and her team made a breakthrough in a vaccine for a type of breast cancer called HER2 positive. 66 women with advanced stage breast cancer were treated with the vaccine, including Bridget Hempstead, whose cancer had spread to her lungs and liver.
Oncologist said, well, you're not going to live a year.
Instead of going home to die, she reached out to get into the vaccine trial. And now, more than a decade later,
cancers are leaving and they're going away, they're disappearing, and so...
Your cancer is disappearing.
Yeah.
Hempstead does get additional treatment, but she credits the vaccine for an extra decade of life with her family, including a recent highlight, singing the national anthem at the Seahawks-Cowboys game.
Oh, say,
of the trial participants who got the ideal vaccine dose, 80% were still alive at the 10-year mark. The median survival rate for stage 4 HER2 positive is only 5 years. Desus and her team are now working on a cutting-edge breast cancer vaccine that attacks cancer stem cells.
The pieces are there, and the understanding of the immune system is there. What we really need is to be able to evaluate these vaccines in a very uniform manner with a lot of eyes looking at the data coming out of these trials.
Enter Michelle Young, a stage 4 survivor and advocate I met during an interview on her work to mandate effective screening for everyone covered by insurance.
Mammography, even though wonderful for many women, is not the end-all or be-all.
Young had an idea. What if we brought all the researchers together and helped fund, educate, and accelerate the breast cancer vaccine trials? The Pink Eraser Project was born, and in short order, doctors from 6 of the nation's top cancer centers joined our collaboration.
I am definitely encouraged. We need large studies, and that's why we need collaboration, so we can do the big studies that will prove what works.
Jenny Davis was the first person in the world to get Cleveland Clinic's phase 1 trial of a breast cancer vaccine for triple-negative cancer, known as the hardest to treat, with high rates of recurrence.
I wanted to see my kids grow into adults and, get married and have kids, and I was very scared.
She was thrilled when she qualified for the trial in 2019.
The only side effects I had were lumps at the injection site. That is it. Nothing else. The vaccine has taught my body to identify those cells and destroy them before they can become a tumor. It's given me hope for myself and my family, but with the vaccine, the bigger picture is not me. The bigger picture is what this could mean for breast cancer and research in general. It could change everything.
There is a lot of new science that more people are involved in the process. Something that would take 30 years could be done in a 5 to 10 year period of time. All it takes is awareness, enthusiasm, excitement, and that people know this exists.
And that's where I come in. Luckily, I'm good at telling people what exists out there. If I've learned anything in 30 years as a journalist, one person really can change the world. But this will, of course, go much quicker if everyone joins us. Let's face it, with 1 in 8 American women diagnosed in their lifetime, we all know someone with breast cancer. And that's why I've started Pink Eraser Project with this amazing group of scientists and doctors and survivors. I will be dedicating my life to this. Unfortunately, that means I have to leave my dream job here at NBC News, but I really feel called to do this, and I am so excited about the future.
We are, of course, going to miss you, but we can tell that you feel called to do this, and it's going to do so much good. And so it is hard to send you off, but we do so knowing we're going to be keeping track of you doing amazing things. This is obviously your focus on breast cancer, but this could really be vaccines for other cancers too, right?
Right. So there already are, there's melanoma vaccine. There are vaccines in development for other cancers. StemVac that I mentioned is in a lung cancer trial. And what they learn when it's shared and everybody's working together will really be accessible and able to help other researchers. And so, this could be used for other cancers. My dad was just diagnosed with cancer. And so you can be sure I'm not stopping with breast cancer. We're focused on that because it's a streamlined point A to point B that we can laser focus on. And I know for a lot of people, vaccines has become, kind of this bad word. And I just want to say this is not something that the government would ever mandate. Breast cancer is not an infectious disease. You can't catch it from me. But people who are at high risk or who already have the disease can choose to do this. And that's our hope that in the future they have that option.
Kristen Dahlgren, nearly 30 years at NBC News. We love you. What an incredible thing you're doing. We will miss you, but we will be in touch for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, new details in that attack that killed 3 American soldiers in Jordan. Why Pentagon officials believe the attack drone was not immediately recognized as a threat. Plus, new information on the UN workers accused of being part of the October 7th Hamas terror attack. And what we're learning about a potential new hostage deal. Also this morning, new developments in the House Republican push to impeach the Secretary of Homeland Security as President Biden and former President Trump clash over a possible bipartisan deal in the Senate that sits in limbo. Plus, extremely online, Elon Musk says his startup has implanted a device in its first human that could allow them to control their phone just by thinking. What we've learned about the procedure, its results, and why Musk says the technology could change lives. And caught on camera, a woman forced to cling to a moving car in Los Angeles while the driver tries to throw her off. There was just a little peek of what was inside that made her so desperate to stop the vehicle. We'll tell you what she's saying about the terrifying experience.
I haven't seen the story yet, but I guess police advise against doing that, though. It's tough when there's precious cargo inside.
I would assume. What a video. My goodness.
Kidding.
Wow.
All right. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started this morning with that drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers and injured dozens more as the war between Israel and Hamas continues to reverberate throughout the Middle East.
This morning, NBC News is learning new details about how the incident may have unfolded. One of the theories mentioned by Pentagon officials is that the attack drone was not recognized as a threat by defense systems that were in place because it flew in at the same time as a U.S. drone. The other theory is that it was flying too low to be spotted. The Department of Defense has revealed the identities of the 3 soldiers killed in the attack. In his first public event since being hospitalized, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin expressed condolences for their deaths.
Let me start with my outrage and sorrow for the death of 3 brave U.S. troops in Jordan and for the other troops who were wounded. The President and I will not tolerate attack on U.S. forces, and we will take all necessary actions to defend the U.S. and our troops.
In a few moments, we're going to hear from senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities and host of Daniel Davis Deep Dive on YouTube, retired Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. But let's begin with NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. So, Monica, we now know the identities of the 3 soldiers who were killed in this attack. What can you tell us about them?
Yeah, we are learning more details about these 3 service members, Joe and Savannah. We know the 3 of them were from an Army Reserve unit based out of Georgia. I can tell you their names: Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, Specialist Kennedy LaDon Sanders, and Specialist Brianna Alexandria Moffitt. And we are learning just a little bit more information about some of the injuries here as well, because in addition to these 3 lives that were tragically lost, initially we thought there were something like 30 troops in addition who were injured. That number has gone up to about 40, and several of them were critically injured, we understand. And the big question always with attacks like this is whether there are traumatic brain injuries and things like that, that they still need to transfer some troops to other locations and facilities to try to see more information as they continue to recover.
Monica, just a second ago, we mentioned this theory being touted by Pentagon officials about how this attack may have even happened, how this drone went essentially undetected. What more can you tell us about that, and any other preliminary details being shared about what exactly happened?
Yeah, the Pentagon is still working through some of this information, and they do say that the air defense capabilities for the facility where these troops were stationed was working. But what seems to have happened is it's possible that the attack drone was mistaken for an American drone that was returning to what's known as Tower 22, that facility you're seeing on your screen there. And so that could have been a possible mix-up, or by the time they realized that it wasn't an American asset, it was too late. There's another theory potentially here as well, that it was flying so low that it was difficult to detect it at the time that they needed to. And that is why, and this really happened while troops were sleeping still in their beds. They had no idea really, or any warning, of course, that this was coming.
So, Monica, do we have any more clarity on what kind of response the Biden administration is considering to this attack?
We know that they are weighing a lot of different options, and this is always a situation where the U.S. doesn't want to give any kind of an advance warning or hint as to what it will be, but the president was very clear that there will be a response, and we know that likely it's something that could be something that includes multiple phases. It's something that could be, online or in cyberspace, in addition to something that's more kinetic in terms of any kind of counterstrike. It's something that could take some time as well. Here's a little more from the White House on the range of options, while they don't want to say too much at this point.
There's no easy answer here, and that's why the president is meeting with his national security team, weighing the options before him. We are not looking for a war with Iran. We are not seeking a conflict with the regime in a military way. And as I said in the opening, we're not looking to escalate here. This attack over the weekend was escalatory. Make no mistake about it. And it requires a response.
So the U.S. does know that, of course, this attack was perpetrated by Iranian-backed militia proxy groups, in effect. But the U.S. said yesterday, when pressed on this at the White House, that it doesn't seem that there are going to be actual attacks and retaliation inside of Iran. That doesn't seem to be something that right now is the plan, because, of course, that would likely widen this conflict and this war. So we're talking about likely something else in the region, though. We all know, as you're going to discuss, there are also this potential talks for a hostage deal and everything else that's going on with the Israel-Hamas war. So all of that has to be taken into context when making these critical decisions. Joe and Savannah.
We'll get into more on that in just a second. Monica Alba, thank you so much.
Yes, thanks, Monica. Let's now bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. Good to have you with us this morning, as always. So as we mentioned, these different theories cited by Pentagon officials about how this potentially happened, one of which being that the drone was not recognized because it came in at the same time as this U.S. drone. How easy is it to misidentify these drones? Do these Iranian-backed groups have drones with similar capabilities to those of the United States where it could be confusing?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important to understand that the air defense capacity of these really tiny little outposts that we have scattered throughout Iraq and Syria is not anywhere near like what you see with the, some of these Patriot anti-aircraft systems that cover bases, large bases like Bagram in Afghanistan back in the day, those kinds of things. So it's a lot less capable. But it is supposed to be, to handle small-scale things like rockets, the small-scale rockets, and certainly drones. But if the enemy is able to, figure out how we operate our what they call TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures, and they watch enough and they reconnaissance the target enough, they can see, like if. For example, if that drone comes in at a certain time every day, or if it comes in at a certain path, then they can say, hey, let's try to mimic that and come in there. Because, look, let's don't underestimate the enemy. They're very bright and they're very smart, and they can figure out ways to defeat our sources. And as this was the 165th, I think they said, attack, they've got a lot of experience of finding out what doesn't work.
So we don't yet know how the Biden administration is going to respond, but we do know is that it's not looking for war with Iran. But we have seen calls from Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham to attack Tehran. Just how do you think the U.S. is going to respond here?
Yeah, I think that Biden is going to be very, he's going to try to thread the needle, so to speak. He can't just launch another pinprick attack, because none of the ones that we've launched since October have had any deterrent effect, whether it's in the Red Sea or those against our troops in the Middle East there. So he's got to go with something bigger. But look, we need to be sober about this. This is not going to stop. If he goes with a large target array, if he has this over multiple days, which many sources I'm hearing tell me that's the likely outcome, then then that's still not going to change anything. And it's still going to leave our troops at risk, and the threat to them is going to remain high, which is why I say the smartest thing to do is to withdraw our troops from there and get them from those isolated places where they don't have as much defense to larger areas where they do have a lot more defense, which will not negate our security at all, which won't limit our options for security throughout the region, but it will limit our vulnerability. And I think that is key to doing.
We've talked so much since this conflict began about the concern of it broadening and certainly the concern of the U.S. being dragged in a more material way. Did this escalate it enough, or this could be an event where we really start to see that?
Without question, we are on the edge. And certainly President Biden is coming under enormous pressure to strike inside of Iran. There are so many people who have been really angry about this, whether it's retired generals, it's members of Congress that are really pressing to do this and trying to say, oh, Biden's weak if he doesn't do this. Biden has to do what's smart and wise, not what's emotionally satisfying in the moment, because American troops have been killed. So there is a lot of requirement for the president to defend us. And so he must go after the people that physically did this, whether that's Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq or this is Islamic resistance group that took responsibility. He does have to take them out, but he cannot do it in such a way that expands the war, and especially if that includes Iran. And that just makes it very difficult.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thank you so much.
This morning, we're learning new details surrounding a possible deal to secure the release of hostages in Gaza. It comes as new allegations surface about the October 7th Hamas terror attack on Israel and intelligence alleging that some UN relief workers were involved. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the details.
Stunning allegations that at least 12 UN employees helped carry out the October 7th Hamas terror attacks. 2 Israeli intelligence dossiers reviewed by NBC News accusing some staff of the UN Relief and Works Agency, including an elementary school teacher and a social worker, of kidnapping hostages and procuring weapons for Hamas. One dossier alleging 10% of the agency's staff belonged to Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and linking half of its 12,000 employees to the terror groups. NBC News has not confirmed the allegations. The UN fired the accused employees, and the U.S. and others stopped sending money to the agency pending an investigation. I asked Qatar's prime minister about Israel's allegations.
It cannot be punished because of the act of some employees as long as they are complying with their...
Including kidnapping a woman, according to the allegation?
We don't know about the allegation yet until the investigation come out yet.
Meanwhile, we've learned details about a proposed new hostage deal spy chiefs from the U.S., Egypt, Qatar, and Israel agreed to this weekend. It calls for a halt in fighting for 60 days, the release of all civilian hostages, women first, in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. After a month, Hamas would release women IDF soldiers, then male IDF soldiers, as Israel releases the rest of the Palestinian prisoners, thousands of them.
Good progress made to get things back in shape and to at least to lay a foundation. We don't know and we cannot predict what Hamas' response will be.
Also, they are parents of American hostages, including 19-year-old Itay Khan.
The hostages cannot be collateral damage. They need to come out. Then you could do whatever you want.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called the proposed hostage deal strong and compelling, while Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's spokesman says nothing has been agreed to.
Well, Attorney General Merrick Garland will undergo surgery this weekend, according to a Justice Department spokesperson. Garland, who is 71 years old, will transfer power to Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco during the procedure and as he recovers from anesthesia. He's expected to return to work the following week. The surgery is to treat spinal stenosis. That's a narrowing of spaces in the vertebrae. Garland is intentionally giving public notice before the surgery in the wake of the criticism that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin drew after failing to disclose his hospitalization for prostate cancer surgery.
Later today, members of the Republican-led House Homeland Security Committee are meeting. They're considering the proposed articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
On Monday, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called it a political stunt and a hit job. It comes after months of consistent criticism from the GOP towards Mayorkas' border policies. They say that Mayorkas failed to uphold the law and has breached the public's trust.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with the latest on this. So, Julie, explain to us how this is going to play out in the committee today.
Well, this is going to be the first time in 150 years where a cabinet official is staring down the possibility of being impeached by the House. That's what Republicans on the House Homeland Security Committee plan to do to Alejandro Mayorkas, the border chief for the administration this morning, getting in the room at around 10 a.m. in a hearing that could last several hours. They're going to mark up these two articles you just saw on your screen. If that is approved out of the committee, which the chairman, Mark Green, thinks they will be, that then goes to the full House for a vote. That vote has not yet been set, but the earliest we could see it happen, guys, is next week. The question is for Speaker Mike Johnson and his leadership team, do they have the votes to even make this happen? There are a handful of Republicans who have previously said they're not sure if they want to go down this route. They're not sure if Mayorkas' actions qualify being impeached. But if the House does approve this and sends it over to the Senate, that's controlled by Democrats, and more than certainly they're going to acquit Mayorkas at the end. So really, this is a political proceeding for Republicans in the House.
Julie, a deal to restrict migrants from crossing the border into the U.S. also remains in limbo this morning. How are Democrats responding to that fact, as well as you say, what could unfold here should he be impeached, what that means that they're going to do?
Well, this is super interesting because not only is Mayorkas being impeached by House Republicans, but he is the very person the administration had put in the room with those bipartisan Senate negotiators to try and fix the problems at the border that Republicans are impeaching Mayorkas for. So this is really a political pretzel that Republicans have put themselves in. Democrats, though, grasping at this. You played a little bit. You referenced what Jeffries, the Democratic leader, had said in the beginning. He called this a hit job. He called this a political stunt. Those are words being echoed by other Democrats, including Benny Thompson, the ranking member on the Homeland Security Committee. They think this is nothing more than a political stunt. Mayorkas himself, though, responding to these impeachment proceedings this morning in a statement to Mark Green, the chairman of the committee, saying in part, quote, "Whatever proceedings you initiate, however baseless, my responsiveness to oversight requests will not waver. I assure you that your false accusations do not rattle me and do not divert me from law enforcement and broader public service to which I remain devoted."
So let's look at what we saw in the New Hampshire primary. We saw 30% of Republican voters viewing immigration as the biggest issue in America. It's a big issue for Republicans. It's a big issue for former President Trump, which seems to be impacting some of these negotiations. So with that in mind, where did the negotiations stand on the deal? What are some of the obstacles in the way of getting that deal done?
Well, certainly Trump is a big obstacle, not one that they didn't expect, though. Negotiators wanted to finish this process up at the end of last year for a reason, because the second you get into an election year, you have Trump on the campaign trail railing against this deal. He doesn't want it done. He sees, of course, the border issue as one of his top political jabs that he can throw against President Biden, who he's likely to face in November at the ballot box. And so, of course, Trump is a big factor. Speaker Johnson is certainly listening to him. The hardline Republicans in the House are too, but that doesn't mean the Senate is not going to move forward. In fact, we have some new reporting this morning with my colleagues on what's in this proposal. They are really getting down to the finish line to give Biden and any future administration new enforcement mechanisms at the border, some really conservative border measures that Republicans have called for years and years. So we'll see if the Senate can get it out this week. We'll see if they can vote on it. And then Speaker Johnson certainly has a big decision to make.
All right. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Well, the former IRS contractor who leaked the tax records of former President Trump, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk to the media has been sentenced to 5 years in prison, and he must pay a $5,000 fine.
Last October, Charles Littlejohn pleaded guilty to one count of disclosure of tax return and return information. Prosecutors say Littlejohn abused his position within the IRS by disclosing thousands of wealthy Americans' federal tax returns. They say he, quote, weaponized his access to unmasked taxpayer data to further his personal political agenda.
Over the weekend, a cyber attack hit government servers in Fulton County, Georgia, impacting the office of District Attorney Fani Willis, who is prosecuting the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump. NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen is here with the latest for us. John, good morning. Great to have you with us. So tell us what happened here. How big of an impact did the cyber attack have there, as well as throughout the whole county?
Yeah, good morning, Dream Team. We don't know a ton about this cyber attack, in part because officials are still, I think, trying to figure out what happened. Certainly, they have not said everything that they might say about what happened. It is not clear entirely whether this case against Donald Trump is affected in any way. What authorities in Georgia are saying, according to our colleague Blaine Alexander, who did great reporting here, is that they are not aware at this point of any sensitive information about citizens that has been compromised, and Fonnie Willis's office has not said anything at all. They're declining to comment. So I think we may have to just take a breath here and pause and see what comes out of all the searches that they're doing to make sure that nothing was retrieved or misappropriated.
To be clear, John, you are a third of the Dream Team. All right, let's talk about the state of the race here. Former President Trump held rallies in Las Vegas ahead of the next caucus. That one's just a week away. Tell us what he's focusing now that the Republican field is narrowing. It's one-on-one, basically, with him and Nikki Haley, and also now that President Biden is ramping up his campaign efforts.
You know, for the entirety of this campaign, Donald Trump has been trying to pivot to a race against Joe Biden for two reasons. Number one, to try to actually get a jump on that because Biden doesn't have, competition that's likely to defeat him, but also to try to signal to Republican voters and Republican donors and others that they should stop helping other candidates. At the moment, Trump is focused on beating the heck out of Nikki Haley in her home state of South Carolina, trying to wrap up the nomination, not just be sort of the shadow presumptive nominee, but actually move into that phase where he can compete in the general election.
And John, let's talk about the latest with Nikki Haley. She's raised $4 million since last week's New Hampshire primary, where she finished second and said she was going to hang in there. Of course, the race has now turned to her home state, South Carolina. And it kind of sounds like she's starting to temper expectations in that primary that'll happen next month. What's her message been?
Yeah, her message is that she could continue to come in second place and somehow win the nomination, and that's at odds with reality. What she keeps saying is, that basically she just needs a good performance in South Carolina. When she's asked, Kristen Welker on Meet the Press this past weekend asked her to name a state basically where she could win, and she didn't do that. That's not a good sign for the Haley campaign. The money that you mentioned is a good sign for her. It means that she's continuing to have money to make the plane fly, as they say, and to continue to be able to campaign. But it's also not a jaw-dropping amount of money. You say $4 million in a week. That's good enough to keep campaigning, but the top campaigns would be drawing $1 million a day at this point.
All right, John, thanks so much for joining us again this morning. We appreciate it. Convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh won't get a new trial. Yesterday, a judge in South Carolina denied the disgraced attorney's request for a retrial. His lawyer had argued that court clerk Becky Hill tampered with the jury and tainted the verdict. Hill denied those allegations. The judge heard from Hill and all 12 jurors in the trial before issuing her ruling in the one-day hearing. She found that while Hill was, quote, not completely credible as a witness, that the jurors were not persuaded by her actions. Murdaugh is currently serving 2 life sentences for the murders of his wife and youngest son.
Coming up, we have a royal wellness check for you. King Charles and Princess Kate are back at home after separate medical procedures, what we've learned about their recovery and when they could return to public duty.
But first, linked up, it may sound like science fiction, but Elon Musk says his tech startup that will let people control their phone just by thinking has just completed implanting its first device in a human. That story next.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with a major announcement from Elon Musk's brain science startup company. It's called Neuralink. Musk says the company recently implanted a device in its first human. He made the announcement yesterday on X, saying the patient received an implant and is recovering well. Musk didn't give any details about the procedure or the implant, but he said initial results are promising. Now, there's no independent confirmation of Neuralink's progress, but if successful, Musk says this could be a step toward a product that would allow people to control devices just by thinking. One of Neuralink's competitors, Precision Neuroscience, implanted its device in a human for the first time last year.
Never want to be that close to my
there
phone.
we go.
All right, the Princess of Wales, Kate Middleton, and King Charles are at home now, recovering after both were released from the hospital yesterday.
It's been nearly 2 weeks since the princess had a planned abdominal surgery and just a few days since the king was treated for an enlarged prostate. Kensington Palace released a statement following the princess's release saying, quote, the Princess of Wales has returned home to Windsor to continue her recovery from surgery. She is making good progress.
Joining us now is NBC News royal commentator and Talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Good to have you with us, Daisy. So let's start with the princess. Is the palace releasing any new details about the type of surgery she had, or just any more on how she's doing this morning?
For the moment, they're staying pretty tight-lipped about exactly what that surgery was. Of course, we've been able to work out a bit of it in that the fact that she stayed in for nearly 2 weeks in hospital. That is a considerably long time. Most surgeries, particularly for a young and fit woman like Kate, these days you'd be in and out of hospital in just a few days, certainly less than a week. So we can ascertain that it was something quite major. But other than that, they're not saying. Personally, I suspect that when Kate is finally back on her feet and back resuming royal duties, that she might then decide to talk more publicly about what it was she had, particularly if there's an element that she might be able to help other people suffering with whatever it is that she's been going through. But for now, it's just concentrating for that family on getting her back to fighting fitness.
And do we know when that might be that we do see Kate return to public duties? And tell us also about Prince William, now that Kate is settled at home, what he'll be doing.
Absolutely. So obviously, William has been holding the fort while Kate's been in hospital for the last 2 weeks. We haven't seen him going in and out of hospital to visit her very frequently. Of course, that doesn't mean that he didn't do that, because there are other ways of getting into the hospital without the photographers and paparazzi seeing you. So he was only spotted going in once, but he made it very plain that his duties and his responsibilities were going to be fully focused on their 3 young children whilst Kate was away from home. When she did go home, which of course we know was yesterday, he then did say he wouldn't be going straight back to public duties, but he would want to make sure that she was okay at home without him before he went back to work, as it were. And I think in some ways this is quite a sweet reminder that they do want to be a much more modern royal family, albeit William is next in line to the throne and Kate will be the Queen one day. But they have made great emphasis in the past few years that they want to be as normal as possible in their sort of parenting duties. And I think this shows that.
We know a little more about King Charles and what he was treated for. How's he doing this morning? When will he return to his duties?
I think he'll be back on his feet and back in the public eye much quicker than Kate. And very interesting that he has taken a different stance on what was going on with him. Now, of course, having an enlarged prostate when you're a man in your mid-70s is very common. Experts here say it probably will affect 70, 80, even 90% of people his age. And Charles was very clear that he wanted to come out about what was going on with him in order to encourage other men, because I'm sure it's probably the same in the United States, but certainly here in the UK, men, particularly of a certain generation, are a bit queasy, are a bit embarrassed about talking about something which really is very common. And most importantly, if you don't get it checked out, you can miss the signs of it being cancerous and so on. So there was a real public health initiative that Charles was trying to grapple with the fact that he was going public, and that has worked. In fact, people going on to our National Health Service website to get themselves checked out for prostate problems, that's gone up by about 300%. So he's really done a good thing.
It had an impact. Good to hear that. Daisy McAndrew, thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Let's stay on some international headlines. Pope Francis is addressing criticism over authorizing priests to bless same-sex couples.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Well, that's right. The announcement by the Catholic Church that from now on, same-sex couples will also be allowed to receive blessings was received with some criticism and a lot of controversy, especially among some African bishops. So the Pope was asked about that in an interview published on La Stampa newspapers on Monday here. And he said that, and I quote, Africans were a special case because for them, homosexuality is something bad from a cultural point of view, but also that he was confident that, except for Africans, critics of his decision would eventually understand it. Let's now go to Peru, where thousands of tourists were left stranded after protesters blocked access to Machu Picchu. Train services to the ancient ruins have been suspended since Saturday after locals demonstrating over a new ticketing system blocked the railway line. Protesters fear that a new electronic ticket sales platform will hurt local businesses by privatizing sales and directing profits to one single firm. As a consequence, tourists who flock to the World Heritage Site from all over the world are currently unable to reach it. And let's end this tour of the world, well, in the ice skating rink. According to the Associated Press, the U.S. Olympic figure skating team were told they will receive the Olympic gold medal 2 years after they won silver at the Winter Games in Beijing. Russian skater Kamila Valieva won gold in 2022, but 6 weeks later she tested positive for doping. According to AP, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee received word that as a consequence, the IOC will award the gold to the U.S. team instead. Well, it's never too late to celebrate. Back to you guys.
Yeah. Been a long wait, my goodness.
Claudio, thank you.
Let's get a closer look at your morning News Now weather forecast.
Angie Lastman is with us in studio this morning. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We've got another storm system that we're tracking out west, and we've got one little tiny kind of clipper system that's working across the Great Lakes. It's going to leave us with some slick spots across the Midwest and Great Lakes, and eventually move a little farther to the east as the day goes on. But out west is where we already have these flood alerts. We have plenty of winter storm watches that are in effect, stretching across parts of California and points east of that. But where you see that brighter green, that's the flood watch. We've got 11 million people impacted by these alerts as we gear up for another system that's going to work in and leave us with some really heavy rainfall. Today, mostly parts of the Pacific Northwest will deal with some of these off and on showers. But as we get into the overnight hours, California especially going to be hit by some of this really heavy rain. This is a look into tomorrow. You can see Northern California basically is where the bullseye is for the heaviest of that rain, but it extends from the Bay Area all the way up to Eureka, and we'll see that risk of flooding not just tomorrow, but into Thursday as well. We'll start to see some of that snow falling as well as the system works a little farther to the east, mainly focused over the Sierra Nevada range, and we'll also see some high winds with that, so travel will be difficult across that region. We'll pick up a good amount of rain in a short period of time here over the next couple of days. Isolated spots could be up to 6 inches. We'll see more widespread amounts, anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches, but we of course know that it doesn't take much to see flooding concerns across this region with rain falling in a short period of time. And how about some snow? We will expect anywhere from 1 foot to 3 feet in some of those higher elevations across the mountains, but otherwise about 1 inch to 2 inches in more widespread areas. Temperature-wise, we are looking like spring, guys. We've got temperatures into the 50s in Salt Lake City today, mid-60s for Denver. These temperatures running 10, 15, even 20 degrees above normal. Minneapolis will be into the low 40s this afternoon. And that that warmth sticks with us as we get into tomorrow. 70s for Oklahoma City, mid-50s for Omaha. Chicago will hit 45 degrees. We'll start to see things turn a little cooler as we get into the later parts of the work week and into early portions of the weekend, but still 40s for Cleveland on Thursday, back down to the 30s on Friday and Saturday. Washington, D.C., though, will stick into those 50s through the end of the work week and into the weekend, and New York ends up into the low 40s by the time Saturday rolls around, guys. But I don't think anyone's complaining when they see 70s in late January in parts of the middle of the country over the next couple of days.
Minneapolis, 33 degrees above normal. Wow.
Yes. Wow. And still only into the 40s.
It's still cold. All right.
Still cold.
Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, truly terrifying moments caught on camera.
Why one woman says she had no choice but to cling to the hood of a speeding car. You can see there some precious cargo she told police was stolen. That's up next.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Imagine seeing this. A woman in downtown Los Angeles was seen on camera desperately trying to stop the people who had just stolen her car. And she says it's all because of what, or perhaps more appropriately, who was inside. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz showed us how she tried to catch a thief.
It's a shocking video. A woman clinging to the hood of a car as thieves speed off with her 1-year-old French bulldog.
I said, this is it. This is how I'm going to die.
Ali Zacharias miraculously survived, saying she fell off 2 blocks later as she watched the dog nappers drive away with little Onyx.
We're eating right here.
Outside the Whole Foods in downtown Los Angeles, where the terrifying incident unfolded, Zacharias described to us the moments a woman stole him and ran to a getaway car.
My only recourse was to stop the car, so I stood in front of the car and I put my hands out and I said, stop. I said, do not go. And I didn't think that they'd drive into a human. The next thing I know, they drove into me and banged me and till I fell on the hood.
This all happened right here at this intersection, and it's part of a disturbing trend. These prized French bulldogs snatched from their owners, often then sold on the black market. In 2021, Lady Gaga's 2 Frenchies were taken after shooting her dog walker. The dogs found after she offered a $500,000 reward for their safe return. And just last November, thieves stole a dozen puppies worth $100,000 from a LA pet store. French bulldogs, the #1 dog breed in America, cost between $3,000 to $9,000, some even more. Were you aware that people often target these dogs when you got?
Yes, but I never thought it would be me. I never thought that this would be my situation.
Onyx now a statistic, with Zacharias still praying he'll be returned. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Oh, some dramatic video there. Well, now it's time for our mental health check-in. Today, we're taking a closer look at the differences between anxiety and then something that's known as psychological avoidance.
Plus, dealing with aging, like it or not, the clock is ticking. So we're going to break down the fight against wrinkles and share some tips on how to feel better about getting older.
There you go. Here to help us out is Dr. Erica Richards, Chair of Psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital, as well as an Assistant Professor of Psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Dr. Richards, always great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us. So let's start with this psychological avoidance. First, walk us through what that even means.
Good morning, Savannah. So we talk about psychological avoidance, and really it's important for us to consider that this might be one of our issues instead of anxiety. So psychological avoidance is essentially this quick fix where you avoid a problem instead of addressing the problem. So when we talk about anxiety, we know that about 12% of the US population will experience worry or intense anxiety at some point. And the authors kind of studies liken it to an ostrich burying their head in the sand. And so although things are swarming around you, if you close your eyes and don't look, is it still happening really is the question. And there's 3 patterns typically to look for psychological avoidance. Certainly one of them is reacting. When you just respond to a stressful event instead of taking a deep breath, don't send that angry email, maybe write it and don't sing it, send it. There's retreating, when you pull back from an issue instead of addressing it. And then there's remaining, just saying, you know what, status quo is as far as I'm gonna get and I'm gonna leave things there. And really what we want people to develop are strategies to overcome this psychological avoidance. And in order to do that, think about shifting, think about challenging your thoughts, take off your glasses, clean off the lenses and view the world maybe through cleaner lenses or different colors. Approach the issue, take a step that feels manageable to you, maybe not charging head in and addressing everything at once, but a small step towards it. And finally, align yourself with your values, with your ethics, which will help you prevent these avoidant behaviors as well.
All right, some good tips there. All right, let's talk about an expression that's trending on TikTok, aging like milk, which is, I guess, not how you want to age. Some young people are worried about getting older. So break this down for us. Why is Gen Z so worried? And honestly, what can we all do to relax about aging?
Gen Z is approaching 30 and they have age anxiety. And the question is, what is happening? Is this new to their generation? Does everyone experience it? And what we know is that really age anxiety is universal. The thought about getting older causes us anxiety, and really what's happening with this generation is that there's some acceleration. We see kind of makeup applications. We see people that are using social media to really look back in time and compare themselves to their former selves, which causes more anxiety. And I think that overall, we really want people to worry about the here and now and have less apprehension related to entering that next phase of adulthood.
Finally, we've got one kind of Valentine's potentially related, which of course is around the corner. Is it a crush that you've got on somebody, or is it what's called limerence? Researchers say that term describes a crush that's like times 1,000, and it can actually end up becoming unhealthy or addicting. How do we know when we're experiencing it, and what do we do about that?
So Savannah, the way that I would describe limerence is essentially it's a crush on steroids. Now, it's a relatively new term coined in the late 1970s by a psychologist. It's essentially this state of overwhelming and unexpected longing for social reciprocation from another human. So that's a lot of words, but essentially it's a crush. It's the crush that goes awry and it dominates your thoughts. You really become fearful of rejection. Now, this object may or may not know that you exist. So it's making up these scenarios, preventing you from really engaging in relationships and social things that are really close to you. So we want people to know that if it interferes with your ability to have these meaningful, real-world relationships, then it's time to start to ask for help.
Good advice. I think we've seen here what happens if you Google video for limerence or avoidance.
There's some extreme examples of video there. All right.
Some funny stuff while you were talking, but great advice. Dr. Erica Richards, we appreciate it as always. Good to see you. Thanks. Coming up, a statue of baseball legend Jackie Robinson sawed off and stolen from a Kansas park.
The surveillance video investigators hope will lead them to the thieves. That's next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with a mystery in Kansas. Police are searching for answers after a statue of baseball icon Jackie Robinson was stolen. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains why this missing tribute to the Hall of Famer is much bigger than the game.
It's the crime scene reduced to nothing but a pair of bronze cleats, a brazen theft at a public park. That for many in Wichita, Kansas, is personal.
I was appalled. And then once I saw the photos, I was angry.
Angry over how someone could steal a life-size statue of Jackie Robinson, the first black baseball player to play in the major leagues. His tribute unveiled not even 3 years ago.
I can tell you that we will not stop in our pursuit of the people that stole this from our community.
The crime caught on surveillance video early last Thursday.
They just cut that beautiful statue off at the feet and loaded it into a pickup truck.
Police have since found that very truck, but till NBC News, no sign of the suspects or known motive. The disappearance hitting Wichita's League 42, named in honor of Robinson, especially hard.
This was much more than just a statue here. This park is in a place that's surrounded by low-income community, historically redlined, and a place that is a point of pride for many of us who grew up in Wichita.
Pride now pouring in through donations, hoping to replace the $75,000 statue if it's never recovered.
I love that the community is behind this and wants to see some restoration to the statue.
We're determined to bring that back. We won't allow the folks who committed this crime, again, no matter their motivation, to take that away from us.
A hero's legacy, standing tall, no matter what. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Let's get you some financial headlines now. Boeing is withdrawing its request for a safety exemption for its 737 MAX 7.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so Boeing has withdrawn its request after Senator Tammy Duckworth said it would prematurely allow the 737 MAX 7 jet to be certified to carry passengers. Now, last year, the FAA determined a design flaw in the MAX 7's engine de-icing system could be dangerous to passengers. This now means the MAX 7 will be significantly delayed until Boeing can come up with a fix for the flaw and get FAA approval. This comes as the company faces intense political pressure following the blowout of a door plug on a MAX 9 plane. American Airlines is cutting more than 650 workers in Dallas, Fort Worth, and in Phoenix who are part of its service recovery teams. Now, they work to resolve passenger issues such as lost luggage and other complaints. A spokesperson says the airline had been bouncing passengers from group to group instead of resolving the problem right away. So, to streamline operations, American is creating a customer success team. Workers impacted by the cuts will be given first dibs at jobs on the new team. And Walmart is testing digital labels that light up with an app to help customers find items on store shelves. Bloomberg reports they're already being used by employees at a few dozen locations. The lights flash green to help shelf stockers and blue for pickers fulfilling online orders. Walmart will launch the pilot program for customers later this year. It's possible they won't need the lights as longtime shoppers typically know where items are stocked. And the Walmart app already directs people to the right aisle. I get lost everywhere all the time. I'm always just roaming aisles until I find things, no matter where I go.
I need help in every store I go to. Which aisle is this in? Yeah.
But it'll look like you're around Christmas in the aisles.
Flashing.
So look at the bright side.
It's kind of a cool idea, though. Savannah, thank you.
Yeah. We are nearly a month into the new year, so now might be a good time to check on how those New Year's resolutions are coming along.
Yeah, that's right. According to the National Institutes of Health, it takes about 10 weeks to form a new habit. So you are about halfway there. That's some good news. But let's say you've fallen off track. Don't beat yourself up. Today, we are going to look at ways to help you bounce back.
Joining us now for more is Katie Horwitz. She's a mindset coach, author, and the founder of Woman Against Negative Talk. Good to have you with us. So we probably all know maybe the answer to this deep and down if we don't want to acknowledge it, though, which is why are the reasons we don't succeed, might be struggling right now with our resolution.
I mean, there are some that are surprising. I think one that might be a bit more obvious for people is a lack of clarity going into things, getting specific about what those goals are, but also we have to allow ourselves flexibility to be able to pivot, be able to recognize what our starting point is. And then something that people often forget is that January is like cozy hibernation month. And so oftentimes we can get swept up in sort of the energy of the New Year's and we make goals because we think we're supposed to, when really what we want to do is hibernate and reflect and go a little easier on ourselves.
Just binge TV.
Yeah. I'm very much the mine kind of kick in the third week of January. You know,
Same.
I need a beat to deal with holiday recovery, all that kind of stuff. What can you do though to try to avoid negative feelings, negative self-talk if you have fallen off? Let's say you kind of really went for it and it's not working out so far. What should you do?
Yeah, if you're having that sort of oops or eek moment, I think recognizing that those feelings are normal feelings to have is so important. Giving yourself grace and space to move through those and not letting the feelings that you have about those feelings take over, the guilt, the shame. And then also this language around getting on and off the wagon. I think we hear that a lot the new year, right? And I like to get rid of the wagon altogether. Your life is the wagon.
No one uses a wagon anymore.
Yeah, you are on a journey. So recognizing that your life is going to have high highs, low lows, and setting yourself up for success for those to sort of pre-plan, okay, how am I going to pivot? How am I going to work in flexibility? That can be really helpful in those moments where you feel like I might as well just give up.
So what is, if you are struggling right now and you're at the end of January and you're thinking, oh, I failed at my resolutions, how do you get back on track? What's your best advice?
I love following the feeling. So getting back to the why of not just why did I set out to make these goals in the first place, but why do I want this in my life? How do I want to feel after my goals? Success is great because it's subjective. We get to define it for ourselves. So also getting really clear on what do my success markers look like, right? Because it can get really easy to get wrapped up in other people's success markers. So following the feeling, getting back to the why, and then being proactive, not reactive in those moments where you feel like maybe you're faltering a little is key to set yourself up for long-term success.
I also feel like it's helpful for me to remember that, like, we kind of just made this up. Like, there's no reason that January 1st is like your whole life has to change.
Yes. I mean, right now, like I said, we are in a season that is more conducive to a little bit more ease and hibernation. So if springtime is a time that feels really good to set goals, doing like what you said, taking this moment to reflect and be easy on yourself and take in the world can really, really help you give that self-compassion to yourself that so many of us say that we want to have.
Yeah.
Great perspective to have. And
love it.
Groundhog Day, how about that? That's coming up.
That's when your resolutions
Make
kick
your resolutions
off.
kick off on Groundhog Day.
We'll check in then.
Only if Puxatawny Phil doesn't see.
Yeah.
Right. Katie Harwich, thank you so much. That was great. We appreciate having you on.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, a California veteran who survived the Pearl Harbor attack celebrating his 100th birthday.
Yeah, the family and friends who showed up to make the day extra special. That is up next.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Waiting 40 years for this. They called themselves Ghostbusters.
There you see it. The trailer for the new Ghostbusters movie is out, and it features some familiar faces from the 1984 original. Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Ernie Hudson, and Annie Potts are all back in action, as is everyone's favorite mean green ghost, Slimer. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire follows from 2021's Ghostbusters Afterlife, and also features cast members from that movie, including Paul Rudd and Carrie Coon. The story sees New York City covered in ice by an evil force. You can watch it all unravel in theaters March 22nd.
How exciting is that? Thank you, Joe.
Yep.
Well, finally this hour, a birthday celebration, a century in the making. Over the weekend, dozens of people gathered in California to celebrate the 100th birthday of a Pearl Harbor attack survivor. And as NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber explains, it was a day he will never forget.
The bombs blast, the cannons roar, the sights and sounds of battle.
For Chuck Kohler, turning 100 was a birthday for the history books.
This is wonderful. Oh, my goodness gracious.
I don't think many people get to experience something like this.
Kohler, a U.S. Navy veteran who survived the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor, celebrating his special day with over 100 friends and relatives who gathered to mark the milestone.
I've been involved in a lot of things during my life, and, but this is maybe the most exciting and pleasing that I've had.
We all gave some, and some gave all.
Kohler remembering the day when over 2,400 of his fellow shipmates, comrades, lost their lives at war. At the time, he was just 17 years old. He says he feels lucky to be celebrating a century, and he feels touched by the recognition.
All of these people, who knows where all they've came from, because of me, who wish me a happy birthday, I'll never, ever forget it.
Now a great-grandfather, Kohler sharing some words of advice for those hoping to see their own 100th birthday.
Don't worry about taking. Always be trying to give. Works real good. It has for me, anyway. It's been a great, rewarding life, But the more you put into it, the more you can expect to get back.
What a message.
No kidding.
What
And
a
Chuck
man.
is not aging like milk. He looks fantastic. So good for Chuck. Happy birthday.
Yes, really. And our thanks to Ellison Barber. What an incredible story.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Well, stay with us because the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, we are starting in the Middle East, where new details are emerging about 3 U.S. soldiers killed in a drone strike in Jordan over the weekend. U.S. officials now speaking out on what could have gone wrong. We've got the latest as some lawmakers on Capitol Hill press President Biden for congressional approval before he uses military force. Back home, America's border crisis is escalating. Today, House Republicans expected to introduce new measures to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The move comes as a bipartisan group of lawmakers race to piece together a spending package that would give President Biden more control over the border. We're going to bring you the latest from Washington as the future of that legislation becomes more and more uncertain. Also this morning, a South Carolina judge slamming the door shut on convicted killer Alec Murdaugh's request for a retrial. We're going to take you inside the courtroom and behind that decision. Plus, later in the hour, the game-changing possibility of vaccines against cancer. Now closer than ever, the patients who are already benefiting, and how our very own Kristen Dahlgren is playing a part in bringing groundbreaking researchers together. Looking forward to that story from our friend Kristen. We're going to begin this hour with that deadly drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers, injured dozens more troops, an attack the U.S. blames on Iran-backed militias.
This morning, we are hearing from the families of those killed in the attack as questions mount about how it happened and how the U.S. should respond. NBC's chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has more from northern Iraq.
Hey there, good day to you. Local media here reports that Iranian-backed militia along the border between Iraq and Syria are already evacuating installations in anticipation of a potential U.S. strike. Secretary of State Antony Blinken not signaling when such a strike might come, but saying that it would be potentially multi-leveled, come in stages and sustained over time. Also saying he believes the situation in this region is the most dangerous it's been for decades. This morning, questions over how a drone laden with explosives evaded defenses on this American base in Jordan and what the U.S. response should be. The family of 23-year-old specialist Brianna Alexandria Moffett from Georgia, one of 3 killed on the base known as Tower 22, speaking to NBC News.
We will like to know what happened and how could this happen?
It's the first time American servicemen and women have been killed by what the US says was an Iranian-backed militia since the war in Gaza began. Despite waves of attacks, Iran insists it did not direct the drone attack, but it appeared to be relatively sophisticated, flying low, possibly tricking the base's defenses by flying in at the same time as an American drone, according to Pentagon officials. The service members' families now grieving.
If we know what we know now, we would have just said, I love you so much. Just make sure that she knew that she wasn't alone. And that we love her.
Yes. 46-year-old Sergeant William Jerome Rivers was from New Jersey, and Specialist Kennedy LaDon Sanders, who was 24, was from Georgia.
She's always very liked by everyone. She's a dedicated friend, teammate. She was just well liked and a very joyful, bright personality.
The president vowing a response. The US could decide to strike Iranian-linked groups or commanders in the region, or send a stronger message with a strike on Iran itself. The Biden administration under pressure.
Stuart, I think it's important to go after Iran, and it's because they're behind all of these attacks.
Amid calls to avoid an escalation that might pull the US into a wider war.
We do not seek war with Iran, but we have and we will continue to defend our personnel.
The challenge for the Biden administration is that so far nothing has seemed to work. Remember that the US has launched 8 airstrikes against Iranian-backed militia in Iraq and Syria, a similar amount against Houthi rebels in Yemen, and yet the attacks keep coming. Now, analysts are talking about potentially striking Iran's weapon production facilities, perhaps naval assets, perhaps intelligence systems. The question the Biden administration will be weighing up is whether you can escalate with Iran in order to de-escalate without slipping into a full-scale war. We're not close to that, but that is the kind of calculations that the US government is going to be worrying about.
All right, Kirsten Mins, thank you so much.
And this morning, there is progress in negotiations for the release of the Israeli hostages in Gaza. Officials from Israel, Egypt, the U.S., and Qatar have created the framework for a deal that would involve a 60-day pause in fighting in Gaza. That's according to a source familiar with the talks. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on that. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. So Israeli officials are urging caution around these negotiations, but hostages' families are hoping this could be a breakthrough. Hamas said this morning that they have received this offer. Today, a deal to free the remaining hostages in Gaza coming into focus. Representatives from Israel, Egypt, the U.S., and Qatar reached a unified position yesterday to free more than 100 hostages, 6 of them Americans. A draft has been given to Hamas. The deal would impose a 60-day temporary truce in the Gaza Strip, while Hamas would release 1 Israeli hostage in exchange for every 3 Palestinian prisoners, according to people with knowledge of the discussions. And it would allow more humanitarian aid into Gaza. Hostage families worry their relatives won't survive long enough to see freedom.
Every day that it's passing by, it's dangerous for them.
It comes as the war continues to spread. This morning, dramatic video from the West Bank where Israel says it raided a hospital to take out a Hamas terror cell. 3 Palestinians were killed. Meanwhile, controversy deepens around UNRWA, the main UN agency in Gaza. At least 14 countries have halted funding after Israel accused 12 of its Gazan employees of taking part in or aiding Hamas's October 7 terror attacks. 2 Israeli intelligence dossiers reviewed by NBC News accusing some staff of kidnapping hostages and procuring weapons for Hamas. Israel now saying 10% of the agency's staff belong to Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Without financing, UNRWA says it may need to stop providing services to Palestinians across the Middle East as soon as next month.
I do think it's important to remember that UNRWA does important work, and we shouldn't impugn the good work of a whole agency because of the terrible allegations.
Certainly not, but does that create a trust issue and a credibility issue there?
Well, it could very well, depending on what the investigation finds.
And now we're hearing that the spokesman for the Prime Minister's office says that he's going to be hosting a press conference this afternoon to try to lay out those accusations against UNRWA in more detail. Joe?
All right, Matt, thank you.
Well, on Capitol Hill today, House Republicans are pushing ahead with an effort to impeach Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, the top Biden administration official in charge of overseeing the border. It comes as a bipartisan group of lawmakers are preparing to unveil new legislation. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is covering this all for us this morning. Hi, Ryan. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And later this morning, Republicans will take the first step towards something Congress hasn't done in more than 150 years, impeaching a sitting cabinet secretary. It all comes just as bipartisan negotiators are set to release the legislation aimed at calming the border crisis.
It is a building problem more than 1,700 miles away from the U.S. Capitol. Migrants entering the United States at a record clip, leading to overworked border guards, a system at a breaking point, and human lives in the balance. In Eagle Pass, Texas, a young migrant girl attempting to cross into the United States through the Rio Grande River, caught in the current and forced to be rescued. Back on Capitol Hill, Republicans are putting the blame squarely on the Biden administration.
Joe Biden has turned every community into a border community with his failed policies.
So much so that today they'll move articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, accusing him of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and a breach of the public trust. Democrats argue this move is nothing more than a political stunt.
The House Republicans have clearly turned their ever-shrinking majority over to the extremists. And this sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is just another sad example.
It comes as a bipartisan group of senators are working to hash out a deal to give President Biden more authority to regulate border crossings. This after a record number of migrants came into the country in December. More than 370,000 overall, with nearly 250,000 illegal crossings at the southern border alone.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
But while Republicans have been pushing for changes, their de facto party leader, Donald Trump, is undermining the negotiations before the bill is even released.
Hey, please blame it on me, please, because they were getting ready to pass a very bad bill.
Leading to another partisan immigration showdown in Washington, while the crisis at the border continues to escalate.
And this morning, Secretary Mayorkas is responding directly to the push to impeach him. He sent a 7-page letter to the committee where he calls the charges against him baseless and false. Savannah?
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
Today, Alec Murdaugh is back in a South Carolina prison after a judge denied his request for a retrial in the murders of his wife and son. Murdaugh and his lawyers allege that a court clerk tampered with the jury and influenced their decision to find him guilty, but the judge says the defense failed to prove that. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from outside the courthouse with the latest on this. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. This was 8 hours yesterday of I cannot believe what I just saw. The judge in this case said the clerk at the heart of those tampering allegations was not a credible witness. She tore apart her testimony on the stand. And in fact, Becky Hill's own story was contradicted by jurors, by friends, even by her own emails. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the judge decided she didn't think that changed any of the outcome here, and she denied the retrial.
Did Clerk of Court Hill's comments have any impact on the verdict of the jury? I find that the answer to this question is no.
The most sensational trial in South Carolina history has finally been put to bed, at least for now. Monday's dramatic ruling and rejection of Alec Murdaugh's motion for a retrial following his double murder conviction for the killing of his wife and youngest son featured a host of twists, turns, and contradictions on the stand for Clerk of Court Becky Hill.
I did not have a conversation with any juror about anything related to this case.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, in any way with any influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court Becky Hill in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
That bombshell coming from a woman named Juror Z, though she was the only one of 12 jurors to say Hill actually influenced her vote. And even then, her sworn affidavit from August said, I had questions about Mr. Murdoch's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors, making no mention of Hill, who is currently under investigation by the state for alleged interactions with the jury and using her office for personal gain.
It's possible that she may have broken jury tampering laws, but far more likely, she violated her known duty to not interfere with the deliberations of the jurors.
The proceedings also highlighted Hill's book, Behind the Doors of Justice, which also proved a tale of two stories.
How much money did you make off that book?
Roughly around $100,000.
Guilty would sell more books.
She said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And then further conversations, a guilty verdict would sell more books.
In the end, the judge concluding that Hill didn't change the outcome, but did cross a line.
I find that the clerk of court is not completely credible as a witness. Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity.
And not surprisingly, Joe, the Murdoch legal team saying they're going to appeal this right away to the Court of Appeals, then the state Supreme Court. If that doesn't work, and then the federal courts, that could take a matter of years when all is said and told. They also said they do feel vindicated to a degree that it was shown Becky Hill was acting improperly, but this could be an uphill climb. As the judge did say yesterday, she read every single word of that 6-week-long murder trial transcript and came to the same conclusion the jury made the right decision. Joe, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you.
NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella joins us now for more on this. Always great to have you. Thanks for being here. So let's talk about just how critical the judge was there of the clerk, and then could this impact future jury tampering cases?
The judge was extraordinarily critical. I mean, not like something I haven't really even seen before. I almost thought that she brought up evidence that she was not even allowing the prosecutors or the defense team to bring up. She just kept going after Becky Hill, almost trying to get her to say on the stand, I totally lied, I made everything up. So it was crazy. Now, in terms of the future of jury tampering, I do think this still sends a message that you could possibly get in trouble. Right. I think the standard for every jurisdiction is different here. This judge set her own, and so we'll see what different jurisdictions say.
The siren call of celebrity. It is alluring.
Quite a way to put it.
Let's break this down, because really they only needed to find that one of the 12 jurors was really swayed by this clerk, was prejudiced by this clerk to really get a new trial. And there was one juror, Juror Z, who said Hill actually influenced her vote, and then later said her fellow jurors influenced her more. Could that have been enough for a retrial? Why wasn't it enough?
Well, it's possible that could be brought up in appeal, but I think Juror Z's testimony is actually what ended up saving Becky Hill and possibly saving the conviction. And that's because, as you said, she did say she was influenced, but ultimately what influenced her the most was the jury. And that is what's supposed to happen in a jury, by the way. The jurors are supposed to influence each other. Had she said on that stand that Becky Hill had made her change her verdict, perhaps that would have been enough. But the judge did set a high bar.
You mentioned the potential of an appeal. I mean, could we see this in court again?
Well, definitely the appeal. I don't know if we'll see the whole trial again, but for sure, as his lawyer said, because there's not a lot of precedent in the state of South Carolina for what the standard is in a case like this. The judge said it has to be evidence that really changed a juror's mind. So that is a high bar, and we'll likely see that standard appealed at the appellate court and the state Supreme Court.
Angela Sanadella, we appreciate you as always. Thank you so much.
We have much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the dollars and cents behind the so-called Taylor Swift effect that's now taking the NFL by storm. This days before.
Chip reportedly successfully implanted in a human for the first time. But what exactly does it do, and what role could it play in humanity's future? We have answers up next. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
the NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammond delivering.
All right, it just me too.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Elon Musk has announced a big step toward his goal of connecting human brains to computers.
He revealed that his brain science startup company has already implanted a device in a human brain for the first time. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this super interesting one. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. This will get people talking. This procedure feels very futuristic and was no small feat, using a robot to surgically place a computer chip into a human brain. Elon Musk calling his company's product telepathy.
This morning, a brain chip has been successfully implanted in a human, according to Elon Musk. The tech titan sharing a big breakthrough from his brain science startup company, Neuralink, saying it has implanted a device in a human for the first time, a possible step toward a product that Musk says enables control of your phone or computer and through them almost any device just by thinking.
Imagine the joy of connecting with your loved ones, browsing the web, or even playing games using only your thoughts.
Musk posting Monday, the first human received an implant from Neuralink yesterday and is recovering well. The initial results, he added, showed promising neuron spike detection. But Musk gave no additional details about the procedure, the patient, or the device the company implanted. Musk writing initial users will be those who have lost the use of their limbs, discussing his vision for Neuralink back in 2019.
This, I think, has a very good purpose, which is to cure important diseases, and ultimately to help secure humanity's future as a civilization.
For decades, scientists have worked on similar ideas for brain-computer interfaces. But for many, a microchip in the brain feels like something out of a movie. Like 2015's Kingsman: The Secret Service, where Samuel L. Jackson plays an eccentric billionaire who tries to control the world using neural implants.
Mankind is the virus, and I'm the cure.
As science fiction gets closer to reality, Musk is hoping a groundbreaking experimental device can help transform everyday lives.
As for Neuralink's future, the clinical trial is just one step on the startup's path to commercialization, and testing will still take about 6 years to complete. Several companies have tested brain implants on humans, driving questions and some concerns around safety, regulation, and where this technology could go. I should note we have reached out to Neuralink for more information on the procedure, but have not heard back.
Lots of questions about this one, but
Absolutely.
lots of fascination, too.
It will get people talking.
No kidding. All right,
Yeah,
Chef
for
Emily,
real.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. All right, from the west to Midwest, we could be seeing some record high temperatures this week. For more, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman's here with the impressive numbers. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. You're exactly right about that. Yesterday, we saw record highs across parts of the West, places like San Francisco into the 70s, and we've got more where that comes from as we go through the next couple of days. We are also tracking a couple of different storm systems. I'll get to those here in a moment. Meanwhile, we're expected to hit those mid-60s in Denver today, running 20 degrees above normal for this time of year, into the 70s for Las Vegas, Dodge City, Oklahoma City, all going to end up into the mid-60s. And even as far north as Minneapolis, running nearly 20 degrees above normal. That warmth continues into tomorrow. We could potentially see some of these record-breaking temperatures once again. Look at Minneapolis's temperature as we get into tomorrow, 57 degrees. As we get into the afternoon hours, running more than 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. So yes, it is going to be feeling more like spring than late January across much of this region. We eventually do turn cooler. Temperatures dropping from the 40s in Cleveland. By Friday and Saturday, we get back into the upper 30s, so not a huge drop. Even in Chicago, we'll go from the 50s to the low 40s, but we'll just get a little closer to where we should be for this time of year. Meanwhile, I mentioned we have those couple of storm systems. We have one little quick-moving kind of system that's going to work across parts of the Great Lakes. It'll leave you with some slick spots on the roads here as we got through the day today in places like Michigan, stretching south. That's going to be one thing we watch. And then out west, we've got another storm system, an atmospheric river event that's gearing up to bring us a good amount of rain here over the next couple of days. Here's the deal. Right now, sitting offshore, this morning, we're going to start to see it work a little closer to shore. And then notice what happens by tomorrow. We're going to see this moisture making a beeline, basically from Hawaii to California. We call that the Pineapple Express. Cute little term there for meteorologists. But either way, this atmospheric river event is expected to be moderate to strong for parts of California. And if you look up to the Pacific Northwest, places like Seattle, Portland, that'll be strong to extreme. So what does that mean? It means that we're going to have a potential to see a whole lot of rain that leaves us with some flood concerns. And we've already got the alerts to prove it. Flood watches up for parts of this region, extending across much of California. We've got 11 million people under these alerts. And notice in the blue, we already have winter storm watches because, yes, strong winds and snow are going to be impacting folks in this region as well. Here's how it plays out. This is today. Notice we're just looking at a little bit of some shower activity across the Pacific Northwest, but we really start to see that system gearing up as we get into the overnight hours tonight. It gets a little closer to the coast, and eventually the heavy rain is stretched across basically the Bay Area all the way up into Eureka. That's where we'll see that greatest flood concern tomorrow, too, but soaking rain across much of Northern California. So heads up there. It does work into portions of Southern California as we get later into the work week. By Thursday, we'll also see additional snow and those high winds that I spoke about across parts of the Sierra Nevada mountains. That's going to be problematic for travel, of course, making it really slick and difficult on those roads. All of that rain starts to work a little farther to the east here as we get through the end of our work week. When it's all said and done, isolated amounts up to 6 inches. Of course, it doesn't take much to see flooding across this region, so that'll be something that we'll have to watch for. But notice the bigger picture, kind of more widespread amounts, 1 to 3 inches. Again, the flooding concern, though, will be there, so reminding folks not to drive through those flooded roadways. And then if you're hoping for some snow, we could get some. I mean, it hasn't been a great year out there for snow in this region, but either way, in those higher elevations closer to the mountain peaks, we could see the potential for over 3 feet of snow. We'll also have the stronger winds on top of this, and a little farther to the east across portions of Nevada, we'll get anywhere from 1 inch to 6 inches in some of those isolated spots. So a little snow on the way, guys, after a really warm stretch here over the next couple of days with potentially record highs. So we've got it all for January.
No kidding. All right. Thank you, Angie.
Thank you. Coming up, both Princess Kate and King Charles are back at home this morning after a pair of hospital stays that made global headlines.
After the break, the latest on their conditions as they take time to recuperate out of the public eye. Stay with us.
News News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We are back with an update on the British royal family. Today, King Charles and Princess Kate are recovering after being released from a private clinic in London. The princess underwent abdominal surgery earlier this month, while the king was treated for an enlarged prostate. And with his wife and father sidelined, Prince William is expected to take on more responsibility. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from London with the latest on all of this. Molly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That is the good news that I come bearing from Buckingham Palace. Just up the road from me at the London clinic, both King Charles and the Princess of Wales were released yesterday. Kensington Palace, though, really didn't provide us any more additional details about Kate's condition. We didn't see her yesterday, and we may not see her for months.
This morning, two royals back at home. After 3 nights in the hospital, King Charles walked out the front door, waving to the crowds, Queen Camilla by his side as the 75-year-old monarch left the London clinic Monday after routine prostate treatment. Meanwhile, daughter-in-law Kate, the Princess of Wales, spent 13 nights in the same hospital, discharged privately yesterday. Kensington Palace says she'll continue to recover back home in Windsor, and she is making good progress.
The announcement about the King's surgery and the Princess of Wales surgery came on the same day. 2 weeks later, the departure is probably a bit of a mixture of coincidence and strategy. The King was able to take some of the focus and attention away from the Princess of Wales.
Kensington Palace still staying mum about Kate's health condition and her planned abdominal surgery, and said earlier she would remain out of the public eye until after Easter. Charles will also take time for private recuperation, which leaves Prince William shouldering the brunt of upcoming royal appearances.
From William's point of view, he is trying to show the world that, yes, he's a working royal and a future king, but he's also a father and a husband.
Kate and William had a packed few months ahead, including February's glamorous British Film Awards. The 42-year-old has stunned the red carpet year after year. And the pair were also likely to travel internationally this spring, but Kensington Palace has said that's out of the question. And in early March, the Commonwealth Day service was always a chance to see the family and one of Britain's most popular royals.
Now, Savannah, in both the statements from Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace, King Charles and Kate thanked the hospital staff and the nurses. And as we mentioned, as Kate continues her recovery, we know that Prince William will both want to be by her side, also, of course, with their 3 children. But we will probably start to see him out there flying the flag alone for the senior working royals. Savannah?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
More international news now, starting in Japan, where some residents have filed a lawsuit against authorities over allegations of racial profiling.
Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah Joy, good morning. Well, that's right. The Japanese public broadcaster NHK is reporting that 3 foreign-born residents of Tokyo are suing Japan for racial profiling. Now, the 3 plaintiffs allege they were questioned repeatedly by police on the basis of their race, skin color, and nationality, and are seeking 3 million yen, about $20,000, in compensation each. One of them was born in India and lived in Japan for more than 20 years. He says he's been repeatedly stopped and questioned by police officers on the street, sometimes twice a day. The other plaintiffs, born in Pakistan and in the U.S., say they suffered similar discrimination. Now let's go to Northern Ireland now, where the Democratic Unionist Party has agreed to end a boycott that left the region's people without a power-sharing administration for 2 years. The DUP walked out in February 2022 in a dispute over post-Brexit trade rules that imposed custom checks on goods moving to Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK. It has since refused to return to the government, leaving people in Northern Ireland without a functioning administration. The breakthrough came after the UK government last week gave Northern Ireland politicians until February the 8th to restore the collapsed government in Belfast or face new elections. And let's end this tour of the world in Peru, where a surfing instructor is making waves in the world of dog training by, well, surfing with his Jack Russell Terrier. Mauro Canella can be seen most weekends surfing the waves of San Bartolo with his dog, Efrus, standing firmly on the surfboard with him. He says the techniques he uses to teach humans work equally well on dogs. Well, I can try to teach the technique to my dog Django, but so far he's proved to be a champion in couch surfing instead. Back to you guys.
I'm with him.
That was really funny, Claudio. Thank you very much.
There is a debate raging right now in Mexico City over bullfighting. Hundreds of protesters showed up at the world's largest arena on Sunday after the country's Supreme Court lifted a ban on the sport. Opponents argue bullfighting is animal cruelty, while others say it's important to Mexican culture. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more on the growing pushback.
After nearly 2 years, bullfighting is back in Mexico City. But outside the arena, an equally intense battle. This protester is saying bullfighting normalizes violence, adding that it's slaughter for recreation. Despite the masses gathered in opposition, Plaza Mexico, the largest bullfighting arena in the world with 41,000 seats, opening its doors once more on Sunday after the Mexican Supreme Court temporarily lifted a 2022 bullfighting ban in Mexico City. The arena's director hopeful they'll be able to celebrate bullfights for many years to come. While the Supreme Court did not explain its reasoning for lifting the ban, it originally cited that the fights violated the right to an environment free from violence. This Mexico City congressman surprised at the outcome, but committed to making bullfights illegal in the capital city again. But not all Mexicans feel this way. One spectator saying her father raised bulls and gave them an excellent life. In fact, bullfights are still federally legal in the country, and many groups, like this one, hosting events and training sessions meant to inspire the next generation of bullfighting aficionados. This aspiring bullfighter says he dreams of hearing the meaningful ole that's offered in Mexico. But tensions over this centuries-old tradition not just happening in Mexico.
Stop less bullfighting.
In Rome, protesters with the organization PETA interrupting a prayer service led by Pope Francis. While months earlier, animal activists at the Vatican holding a silent protest, accusing the Catholic Church of condoning the practice. Across the globe, around 250,000 bulls die each year during bullfights, according to the Humane Society International. A tradition originating in Spain, it's still practiced in 8 countries. A push to outlaw the practice in Colombia last year, not making it out of Congress. The Mexican president saying he'd explore the possibility of a referendum on the capital city's bullfighting ban, but hasn't made solid plans. Until then, Mexico City grappling with changing times and honoring its heritage.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report.
Coming up, it is National Plan for Vacation Day. But why is it that that's a thing?
Well, a recent study showed fewer than half of workers take less time off than their employer allows. Why is that, and why is now a good time to book your next trip? We've got some answers next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. As primary season gets underway, there are growing concerns over how artificial intelligence could impact this year's election. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt discussed the issue in an exclusive interview with the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella. Here's part of that conversation.
We're marching down the road to the first AI election. Are you holding your breath as to see how AI can help and how it may be weaponized?
In fact, it goes back again. This is not the first election where we dealt with disinformation or propaganda campaigns by adversaries and election interference and all of those things. So therefore, I think what we have to go back again is, for example, I think we are doing all the work across the tech industry around watermarking, detecting deep fakes and content IDs. There's going to be enough and more technology, quite frankly, in order to be able to identify the issues around disinformation and misinformation. Then the question again comes back to how do we build consensus between parties, candidates, and the norms around what is acceptable, not acceptable.
That was Lester Holt speaking with CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, and you can catch more of that exclusive interview tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC Nightly News.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. Tech giant IBM wants its managers back in office or else.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joined us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so IBM has delivered an ultimatum to employees who are still working remotely. Move closer to the office or leave the company. Bloomberg reports in a memo sent earlier this month, all managers must immediately report to an office or client location at least 3 days a week. Badges will be used to track their presence in the office. Those who are working remotely, with few exceptions, and who don't live close enough to commute must relocate by the end of July. IBM's CEO has long touted the importance of in-person work. Microsoft is calling Apple's new App Store rules a step in the wrong direction. Apple has proposed a plan to comply with the European Union's tech regulations known as the Digital Markets Act. It will require developers using third-party app stores to pay a fee for each installation above 1 million downloads. Microsoft joins Epic Games and Spotify in criticizing the plan. Spotify accusing Apple of extortion with the new App Store tax. And Toyota retains the crown as the world's top-selling automaker. The company's selling a record 11.2 million vehicles worldwide last year. Japan, North America, and Europe leading the growth in sales despite a drop in China. And Toyota also making headlines this morning after issuing a do not drive advisory covering some 2003 to 2004 model year Corolla and Corolla Matrix and 2004 to 2005 RAV4s with Takata airbag inflators because an airbag inflator could explode and potentially kill motorists. About 50,000 vehicles are affected, guys.
Wow. All right. Important consumer information there. Savannah, thank you so much.
If you don't use all of your time off from work, you're not alone.
Yeah, according to a study from the Pew Research Center, more than 4 in 10 workers who get paid days off say they take less time than their employer allows. So the last Tuesday in January, that's today, it's been designated National Plan for Vacation Day. This is to encourage employees to use their PTO and plan that trip.
Joining us now for more on this is travel reporter Davey Sutton. Good to have you with us. So let's start with some of the reasons people are not using all of their vacation time.
Why are we doing that?
And why is it such a problem?
Well, one of the top reasons is that people think they can't afford it. Another is family obligations. But the number one reason is that people think that they're going to be replaced from their jobs.
Wow.
And so people don't take their vacations. So that's why the U.S. Travel Association came up with and then the entire travel industry followed suit with National Plan for Vacation Day.
I love this. What a great national day to think about.
But people really think they're going to go to Hawaii and come back and someone's sitting at their desk? Is that
pre-pandemic, I don't know. But we know about the great replacement, Tom Brady, who was a replacement.
I feel like it's more like over time, right? Like you're like, am I going to be the person that everybody thinks I'm always on vacation if I take my, 2 weeks or whatever? Maybe it's kind of like longer term like that.
That's exactly right. And that research said that if people have 2 weeks, they will leave 5 days on the table. So people really aren't, utilizing their vacation. And, you can do those, like taking a Friday off and have 3 days away. So there are ways to manage to take your time off.
Absolutely. Also, why is this the best time to plan for a trip? Especially, we just got through holidays, that kind of thing. A lot of people probably were all over the place recently. So why plan now?
Yeah. And, savvy travelers know that this is a good time because it's all about supply and demand. So people aren't thinking about going on vacation.
Well, we just told them.
You can get a deal. Yeah. It's between us. Right? But you can find the deals. So the discounts and the entire travel industry is, you can find some deals. Right now, in particular, it is wave season. And that's when the cruises are on sale. So people know to book their cruises in advance, even up to a year in advance. You can find discounts and incentives. Airlines are having sales and some of the major hotel brands as well. Just go to their websites and look for the discounts and the coupons.
For those who have now been inspired to plan a vacation because they know they won't be replaced if they leave for a few days, what are the top travel trends right now?
So one of the trends is a destination dupe. So we know that crowds can make your vacation unfun, right? So I'm going to give you a cool idea. So we know the Grand Canyon in Arizona is on so many people's bucket list, but it is one of the most popular destinations in the U.S. Consider Palo Duro Canyon. That is the second largest canyon in the U.S., and so many people don't know about it. It's in the Texas Panhandle and near Amarillo. It is gives you all the same vibes. Like it has those red rocks. It has, you know, you can camp, you can hike. And what is different than the Grand Canyon is you can drive through this canyon.
Oh, wow.
And so this is a vacation dupe. Another example is Orlando. So we know that this is the busiest destination in the U.S. is Orlando. More than 60 million people go there a year. And we know why. It's the mouse and his friends and the other big theme parks. So beyond the theme parks, you can add onto your vacation in a few days and go to places like the Kennedy Space Center. They have a park there that I never knew.
Right.
And then they also have Ripley's Believe It or Not. And Orlando is also a growing foodie destination. They have Michelin star restaurants.
So there's other things you can do there.
Other things you can do.
All right, Davy Sutton, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
And go plan that vacation.
All right.
Love it.
Coming up, a critical scientific collaboration that's giving some breast cancer patients a dose of hope.
It's incredible. After the break, the vaccine redefining how the disease is treated and the passionate researchers behind it. That is next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Think we're all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. It's one of the most wonderful times of the year for football fans. Super Bowl 58 is just around the corner. The defending champion Kansas City Chiefs will try and repeat when they take on the San Francisco 49ers in Las Vegas. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung reports on the excitement that is already building with nearly 2 weeks to go.
Hey there, whether you're a lifelong Chiefs or Niners fan, a football fanatic, or just here for the halftime show and commercials, the Super Bowl has something for everyone. And now with Swifties getting in gear for the big game, it's safe to say the pop culture relevance of this year's Super Bowl is reaching new heights.
With 12 days to go until the Chiefs and 49ers face off for the Lombardi Trophy, Super Bowl 58 is poised to be unlike any other.
Caught by Kelce for the touchdown.
Chiefs star Travis Kelce's cheering section is ready for it. Girlfriend Taylor Swift sporting some new championship swag, keeping the celebration going with friends and family after Kansas City's big win over the Ravens Sunday. Chiefs Kingdom getting a massive wave of support from the singer's legion of devoted fans, who are now calling the Super Bowl the Swiftie Bowl and planning Taylor-sized watch parties.
This is the Taylor Swift effect.
The league is getting a boost too.
Taylor Swift brings an entire army of Swifties with her wherever she goes. So in the case of the Super Bowl and the NFL, that translates to dollars when it comes to ratings, merchandise, and advertising.
From Kansas City to Green Bay, Buffalo, and Baltimore, Swift has been a fixture at Chiefs games since September. Fans expect her to be in Las Vegas to support Kelce at the biggest game of the season. The Chiefs have won 9 of the 12 games she's attended. Will this be Swift's lucky number 13? The defending Super Bowl champs are not currently the favorites. Odds makers now betting San Francisco will win by 1 point, a chance to avenge their Super Bowl 54 loss to the Chiefs 4 years ago. With new weapons, quarterback Brock Purdy and all-pro running back Christian McCaffrey are looking to bring the trophy back to the Bay Area for the first time since 1995. Sin City is no stranger to high prices and high rollers, and this year's big game is drawing big spenders. Just steps from the Las Vegas Strip, Allegiant Stadium will host its first Super Bowl, where the average price of a ticket is the most expensive in history. The most luxe experience costing almost 30 grand. And even if you just want to be near the action, hotels and flights are going for more than double the typical rate. Big excitement from fans of all types for the biggest game of the season.
Those numbers are wild. So let's put this into context. We are watching a very special era unfold for the Chiefs. This is their 4th trip to the Super Bowl in 5 years. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce could win a 3rd ring in that span. This is rare air. The Patriots are the only team in NFL history to have accomplished such a feat, as Tom Brady capped off his legacy in New England. So the question is being asked, are we watching the next dynasty in the making? 12 days. Countdown's on. Back to you.
Here we go. Kaylee Hartung, thank you.
Well, this morning we are looking at a unique moment, really a potential turning point in the fight against breast cancer. Many researchers say they think cancer vaccines could be a reality in the not too distant future.
And thanks in part to our own Kristen Dahlgren, those researchers are coming together to collaborate and hopefully find the key to saving thousands of lives. And Kristen joins us now with what is, I don't even think Passion Project puts it, it says enough.
I'm just bubbling with this. It really is close, and this is big, guys. So as a breast cancer survivor, I'm excited about the prospect of my own body fighting off a cancer recurrence, or a day my little girl could be protected from ever having to go down this road. So when I realized there might be a way that I could actually help the process, I was all in. This morning, I am so thrilled to introduce you to Pink Eraser Project. It's definitely been the hardest thing I've ever been through.
On my journey as an NBC correspondent going through breast cancer, I've met a lot of amazing women.
Create the world that you want to see, so that I did.
But none who have given me more hope than Dr. Nora Deeses, lead researcher at UW Medicine's Cancer Vaccine Institute.
Can you imagine a world where no one would die of breast cancer because of a vaccine?
The time is now.
The time is now.
Developing a vaccine is her life's work. In 2013, Deeses and her team made a breakthrough in a vaccine for a type of breast cancer called HER2 positive. 66 women with advanced stage breast cancer were treated with the vaccine, including Bridget Hempstead, whose cancer had spread to her lungs and liver.
Oncologist said, well, you're not going to live a year.
Instead of going home to die, she reached out to get into the vaccine trial. And now, more than a decade later,
cancers are leaving and they're going away, they're disappearing, and so
your cancer is disappearing.
Yeah.
Hempstead does get additional treatment, but she credits the vaccine for an extra decade of life with her family, including a recent highlight, singing the national anthem at the Seahawks-Cowboys game. Of the trial participants who got the ideal vaccine dose, 80% were still alive at the 10-year mark. The median survival rate for stage 4 HER2 positive is only 5 years. Deeses and her team are now working on a cutting-edge breast cancer vaccine that attacks cancer stem cells.
The pieces are there, and the understanding of the immune system is there. What we really need is to be able to evaluate these vaccines in a very uniform manner with a lot of eyes looking at the data coming out of these trials.
Enter Michelle Young, a stage 4 survivor and advocate I met during an interview on her work to mandate effective screening for everyone covered by insurance.
Mammography, even though wonderful for many women, is not the end-all or be-all.
Young had an idea. What if we brought all the researchers together and helped fund, educate, and accelerate the breast cancer vaccine trials. The Pink Eraser Project was born, and in short order, doctors from 6 of the nation's top cancer centers joined our collaboration.
I am definitely encouraged. We need large studies, and that's why we need collaboration, so we can do the big studies that will prove what works.
Jenny Davis was the first person in the world to get Cleveland Clinic's phase 1 trial of a breast cancer vaccine for triple-negative cancer, known as the hardest to treat, with high rates of recurrence.
I wanted to see my kids grow into adults and, get married and have kids, and I was very scared.
She was thrilled when she qualified for the trial in 2019.
The only side effects I had were lumps at the injection site. That is it. Nothing else. The vaccine has taught my body to identify those cells and destroy them before they can become a tumor. It's given me hope for myself and my family, but with the vaccine, the bigger picture is not me. The bigger picture is what this could mean for breast cancer and research in general. Like, it could change everything.
There is a lot of new science that more people are involved in the process. Something that would take 30 years could be done in a 5 to 10 year period of time. All it takes is awareness, enthusiasm, excitement, and that people know this exists.
And that's where I come in. Luckily, I'm good at telling people what exists out there. If I've learned anything in 30 years as a journalist, one person really can change the world. But this will, of course, go much quicker if everyone joins us. Let's face it, with 1 in 8 American women diagnosed in their lifetime, we all know someone with breast cancer. And that's why I've started Pink Eraser Project with this amazing group of scientists and doctors and survivors. I will be dedicating my life to this. Unfortunately, that means I have to leave my dream job here at NBC News, but I really feel called to do this, and I am so excited about the future.
We are, of course, going to miss you, but we can tell that you feel called to do this, and it's going to do so much good. And so it is hard to send you off, but we do so knowing we're going to be keeping track of you doing amazing things. This is, obviously, you're focused on breast cancer, but this could really be vaccines for other cancers, too, right?
Right. So there already are, there's melanoma vaccine. There are vaccines in development for other cancers. StemVac that I mentioned is in a lung cancer trial. And what they learn when it's shared and everybody's working together will really be accessible and able to help other researchers. And so, this could be used for other cancers. My dad was just diagnosed with cancer. And so you can be sure I'm not stopping with breast cancer. We're focused on that because it's a streamlined point A to point B that we can laser focus on. And I know for a lot of people, vaccines has become, kind of this bad word. And I just want to say this is not something that the government would ever mandate. Breast cancer is not an infectious disease. You can't catch it from me. But people who are at high risk or who already have the disease can choose to do this. And that's our hope that in the future they have that option.
Kristen Dahlgren, nearly 30 years at NBC News. We love you. What an incredible thing you're doing. We will miss you, but we will be in touch for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, we are starting in the Middle East, where new details are emerging about 3 U.S. soldiers killed in a drone strike in Jordan over the weekend. U.S. officials now speaking out on what could have gone wrong. We've got the latest as some lawmakers on Capitol Hill press President Biden for congressional approval before he uses military force. Back home, America's border crisis is escalating. Today, House Republicans expected to introduce new measures to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The move comes as a bipartisan group of lawmakers race to piece together a spending package that would give President Biden more control over the border. We're going to bring you the latest from Washington as the future of that legislation becomes more and more uncertain. Also this morning, a South Carolina judge slamming the door shut on convicted killer Alec Murdaugh's request for a retrial. We're going to take you inside the courtroom and behind that decision. Plus, later in the hour, the game-changing possibility of vaccines against cancer. Now closer than ever, the patients who are already benefiting, and how our very own Kristen Dahlgren is playing a part in bringing groundbreaking researchers together. Looking forward to that story from our friend Kristen. We're going to begin this hour with that deadly drone attack in Jordan that killed three U.S. soldiers, injured dozens more troops, an attack the U.S. blames on Iran-backed militias.
This morning, we are hearing from the families of those killed in the attack as questions mount about how it happened and how the U.S. should respond. NBC's chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has more from northern Iraq.
Hey there, good day to you. Local media here reports that Iranian-backed militia along the border between Iraq and Syria are already evacuating installations in anticipation of a potential U.S. strike. Secretary of State Antony Blinken not signaling when such a strike might come, but saying that it would be potentially multi-leveled, come in stages and sustained over time. Also saying he believes the situation in this region is the most dangerous it's been for decades. This morning, questions over how a drone laden with explosives evaded defenses on this American base in Jordan and what the U.S. response should be. The family of 23-year-old specialist Brianna Alexandria Moffitt from Georgia, one of three killed on the base known as Tower 22, speaking to NBC News.
We will like to know what happened and how could this happen?
It's the first time American servicemen and women have been killed by what the U.S. says was an Iranian-backed militia since the war in Gaza began. Despite waves of attacks, Iran insists it did not direct the drone attack, but it appeared to be relatively sophisticated, flying low, possibly tricking the base's defenses by flying in at the same time as an American drone, according to Pentagon officials. The service members' families now grieving.
If we know what we know now, we would have just said, I love you so much. Just make sure that she knew that she wasn't alone. And that we love her.
Yes. 46-year-old Sergeant William Jerome Rivers was from New Jersey, and Specialist Kennedy LaDon Sanders, who was 24, was from Georgia.
She's always very liked by everyone. She's a dedicated friend, teammate. She was just well liked and a very joyful, bright personality.
The president vowing a response. The U.S. could decide to strike Iranian-linked groups or commanders in the region, or send a stronger message with a strike on Iran itself. The Biden administration under pressure.
Stuart, I think it's important to go after Iran, and it's because they're behind all of these attacks.
Amid calls to avoid an escalation that might pull the U.S. into a wider war.
We do not seek war with Iran, but we have and we will continue to defend our personnel.
The challenge for the Biden administration is that so far nothing has seemed to work. Remember that the U.S. has launched 8 airstrikes against Iranian-backed militia in Iraq and Syria, a similar amount against Houthi rebels in Yemen, and yet the attacks keep coming. Now, analysts are talking about potentially striking Iran's weapon production facilities, perhaps naval assets, perhaps intelligence systems. The question the Biden administration will be weighing up is whether you can escalate with Iran in order to de-escalate without slipping into a full-scale war. We're not close to that, but that is the kind of calculations that the U.S. government is going to be worrying about.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much.
And this morning, there is progress in negotiations for the release of the Israeli hostages in Gaza. Officials from Israel, Egypt, the U.S., and Qatar have created the framework for a deal that would involve a 60-day pause in fighting in Gaza. That's according to a source familiar with the talks. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on that. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. So Israeli officials are urging caution around these negotiations, but hostages' families are hoping this could be a breakthrough. Hamas said this morning that they have received this offer. Today, a deal to free the remaining hostages in Gaza coming into focus. Representatives from Israel, Egypt, the U.S., and Qatar reached a unified position yesterday to free more than 100 hostages, 6 of them Americans. A draft has been given to Hamas. The deal would impose a 60-day temporary truce in the Gaza Strip, while Hamas would release one Israeli hostage in exchange for every 3 Palestinian prisoners, according to people with knowledge of the discussions. And it would allow more humanitarian aid into Gaza. Hostage families worry their relatives won't survive long enough to see freedom.
Every day that it's passing by, it's dangerous for them.
It comes as the war continues to spread. This morning, dramatic video from the West Bank where Israel says it raided a hospital to take out a Hamas terror cell. 3 Palestinians were killed. Meanwhile, controversy deepens around UNRWA, the main UN agency in Gaza. At least 14 countries have halted funding after Israel accused 12 of its Gazan employees of taking part in or aiding Hamas's October 7 terror attacks. 2 Israeli intelligence dossiers reviewed by NBC News accusing some staff of kidnapping hostages and procuring weapons for Hamas. Israel now saying 10% of the agency's staff belong to Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Without financing, UNRWA says it may need to stop providing services to Palestinians across the Middle East as soon as next month.
I do think it's important to remember that UNRWA does important work, and we shouldn't impugn the good work of a whole agency because of the terrible allegations.
Certainly not, but does that create a trust issue and a credibility issue there?
Well, it could very well, depending on what the investigation finds.
And now we're hearing that the spokesman for the Prime Minister's office says that he's going to be hosting a press conference this afternoon to try to lay out those accusations against UNRWA in more detail. Joe?
All right, Matt, thank you.
Well, on Capitol Hill today, House Republicans are pushing ahead with an effort to impeach Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, the top Biden administration official in charge of overseeing the border. It comes as a bipartisan group of lawmakers are preparing to unveil new legislation. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is covering this all for us this morning. Hi, Ryan. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And later this morning, Republicans will take the first step towards something Congress hasn't done in more than 150 years, impeaching a sitting cabinet secretary. It all comes just as bipartisan negotiators are set to release the legislation aimed at calming the border crisis.
It is a building problem more than 1,700 miles away from the U.S. Capitol. Migrants entering the United States at a record clip, leading to overworked border guards, a system at a breaking point, and human lives in the balance. In Eagle Pass, Texas, a young migrant girl attempting to cross into the United States through the Rio Grande River, caught in the current and forced to be rescued. Back on Capitol Hill, Republicans are putting the blame squarely on the Biden administration.
Joe Biden has turned every community into a border community with his failed policies.
So much so that today they'll move articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, accusing him of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and a breach of the public trust. Democrats argue this move is nothing more than a political stunt.
The House Republicans have clearly turned their ever-shrinking majority over to the extremists. And this sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is just another sad example.
It comes as a bipartisan group of senators are working to hash out a deal to give President Biden more authority to regulate border crossings. This after a record number of migrants came into the country in December. More than 370,000 overall, with nearly 250,000 illegal crossings at the southern border alone.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
But while Republicans have been pushing for changes, their de facto party leader, Donald Trump, is undermining the negotiations before the bill is even released.
Hey, please blame it on me, please, because they were getting ready to pass a very bad bill.
Leading to another partisan immigration showdown in Washington, while the crisis at the border continues to escalate.
And this morning, Secretary Mayorkas is responding directly to the push to impeach him. He sent a 7-page letter to the committee where he calls the charges against him baseless and false. Savannah?
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
Today, Alec Murdaugh is back in a South Carolina prison after a judge denied his request for a retrial in the murders of his wife and son. Murdaugh and his lawyers allege that a court clerk tampered with the jury and influenced their decision to find him guilty, but the judge says the defense failed to prove that. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from outside the courthouse with the latest on this. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. This was 8 hours yesterday of I cannot believe what I just saw. The judge in this case said the clerk at the heart of those tampering allegations was not a credible witness. She tore apart her testimony on the stand. And in fact, Becky Hill's own story was contradicted by jurors, by friends, even by her own emails. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the judge decided she didn't think that changed any of the outcome here, and she denied the retrial.
Did Clerk of Court Hill's comments have any impact on the verdict of the jury? I find that the answer to this question is no.
The most sensational trial in South Carolina history has finally been put to bed, at least for now. Monday's dramatic ruling and rejection of Alec Murdaugh's motion for a retrial following his double murder conviction for the killing of his wife and youngest son featured a host of twists, turns, and contradictions on the stand for Clerk of Court Becky Hill.
I did not have a conversation with any juror about anything related to this case.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 in any way influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court Becky Hill in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
That bombshell coming from a woman named Juror Z, though she was the only one of 12 jurors to say Hill actually influenced her vote. And even then, her sworn affidavit from August said, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors, making no mention of Hill, who is currently under investigation by the state for alleged interactions with the jury and using her office for personal gain.
It's possible that she may have broken jury tampering laws, but far more likely, she violated her known duty to not interfere with the deliberations of the jurors.
The proceedings also highlighted Hill's book, Behind the Doors of Justice, which also proved a tale of two stories.
How much money did you make off that book?
Roughly around $100,000.
Guilty would sell more books.
She said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And then further conversations, a guilty verdict would sell more books.
In the end, the judge concluding that Hill didn't change the outcome, but did cross a line.
I find that the Clerk of Court is not completely credible as a witness. Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity.
And not surprisingly, Joe, the Murdaugh legal team saying they're going to appeal this right away to the Court of Appeals, then the state Supreme Court. If that doesn't work, and then the federal courts, that could take a matter of years when all is said and told. They also said they do feel vindicated to a degree that it was shown Becky Hill was acting improperly, but this could be an uphill climb. As the judge did say yesterday, she read every single word of that 6-week-long murder trial transcript and came to the same conclusion the jury made the right decision. Joe, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you.
NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella joins us now for more on this. Always great to have you. Thanks for being here. So let's talk about just how critical the judge was there of the clerk, and then could this impact future jury tampering cases?
The judge was extraordinarily critical. I mean, not like something I haven't really even seen before. I almost thought that she brought up evidence that she was not even allowing the prosecutors or the defense team to bring up. She just kept going after Becky Hill, almost trying to get her to say on the stand, I totally lied, I made everything up. So it was crazy. Now, in terms of the future of jury tampering, I do think this still sends a message that you could possibly get in trouble.
Right.
I think the standard for every jurisdiction is different here. This judge set her own, and so we'll see what different jurisdictions say.
The siren call of celebrity.
It
is alluring.
Quite a way to put it.
Let's break this down, because really they only needed to find that one of the 12 jurors was really swayed by this clerk, was prejudiced by this clerk to really get a new trial. And there was one juror, Juror Z, who said Hill actually influenced her vote, and then later said her fellow jurors influenced her more. Could that have been enough for a retrial? Why wasn't it enough?
Well, it's possible that could be brought up in appeal, but I think Jersey's testimony is actually what ended up saving Becky Hill and possibly saving the conviction. And that's because, as you said, she did say she was influenced, but ultimately what influenced her the most was the jury. And that is what's supposed to happen in a jury, by the way. The jurors are supposed to influence each other. Had she said on that stand that Becky Hill had made her change her verdict, perhaps that would have been enough. But the judge did set a high bar.
You mentioned the potential of an appeal. I mean, could we see this in court again?
Well, definitely the appeal. I don't know if we'll see the whole trial again, but for sure, as his lawyer said, because there's not a lot of precedent in the state of South Carolina for what the standard is in a case like this. The judge said it has to be evidence that really changed a juror's mind. So that is a high bar, and we'll likely see that standard appealed at the appellate court and the state Supreme Court.
Angela Sanadella, we appreciate you as always. Thank you so much.
We have much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the dollars and cents behind the so-called Taylor Swift effect that's now taking the NFL by storm, just days before the Super Bowl.
But first, jacked in, Elon Musk's Neuralink brain chip reportedly successfully implanted in a human for the first time. But what exactly does it do, and what role could it play in humanity's future? We have answers up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida.
Part of our continued reporting.
Think we're all safe? Everybody good?
Women, children,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Elon Musk has announced a big step toward his goal of connecting human brains to computers.
He revealed that his brain science startup company has already implanted a device in a human brain for the first time. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on this super interesting one. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. This will get people talking. This procedure feels very futuristic and was no small feat, using a robot to surgically place a computer chip into a human brain. Elon Musk calling his company's product telepathy.
This morning, a brain chip has been successfully implanted in a human, according to Elon Musk. The tech titan sharing a big breakthrough from his brain science startup company, Neuralink, saying it has implanted a device in a human for the first time, a possible step toward a product that Musk says enables control of your phone or computer and through them almost any device just by thinking.
Imagine the joy of connecting with your loved ones, browsing the web, or even playing games using only your thoughts.
Musk posting Monday, the first human received an implant from Neuralink yesterday and is recovering well. The initial results, he added, showed promising neuron spike detection. But Musk gave no additional details about the procedure, the patient, or the device the company implanted. Musk writing initial users will be those who have lost the use of their limbs, discussing his vision for Neuralink back in 2019.
This, I think, has a very good purpose, which is to cure important diseases. And ultimately to help secure humanity's future as a civilization.
For decades, scientists have worked on similar ideas for brain-computer interfaces. But for many, a microchip in the brain feels like something out of a movie. Like 2015's Kingsman: The Secret Service, where Samuel L. Jackson plays an eccentric billionaire who tries to control the world using neural implants.
Mankind is the virus, and I'm the cure.
As science fiction gets closer to reality, Musk is hoping a groundbreaking experimental device can help transform everyday lives.
As for Neuralink's future, the clinical trial is just one step on the startup's path to commercialization, and testing will still take about 6 years to complete. Several companies have tested brain implants on humans, driving questions and some concerns around safety, regulation, and where this technology could go. I should note we have reached out to Neuralink for more information on the procedure, but have not heard back.
Lots of questions about this one, but
Absolutely.
Lots of fascination, too.
It will get people talking.
No kidding. All right,
yeah,
Emily,
for real.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, from the west to Midwest, we could be seeing some record high temperatures this week. For more, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman's here with the impressive numbers. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. You're exactly right about that. Yesterday, we saw record highs across parts of the west, places like San Francisco into the 70s, and we've got more where that comes from as we go through the next couple of days. We are also tracking a couple of different storm systems. I'll get to those here in a moment. Meanwhile, we're expected to hit those mid-60s in Denver today, running 20 degrees above normal for this time of year, into the 70s for Las Vegas, Dodge City, Oklahoma City, all going to end up into the mid-60s. And even as far north as Minneapolis, running nearly 20 degrees above normal. That warmth continues into tomorrow. We could potentially see some of these record-breaking temperatures once again. Look at Minneapolis's temperature as we get into tomorrow, 57 degrees. As we get into the afternoon hours, running more than 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. So yes, it is going to be feeling more like spring than late January across much of this region. We eventually do turn cooler. Temperatures dropping from the 40s in Cleveland. By Friday and Saturday, we get back into the upper 30s. So not a huge drop. Even in Chicago, we'll go from the 50s to the low 40s, but we'll just get a little closer to where we should be for this time of year. Meanwhile, I mentioned we have those couple of storm systems. We have one little quick moving kind of system that's going to work across parts of the Great Lakes. It'll leave you with some slick spots on the roads here as we got through the day today in places like Michigan stretching south. That's going to be one thing we watch. And then out west, we've got another storm system, an atmospheric river event that's gearing up to bring us a good amount of rain here over the next couple of days. Here's the deal. Right now, sitting offshore, this morning, we're going to start to see it work a little closer to shore. And then notice what happens by tomorrow. We're going to see this moisture making a beeline, basically from Hawaii to California. We call that the Pineapple Express. Cute little term there for meteorologists. But either way, this atmospheric river event is expected to be moderate to strong for parts of California. And if you look up to the Pacific Northwest, places like Seattle, Portland, that'll be strong to extreme. So what does that mean? It means that we're going to have a potential to see a whole lot of rain that leaves us with some flood concerns. And we've already got the alerts to prove it. Flood watches up for parts of this region, extending across much of California. We've got 11 million people under these alerts. And notice in the blue, we already have winter storm watches because, yes, strong winds and snow are going to be impacting folks in this region as well. Here's how it plays out. This is today. Notice we're just looking at a little bit of some shower activity across the Pacific Northwest. west. But we really start to see that system gearing up as we get into the overnight hours tonight. It gets a little closer to the coast, and eventually the heavy rain is stretched across basically the Bay Area all the way up into Eureka. That's where we'll see that greatest flood concern tomorrow, too. But soaking rain across much of Northern California. So heads up there. It does work into portions of Southern California as we get later into the work week. By Thursday, we'll also see additional snow and those high winds that I spoke about across parts of the Sierra Nevada mountains. That's going to be problematic for travel, of course, making it really slick and difficult on those roads. All of that rain starts to work a little farther to the east here as we get through the end of our work week. When it's all said and done, isolated amounts up to 6 inches. Of course, it doesn't take much to see flooding across this region, so that'll be something that we'll have to watch for. But notice the bigger picture, kind of more widespread amounts, 1 to 3 inches. Again, the flooding concern, though, will be there, so reminding folks not to drive through those flooded roadways. And then if you're hoping for some snow, we could get some. I mean, it hasn't been a great year out there for snow in this region, but either way, in those higher elevations closer to the mountain peaks, we could see the potential for over 3 feet of snow. We'll also have the stronger winds on top of this, and a little farther to the east across portions of Nevada, we'll get anywhere from 1 inch to 6 inches in some of those isolated spots. So a little snow on the way, guys, after a really warm stretch here over the next couple of days with potentially record highs. So we've got it all for January.
No kidding. All right. Thank you, Angie.
Thank you. Coming up, both Princess Kate and King Charles are back at home this morning after a pair of hospital stays that made global headlines.
After the break, the latest on their conditions as they take time to recuperate out of the public eye. Stay with us.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is Ian, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is Ian, right?
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are back with an update on the British royal family. Today, King Charles and Princess Kate are recovering after being released from a private clinic in London. The princess underwent abdominal surgery earlier this month, while the king was treated for an enlarged prostate. And with his wife and father sidelined, Prince William is expected to take on more responsibility. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from London with the latest on all of this. Molly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That is the good news that I come bearing from Buckingham Palace. Just up the road from me at the London clinic, both King Charles and the Princess of Wales were released yesterday. Kensington Palace, though, really didn't provide us any more additional details about Kate's condition. We didn't see her yesterday, and we may not see her for months.
This morning, 2 royals back at home. After 3 nights in the hospital, King Charles walked out the front door, waving to the crowds, Queen Camilla by his side as the 75-year-old monarch left the London clinic Monday after routine prostate treatment. Meanwhile, daughter-in-law Kate, the Princess of Wales, spent 13 nights in the same hospital, discharged privately yesterday. Kensington Palace says she'll continue to recover back home in Windsor, and she is making good progress.
The announcement about the King's surgery and the Princess of Wales surgery came on the same day. 2 weeks later, the departure is probably a bit of a mixture of coincidence and strategy. The King was able to take some of the focus and attention away from the Princess of Wales.
Kensington Palace still staying mum about Kate's health condition and her planned abdominal surgery, and said earlier she would remain out of the public eye until after Easter. Charles will also take time for private recuperation, which leaves Prince William shouldering the brunt of upcoming royal appearances.
From William's point of view, he is trying to show the world that, yes, he's a working royal and a future king, but he's also a father and a husband.
Kate and William had a packed few months ahead, including February's glamorous British Film Awards. The 42-year-old has stunned the red carpet year after year, and the pair were also likely to travel internationally this spring, but Kensington Palace has said that's out of the question. And in early March, the Commonwealth Day service was always a chance to see the family and one of Britain's most popular royals.
Now, Savannah, in both the statements from Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace, King Charles and Kate thanked the hospital staff and the nurses. And as we mentioned, as Kate continues her recovery, we know that Prince William will both want to be by her side, also, of course, with their 3 children. But we will probably start to see him out there flying the flag alone for the senior working royals. Savannah?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
More international news now, starting in Japan, where some residents have filed a lawsuit against authorities over allegations of racial profiling.
Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. The Japanese public broadcaster NHK is reporting that 3 foreign-born residents of Tokyo are suing Japan for racial profiling. Now, the 3 plaintiffs allege they were questioned repeatedly by police on the basis of their race, skin color, and nationality, and are seeking 3 million yen, about $20,000, in compensation each. One of them was born in India and lived in Japan for more than 20 years. He says he's been repeatedly stopped and questioned by police officers on the street, sometimes twice a day. The other plaintiffs, born in Pakistan and in the U.S., say they suffered similar discrimination. Now let's go to Northern Ireland now, where the Democratic Unionist Party has agreed to end a boycott that left the region's people without a power-sharing administration for 2 years. The DUP walked out in February 2022 in a dispute over post-Brexit trade rules that imposed custom checks on goods moving to Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK. It has since refused to return to the government, leaving people in Northern Ireland without a functioning administration. The breakthrough came after the UK government last week gave Northern Ireland politicians until February the 8th to restore the collapsed government in Belfast or face new elections. And let's end this tour of the world in Peru, where a surfing instructor is making waves in the world of dog training by, well, surfing with his Jack Russell Terrier. Mauro Canella can be seen most weekends surfing the waves of San Bartolo with his dog, Efrus, standing firmly on the surfboard with him. He says the techniques he uses to teach humans work equally well on dogs. Well, I can try to teach the technique to my dog Django, but so far he's proved to be a champion in couch surfing instead. Back to you guys.
I'm with him.
That was really funny, Claudio. Thank you very much.
There is a debate raging right now in Mexico City over bullfighting. Hundreds of protesters showed up at the world's largest arena on Sunday after the country's Supreme Court lifted a ban on the sport. Opponents argue bullfighting is animal cruelty, while others say it's important to Mexican culture. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more on the growing pushback.
After nearly 2 years, bullfighting is back in Mexico City. But outside the arena, an equally intense battle. This protester is saying bullfighting normalizes violence, adding that it's slaughter for recreation. Despite the masses gathered in opposition, Plaza Mexico, the largest bullfighting arena in the world with 41,000 seats, opening its doors once more on Sunday after the Mexican Supreme Court temporarily lifted a 2022 bullfighting ban in Mexico City. The arena's director hopeful they'll be able to celebrate bullfights for many years to come. While the Supreme Court did not explain its reasoning for lifting the ban, it originally cited that the fights violated the right to an environment free from violence. This Mexico City congressman surprised at the outcome, but committed to making bullfights illegal in the capital city again. But not all Mexicans feel this way. One spectator saying her father raised bulls and gave them an excellent life. In fact, bullfights are still federally legal in the country, and many groups, like this one, hosting events and training sessions meant to inspire the next generation of bullfighting aficionados. This aspiring bullfighter says he dreams of hearing the meaningful ole that's offered in Mexico. But tensions over this centuries-old tradition not just happening in Mexico.
Stop less bullfighting.
In Rome, protesters with the organization PETA interrupting a prayer service led by Pope Francis. While months earlier, animal activists at the Vatican holding a silent protest, accusing the Catholic Church of condoning the practice. Across the globe, around 250,000 bulls die each year during bullfights, according to the Humane Society International. A tradition originating in Spain, it's still practiced in 8 countries. A push to outlaw the practice in Colombia last year, not making it out of Congress. The Mexican president saying he'd explore the possibility of a referendum on the capital city's bullfighting ban, but hasn't made solid plans. Until then, Mexico City grappling with changing times and honoring its heritage.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report.
Coming up, it is National Plan for Vacation Day. But why is it that that's a thing?
Well, a recent study showed fewer than half of workers take less time off than their employer allows. Why is that, and why is now a good time to book your next trip? We've got some answers next.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As primary season gets underway, there are growing concerns over how artificial intelligence could impact this year's election. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt discussed the issue in an exclusive interview with the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella. Here's part of that conversation.
We're marching down the road to the first AI election. Are you holding your breath as to see how AI can help and how it may be weaponized?
In fact, it goes back again. This is not the first election where we dealt with disinformation or propaganda campaigns by adversaries and election interference and all of those things. So therefore, I think what we have to go back again is, for example, I think we are doing all the work across the tech industry around watermarking, detecting deep fakes and content IDs. There's going to be enough and more technology, quite frankly, in order to be able to identify the issues around disinformation and misinformation. Then the question again comes back to how do we build consensus between parties, candidates, and the norms around what is acceptable, not acceptable.
That was Lester Holt speaking with CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, and you can catch more of that exclusive interview tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC Nightly News.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. Tech giant IBM wants its managers back in office or else.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joined us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so IBM has delivered an ultimatum to employees who are still working remotely. Move closer to the office or leave the company. Bloomberg reports in a memo sent earlier this month, all managers must immediately report to an office or client location at least 3 days a week. Badges will be used to track their presence in the office. Those who are working remotely, with few exceptions, and who don't live close enough to commute must relocate by the end of July. IBM's CEO has long touted the importance of in-person work. Microsoft is calling Apple's new App Store rules a step in the wrong direction. Apple has proposed a plan to comply with the European Union's tech regulations known as the Digital Markets Act. It will require developers using third-party app stores to pay a fee for each installation above 1 million downloads. Microsoft joins Epic Games and Spotify in criticizing the plan. Spotify accusing Apple of extortion with the new App Store tax. And Toyota retains the crown as the world's top-selling automaker. The company's selling a record 11.2 million vehicles worldwide last year. Japan, North America, and Europe leading the growth in sales despite a drop in China. And Toyota also making headlines this morning after issuing a do not drive advisory covering some 2003 to 2004 model year Corolla and Corolla Matrix and 2004 to 2005 RAV4s with Takata airbag inflators because an airbag inflator could explode and potentially kill motorists. About 50,000 vehicles are affected, guys.
Wow. All right. Important consumer information there. Savannah, thank you so much.
If you don't use all of your time off from work, you're not alone.
Yeah, according to a study from the Pew Research Center, more than 4 in 10 workers who get paid days off say they take less time than their employer allows. So the last Tuesday in January, that's today, it's been designated National Plan for Vacation Day. This is to encourage employees to use their PTO and plan that trip.
Joining us now for more on this is travel reporter Davey Sutton. Good to have you with us. So let's start with some of the reasons people are not using all of their vacation time.
Why are we doing that?
And why is it such a problem?
Well, one of the top reasons is that people think they can't afford it. Another is family obligations. But the number one reason is that people think that they're going to be replaced from their jobs.
Wow.
And so people don't take their vacations. So that's why the U.S. Travel Association came up with and then the entire travel industry followed suit with National Plan for Vacation Day.
I love this. What a great national day to think about.
But people really think they're going to go to Hawaii and come back and someone's sitting at their desk? Is that
pre-pandemic, I don't know. But we know about the great replacement, Tom Brady, who was a replacement.
I feel like it's more like over time, right? Like you're like, am I going to be the person that everybody thinks I'm always on vacation if I take my, 2 weeks or whatever? Maybe it's kind of like longer term like that.
That's exactly right. And you know, that research said that if people have 2 weeks, they will leave 5 days on the table. So people really aren't, utilizing their vacation. And, you can do those, like taking a Friday off and have 3 days away. So there are ways to manage to take your time off.
Absolutely. Also, why is this the best time to plan for a trip? Especially, we just got through holidays, that kind of thing. A lot of people probably were all over the place recently. So why plan now?
Yeah, and savvy travelers know that this is a good time because it's all about supply and demand. So people aren't thinking about going on vacation.
We
so
just told them.
You can get a deal. Yeah, it's between us. Right?
Yeah.
But you can find the deal. So the discounts and the entire travel industry is, you can find some deals. Right now, in particular, it is wave season, and that's when the cruises are on sale. So people know to book their cruises in advance, even up to a year in advance. You can find discounts and incentives. Airlines are having sales, and some of the major hotel brands as well. Just go to their websites and look for the discounts and the coupons.
For those who have now been inspired to plan a vacation because they know they won't be replaced if they leave for a few days, what are the top travel trends right now?
So one of the trends is a destination dupe. So we know that crowds can make your vacation unfun, right? So I'm going to give you a cool idea. So we know the Grand Canyon in Arizona is on so many people's bucket list, but it is one of the most popular destinations in the U.S. Consider Palo Duro Canyon. That is the second largest canyon in the U.S., and so many people don't know about it. It's in the Texas Panhandle and near Amarillo. Gives you all the same vibes. Like it has those red rocks. It has, you can camp, you can hike. And what is different than the Grand Canyon is you can drive through this canyon.
Oh, wow.
And so this is a vacation dupe. Another example is Orlando. So we know that this is the busiest destination in the U.S. is Orlando. More than 60 million people go there a year. And we know why. It's the mouse and his friends. And the other big theme parks. So beyond the theme parks, you can add onto your vacation in a few days and go to places like the Kennedy Space Center. They have a park there that I never knew. Right. And then they also have Ripley's Believe It or Not. And Orlando is also a growing foodie destination. They have Michelin star restaurants.
So there's other things you can do there.
Other things you can do.
All right, Davy Sutton, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yes, go plan that vacation.
All right.
Love it.
Coming up, a critical scientific collaboration that's giving some breast cancer patients a dose of hope.
It's incredible. After the break, the vaccine redefining how the disease is treated and the passionate researchers behind it. That is next on Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. It's one of the most wonderful times of the year for football fans. Super Bowl 58 is just around the corner. The defending champion Kansas City Chiefs will try and repeat when they take on the San Francisco 49ers in Las Vegas. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung reports on the excitement that is already building with nearly 2 weeks to go.
Hey there, whether you're a lifelong Chiefs or Niners fan, a football fanatic, or just here for the halftime show and commercials, the Super Bowl has something for everyone. And now with Swifties getting in gear for the big game, it's safe to say the pop culture relevance of this year's Super Bowl is reaching new heights.
With 12 days to go until the Chiefs and 49ers face off for the Lombardi Trophy, Super Bowl 58 is poised to be unlike any other.
Caught by Kelce for the touchdown.
Chiefs star Travis Kelce's cheering section is ready for it. Girlfriend Taylor Swift sporting some new championship swag, keeping the celebration going with friends and family after Kansas City's big win over the Ravens Sunday. Chiefs Kingdom getting a massive wave of support from the singer's legion of devoted fans, who are now calling the Super Bowl the Swiftie Bowl and planning Taylor-sized watch parties.
This is the Taylor Swift effect.
The league is getting a boost too.
Taylor Swift brings an entire army of Swifties with her wherever she goes. So in the case of the Super Bowl and the NFL, that translates to dollars when it comes to ratings, merchandise, and advertising.
From Kansas City to Green Bay, Buffalo, and Baltimore, Swift has been a fixture at Chiefs games since September. Fans expect her to be in Las Vegas to support Kelce at the biggest game of the season. The Chiefs have won 9 of the 12 games she's attended. Will this be Swift's lucky number 13? The defending Super Bowl champs are not currently the favorites. Odds makers now betting San Francisco will win by 1 point, a chance to avenge their Super Bowl 54 loss to the Chiefs 4 years ago. With new weapons, quarterback Brock Purdy and all-pro running back Christian McCaffrey are looking to bring the trophy back to the Bay Area for the first time since 1995. Sin City is no stranger to high prices and high rollers, and this year's big game is drawing big spenders. Just steps from the Las Vegas Strip, Allegiant Stadium will host its first Super Bowl, where the average price of a ticket is the most expensive in history. The most luxe experience costing almost $30 grand. And even if you just want to be near the action, hotels and flights are going for more than double the typical rate. Big excitement from fans of all types for the biggest game of the season.
Those numbers are wild. So let's put this into context. We are watching a very special era unfold for the Chiefs. This is their 4th trip to the Super Bowl in 5 years. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce could win a 3rd ring in that span. This is rare air. The Patriots are the only team in NFL history to have accomplished such a feat as Tom Brady capped off his legacy in New England. So the question is being asked, are we watching the next dynasty in the making? 12 days. Countdown's on. Back to you.
Here we go. Kaylee Hartung, thank you.
Well, this morning we are looking at a unique moment, really a potential turning point in the fight against breast cancer. Many researchers say they think cancer vaccines could be a reality in the not too distant future.
And thanks in part to our own Kristen Dahlgren, those researchers are coming together to collaborate and hopefully find the key to saving thousands of lives. And Kristen joins us now with what is, I don't even think Passion Project puts it, it says enough.
I'm just bubbling with this. It really is close, and this is big, guys. So as a breast cancer survivor, I'm excited about the prospect of my own body fighting off a cancer recurrence, or a day my little girl could be protected from ever having to go down this road. So when I realized there might be a way that I could actually help the process, I was all in. This morning, I am so thrilled to introduce you to Pink Eraser Project. It's definitely been the hardest thing I've ever been through.
On my journey as an NBC correspondent going through breast cancer, I've met a lot of amazing women.
Create the world that you want to see, so that I did.
But none who have given me more hope than Dr. Nora Desis, lead researcher at UW Medicine's Cancer Vaccine Institute.
Can you imagine a world where no one would die of breast cancer because of a vaccine?
The time is now.
The time is now.
Developing a vaccine is her life's work. In 2013, Desus and her team made a breakthrough in a vaccine for a type of breast cancer called HER2 positive. 66 women with advanced stage breast cancer were treated with the vaccine, including Bridget Hempstead, whose cancer had spread to her lungs and liver.
Oncologist said, well, you're not going to live a year.
Instead of going home to die, she reached out to get into the vaccine trial. And now, more than a decade later,
cancers are leaving and they're going away, they're disappearing, and so...
Your cancer is disappearing.
Yeah.
Hempstead does get additional treatment, but she credits the vaccine for an extra decade of life with her family, including a recent highlight, singing the national anthem at the Seahawks-Cowboys game.
Oh, say,
Of the trial participants who got the ideal vaccine dose, 80% were still alive at the 10-year mark. The median survival rate for stage 4 HER2 positive is only 5 years. Desus and her team are now working on a cutting-edge breast cancer vaccine that attacks cancer stem cells.
The pieces are there, and the understanding of the immune system is there. What we really need is to be able to evaluate these vaccines in a very uniform manner with a lot of eyes looking at the data coming out of these trials.
Enter Michelle Young, a stage 4 survivor and advocate I met during an interview on her work to mandate effective screening for everyone covered by insurance.
Mammography, even though wonderful for many women, is not the end-all or be-all.
Young had an idea. What if we brought all the researchers together and helped fund, educate, and accelerate the breast cancer vaccine trials? The Pink Eraser Project was born, and in short order, doctors from 6 of the nation's top cancer centers joined our collaboration.
I am definitely encouraged. We need large studies, and that's why we need collaboration, so we can do the big studies that will prove what works.
Jenny Davis was the first person in the world to get Cleveland Clinic's phase 1 trial of a breast cancer vaccine for triple-negative cancer, known as the hardest to treat, with high rates of recurrence.
I wanted to see my kids grow into adults and, get married and have kids, and I was very scared.
She was thrilled when she qualified for the trial in 2019.
The only side effects I had were lumps at the injection site. That is it. Nothing else. The vaccine has taught my body to identify those cells and destroy them before they can become a tumor. It's given me hope for myself and my family, but with the vaccine, the bigger picture is not me. The bigger picture is what this could mean for breast cancer and research in general. Like, it could change everything.
There is a lot of new science that more people are involved in the process. Something that would take 30 years could be done in a 5 to 10 year period of time. All it takes is awareness, enthusiasm, excitement, and that people know this exists.
And that's where I come in. Luckily, I'm good at telling people what exists out there. If I've learned anything in 30 years as a journalist, one person really can change the world. But this will, of course, go much quicker if everyone joins us. Let's face it, with 1 in 8 American women diagnosed in their lifetime, we all know someone with breast cancer. And that's why I've started Pink Eraser Project with this amazing group of scientists and doctors and survivors. I will be dedicating my life to this. Unfortunately, that means I have to leave my dream job here at NBC News, but I really feel called to do this, and I am so excited about the future.
We are, of course, going to miss you, but we can tell that you feel called to do this, and it's going to do so much good. And so it is hard to send you off, but we do so knowing we're going to be keeping track of you doing amazing things. This is, obviously, you're focused on breast cancer, but this could really be vaccines for other cancers, too, right?
Right. So there already are, there's melanoma vaccine. There are vaccines in development for other cancers. StemVac that I mentioned is in a lung cancer trial. And what they learn when it's shared and everybody's working together will really be accessible and able to help other researchers. And so, this could be used for other cancers. My dad was just diagnosed with cancer, and so you can be sure I'm not stopping with breast cancer. We're focused on that because it's a streamlined point A to point B that we can laser focus on. And I know for a lot of people, vaccines has become, kind of this bad word. And I just want to say this is not something that the government would ever mandate. Breast cancer is not an infectious disease. You can't catch it from me. But people who are at high risk or who already have the disease can choose to do this. And that's our hope that in the future they have that option.
Kristen Dahlgren, nearly 30 years at NBC News. We love you. What an incredible thing you're doing. We will miss you, but we will be in touch for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, January 30th. Brain blast. Elon Musk says his company, Neuralink, has successfully implanted a device in a human for the first time. How the product could allow people to control their phones and computers by just thinking.
Deadly attack. We're learning more about that drone strike that killed 3 U.S. soldiers in northeast Jordan. Why American forces may have thought it was their own aircraft at first and didn't shoot it down.
Caught on camera, a Los Angeles woman clung to the hood of a car as thieves sped off with her French bulldog. How she miraculously survived and what happened to the pooch.
Paternity leave. A majority of dads in this country report taking little to no time off work after having a baby. So we are going to talk about the emotional and the mental benefits that come along with spending time with a newborn.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with a potential breakthrough for people with major physical disabilities. Elon Musk says his tech startup Neuralink has implanted its first device into a human. The company has been working on a brain chip to help people with severe issues like paralysis be able to control external devices with just their thoughts.
Now, Musk is posting on X and saying their first patient is recovering well and is showing promising initial results. But so far, there have been no independent confirmations of the company's procedure. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now. Emily, first off, Musk received FDA clearance for human clinical trials, and that happened in May of last year. Can you tell us more specifically about this brain chip? How exactly does it work?
Hey there, guys. Good to be with you. Yeah, this all feels very futuristic. You mentioned those clinical trials that they were approved for last year, and they've since been trying to recruit people. And here we have the first instance, he says, of a successful implementation of this brain chip. So just kind of looking at what it is, it's a brain chip that enables control of external devices merely by thinking. So your thoughts are controlling the phones and computers. And the first product is called telepathy, and that really kind of alludes to what it is able to do. It's initially for people with quadriplegia and at least 22 years old with a reliable caregiver. As you mentioned, approved for clinical trials last year. Those clinical tests could take around 6 years. And so we are a long way away still, I should note, from any kind of commercialization of this.
Emily, at first I think people think science fiction, but this could be a game changer for people with disabilities. We know Neuralink isn't the only company in this space. What else is happening?
Yeah, Vicki, you bring up a good point. Neuralink is one of a small handful of companies and researchers that are looking to test these brain chips in humans. You may recall a number of years ago in 2016, there was someone who had been paralyzed by a car accident, and a brain chip actually enabled him to famously fist bump President Obama at the time with this research from the University of Pittsburgh. And emerging neurotechnologies like this, it's been the source of a lot of excitement, especially for those who experience paralysis, but also, understandably, some question and concern regarding safety, regulation, and where this technology could go. I should note, guys, we've reached out to Neuralink for more information on the procedure, but have yet to hear back.
It's pretty remarkable. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda, thank you so much, Em.
Well, Vicki, earlier today, President Biden said he's decided how to respond to the deadly attack on American troops. And all of this comes as the Defense Department has now identified the 3 soldiers who were killed in the drone strike at a U.S. base in Jordan. 2 Pentagon officials tell NBC News they're still trying to figure out how this drone actually evaded the outpost air defense systems before hitting near a shelter where troops were sleeping. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is following this all from Tel Aviv. Matt, the big question for everyone is what the U.S. response will look like, because that question could tell us whether we plunge deeper into a war there in the Middle East and U.S. troops have direct interaction with that. How might the U.S. retaliate for this, and what options right now are on the table?
Yeah, it's a great question, Morgan. And actually, the Wall Street Journal had a great article about this. They laid out 3 possibilities in kind of descending order of level of retaliation. The first one would be to attack Iran itself, to attack Iranian ground, or to attack naval assets in Iranian waters. That would, of course, be the most provocative and the most likely to spark yet another retaliation by Iran or its proxies. The second would be to attack Iranian proxies, like some of these groups, like one of the, maybe Kataib Hezbollah, which is thought to be the group, one of the groups maybe behind this latest attack, or some other proxies elsewhere in the region. There are quite a few, all part of Iran's so-called axis of resistance. The third, and the least inflammatory, the least likely to create a region-wide war, would be economic sanctions, or some sort of less physical, less violent sort of retaliation. And again, that would not be something that would necessarily elicit a huge response from Iran or its proxy groups, but it also might disappoint Americans who really do, especially some on the right, who want to see some sort of bloodletting in retaliation for the 3 deaths that we've seen over the weekend.
Yeah, and Matt, I mean, it was unclear initially what they were seeing in the air. Where does that investigation stand in terms of how we actually got here?
I'm not entirely sure where the investigation stands, but we've been hearing a lot of different theories. One of them would be that this was mistaken for an American drone, as an American drone had been seen returning back to the same base or around the same area. That was one issue. The other one was that this was a crafty maneuver that saw this drone flying in at low altitude, so it evaded some of the air response stuff that was in the area that was normally used to try to fight back against just these sorts of attacks. Morgan.
I know the family also has been speaking out, the family of those troops who were killed. They want answers. They want the same answers we all do about how this happened, the very things we're discussing. What have they said?
Well, they've been talking about the loss of their loved ones, and this is mostly not political. This is not something that we've been hearing from the families about, them saying that they want to see a muscular retaliation. They want to see the risk of region-wide war increase. They were talking about the loss of their loved ones. And we heard from one family. They spoke with NBC News. Here's what they said.
We will like to know what happened and how could this happen. If we know what we know now, we would have just said, I love you so much. Just make sure that she knew that she wasn't alone. And that we love her.
Yes. So, as you can see, Morgan, they want answers, not blood. And they don't want to see a region-wide war. I think that these families understand the consequences of what we're talking about. We've been seeing these kinds of tit-for-tat attacks in the region for the past several months. They know that if there was some sort of muscular retaliation, a violent retaliation that elicited another response from Iran, that they could see the loss of more innocents, like their loved ones who died this past weekend. Morgan?
Incredibly good distinction, and our heart goes out to them, and we thank their loved ones for their service. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, thank you.
Well, House Republicans are pushing ahead with an effort to impeach the top Biden administration official in charge of the growing border crisis. Right now, lawmakers are meeting to discuss articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The Republican-led committee is accusing him of ignoring federal laws on immigration. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. So, Julie, for history here, Congress has not impeached a sitting cabinet secretary in nearly 150 years. So on what grounds are they discussing impeachment? And what was this process going to look like moving forward?
Yeah, Vicki, it's a great question. In the committee right now, the Homeland Security panel, who is tasked with overseeing these impeachment proceedings, they're meeting right now trying to hammer out how this process is going to go forward. It could be a very long hearing. We could not see a resolution to this in the committee until the end of the day. You see those 2 articles on your screen. Those are the 2 articles that the chairman of the committee, Mark Green, a Republican, have introduced against Mayorkas for willfully not enforcing the law, they say, and also for breaching public trust. Mayorkas Mayorkas has pushed back on all of those points, as have Democrats. Nonetheless, though, we do expect this process to move forward. You've got that chart that you see on your screen of what some of the next steps look like. Once this is processed out of the committee, it then goes to the House floor. A vote time that is TBD. We do not yet know when Speaker Johnson plans to address that, but we do know that he's got a very tight margin right now, working with just a one-seat majority. All of those numbers, all the members under him are going to count, because they're going to need to pass that with a simple majority before it gets over to the Senate, where they will need a 2/3 vote in order to acquit Mayorkas. And we do expect in the Democratic-controlled Senate that would happen.
Julia, at the same time this is all happening, a bipartisan group of senators is working to hash out legislation to address the border crisis. Where does that deal stand?
Exactly. And by the way, Mayorkas is actually in the room negotiating with Senate negotiators, trying to hammer out a proposal to fix those policies at the border that Republicans in the House are accusing him of not enforcing or going far enough in protecting there. So that's an interesting dynamic you find yourself in. This is not happening in a vacuum, but we do have some new details in terms of what could be in this proposal. It's still being workshopped by the hour. They still have some finishing touches to put on it, but I think we have a graphic, if you could put up on your screen. My colleague Julia Ainsley, Frank Thorpe, and I have been able to report some details which would actually enforce the Biden administration to shut down the border. You heard that phrase from the president himself over the weekend. If it hits a 5,000 daily average of migrant crossings over a 7-day period, that would automatically put a trigger in place to shut down the border, which would then take at least a week, up to 2, for the border to reopen if they continue to show sustained droppings. Now, this is a big change from what is currently happening at the border. We'll see if it goes far enough for Speaker Johnson to accept.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sturkin. Julie, thank you.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Shipping giant UPS is planning to lay off 12,000 employees following a massive drop in yearly revenue. The job cuts are expected to save the company about $1 billion, according to their CEO.
CNBC reporter Silvana Hanau joins us. Silvana, has the company explained what exactly is behind these severe layoffs?
They have, Vicki. Morgan. Yeah, good afternoon to you. So UPS is facing a decline in shipping volume both in the U.S. and around the world, which is forcing the company to lay off workers and increase efficiency, including the use of artificial intelligence. The package carrier also announcing a major new push toward in-office work, asking employees to be in the office 5 days a week going forward. Meanwhile, Toyota issued a do not drive advisory for 50,000 cars with Takata airbags because of an inflator that could explode and potentially kill motorists. The recall affects Corollas and RAV4 models from 2003 to 2005. Owners are urged to contact their local dealer to get the issue repaired immediately. And Universal Studios has announced a 4th new park at its Florida resort. The new park will be called Universal Epic Universe, and it will feature attractions and entertainment designed around 5 worlds, or portals, each with their own theme, including Super Nintendo and Harry Potter. We should note that Universal Studios is owned by CNBC parent company NBC Universal. The new park is scheduled to open in 2025. Cannot wait to check it out.
It looks very cool.
I'm so excited. I love theme parks.
Field trip.
Yes. Team field trip. CNBC reporter Silvana Hanau. Thank you so much, Silvana. We appreciate it.
Up next, leaping into action, dramatic video shows a woman clinging to the hood of a moving car to fend off thieves in California. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So over in Los Angeles, a dog owner literally leapt into action after realizing her French bulldog was being stolen in broad daylight. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz shows us the moment she tried stopping the alleged criminals in a getaway car.
It's a shocking video. A woman clinging to the hood of a car as thieves speed off with her 1-year-old French bulldog.
I said, this is it. This is how I'm going to die.
Ali Zacharias miraculously survived, saying she fell off 2 blocks later as she watched the dog nappers drive away with little Onyx.
We're eating right here.
Outside the Whole Foods in downtown Los Angeles, where the terrifying incident unfolded, Zacharias described to us the moments a woman stole him and ran to a getaway car.
My only recourse was to stop the car, so I stood in front of the car and I put my hands out and I said, stop. I said, do not go. And I didn't think that they'd drive into a human. The next thing I know, they drove into me and banged me and till I fell on the hood.
This all happened right here at this intersection, and it's part of a disturbing trend. These prized French bulldogs snatched from their owners, often then sold on the black market. In 2021, Lady Gaga's 2 Frenchies were taken after shooting her dog walker. The dogs found after she offered a $500,000 reward for their safe return. And just last November, thieves stole a dozen puppies worth $100,000 from a LA pet store. French bulldogs, the #1 dog breed in America, cost between $3,000 to $9,000, some even more. Were you aware that people often target these dogs when you got?
Yes, but I never thought it would be me. I never thought that this would be my situation.
Onyx now a statistic, with Zacharias still praying he'll be returned. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, Dunkin' is facing a class action lawsuit over milk alternatives, which are becoming increasingly popular. Customers are accusing the company of discriminating against people with milk allergies by charging them more for dairy-free options like coconut milk. Dunkin' has acknowledged the suit, but has not issued a formal response yet. Take a look. Laura Primo is originally from New England, so naturally she was a Dunkin' regular. But recently,
I can't touch any dairy with a 10-foot pole.
She loves her coffee with coconut milk now. But when she realized Dunkin' was charging extra for it, she felt milked for money.
It just kind of upset me. You know, my favorite coffee is messing with me.
That's why she and 9 other Dunkin' customers filed a class action lawsuit against the company last month, asking for at least $5 million in damages. The suit comes after a slew of other food class actions, those focused on misleading advertising against companies like Hershey and Kraft. Some have called those lawsuits frivolous, and they've seen limited success in court. But this suit says Dunkin' is discriminating against people with lactose intolerance or milk allergies, alleging violations of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
They're making a significant profit off of these customers, their customers, because of their disabilities.
Because of the law, public entities have to make reasonable modifications for people with disabilities. At first glance, lactose intolerance or milk allergies may not seem like a disability, but in 2008, Congress broadened the law, which one expert thinks now covers those types of conditions.
People who have chronic conditions, lactose intolerance or food allergies, if they are substantially limiting their ability to eat and to function day to day, then they're considered disabilities under the Act.
Companies do have a way out if they can prove making those changes would fundamentally alter the nature of their business or impose an undue burden. Dunkin' acknowledged the suit and has until March to respond. It did not reply to our request for comment.
They offer sweeteners that aren't sugar. They offer decaffeinated coffee, not only caffeine coffee. To single out the non-dairy alternative is discriminatory.
The same law firm behind the Dunkin' lawsuit also filed a separate but similar class action suit against Starbucks in 2022. Starbucks filed a motion to dismiss that is still pending. Starbucks arguing that the lawsuit moving forward would have far-reaching consequences and would force retailers to choose between no longer offering more expensive items, losing substantial revenue, or raising prices across the board. Now, if you're wondering, the key difference with this class action suit centers on whether lactose intolerance and milk allergies fall under the Americans with Disabilities Act. We're going to continue to follow this case and bring you the latest. Morgan?
Really important reporting. Thanks so much, Vicki. And later on this hour, what we're learning about dozens of Americans who died after having cosmetic surgeries in the Dominican Republic. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
In Mexico City, bullfighting is back amid a fierce debate over the sport. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo explains why some believe this tradition is essential to Mexican culture, while others say it is animal cruelty.
Nearly 2 years, bullfighting is back in Mexico City. But outside the arena, an equally intense battle. This protester is saying bullfighting normalizes violence, adding that it's slaughter for recreation. Despite the masses gathered in opposition, Plaza Mexico, the largest bullfighting arena in the world with 41,000 seats, opening its doors once more on Sunday after the Mexican Supreme Court temporarily lifted a 2022 bullfighting ban in Mexico City. The arena's director hopeful they'll be able to celebrate bullfights for many years to come. While the Supreme Court did not explain its reasoning for lifting the ban, it originally cited that the fights violated the right to an environment free from violence. This Mexico City congressman surprised at the outcome, but committed to making bullfights illegal in the capital city again. But not all Mexicans feel this way. One spectator saying her father raised bulls and gave them an excellent life. In fact, bullfights are still federally legal in the country, and many groups, like this one, hosting events and training sessions meant to inspire the next generation of bullfighting aficionados. This aspiring bullfighter says he dreams of hearing the meaningful ole that's offered in Mexico. But tensions over this centuries-old tradition not just happening in Mexico. Across the globe, around 250,000 bulls die each year during bullfights, according to the Humane Society International. A tradition originating in Spain, it's still practiced in 8 countries. The Mexican president saying he'd explore the possibility of a referendum on the capital city's bullfighting ban, but hasn't made solid plans. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Let's head overseas, where union farmers in France are setting fire to produce, dumping trash outside government offices, and even blocking off highways in protest this week. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman explains how we got here and the response from French authorities.
An extraordinary sight on the Paris highways. Tractors, hundreds of them, as far as the eye can see. Signs in French reading, "Angry Farmer," angry over what French farmers say is an existential threat to their way of life. Red tape, low prices, and high taxes they say may put them out of business. We've had enough, this organic farmer says. Enough with demands disconnected from reality. Enough with the markets spiraling downwards. These protests have been rocking France for days. But now, farming unions say they're kicking into higher gear, vowing a siege on the French capital, attempting to block all major roads into Paris, threatening to drive their tractors all the way to Élysée, the presidential palace. In southern France, farmers setting a truck of red peppers on fire, then flipping it. Tires set aflame, trash dumped outside government offices. France is deploying some 15,000 police officers to keep farmers from literally shutting down Paris. The Interior Minister threatening arrests, putting farmers on notice, saying authorities won't tolerate a blockade on Paris airports or the Rungus Fresh Food Market, one of the world's largest, which feeds millions of people. The unrest is fueled by frustration over impacts from the war in Ukraine, which led the EU to suspend import limits for Ukrainian food. Now farmers say cheap Ukrainian goods are flooding France and driving down prices. Arnold Puesch runs a poultry and corn farm near Normandy, where 2 of his kids work with him on the family farm.
Some people think these protests are going too far. How do you respond?
You must know that we are on the highway, but we don't destroy the highway. And until now, we have the support of the consumers and the citizens. They are aware that we feed them all the year.
Over the weekend, France's new Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal, offered farmers a deal. Steps like simplifying environmental rules and freezing taxes on tractor diesel. But farming unions dismissed it as small potatoes and vowed to keep fighting.
Josh Letterman, NBC News.
Coming up, warning signs, what a former high school administrator says that he told authorities about before the deadly Oxford, Michigan school shooting. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us. It is 12:30 here in New York. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Attorney General Merrick Garland will undergo back surgery this weekend for a minimally invasive procedure. The Justice Department says Garland will be under general anesthesia and out of commission for about 90 minutes. During that time, Deputy AG Lisa Monaco will take on his duties. This comes as Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin faces a congressional probe after keeping a recent hospitalization secret.
Police in Kansas are searching for a statue of baseball icon Jackie Robinson after it was stolen from a park. Authorities say vandals cut the life-size bronze figure off at the ankles, leaving just its shoes and base behind. That statue is worth more than $75,000, and police are now offering a cash reward for any tips on its whereabouts.
And the U.S. figure skating team is bringing home the gold after Russian skater Kamila Valieva was retroactively disqualified from the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. It comes after the International Olympic Committee ruled that Valieva will be suspended from competition through 2025 for doping. With Russia losing its gold medal, the U.S. and Japan have now moved up to first and second place in those Olympic Games.
The mother of Michigan school shooter Ethan Crumbley is back in court today. Jennifer Crumbley is facing involuntarily manslaughter charges in connection to the case.
Yesterday, jurors watched the moment Jennifer confronted her son after he shot and killed 4 classmates at Oxford High School 3 years ago.
Why? I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Prosecutors say Ethan's mother and father, who you heard there saying, "I love you," who are both facing charges, that they bear some responsibility for their son's actions. This is the first time in U.S. history that parents are on trial for a mass shooting carried out by their child. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broadus joins us now. Adrian, so the former dean of students actually took the stand this morning. He's named in multiple lawsuits that were filed by parents who say he should have raised concerns about Ethan earlier. What did he say during his testimony?
Well, Vicki, he testified that he had only been in that position for about 4 months at the time of the shooting. And the morning of the shooting, he testified he received an email from a teacher flagging that Ethan had drawn, quote, inappropriate images on a math worksheet in class. Now, that image that they are talking about, it's one that we've seen multiple times during these days of testimony. It's an image of a gun which resembles the shooting weapon from that day, as well as there was a person, a body on that paper, and a message with the words, "The thoughts won't stop, help me." Now, the former dean of students testified he recognized this name because the day before he received an email from another teacher flagging that Ethan was in the classroom looking up bullets online. At this moment, he said he was triggered to think, and I'm paraphrasing, this was not a discipline issue, but a student who needed counseling, a student who was in need of help. He also mentioned they called in the Crumbleys, Jennifer and James, to talk to them about their concerns, and their response left him surprised.
The response to that was, "We can't take him anywhere today. We have to go back to work."
And who said that?
Mrs. Crumbley said that.
The defendant did?
Yes.
Okay. What was your reaction to that?
It seemed a little odd.
And when they called in the parents, you may or may not remember, the recommendation was that he was to be taken home and to get counseling or help from a mental health professional that day, Morgan.
Yeah, it's certainly a groundbreaking case in terms of what this can mean for parents going forward and what their culpability may be. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broadus for us there. Adrian, thank you.
Well, Morgan, the CDC is out with shocking new data that more than 90 American citizens have died after getting plastic surgery in the Dominican Republic. The deaths were linked to a procedure commonly known as a Brazilian butt lift. Now, all of this happened between 2009 to 2022, and all but one of the people who died were women. NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres joins us now. So, Dr. John, let's talk about this. This particular surgery seems to be surging in popularity. What can you tell us about the procedure? How do they do it? Is it inherently dangerous?
And Vicki, you're right. This thing is becoming more and more popular. Over the last 2 decades, it's actually increased 800% the amount of procedures. Here in the U.S., in 2021, over 61,000 procedures were done, this Brazilian butt lift. Worldwide, estimates are last year, over 500,000 procedures were done. And as far as its dangerousness, some people say this is the most dangerous surgery you can undergo because of the way it's done. And that's why I think we're seeing what's happened here, and the warnings are going out, Vicki.
Well, so we know Americans have been increasingly traveling to other countries to get these medical procedures, lower costs, less of a wait time. But, you know, before you go overseas to get any kind of medical procedure done, what should you know?
And Vicki, I understand it because you do want to go overseas where it's cheaper, but you want to make sure that you're getting it in a safe way and done by people that have experience. And here in the United States, we have something called Joint Commission. They accredit hospitals and clinics to make sure they're safe. That doesn't necessarily happen worldwide, especially some of the other areas, especially some of the smaller countries. So you need to do your own homework, and that means doing some footwork beforehand. The Joint Commission International has a list you can go through with the hospital or with the clinic and say, are you following these safety procedures? There's another thing called International Society for Quality in Healthcare. They have a list as well. You can use their list to go through, but sit down with the clinic virtually if you can and just say, hey, do you have these procedures in place? What is the type of facility you have? What's the experience of the surgeons? You know, what kind of follow-up do you do? You know, those kinds of questions to make sure you're being safe, because it's important that before you undergo the surgery, Vicki.
Yeah, these are really important questions to ask. Dr. Torres, I want to go back to what you said, that this is actually one of the most dangerous procedures you can undergo, the Brazilian butt lift. Why is that?
So it's what's called a blind procedure. So what they do is they take fat from different parts of the body, particularly the abdomen, and then they get that fat and they inject it into the gluteal region, the buttocks region, but they do it blindly. They put a needle in there and they fan the needle out, injecting that fat. They don't exactly know where it's going, and that's where the experience comes in to make sure you're doing it in a safe manner. If you get it into a bloodstream, it can cause a clot in the bloodstream that can then cause a stroke or other issues, and you can get post-operation infections. There's a lot of things that can happen here, but some surgeons are saying, again, this is one of the most dangerous procedures you can undergo.
And a warning now from the CDC, very serious. NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, as the race to develop artificial intelligence heats up, there's growing concern over the technology itself and who ultimately wins and loses from it. Here's NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt with an exclusive conversation with the CEO of Microsoft about the risks of AI.
I do want to ask you about the New York Times lawsuit against your partner, OpenAI, and yourself, about the idea of using their content, using New York Times content to train AI. I know it's a legal open case and you can only say so much about it, but it does kind of open a thought about where this information comes from and who ultimately benefits.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that is going to be very, very important is both what is the copyright protection as well as what is fair use in a world where there is transformative new technology. I think that that's really where the copyright laws have to essentially now be interpreted for what is a new transformation technology. We've done this in the past. I'm sure we'll come out with the right set of guidelines on what is used for training. That's one thing. That's the transformation side of it. And of course, it's clear that you can't just use copyrighted material and regurgitate anything. And so those are two very distinct issues. I think we'll, the courts will opine on it, and I'm sure will come out. And in fact, if you look at, what Japan is doing and other countries are also doing, which is how to think about copyright in an enlightened way so that this new technology can be developed. In fact, new competitors can be introduced, while at the same time protecting copyright.
You can watch the rest of Lester's interview tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC.
Well, a report from Health and Human Services shows an estimated 7 out of 10 Americans will need long-term care at some point in their lives.
Now, millions of people will end up personally taking on those caregiving responsibilities for their family members. And that unpaid care costs Americans close up to $600 billion a year, and that's according to the AARP. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to explain what you need to know to take care of an aging loved one. Sharon, this is really an important topic. It's affecting a lot more families than I think people even realize. And if we just look at some of the numbers here, in addition to nursing homes or assisted living facilities, what are sort of some of the other care options people have in a situation like this?
Yeah, I think people think the only options are at home or a nursing home, but continuous care retirement communities are really taking on a lot of the responsibilities that maybe family caregivers just can't do right now. From independent living, allowing your loved one to stay at a place where they can get meals during the day, get some laundry service, get things done for them, or assisted living where they maybe needed help with bathing or dressing or a couple of daily life activities. There's also memory care places. These places may also include that for patients with dementia and Alzheimer's, and then skilled nursing, which is what most people think of in terms of nursing home care. The costs, though, vary widely, from independent living being around $4,000 to over a month to over $12,000 a month when you're talking about skilled nursing care. So it's a big range, but a big range of services also.
I think you hit on that right there, the cost. When it comes to paying these expenses for long-term care, what do people need to know? Are there resources that can help in some way?
Well, one of the things people need to know is that when you're talking about Medicare, which everyone gets after the age of 65, you're eligible for it, it does not cover long-term care, ongoing care services. So you want to make sure that you understand that that's not covered. And so what are the other options? Medicaid could be an option if you qualify, if you're low income enough and qualify for that. And some people, because they spend so much on care, eventually get to that level. But something that people should consider, just like you have car insurance, just like you have homeowners insurance, you want to protect your long-term care with long-term care insurance. And this is something that can cost a premium annually of $2,000 to $5,000. Not cheap, but worth it when you consider the care in a nursing home can be over $100,000
Do you enroll in that now, like before you need it, or how does that work?
You need to try to get it now before you need it. Yes, it's hard. It's hard to get it for your loved one once they're in their 80s and they're, it's going to be difficult to get. But you get it now and you pay into that so that when you are older and you may need care, it's there for you to get that care the way you want, where you want, and you're able to pay for it.
And it's an option, to your point, that I think a lot of people aren't even aware is out there. My parents, full disclosure, have done it, and I think even for my brothers and I, it's like a real mental relief knowing that that financial element is sort of taken care of, because there's so many other things you're thinking about when you have a parent who's aging.
And when you have these family conversations about money, usually it's how do I get from month to month? But you don't think about what you're going to need down the road, and it's so important because many family members are spending upwards of $7,000 a year at least to deal with family caregiving.
This is such a good
It
conversation.
is, and it's
Thank
like you want to think about so many other things, not, the financial piece.
We have a lot more on CNBC.com for people because there are a lot of terms to get through, a lot to understand, but at least we hope to give you a starting point.
Sharon Epperson, thank you. And let's go ahead and show you that graphic so you can get more information on how to be smart with your money. Go to cnbc.com/personal finance. Great conversation. Thank you.
And just ahead, speaking of families, dads on duty. Why it's important for fathers to take paternity leave from work, not just for themselves, but for their whole family. More NBC News Daily just after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hold.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the
Jackson
many questions.
will never be questioned.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, the good news is access to paternity leave in the U.S. has almost doubled in the last decade, so that's great. But a lot of dads are still hesitant to take it. They feel that it threatens their career growth.
Now, in fact, research from the Department of Labor shows 7 in 10 dads only take 10 days or less of leave, despite the emotional and mental benefits it can have for families. Psychotherapist and award-winning reporter Dr. Robbie Ludwig joins us now. Dr. Ludwig, this is such an important topic. Can we just start from the beginning? Why is it that so fewer dads take paternity leave?
I think it's cultural norms. For a long time, it was women taking off. Men earned way more money, so they couldn't take off from work. And it was just an expectation that they didn't have to, which is unfortunate because I think men really enjoy this opportunity to bond with their children, but it just didn't exist.
It is so important for the entire family, as we've been talking about. How does taking paternity leave strengthen that bond between the dads and the kids and also just help them as fathers?
Well, it's so interesting because there are gender bias studies, and we always thought there was that maternal instinct. It looks like there's a caregiving instinct that's not gender specific, and it happens based on behavior. So if you are focusing on your child and focusing on the quality of time, it actually changes the brain and makes you more plugged in. And it's amazing in terms of the child bond and their development because it makes them more socially, emotionally advanced. So the studies are very promising, and men are now enjoying that special time that they didn't have before.
You know, I have to say, I just did this with my own family. My kid turns 1 this week, and of all the things that I heard when I was pregnant, there was one piece of advice that really stuck with me. It was this incredible woman who said, Morgan, when you have this baby, you take care of the baby and your husband takes care of you. And when Miss Vicki Wynn told me that advice, it stuck with me, and frankly, it still sticks with me. What does it mean for a partnership and a marriage when a man takes paternity leave?
It's so healthy, and they find that there are mental health benefits for both. So men actually do better because when they're bonding with their child, they're also helping out around the house, so mothers feel less overburdened. Their mental health can be better, especially with postpartum depression. And it's the family pitching in together, so it's more egalitarian. There's not that gender specific, you take care of the work and I'll take care of the child. It's 2 people pitching in together, and they feel more bonded as a family and happier with each other, so the marriage feels more supportive.
And that benefits the children too. I mean, everything you're saying here, we live, it seems like such common sense, and yet it's not always happening. And in some cases, men don't have paternity leave. They don't have the ability or that benefit at work. So if they're in a situation like that, they want these benefits, they want to help. What are some alternatives? What can they do? Can they make up for it on the weekends?
Yeah, so I mean, it would be nice if more companies had paid leave because that's when men feel the most secure and can, engage in paternity leave without worrying about their profession or job. But if you don't have that, focus on the weekend. Focus on alone time and just spending that one-on-one time with your child. So when you have that and you're making it up and you're conscious, that could be tremendously helpful. But hopefully more organizations will see the value and provide some paid leave for both men and women.
Yeah, this is ultimately on the employers too.
We only have about 20 seconds left, but also how does that affect the dynamics in the household? Our producer, Mitch Merman, said, look, it was great for my older kid to see me taking care.
Well, it helps break those stereotypes that we have about men doing certain things and certain roles and women doing certain roles. Like you were discussing in your family, your parents were great at that. And so we get to see men being caregivers and women being caregivers, and it doesn't have to be so specific and limited.
That modeling is vital. Dr. Robbie Ludwig, I love this conversation. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right, stay with us. More ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now he's raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now he's real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Well, there is a lot of buzz over a rare event that will happen this spring. Billions of cicadas from two different offspring will emerge from the ground. And scientists say the last time this happened was back in 1803. So Jen Maxfield of NBC New York has more on what we can expect to see and, of course, hear.
The constant hum of cicadas is coming back in full force this summer.
When you go into a woods full of cicadas, you've been there for at least 20 minutes and get in your car, your ears are still ringing like you've been to a rock concert.
As recently as 2021, New Jersey has been swarmed by our own brood of cicadas. What makes this summer different is that two different cohorts or broods will be emerging from the soil around trees after waiting underground for more than a decade.
Now, for any two particular broods, like brood 13, we're going to see this year, that's a 17-year cicada, and brood 19, which is a 13-year cicada, the last time they emerged together was in 1803 when Thomas Jefferson was president.
One brood of cicadas is loud enough. Two could be downright deafening. What you're hearing is a cicada version of speed dating. The creatures have just 4 to 6 weeks above ground to mate before they die.
It's a mating call, a pre-mating call to attract the female, to verify that there's interest, and then actually during the process of mating itself.
This map shows where the two broods of cicadas are expected to emerge, mostly in the southeast and Midwest, where people in central Illinois will either enjoy or detest both broods. Up to 1.5 million cicadas per acre. Kritzky's app, Cicada Safari, will keep track.
There will be cicada tourism this summer because I've already talked with people from Japan and from the United Kingdom that are planning trips to see the overlap.
They actually want to see it, not escape from it. Okay. That was Jen Maxfield from NBC New York reporting. Well, renewable energy accounted for more than 20% of U.S. electricity back in 2022, this according to government data. But experts say that number is expected to keep rising in the years ahead. So to get a better sense of the future of clean energy, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber takes a look back at how it all started.
The path to a cleaner grid will be harnessing the power of nature in 2024.
We're going to generate the wind here, the energy here, and be able to transmit it
all the way across Arizona into California as well.
Wind energy will take a big leap with the construction of the Western Hemisphere's largest wind project. Towering steel turbines will capture, then deliver wind-produced power hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, in the North Atlantic, ocean-based wind farms are taking shape.
After a week-long journey from Portugal, components to the country's first commercial-scale offshore wind project have arrived here in New Bedford.
America's top commercial fishing port, a place that more than anywhere else in America knows what it's doing out at sea.
The pace of solar is also picking up at the federal level, from installing panels on the roof of the Pentagon to developing millions of acres of public land for solar use. The modern era of clean energy has come a long way since the dreams of Jimmy Carter.
A generation from now, this solar heater can either be a curiosity or it can be just a small part of one of the greatest and most exciting adventures.
It was a symbolic gesture back then, but Carter's 1979 solar speech was more than just a symbol. It was a vision taking root. Solar power has shed its price tag over the decades, from more than $100 per watt to under $1 today. And now solar projects are adding clean power to cities and towns across America.
Tonight, there are plans to build a solar farm on more than 600 acres in the Foley area
to power more than 8,000 homes. The future of clean energy is full of revolutionary ideas that go far beyond turbines and panels.
We're seeing a boom in residential energy. It's about batteries, it's about load management, it's about heat pumps, it's about generators and EV chargers all coming together.
And the money is pouring in. Over the next 5 years, global investment in renewable energy is set to skyrocket from $330 billion today to almost $500 billion by 2028. A green rush, once a distant idea, now fueling hope for a greener tomorrow. Ellison Barber, NBC News.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, all those places on your screen. Stay with us. The news continues right after this.
Lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now. is NBC News Now.
We are so glad you could be with us today, and thank you for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, January 30th. U.S. response. President Biden says he has decided how to retaliate for the deadly strike on American troops, but he stopped short of saying exactly what that would look like.
High-stakes hearing. House Republicans meeting today to discuss efforts to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over the crisis at the border. We are live on Capitol Hill with the very latest.
The cost of caregiving. Many Americans rely on their family members for long-term assistance. So we're going to talk about what you should consider before looking after a loved one.
Troubling trend. U.S. health officials say they are seeing a rise in tobacco use, especially among young women. We're going to hear from an expert about the growing risks.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with new questions about how the U.S. military might retaliate for the deadly drone strike on American soldiers. As President Biden left the White House this morning just a short time ago, he told reporters that he's decided how to respond, but it's important to note he did not exactly say what it would look like. Take a listen.
Yes. I do hold them responsible in the sense that they're supplying the weapons to the people who did it.
Now, this all comes as the Defense Department has identified the 3 soldiers who were killed in the attack at a U.S. base in Jordan. 2 Pentagon officials tell NBC News this is the 3rd drone strike on the outpost in just the last 6 months. But the first 2 did not cause any deaths. Now, the Pentagon is investigating how this drone appeared to evade the base's air defense systems. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby joins us now. Courtney, it is good to have you. So over the past month, President Biden has ordered airstrikes on Iran-backed groups that launched attacks in the Red Sea. We have been seeing those, but this is very different. This time, 3 American troops were killed. At least 30 more were injured. What could a U.S. response look like now that the president has said he has made his decision?
Yeah, so you make an excellent point. There have been other attacks by Iranian-backed groups in Iraq and Syria over the last 3 months that have included Americans being injured. And in fact, you may remember several weeks ago, 1 American soldier was critically injured in one of these attacks. But what's different here is now we have had 3 U.S. soldiers who were killed. We're now up to more than at least 40 others who were injured, including 3 who had to be medevaced over to Landstuhl for further treatment. So this was a serious, large-scale attack. And that's why officials here are telling us that we should expect the response, the retaliatory action, to look different than the previous times the U.S. has responded to these attacks. And I think what we're talking about here, Vicki and Morgan, is looking bigger in scale. We should expect that this is going to have a slightly different feeling than the previous attacks and retaliatory strikes.
You know, Courtney, what else, though, are you learning about how exactly this strike was carried out, what some of the confusion perhaps was, and what do we know about those 3 soldiers who were impacted?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really tragic day. They were all part of an engineering company out of Georgia. We know a little bit more about what the U.S.'s theories are for how this drone may have evaded the air defense systems. And that is 2 things that they're looking at are the possibility that a U.S. drone may have been coming in or nearby at the same time, and that may have confused the air defense systems so they didn't recognize the enemy drone as a potential threat. They're also looking at the possibility that the drone, this attack drone, came in at such a low altitude that may have factored into the confusion. But as of now, we aren't aware that they've come to any final conclusion for what may have caused this. Now, as far as this large casualty count and the fact that these 3 Americans were killed, one of the reasons is because the drone making its way through the air defense systems, landing near that area where the troops were housed, and the fact that no alarm went off to wake them up. It was nighttime. No one was in the bunkers at the time. And that's probably one of the reasons that there was such a high casualty count, Vicki and Morgan.
And just imagine that they were sleeping. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby. Courtney, thank you.
Well, billionaire Elon Musk says his tech startup Neuralink has successfully put a device inside a person's brain for the first time. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa explains how this breakthrough could allow people, especially those with disabilities, to control external devices with their thoughts.
A brain chip has been successfully implanted in a human, according to Elon Musk. The tech titan sharing a big breakthrough from his brain science startup company, Neuralink, saying it has implanted a device in a human for the first time, a possible step toward a product that Musk says enables control of your phone or computer and through them almost any device just by thinking.
Imagine the joy of connecting with your loved ones, browsing the web, or even playing games using only your thoughts.
Musk posting Monday, the first human received an implant from Neuralink yesterday and is recovering well. The initial results, he added, showed promising neuron spike detection. But Musk gave no additional details about the procedure, the patient, or the device the company implanted. Musk writing initial users will be those who have lost the use of their limbs, discussing his vision for Neuralink back in 2019.
This, I think, has a very good purpose, which is to cure important diseases and ultimately to help secure humanity's future as a civilization.
For decades, scientists have worked on similar ideas for brain-computer interfaces. But for many, a microchip in the brain feels like something out of a movie. Like 2015's Kingsman: The Secret Service, where Samuel L. Jackson plays an eccentric billionaire who tries to control the world using neural implants.
Mankind is the virus, and I'm the cure.
As science fiction gets closer to reality, Musk is hoping a groundbreaking experimental device can help transform everyday lives. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
As we speak on Capitol Hill, a Republican-led House committee is meeting to discuss impeachment articles against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. If they move forward with this process, it would be just the second time in U.S. history that a cabinet secretary is impeached. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from his post. Ryan, good to see you this Tuesday. First off, House Republicans are accusing Secretary Mayorkas of ignoring federal laws on immigration. But give us a timeline here. What's happening in the hearing there behind you, but also how quickly could this impeachment process actually happen?
So today is going to be a lengthy process. They are at the committee stage. They're doing what's called a markup of the resolution that would then be reported to the full House of Representatives. And Democrats are doing everything they can to try and slow this process down. They believe the impeachment proceeding against Mayorkas is a sham, they've called it. They don't believe that it is for good purposes. They believe it's just for political purposes. So they've been attempting to add amendments, to put things into the record, to try and downplay these impeachment articles, which Republicans are charging him of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and a breach of the public trust. Now, once it passes out of the committee, and we do expect it will on partisan lines later today, it will then go to the full House probably sometime next week. Now, that can pass with a simple majority, but there is a very narrow margin between Republicans and Democrats in the House, so it is no guarantee that it'll pass the House. If it does pass the House, though, the next step will become a Senate trial. And in order to be convicted and perhaps even thrown out of office, that would require a 2/3 vote in the Senate. That is very unlikely, given that Democrats control the upper chamber, and they do not believe that this impeachment is appropriate. Morgan.
And now, meanwhile, a bipartisan border plan, Ryan, that's been, in the works for months at this point. It's finally taking shape. What are the new details we have at this point?
So we know that the negotiators are getting to the point where they feel that they're in a position to agree upon the trigger mechanisms that would allow President Biden this executive authority to try and rein in the situation at the border. And it would mean that he could, on a voluntary basis, if there were at least 4,000 migrant crossings, illegal migrant crossings over a 7-day period, then he would be forced to do so if they got up above 5,000 migrant crossings. And so this is part of the contention with Republicans and Democrats. Some Republicans believe that number should be 0. That's not something Democrats are ever going to go for. We'll have to see how it all fleshes out when the text is released later this week.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles for us there. Ryan, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Home prices are finally cooling off after 9 straight months of increases. Costs fell 0.2% from October to November, according to S&P Case-Shiller.
CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs joins us now. Bertha, it's good to see you. First off, just tell us what's going on here. What's behind the drop in prices? And frankly, will buyers finally start seeing some relief?
That is the big question, Vicki and Morgan. It may have been a symptom of the higher interest rates that we saw last fall. The house price decline came at a time when mortgage rates peaked at around 8%. So back in November, buyers couldn't afford as much house. and sellers had to lower prices in order to close a deal. But even as the rates are coming down again, so far home prices are being fairly sticky because of tight supply of existing homes. And despite that rate drop, prices nationally were still higher than they were a year before. American Airlines, meantime, is cutting more than 650 workers in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Phoenix who are part of its service recovery teams. An airline spokesperson said it's trying to streamline the process of resolving passenger issues with the change and will create a customer success team instead. So laid-off workers will get first dibs on jobs on that team. It sounds like it's just a name change to me, but maybe they're just going to make it a little bit more consolidated.
All right, we will see. CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs. Bertha, thank you so much.
And coming up, how soon could a cancer vaccine become a reality? We're going to show you how a new project is hoping to bring a medical breakthrough straight to life. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So you're going to want to see this. A historic medical breakthrough is putting us that much closer to preventative treatments like cancer vaccines.
A vaccine for cancer. It's incredible. Thanks in part to our own correspondent, Kristen Dahlgren. Researchers are collaborating on the Pink Eraser Project, which is working to advance life-saving trials and treatments against breast cancer. Oh, and Kristen is going to talk to us.
Yeah, I was like, what's Kristen doing? No, that's okay. Hi, I'm here, everyone.
Yes. Tell us a little more about it.
All right, so this is so exciting to me. So as a breast cancer survivor, I'm excited about the prospect of my own body fighting off a cancer recurrence, or a day my little girl could be protected from ever having to go down this road. So when I realized there might be a way that I could actually help the process, I was all in, and I am so thrilled to introduce you to Pink Eraser Project. It's definitely been the hardest thing I've ever been through.
On my journey as an NBC correspondent going through breast cancer, I've met a lot of amazing women.
Create the world that you want to see, so that I did.
But none who have given me more hope than Dr. Nora Desis, lead researcher at UW Medicine's Cancer Vaccine Institute.
Can you imagine a world where no one would die of breast cancer because of a vaccine?
The time is now.
The time is now.
Developing a vaccine is her life's work. In 2013, Desis and her team made a breakthrough in a vaccine for a type of breast cancer called HER2 positive. 66 women with advanced stage breast cancer were treated with the vaccine, including Bridget Hempstead, whose cancer had spread to her lungs and liver.
Oncologist said, well, you're not going to live a year.
Instead of going home to die, she reached out to get into the vaccine trial. And now, more than a decade later,
Cancers are leaving and they're going away, they're disappearing, and so... Your cancer is disappearing. Yeah.
Hempstead does get additional treatment, but she credits the vaccine for an extra decade of life with her family, including a recent highlight, singing the national anthem at the Seahawks-Cowboys game. Of the trial participants who got the ideal vaccine dose, 80% were still alive at the 10-year mark. The median survival rate for stage 4 HER2 positive is only 5 years. Desis and her team are now working on a cutting-edge breast cancer vaccine that attacks cancer stem cells.
The pieces are there, and the understanding of the immune system is there. What we really need is to be able to evaluate these vaccines in a very uniform manner with a lot of eyes looking at the data coming out of these trials.
Enter Michelle Young, a stage 4 survivor and advocate I met during an interview on her work to mandate effective screening for everyone covered by insurance.
Mammography, even though wonderful for many women, is not the end-all or be-all.
Young had an idea. What if we brought all the researchers together and helped fund, educate, and accelerate the breast cancer vaccine trials? The Pink Eraser Project was born, and in short order, doctors from 6 of the nation's top cancer centers joined our collaboration.
I am definitely encouraged. We need large studies, and that's why we need collaboration, so we can do the big studies that will prove what works.
Jenny Davis was the first person in the world to get Cleveland Clinic's phase 1 trial of a breast cancer vaccine for triple-negative cancer, known as the hardest to treat, with high rates of recurrence.
I wanted to see my kids grow into adults and, get married and have kids, and I was very scared.
She was thrilled when she qualified for the trial in 2019.
The only side effects I had were lumps at the injection site. That is it. Nothing else. The vaccine has taught my body to identify those cells and destroy them before they can become a tumor. It's given me hope for myself and my family, but with the vaccine, the bigger picture is not me. The bigger picture is what this could mean for breast cancer and research in general. Like, it could change everything.
There is a lot of new science that more people are involved in the process. Something that would take 30 years could be done in a 5 to 10 year period of time. All it takes is awareness, enthusiasm, excitement, and that people know this exists.
Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
I mean, this is a really, really big deal, Kristen.
It is.
I mean, what does this mean for other potential cancers going forward?
Yeah, so, the doctors say this is the tipping point. Like, we have all the pieces to put together. We're really focused on breast cancer vaccines just because you have to be laser focused on one to get from point A to point B in the quickest time. But what the doctors learn is going to apply to other solid tumor cancers. And so they're already using some of these vaccines for lung cancer. We know we have melanoma vaccines. They're in development for other cancers as well. And this really is the moment that if we all come together and get behind this effort, I think we could do it and do it much quicker. And, I mentioned not everyone likes to hear about vaccines these days. This is not something that the government is going to mandate. Breast cancer is not an infectious disease. You're not going to catch it from me. This is for people who either have it, who are at high risk in the beginning, and maybe someday for those that choose to have it. And so, you know, this is a choice. And for me, it certainly beats some of the alternative treatments that we have today.
As a breast cancer survivor, and also we should make a note, this is your last report for NBC News as a correspondent of 30 years?
It is, almost 30 years. I believe so strongly in this that I'm going to be dedicating my life.
Kristen.
Oh, I love you guys. Thank you.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
In Mexico City, bullfighting is back amid a fierce debate over the sport. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo explains why some believe this tradition is essential to Mexican culture, while others say it is animal cruelty.
Nearly 2 years, bullfighting is back in Mexico City, but outside the arena, an equally intense battle. This protester is saying bullfighting normalizes violence, adding that it's slaughter for recreation. Despite the masses gathered in opposition, Plaza Mexico, the largest bullfighting arena in the world with 41,000 seats, opening its doors once more on Sunday after the Mexican Supreme Court temporarily lifted a 2022 bullfighting ban in Mexico City. The arena's director hopeful they'll be able to celebrate bullfights for many years to come. While the Supreme Court did not explain its reasoning for lifting the ban, it originally cited that the fights violated the right to an environment free from violence. This Mexico City congressman surprised at the outcome, but committed to making bullfights illegal in the capital city again. But not all Mexicans feel this way. One spectator saying her father raised bulls and gave them an excellent life. In fact, bullfights are still federally legal in the country, and many groups, like this one, hosting events and training sessions meant to inspire the next generation of bullfighting aficionados. This aspiring bullfighter says he dreams of hearing the meaningful ole that's offered in Mexico. But tensions over this centuries-old tradition not just happening in Mexico. Across the globe, around 250,000 bulls die each year during bullfights, according to the Humane Society International. A tradition originating in Spain, it's still practiced in 8 countries. The Mexican president saying he'd explore the possibility of a referendum on the capital city's bullfighting ban, but hasn't made solid plans. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Let's head overseas, where union farmers in France are setting fire to produce, dumping trash outside government offices, and even blocking off highways in protest this week. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman explains how we got here and the response from French authorities.
An extraordinary sight on the Paris highways. Tractors, hundreds of them, as far as the eye can see. Signs in French reading, "Angry Farmer." Angry over what French farmers say is an existential threat to their way of life. Red tape, low prices, and high taxes they say may put them out of business. We've had enough, this organic farmer says. Enough with demands disconnected from reality. Enough with the markets spiraling downwards. These protests have been rocking France for days. But now, farming unions say they're kicking into higher gear, vowing a siege on the French capital, attempting to block all major roads into Paris, threatening to drive their tractors all the way to Élysée, the presidential palace. In southern France, farmers setting a truck of red peppers on fire, then flipping it. Tires set aflame, trash dumped outside government offices. France is deploying some 15,000 police officers to keep farmers from literally shutting down Paris. The Interior Minister threatening arrests, putting farmers on notice, saying authorities won't tolerate a blockade on Paris airports or the Rungus Fresh Food Market, one of the world's largest, which feeds millions of people. The unrest is fueled by frustration over impacts from the war in Ukraine, which led the EU to suspend import limits for Ukrainian food. Now farmers say cheap Ukrainian goods are flooding France and driving down prices. Arnold Puesch runs a poultry and corn farm near Normandy, where 2 of his kids work with him on the family farm.
Some people think these protests are going too far. How do you respond?
You must know that we are on the highway, but we don't destroy the highway. And until now, we have the support of the consumers and the citizens. They are aware that we feed them all the year.
Over the weekend, France's new Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal, offered farmers a deal. Steps like simplifying environmental rules and freezing taxes on tractor diesel. But farming unions dismissed it as small potatoes and vowed to keep fighting.
Josh Letterman, NBC News.
Coming up, warning signs, what a former high school administrator says that he told authorities about before the deadly Oxford, Michigan school shooting. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. The Illinois Election Board just agreed to keep former President Donald Trump on the March primary ballot. Now, the panel completed their meeting less than an hour ago, saying they do not have the jurisdiction to weigh in on whether or not they can actually remove Trump. The Supreme Court will hear arguments on a similar case from Colorado next week.
Reported hate crimes in schools and colleges are on the rise. This is according to a new FBI report that shows 10% of all hate crime offenses in 2022 happened at schools. And school grounds were the third most common site for reported hate crimes between 2018 and 2022. In that same time period, black students were the most common demographic to be victimized.
And winter this year is breaking records. Anchorage, Alaska has seen the earliest arrival of more than 100 inches of snow in the city's history. They are also on track to break the all-time snowfall record of more than 134 inches. City leaders are now urging people to remove as much snow as possible from their roofs and reported seeing snow loads of more than 30 pounds per square foot. That is a lot of snow.
That's a lot of snow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it is day 6 in the unprecedented trial of a Michigan mom charged in her son's deadly school shooting. Prosecutors are doubling down on their argument that Jennifer Crumbley should have known her son Ethan could turn violent.
Today, Oxford High School's former dean of students was called to the stand, as well as Jennifer's former boss. The Crumbleys are both facing involuntary manslaughter charges. Ethan is already serving a life sentence for opening fire and killing 4 of his classmates back in 2021. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now with the latest. Maggie, look, the former dean of students took the stand this morning. As we mentioned, he's named in multiple lawsuits filed by parents who say that he actually should have been the one to raise concerns about Ethan earlier on in the process. What did he say in his own defense?
Yeah, so a lot of his testimony, essentially, and he was just giving testimony. He wasn't exactly defending himself, but he was answering the questions about this. Basically, he told his account, gave his account of that meeting the morning of the shooting, so hours before Ethan Crumbley opened fire at Oxford High School back in 2021. And we heard about this meeting yesterday from the former guidance counselor, also named in a lot of those lawsuits. Essentially, a teacher said that Ethan had been drawings of guns, writing something like, "Please help me," on a homework assignment, and had also, a teacher flagged, been watching video of someone shooting people in school earlier that morning. The now former dean saying he called in the parents, who declined to take Ethan out of school despite these warning signs. The defense then kind of pushed back and said, well, if you were so concerned, why didn't you call authorities? Why didn't you search his backpack, for instance? Why didn't you go further? Here's part, guys, of that exchange.
What would have taken for you to heighten that to reasonable suspicion to search the backpack?
Any type of indicator that the student was going to be a threat to anybody, including himself. That would have heightened it to the next level.
And he said part of the reason he didn't think he was a threat is that Ethan, for instance, said, well, I'm really big into video game design. That's why I draw these things. That's why I'm looking at these videos. They said there were plausible explanations that had them essentially cautiously optimistic at, tragically, guys, the wrong time. Finally, the point that he made was that Jennifer Crumbley said, you know, we see merit for taking him out of school, but we both have to get back to work today, so we can't do it today. So that was a big point the prosecution honed in on.
Well, speaking of the prosecution, Maggie, I mean, they say that they're ahead of schedule and hoping to rest the case this week. What can we expect to hear from the defense?
Yeah, that was a surprise announcement this morning before the jury came in. But basically, prosecutors said that they've been moving along at a decent clip. They hope to hand this over to the defense later this week. We don't have a specific day. Once the defense takes over, we know one major thing that's going to make headlines. According to her attorney's opening statement, Jennifer Crumbley intends to take the stand in her own defense. That would be a rare move, one that has a lot of legal analysts wondering what the strategy is there. Of course, Crumley, as does her husband, each of them faces 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the 4 students that were killed. Crumley's trial is first up. Her husband's is set to follow. And again, once the defense here takes over, we could see major headlines coming out of that potential testimony. Guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa for us there. Maggie, thank you.
Well, 2 brothers are now facing 130 criminal charges after authorities found guns, explosives, and a hit list of celebrities and politicians in their New York apartment. Mark Santia from NBC New York explains how this investigation unfolded.
Guns, ammo, explosives, and a list of targets. 2 Queens brothers in custody, prosecutors fearing they were preparing to attack.
Anytime you find this amount of weaponry it makes me very concerned and should make people concerned.
Andrew and Angelo Hatzagelis hit with 130 charges, police seizing an arsenal of weapons.
We've got 6 privately made firearms, including 2 AR-15 style weapons. We have 600 rounds of ammunition. We have 8 functional improvised explosive devices.
The brothers lived in this apartment here in Astoria.
They're not congenial. They're not friendly people.
Kept to themselves?
Very much so. Very much so.
Shalene Heffernan has called this building home for 20 years. She knows the family and saw the raid. Now she says it's time to leave.
I'm actually looking to move because of this.
Along with weapons and body armor, police say they also found anarchist propaganda and a hit list with politicians and celebrities, though no one specifically named.
We did recover multiple writings, multiple notebooks, showed that they were just very anti-government, anti-society. There were writings in the notebooks quoting Charles Manson, very into human destruction.
The 6-month investigation culminating with the arrests, law enforcement convinced taking preemptive measures and getting these weapons off the streets saved lives.
The fact that these weapons will never be used, and the city's a bit safer today because of it.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Mark Santia.
At least 4 people are dead after a tourist boat sank off the coast of Cancun on Monday. And all of this happened after that boat got caught in a strong sea swell, which is a combination of large waves as well as high winds. Officials are now investigating to determine what exactly went wrong. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us with more. Morgan, one local news report said that the boat's captain was arrested by local police. Why? What do we know about that investigation and who was on board?
Yeah, Morgan, a lot of new details coming in by the hour and some conflicting reports here. We do know that the captain of the boat has been at least detained for questioning to try to figure out why this took place late last night on what is a very popular tourist run that takes people from Cancun across a short stretch of water to Isla Mujeres, which is a very popular island destination. It was that voyage that was taking place last night, a return trip from the island back to Cancun, when this vessel carrying 19 people, 2 crew, 17 tourists, all of those tourists confirmed by Mexico's Attorney General as being native residents of Mexico when this ship went down. And it could be from a combination of reasons. We know that local reporting, as you mentioned, had rough seas that could certainly have contributed. Mechanical failures absolutely being investigated. One of the key things here that investigators are trying to determine, Morgan, is the official capacity on the vessel. There were 19 people on board. If it exceeded capacity, that could absolutely contribute to it going down in this narrow stretch of water here. Rescue efforts almost immediate. The majority of those passengers had to be pulled from the water. At least some of them were treated in nearby hospitals. But as of last check, that death toll is 4 individuals that were on board this boat, just hoping to go to dinner and then come back to Cancun later that evening. Morgan?
I mean, it's heartbreaking. What more do we know, though, specifically about those 4 individuals, where they were coming from? I know you mentioned they were hoping to go to dinner. Do we have any more details?
The identities have not been released right now. We do know that this is an active investigation here. And just to put in perspective how frequently this route is traveled, you have, of course, chartered boats that are usually more popular, and then you have ones that are less sanctioned, We don't know where exactly this boat falls into that category, but certainly some are safer than others, and that's all being investigated as we speak. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky for us there. Morgan, thank you.
A report from Health and Human Services shows an estimated 7 out of 10 Americans will need long-term care at some point in their lives.
Now, millions of people will end up personally taking on those caregiving responsibilities for their family members. And that unpaid care costs Americans close up to $600 billion a year, and that's according to the AARP. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to explain what you need to know to take care of an aging loved one. Sharon, this is really an important topic. It's affecting a lot more families than I think people even realize. And if we just look at some of the numbers here, in addition to nursing homes or assisted living facilities, what are sort of some of the other care options people have in a situation like this?
Yeah, I think people think the only options are at home or a nursing home, but continuous care retirement communities are really taking on a lot of the responsibilities that maybe family caregivers just can't do right now. From independent living, allowing your loved one to stay at a place where they can get meals during the day, get some laundry service, get things done for them, or assisted living where they maybe needed help with bathing or dressing or a couple of daily life activities. There's also memory care places. These places may also include that for patients with dementia and Alzheimer's, and then skilled nursing, which is what most people think of in terms of nursing home care. The costs, though, vary widely, from independent living being around $4,000 to over a month to over $12,000 a month when you're talking about skilled nursing care. So it's a big range, but a big range of services also.
I think you hit on that right there, the cost. When it comes to paying these expenses for long-term care, what do people need to know? Are there resources that can help in some way?
Well, one of the things people need to know is that when you're talking about Medicare, which everyone gets after the age of 65, you're eligible for it, it does not cover long-term care, ongoing care services. So you want to make sure that you understand that that's not covered. And so what are the other options? Medicaid could be an option if you qualify, if you're low income enough and qualify for that. And some people, because they spend so much on care, eventually get to that level. But something that people should consider, just like you have car insurance, just like you have homeowners insurance, you want to protect your long-term care with long-term care insurance. And this is something that can cost a premium annually of $2,000 to $5,000. Not cheap, but worth it when you consider the care in a nursing home can be over $100,000
Do you enroll in that now, like before you need it, or how does that work?
You need to try to get it now before you need it, yes. It's hard. It's hard to get it for your loved one. Once they're in their 80s and they're, it's going to be difficult to get. But you get it now and you pay into that so that when you are older and you may need care, it's there for you to get that care the way you want, where you want, and you're able to pay for it.
And it's an option, to your point, that I think a lot of people aren't even aware is out there. My parents, full disclosure, have done it, and I think even for my brothers and I, it's like a real mental relief knowing that that financial element is sort of taken care of, because there's so many other things you're thinking about when you have a parent who's aging.
And when you have these family conversations about money, usually it's how do I get from month to month? But you don't think about what you're going to need down the road, and it's so important because many family members are spending upwards of $7,000 a year at least to deal with family caregiving.
This is such a good
It
conversation.
is, and it's like you want to think about so many other things, not, the financial piece.
We have a lot more on CNBC.com for people because there are a lot of terms to get through, a lot to understand, but at least we hope to give you a starting point.
Sharon Epperson, thank you. And let's go ahead and show you that graphic so you can get more information on how to be smart with your money. Go to cnbc.com/personal finance. Great conversation. Thank you. Well, teen girls are using tobacco more than their male classmates, according to the CDC. How you can talk to your kids about smoking before they even start. That's next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
More and more women are using tobacco products. According to the CDC, more than 200,000 American women die each year from smoking-related diseases.
And the risk of dying from smoking has more than tripled over the last 50 years and is now equal to men. Joining us now is the National Assistant Vice President of Advocacy for the American Lung Association, Erica Sward. Erica, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate your time. We know the CDC says that more middle school and high school girls are now using tobacco, and that's compared to their male classmates. So why are we seeing this shift?
This is such a concerning thing for any parent and for all of us, really recognizing that as historically we've made such significant progress in seeing declining tobacco use among women in general, down to about 13.6% for adult women who use at least one tobacco product. The increases in what we're seeing with middle and high school girls is extraordinarily alarming. And that is especially true among students as young as in 6th grade. Most of us who have students that are that young may not think that we need to be having these conversations with our kids. But indeed, we're seeing an increase in use among 6th graders.
Wow, we are both the mothers of daughters, and I find this just so striking because it seems like we always knew tobacco was linked to a host of illnesses. Your group finds smoking is directly responsible for 80% of lung cancer deaths in American women every year. Remind everybody, what are all the health risks that are linked to tobacco use?
Well, the Surgeon General has just established dozens of different disease causes caused by smoking. And that is everything from lung cancer and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease to heart disease to stroke to diabetes to arthritis to in older women, bone density issues. There are just dozens and dozens. And so we know that the single best thing that one can do for their health if they currently use tobacco products is to get the help they need to quit. But otherwise, especially as parents, the most important thing we can do is to make sure that our kids never start to use a tobacco product to begin with.
Yeah, and it's interesting also, I mean, the American Lung Association points out that women have been targeted by the tobacco industry. Why is that? I mean, how has that sort of changed? How have they tried to appeal to young people and especially young women?
Well, over the decades, they launched their You've Come a Long Way, Baby, Virginia Slims campaign, right? That was really the first foray when Philip Morris hired Billie Jean King, this great legend of a woman and an athlete who unfortunately was willing to go work for a tobacco company to portray that you could be an athlete and use and smoke, which of course we know is not true. And so it really is that misleading and deceptive advertising that we're still seeing and an attempt to make tobacco use glamorous. We know that tobacco not only kills almost 480,000 people a year, but we also know that 16 million Americans are living with a tobacco-caused disease. And the real challenge of dealing with the aftermaths of smoking are, of course, what the tobacco companies never want to focus on. They want to use influencers. They want to really portray tobacco use as something that's cool or trendy, and we know better than that.
We do. Erica Sward, thank you for reminding us from the American Lung Association. We appreciate you.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Well, there is a lot of buzz over a rare event that will happen this spring. Billions of cicadas from two different offspring will emerge from the ground. And scientists say the last time this happened was back in 1803. So Jen Maxfield of NBC New York has more on what we can expect to see and, of course, hear.
The constant hum of cicadas is coming back in full force this summer.
When you go into a woods full of cicadas, you've been there for at least 20 minutes and get in your car, your ears are still ringing like you've been to a rock concert.
As recently as 2021, New Jersey has been swarmed by our own brood of cicadas. What makes this summer different is that two different cohorts or broods will be emerging from the soil around trees after waiting underground for more than a decade.
Now, for any two particular broods, like brood 13, we're going to see this year, that's a 17-year cicada, and brood 19, which is a 13-year cicada, the last time they emerged together was in 1803 when Thomas Jefferson was president.
One brood of cicadas is loud enough. Two could be downright deafening. What you're hearing is a cicada version of speed dating. The creatures have just 4 to 6 weeks above ground to mate before they die.
It's a mating call, a pre-mating call to attract the female, to verify that there's interest, and then actually during the process of mating itself.
This map shows where the two broods of cicadas are expected to emerge, mostly in the southeast and Midwest, where people in central Illinois will either enjoy or detest both broods. Up to 1.5 million cicadas per acre. Kritsky's app, Cicada Safari, will keep track.
There will be cicada tourism this summer because I've already talked to people from Japan and from the United Kingdom that are planning trips to see the overlap.
They actually want to see it, not escape from it. Okay. That was Jen Maxfield from NBC New York reporting. Well, renewable energy accounted for more than 20% of U.S. electricity back in 2022, this according to government data. But experts say that number is expected to keep rising in the years ahead. So to get a better sense of the future of clean energy, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber takes a look back at how it all started.
The path to a cleaner grid will be harnessing the power of nature in 2024.
We're going to generate the wind here, the energy here, and be able to transmit all the way across Arizona into California as well.
Wind energy will take a big leap with the construction of the Western Hemisphere's largest wind project. Towering steel turbines will capture, then deliver wind-produced power hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, in the North Atlantic, ocean-based wind farms are taking shape.
After a week-long journey from Portugal, components to the country's first commercial-scale offshore wind project have arrived here in New Bedford.
America's top commercial fishing port, a place that more than anywhere else in America knows what it's doing out at sea.
The pace of solar is also picking up at the federal level, from installing panels on the roof of the Pentagon to developing millions of acres of public land for solar use. The modern era of clean energy has come a long way since the dreams of Jimmy Carter.
A generation from now, this solar heater can either be a curiosity or it can be just a small part of one of the greatest and most exciting adventures.
It was a symbolic gesture back then, but Carter's 1979 solar speech was more than just a symbol. It was a vision taking root. Solar power has shed its price tag over the decades, from more than $100 per watt to under $1 today. And now solar projects are adding clean power to cities and towns across America.
Tonight, there are plans to build a solar farm on more than 600 acres in the Foley area
to power more than 8,000 homes. The future of clean energy is full of revolutionary ideas that go far beyond turbines and panels.
We're seeing a boom in residential energy. It's about batteries, it's about load management, it's about heat pumps, it's about generators and EV chargers all coming together.
And the money is pouring in. Over the next 5 years, global investment in renewable energy is set to skyrocket from $330 billion today to almost $500 billion by 2028. A green rush, once a distant idea, now fueling hope for a greener tomorrow. Ellison Barber, NBC News.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, all those places on your screen. Stay with us. The news continues right after this.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, January 30th, 2024. Under pressure, the White House weighing its next steps after the attack on U.S. troops in Jordan that killed 3 soldiers. What a response could mean for tensions in the Middle East.
In limbo, the battle over the southern border is escalating. How House Republicans are pushing ahead with an effort to impeach the Secretary of Homeland Security, even as lawmakers work on a border security deal. What it all means for immigration in America.
Coming to a head, Elon Musk announces his company has implanted a chip in a human brain for the very first time. Why Musk believes we all may eventually want to do that, too.
Plus, father figures. New data show more employers are offering paternity leave, but not all new dads are using it. Why so many remain hesitant.
We begin this hour with the fallout from that drone strike in Jordan, which killed 3 American soldiers on Sunday.
That's right. President Biden said this morning that he has decided how America will respond. The 3 troops who died were all from Georgia, ranging in age from 23 to 46. Despite waves of attacks for months, these are the first American service members killed since the Israel-Hamas war began. The U.S. saying the attack was carried out by an Iranian-backed militia. The mother of Specialist Kennedy Sanders, in the middle of your screen there, spoke to NBC News about her daughter.
She enjoyed life to the fullest. You know, she was just a ray of sunshine for anyone that came in contact with her.
Let's bring in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey. Courtney, we're just learning that President Biden spoke with the families of those fallen soldiers. What do we know?
Yeah, and he asked if he could attend what the military calls a dignified transfer. That's the ceremony that occurs at Dover Air Force Base, where they bring the remains of the fallen in, and it's a very solemn event. And sometimes the families have the option to elect for media to come, for other dignitaries to come and see the remains of their fallen loved ones coming back. And it sounds as if President Biden asked for the permission to attend that one. It's happening later this week, Kate.
Okay. And Courtney, we don't know exactly how the U.S. will respond, at least not yet. But what options have been discussed here between the president and his national security team?
So, Zinclair, I got to say, it sounds as if they have discussed an entire range of options. So everything that we would think of, from very serious strikes that could include inside Iran, down to things that we may not know as much about, like cyber. But I will say, you know, we have been asking and asking and asking again, and I don't get the sense that while they have been talking through the options, yes, I don't know if the final plans and decisions have been made yet for exactly what they want to target versus sort of broad ideas or broader, more maybe categories of what they're looking at. It sounds as if there are continuing meetings to go through those options still, though, Zinclair.
Okay, Courtney, QB at the Pentagon, thank you so much. Now let's bring in NBC News Chief International Analyst Admiral James Stavridis. He's also a former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. Admiral, good to see you. So President Biden says he's not looking for a wider war here in the Middle East. But how does the U.S. effectively retaliate without directly striking Iran?
We go after the Iranian proxy groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, the Shia inside Iraq. But I think important to note here, not inside the country of Iran. That's where I think this decision will land. The trade space kind of in the middle is, do you go after Iranian assets that are outside the country? So Iranian Revolutionary Guard, who are training, equipping, organizing, directing, using the command and control of these proxy groups. Those are legitimate targets at this point. I think that's where the administration will land, and I think it will be not one or two missiles going in as it's been over the last few weeks. I think this will be a campaign of 2 to 3 weeks to really degrade the ability of those proxy groups and take out some of the Iranian direct support to them.
You just mentioned the last couple of weeks, the last few weeks, the U.S. and these groups, these militant groups have been trading strikes across the Middle East, actually for months now, right, since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Why do you think, Admiral, those strikes have not worked from Washington in deterring those Iran-backed groups?
I think they haven't worked because they have been insufficient to really degrade the infrastructure. In layman's terms, they haven't been big enough. And I applaud the administration for trying to use the minimal amount of force, but now we're moving up that ladder of vertical escalation, and the death of our troops demands a much bigger response. I think you're going to see one over the next 2 to 3 days. You'll see the start of an air campaign that'll go on for a week or two.
And Admiral, you mentioned people applauding President Biden, but he's also now facing criticism from some Republicans. We actually have a statement from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in which he's saying the entire world now watches for signs that the president is finally prepared to exercise American strength to compel Iran to change its behavior. Our enemies are emboldened, and they will remain so until the U.S. imposes serious crippling costs. I wonder, what do you make of that claim that the Biden administration is not doing enough?
I think the Biden administration has acted prudently, but now we know it has been insufficient. So now the Biden administration will begin to increase the level of pain that we inflict on our opponents, because at the other end of that spectrum, and yes, we could send jets tonight over Tehran. That's a road to a Middle East war, a very big one and a very wide one. We know what that looks like. It's called Iraq, Afghanistan. We'd like to avoid going all the way there. So my response to Republicans is, let's work our way up. Let's use the minimum amount of force that creates what we need here, which is real deterrence. I think you'll see that over the next couple of weeks.
Admiral James Stavridis, always good to have you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
The battle over immigration heating up today at a place thousands of miles from the southern border inside our nation's capital. Today, House Republicans are holding a hearing on their efforts to impeach the person you see there, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. It comes as on the Senate side of Congress, bipartisan negotiators are inching closer to releasing the full text of their long-awaited immigration bill. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins me now from the Capitol. Julie, good to see you. So what happened? What happened in this hearing today over articles of impeachment for Secretary Mayorkas? Let's start there.
Yeah, the hearing has been going on since about 10 a.m. this morning. Kate, if you're not seeing any action happening in there now, it's because they actually recessed to vote because this is taking so long with all members in the committee, Republicans and Democrats, giving their opening statements, going back and forth, trading jabs. I mean, this is really something they feel passionate about. And one of the big themes that we keep hearing from Democrats is that, listen, you are impeaching the guy because you say he's not doing a good enough job enforcing the laws at the border, while at the very same time seeming to reject any kind of bipartisan border deal that seems to be emerging from the Senate, one in which, by the way, Mayorkas was in the room trying to hammer out. So right now they're in the room trying to process these two articles of impeachment saying Mayorkas didn't enforce the law, saying he breached public trust. This is a process we expect to go on all day. Once it's reported out of the committee, you see those articles on your screen, they will come to the full House for a vote. Speaker Johnson intends to do that soon, but has not yet set a date. He does have a very, very, very tight majority, and we'll see if he can get that through.
And Julie, President Biden says that this forthcoming Senate bipartisan immigration deal would give him authority to, quote, shut down the border. I know you have some new reporting on what this would look like practically speaking. What do you know?
Yeah, exactly. That authority is something that is in the border deal, I'm told, along with my colleague Julia Ainsley. And this is something that would look effectively like this. There will be caps on the number of migrants that will illegally cross the border. Once it reaches a certain threshold, like let's say 5,000 daily average over a 7-day period, that automatically forces the administration's hand. They have to shut down the border, only being able to reopen it once that number shows a steady decrease following the 7 days. So these are very real practical tools the Republicans and Democrats are trying to give any administration. We'll see if it goes far enough for House Republicans to accept.
Yeah, that is the big question, isn't it, whether it makes it through the House. Julie Sirkin, thank you.
Kate, at this hour, Hamas is considering a proposal to pause fighting in Gaza. The framework agreed to by the United States, Israel, Egypt, and Qatar includes a 60-day ceasefire to allow the release of some hostages. But there are still major gaps on both sides. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will not free thousands of Palestinian prisoners, and Hamas is seeking a permanent end to the war. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. So, Raf, we're learning new details about what's included in this potential deal. Walk us through what we know and how likely it is that both sides will actually agree here.
So, Zinkley, this framework was hammered out over the weekend in Paris at a meeting of spy chiefs, including the director of the CIA. And as you said, Israel would get all of its civilian hostages back under the terms of this deal. In return, it would pause the fighting in Gaza for some 60 days. It would allow more aid into Gaza. And there is potentially a mechanism under which it would pull its forces back from the city of Han Yunis, where we are seeing such intense fighting right now. At this hour, Zinkley, both the Israelis and Hamas are playing hardball over the terms of this deal. We heard Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking at a settlement in the occupied West Bank earlier today, saying he will not release thousands of Palestinians convicted of terrorism offenses from Israeli prisons as part of this deal. Now, that is a key demand from Hamas. From Hamas's perspective, we are hearing from their political leader who says he is studying the proposal, but that they are continuing to insist that the war comes to an end as part of this agreement. That is not something Israel says it can accept. Meanwhile, we're also seeing Israeli commandos disguised as Palestinian civilians storming into a hospital in the city of Jenin in the northern West Bank. Some of these commandos dressed as women, one man actually carrying a car seat as well as an assault rifle. They killed 3 Palestinian militants, one of them a member of Hamas, who Israel says was planning an attack inspired by October 7th. Hospital officials are saying that one of the 3 men was a patient at that hospital and was shot at close range while sleeping in his hospital bed. Zinkley.
Raf Sanchez with those new details. Thank you so much.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute, a do not drive warning from a major car manufacturer.
And you won't believe what topped the most streamed list back in 2023. Julia Borston joins us now. Hey, Julia.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, American employers posted 9 million job openings last month, according to new Labor Department data, pointing to a resilient job market. However, layoffs also rose in December, and the number of Americans quitting their jobs dropped to its lowest point in 2 years. That's often a sign that workers aren't as confident in their ability to find a better position. Toyota issued a do not drive warning to 50,000 U.S. car owners. The automaker said the Takata airbag inflators in the older model cars could explode and potentially kill drivers. The warning covers some Corolla, Corolla Matrix, and RAV4s from between 2004 and 2005. And the legal drama Suits just beat The Office's record for the most streamed title in a single year. Viewers streamed Suits for 57.7 billion minutes. That's right, billion in 2023, according to Nielsen. That eclipses The Office's 2020 record of roughly 57 billion minutes.
Julia?
Some of the other top shows last year were Bluey, NCIS, and Grey's Anatomy.
Bluey, the cartoon?
Suits,
folks.
Yes, the
I think I
cartoon.
contributed to the billions. If you haven't watched it, my goodness, I feel like I could be a lawyer. I feel like I could be a lawyer. I should probably stick to this, though.
Julia.
Thank you.
Coming up, Elon Musk confirming his company has implanted a computer chip in someone's brain. We'll explain why. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Elon Musk just announced one of his companies, Neuralink, has implanted a computer chip inside the brain of its first human test subject. NBC's Emily Ikeda has the details.
A brain chip has been successfully implanted in a human, according to Elon Musk. The tech titan sharing a big breakthrough from his brain science startup company, Neuralink, saying it has implanted a device in a human for the first time, a possible step toward a product that Musk says enables control of your phone or computer and through them almost any device just by thinking.
Imagine the joy of connecting with your loved ones, browsing the web, or even playing games using only your thoughts.
Musk posting Monday, the first human received an implant from Neuralink yesterday and is recovering well. The initial results, he added, showed promising neuron spike detection. But Musk gave no additional details about the procedure, the patient, or the device the company implanted. Musk writing initial users will be those who have lost the use of their limbs, discussing his vision for Neuralink back in 2019.
This, I think, has a very good purpose, which is to cure important diseases. And ultimately to help secure humanity's future as a civilization.
For decades, scientists have worked on similar ideas for brain-computer interfaces. But for many, a microchip in the brain feels like something out of a movie. Like 2015's Kingsman: The Secret Service, where Samuel L. Jackson plays an eccentric billionaire who tries to control the world using neural implants.
Mankind is the virus, and I'm the cure.
As science fiction gets closer to reality, Musk is hoping a groundbreaking experimental device can help transform everyday lives. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We're 12 days away from the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, but football fans aren't the only ones getting excited. Here's Kaylee Hartung.
With 12 days to go until the Chiefs and 49ers face off for the Lombardi Trophy, Super Bowl 58 is poised to be unlike any other.
Caught by Kelce for the touchdown.
Chiefs star Travis Kelce's cheering section is ready for it. Girlfriend Taylor Swift sporting some new championship swag, keeping the celebration going with friends and family after Kansas City's big win over the Ravens Sunday. Chiefs Kingdom getting a massive wave of support from the singer's legion of devoted fans, who are now calling the Super Bowl the Swiftie Bowl and planning Taylor-sized watch parties.
This is the Taylor Swift effect!
The league is getting a boost too.
Taylor Swift brings an entire army of Swifties with her wherever she goes. So in the case of the Super Bowl and the NFL, that translates to dollars when it comes to ratings, merchandise, and advertising.
From Kansas City to Green Bay, Buffalo, and Baltimore, Swift has been a fixture at Chiefs games since September. Fans expect her to be in Las Vegas to support Kelce at the biggest game of the season. The Chiefs have won 9 of the 12 games she's attended. Will this be Swift's lucky number 13? The defending Super Bowl champs are not currently the favorites. Odds makers now betting San Francisco will win by 1 point, a chance to avenge their Super Bowl 54 loss to the Chiefs 4 years ago. With new weapons, quarterback Brock Purdy and all-pro running back Christian McCaffrey are looking to bring the trophy back to the Bay Area for the first time since 1995. Sin City is no stranger to high prices and high rollers, and this year's big game is drawing big spenders. Just steps from the Las Vegas Strip, Allegiant Stadium will host its first Super Bowl, where the average price of a ticket is the most expensive in history. The most luxe experience costing almost $30 grand. And even if you just want to be near the action, hotels and flights are going for more than double the typical rate. Big excitement from fans of all types for the biggest game of the season.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Coming up, why the fight over keeping gas stoves has now been pushed to the back burner. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We have a dramatic rescue caught on camera off the coast of Mexico. 2 men in a kayak had to be rescued by a cruise ship. The Carnival Jubilee cruise ship was on its way from Texas to Honduras when it spotted these 2 men and pulled them up to safety. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is following this story and another for us. Not about the climate, but Morgan, what exactly happened here? How did the men get so far offshore in that kayak?
Yeah, Kate, talk about right place, right time. These men were on another boat that started to go down. Fortunately, there was a kayak on board. They hopped on that, treating it as a lifeboat of sorts. And then they just so happened to be near that same course that this Carnival cruise ship was on, heading to Honduras. Whenever they came into contact with these 2 men, they were able to rescue them. They're both safe and sound, but incredibly close call because they were far out in the Gulf of Mexico with very few supplies here. Kate?
And Morgan, I know you're following another boating accident. This one at a popular spot in Cancun. I've been there. It killed 4 people. What do we know?
Yeah, incredibly tragic story here, Kate, that we're following. This was a popular voyage that takes tourists from Cancun to Isla Mujeres, which is an island just about a 15-minute boat ride away. This happened last night. This boat that we're told carried 17 passengers and 2 crew had taken them to Isla Mujeres. It was on their way back. It was, of course, dark when this boat started to go down. At last check, authorities confirmed at least 4 people have died. Of the 17 tourists on board this vessel, Kate, the Attorney General from Mexico say all of them were Mexican citizens, but it's still unknown why exactly this boat went down. Kate?
More to come on that. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
2024 is shaping up to be a big year for investments in clean energy, with experts predicting wind and solar leading the way. But to understand the future of clean energy, we also have to go back to a time when solar panels and wind turbines were more a curiosity than an actual concrete idea. Here's NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber.
The path to a cleaner grid will be harnessing the power of nature in 2024.
We're going to generate the wind here, the energy here, and be able to transmit it all the way across Arizona into California as well.
Wind energy will take a big leap with the construction of the Western Hemisphere's largest wind project. Towering steel turbines will capture, then deliver wind-produced power hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, in the North Atlantic, ocean-based wind farms are taking shape.
After a week-long journey from Portugal, components to the country's first commercial-scale offshore wind project have arrived here in New Bedford.
America's top commercial fishing port, a place that more than anywhere else in America knows what it's doing out at sea.
The pace of solar is also picking up at the federal level, from installing panels on the roof of the Pentagon to developing millions of acres of public land for solar use. The modern era of clean energy has come a long way since the dreams of Jimmy Carter.
A generation from now, this solar heater can either be a curiosity or it can be just a small part of one of the greatest and most exciting adventures.
It was a symbolic gesture back then, but Carter's 1979 solar speech was more than just a symbol. It was a vision taking root. Solar power has shed its price tag over the decades, from more than $100 per watt to under $1 today. And now solar projects are adding clean power to cities and towns across America.
Tonight, there are plans to build a solar farm on more than 600 acres in the Foley area
to power more than 8,000 homes. The future of clean energy is full of revolutionary ideas that go far beyond turbines and panels.
We're seeing a boom in residential energy. It's about batteries, it's about load management, it's about heat pumps, it's about generators and EV chargers all coming together.
And the money is pouring in. Over the next 5 years, global investment in renewable energy is set to skyrocket from $330 billion today to almost $500 billion by 2028. A green rush once a distant idea, now fueling hope for a greener tomorrow.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Coming up, an inside look at a new coordinated push to develop a vaccine against cancer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
If you have a gas stove at home, listen up. The Biden administration just finalized a scaled-back plan meant to help new stoves consume less energy. The White House sparked quite a debate last year and raised concerns that gas stoves could be banned over potential health threats. No ban under this proposal, though. The new standards would apply to stoves manufactured in 2028 or later, but many cooktops already meet them.
Attorney General Merrick Garland will temporarily hand over his official duties to his deputy this weekend. Garland will have back surgery on Saturday and will be under anesthesia for around 90 minutes. A Justice Department spokesperson says the medical procedure will be minimally invasive.
At least 2 Amtrak passengers are recovering after a train derailed overnight in northeast Colorado. Our NBC affiliate in Denver reports the train derailed after hitting a truck that was obstructing the tracks. The train was traveling from California to Illinois. It's not clear yet how seriously those 2 passengers were hurt.
We're following some breaking news from Capitol Hill. Missouri Democratic Congresswoman Cori Bush has just confirmed that she is being investigated by the Justice Department for misusing campaign funds and spending them on security services. The Congresswoman says she is fully cooperating. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is tracking this for us. Ken, what else do we know about this Department of Justice investigation, and what is the Congresswoman saying?
Well, Kate, we know that at least 2 FEC complaints were filed against Representative Bush last year, questioning payments her campaign made for security to a man she later married. One complaint said that those payments could be considered an illegal conversion of campaign funds for personal use, and it appears that the Justice Department may be looking into that question. In a statement, Representative Bush said that since before she was sworn into office, she'd been the subject of threats. And she added that as a rank-and-file member of Congress, I'm not entitled to personal protection by the House, and instead have used campaign funds as permissible to retain security services. She acknowledged that she retained the man who became her husband as part of her security team, quote, because he has extensive experience in this area and is able to provide the necessary services at or below a fair market rate. She said she followed all applicable rules. Now, an NBC News review of Bush campaign expenditures found that she has spent $756,000 on security since her first run for Congress in the 2018 cycle, Kate.
And Ken, are we hearing anything from congressional leaders or other members of Congress about this investigation?
Congressional leaders have been conspicuously lacking in comment. They've all been asked and they've all declined. The Justice Department has declined to comment, as is its policy on any pending investigation, Kate.
All right, Ken Delanian following that for us. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Prosecutors in the manslaughter trial of a school shooter's mother say they expect to rest their case by the end of the week. Today is the fourth day of testimony in Jennifer Crumbley's trial in Michigan. The judge has officially ruled that her son, the shooter, will not testify because he intends to plead the fifth. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus is following this one for us. So, Adrian, today the former dean of students at Oxford High School actually took the stand. What did he say about the warning signs before this shooting?
Well, Zinclay, that is the crux of the controversy. The former dean of students who testified earlier said he did not receive any warning signs. He said he had no idea Ethan Crumbley had access to weapons because the parents did not inform him that he had access to weapons. And just moments ago, inside of the courtroom, we saw pictures of the shooter's bedroom, including a BB gun resting on a chair in Ethan's bedroom. We saw visible, what you're looking at on the screen right now, images of targets with bullet holes in there, also clothes scattered throughout the bedroom. And that is the case that you're looking at right now, that the shooter's weapon was stored in, the same gun that was used on the same day of the shooting. Here's more of what that former dean of students had to say.
And in this case, your conclusion was that the shooter's son was not a threat.
There was no threat present at the time, no.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she had given her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before this drawing was created?
She did not know.
Would that have been important to you?
Absolutely, yes.
Would that have helped complete the full picture?
It would have, and it would have completely changed the process that we followed.
So he also said, in part, had he known or received some sort of warning sign, he would have elevated the school's response. You may remember the recommendation from the counselor that day was that Ethan Crumbley receive counseling on that day or within 48 hours. His parents chose to leave him at the school. Zinclay?
There's a lot of new compelling details. Adrian, Jennifer Crumbley's lawyers are now pushing for her son Ethan's psychiatrist to testify here. Why do they want that?
Yes, and we're talking about the psychiatrist that spoke with Ethan Crumbley after the shooting. This is because that psychiatrist, they want those statements admitted. It's going to help her defense. That psychiatrist says Ethan told them that he knew he was not supposed to use the gun and that his parents did what they could. And he also told the psychiatrist he never knew, and I'm paraphrasing here, his parents didn't know how bad things were for him. So if Ethan testifies, or if that psychiatrist, testifies, that is only something that's going to help the defense of Jennifer Crumbley. Zinclay.
To that end, Adrian, what is the defense planning here?
So we do know, well, at least we heard from Shannon Smith during her opening statements, that Jennifer Crumbley plans to take the stand in her own defense. Now, she could change her mind, but right now the plan is for her to take the stand. And the defense attorney says she's going to paint a picture and she wants members of the jury to know who Jennifer Crumbley was as a mother. She said Jennifer Crumbley did her best and that she had no way of knowing her son was going to carry out this shooting. Zinclay.
Adrian Broaddus with the latest for us. Thank you.
A major development in efforts to stop fentanyl from flowing into the U.S. For the first time in a while, leaders from the U.S. and China started in-person talks again in Beijing. The purpose, stopping the flow of chemicals from China that are used to make fentanyl. NBC's Janice Mackey-Freyer reports from Beijing.
With the opioid crisis devastating communities across the U.S., this is the first direct cooperation in years from China. A delegation from the U.S. of officials from Homeland Security, the Justice and State Departments meeting face-to-face with Chinese officials from law enforcement and drug control agencies. The aim is to limit the trade of precursor chemicals from Chinese companies that are being used to make the illicit fentanyl that's killing so many Americans. Now, to be clear, fentanyl as a finished substance was banned by China back in 2019. And according to U.S. officials, since then, direct shipments of fentanyl to the U.S. have effectively stopped. But criminal networks have adapted, and they've changed their supply lines, where Chinese chemicals are now bought online, shipped from China to Mexico, where they're synthesized into fentanyl and then smuggled into the U.S. There has been cooperation between the U.S. and China before on fentanyl, but it was derailed by politics. I spoke earlier with the head of the U.S. delegation here, Jen Daskal.
This is a huge issue for the United States. It is a huge crisis that we need to address, and we know that working with China is an essential part of any solution.
Getting Chinese officials on board hasn't been easy. China called off talks in 2022 after Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, and they had sputtered since 2020 when the U.S. sanctioned 2 police labs here for links to alleged rights abuses. The labs, including the National Narcotics Lab, were both removed from the entity list in November, right after President Biden met with China's President Xi Jinping. The question is, will any of this make a difference? China maintains that the fentanyl crisis is a U.S. demand problem. A senior official at China's Narcotics Control Bureau told me, quote, "I understand there's doubt in the U.S. of China's sincerity." Relations have stabilized over the past few months, and both sides today agreed that doing nothing is no longer an option. But even an issue as personal to Americans as the fentanyl crisis does carry the risk of becoming secondary to politics.
Janice McIfreyer reporting for us from Beijing. Janice, thank you.
Now let's head to Mexico City, where bullfighting is back. A 2-year ban was just lifted.
And those in favor say the practice is essential to Mexican culture, but opponents argue bullfighting is essentially legalized animal cruelty. NBC's Stephen Romo takes a closer look at the debate.
After nearly 2 years, bullfighting is back in Mexico City. But outside the arena, an equally intense battle. This protester saying bullfighting normalizes violence, adding that it's slaughter for recreation. Despite the masses gathered in opposition, Plaza Mexico, the largest bullfighting arena in the world with 41,000 seats, opening its doors once more on Sunday after the Mexican Supreme Court temporarily lifted a 2022 bullfighting ban in Mexico City. The arena's director hopeful they'll be able to celebrate bullfights for many years to come. While the Supreme Court did not explain its reasoning for lifting the ban, it originally cited that the fights violated the right to an environment free from violence. This Mexico City congressman surprised at the outcome, but committed to making bullfights illegal in the capital city again. But not all Mexicans feel this way. One spectator saying her father raised bulls and gave them an excellent life. In fact, bullfights are still federally legal in the country, and many groups, like this one, hosting events and training sessions meant to inspire the next generation of bullfighting aficionados. This aspiring bullfighter says he dreams of hearing the meaningful ole that's offered in Mexico. But tensions over this centuries-old tradition not just happening in Mexico.
Stop less bullfighting.
In Rome, protesters with the organization PETA interrupting a prayer service led by Pope Francis. While months earlier, animal activists at the Vatican holding a silent protest, accusing the Catholic Church of condoning the practice. Across the globe, around 250,000 bulls die each year during bullfights, according to the Humane Society International. A tradition originating in Spain, it's still practiced in 8 countries. A push to outlaw the practice in Colombia last year, not making it out of Congress. The Mexican president saying he'd explore the possibility of a referendum on the capital city's bullfighting ban, but hasn't made solid plans. Until then, Mexico City grappling with changing times and honoring its heritage. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Coming up, more new fathers are taking paid time off to be with their kids. Why experts say the benefits of this time can last a lifetime.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Talk about an out-of-this-world photo. The James Webb Telescope capturing this spectacular image of a far-off galaxy as well as 18 others. Scientists are studying these images to better understand how stars are formed and how galaxies like ours evolve. That is just a really cool picture.
Yeah.
The James Webb Telescope has been capturing incredible pictures of the cosmos now since 2022.
I'm glad they are. That's beautiful.
Glad they are too.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, look at that on our big wall. More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When somebody welcomes a new child into their family and goes on leave to take care of that child, that's not a vacation, it's work. It's joyful, wonderful, fulfilling work, but it is work.
That's Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg on Meet the Press talking about the importance of paid family leave for both parents. So in today's Modern Parenting, we're talking about paternity leave.
Access to paternity leave has almost doubled in the last decade in the U.S., yet so many dads do feel hesitant to take paternity leave. In fact, research from the Labor Department shows 7 in 10 dads in the U.S. only take 10 days of leave or less than that. Psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig joins us to talk all about it. We were talking during the commercial, Dr. Ludwig, about my dad certainly didn't get paternity leave. This is a relatively modern thing and a good thing. But why do you think so many men are still reluctant to take it?
Well, I think in part it's finances. When companies actually provide paternity leave that's paid, it increases mental health and men feeling secure financially. But if they don't have that option, then it can create some financial insecurity. And also it's not done all of the time. So this is something something new for men. So hopefully we'll see more of it, because it certainly creates a special bond with their child and helps a marriage. There are just so many advantages to taking time off.
Well, let's dig into some of those advantages. How does taking that paternity leave actually translate to fatherhood and benefits there?
Well, fathers can feel resentful sometimes of the mother-child bond because they weren't included until the child was a little bit older. So with this kind of paternity leave, they have this bond and this special connection early on. In fact, they've done studies that have shown there isn't necessarily maternal instinct, but there is a caregiving instinct, and it can follow behavior. So when men would act in this nurturing way, they would develop, it would change the brain, and it would make their caregiving skills that much more sophisticated, which benefits the child in their long-term closeness to their child.
My story was the opposite of most, which is my husband stayed home with the kids and I had to go back to work. But I do wonder, for the marriage, what can it mean when a dad does take paternity leave? Can it help the marriage?
It does. In fact, the marriage is so much better and closer. Communication skills are more advanced. There's a fair division of labor. And I think that there's a supportive mental health for those who are suffering from postpartum depression. Wives just feel more supported, and it's a shared intimacy of being with the family together in this kind of way.
I'm sure there's a new dad or prospective dad watching this at home and going, I could not afford to take paternity leave. What are options for those folks who still want to bond with their newborns?
The good news is it's not about quantity. It's about quality. It's about quality. And so if you can't take time off, use your weekend to spend that one-on-one time. And that can help you develop that bond in a very close and regular way. It just takes a desire, focus, and creating the moment that's special.
And just to maybe persuade some dads, if they do have the opportunity, what's the harm if you don't take paternity leave? Are there any studies about what happens?
Well, it can create gender stereotypes when you think about it, because it's really nice to present that new role modeling. And also it does interfere with the bond and closeness, both with your partner and your child. They do find that there's increased social, emotional well-being for your child when the father is able to engage in this way.
And briefly, any tips for the single or separated dads who are looking to support their newborns or the mom?
Yeah, basically offer to take time with the child one-on-one and make yourself available and understand the importance of what you're providing to the whole family. Dads really do count. They matter in very important ways, both to their families and to the child and their development.
Absolutely. Ditto, absolutely. Dr. Robbie Ludwig, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thanks for watching. We got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
cancer has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You've known her for years as an NBC News correspondent, but today our colleague Kristen Dahlgren is moving on to a new chapter in order to fight against breast cancer.
Yeah, Kristen is leaving her post here at NBC to launch a new nonprofit called the Pink Eraser Project. It aims to make breast cancer vaccines a reality. And Kristen, we are so lucky to have her with us here on set one final time at least. It's so good to see you.
No, I'm coming back when we do this.
Yes.
And we are announcing that there is a breast cancer vaccine on the market. Mark my words, we are going to do this. We are close.
It's so personal for you.
Yeah.
Explain to everybody what this is and why there needs to be this project.
Right. So I had breast cancer. I was diagnosed in 2019. I went through all the treatments. I'm doing well. I am healthy. But I think about recurrence. And as part of my activism after my diagnosis, I was introduced to this doctor, and she's close to a breast cancer vaccine, Dr. Nora Desis from UW Medicine's Cancer Vaccine Institute. And she said others are close as well. And so we thought, what if we could bring everybody together to work on this together? And I want you to listen. She's so brilliant. Here's some of what she had to say.
What we really need is to be able to evaluate these vaccines in a very uniform manner with a lot of eyes looking at the data coming out of these trials. Can you imagine a world where no one would die of breast cancer because of a vaccine?
The time is now.
The time is now.
It really is. You know, she says this is a tipping point. We have the technology. We have safe, effective vaccines. We know how to get the immune response, what parts of breast cancer to target. And so this is happening. It could happen in 30 years, or if we all come together and we fund it and we bring these researchers together and we fill these trials, it could happen in 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the trials. Beyond the science, I imagine this is giving a lot of patients hope.
Absolutely. We've had so many people reach out to us today and sign on to our website, pinkeraserproject.org. So, you know, we talk to people who have gone through these trials. They've been happening for quite some time. The Cancer Vaccine Institute had a trial 10 years ago. A woman that we talked to was told she had a year to live. 10 years later, she's still alive. This was from the triple negative at Cleveland Clinic. That's Jenny Davis. And she told me what this vaccine did for her. Take a listen.
It's given me hope for myself and my family. The bigger picture is what this could mean for breast cancer. It could change everything.
And that's really what we're aiming to do, is to change everything. So I looked at this, and I'm dedicating my life to this. This is my next project.
It's a big move. You're right. I'm exactly where I need to be to affect change for all of us. How are you hoping this nonprofit really gets it off the ground?
Right. And so what doctors need is they need funding. And they need people to be in these trials, because that's going to take thousands of participants in the trials to make sure that they're safe and effective. And so we are going to build a network of people who want to do these trials. Look, this is nothing that the government would ever mandate. Breast cancer is not an infectious disease. This is for people who had it, who have it, who are worried, at high risk. They can choose to do this and to help us out.
And people can find more at
pinkeraserproject.org.
Thank you. Kristen, we can't just let you go. We have to say thank you for how many years? 30 years?
Almost 30 years. I interned here in 1993, and I've been a few other places, but NBC has been my home. All of you have been my family, so thank you, and thank you all for watching.
You've brought us so many amazing stories. And I know there's more to come.
Yeah, so thank you for all you've done. And we don't want to let you go just yet. Would you stick with us so we could do a little trending?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in.
All right, well, let's jump into a story that's trending right now, okay? Big Bird, a major mystery brought to you by the letter B on his account. His ex account, Big Bird, posted he had become tiny for the past week. Tiny, Big Bird. Feels like an oxymoron. But his friends on Sesame Street are going viral trying to find the answer with the hashtag #HelpBigBird. big bird. The giant yellow bird normally towers at 8 feet 2 inches. Yeah, you see it there. But Sesame Street sources tell NBC News he was just about the height, wow, of a paperclip. However, we got breaking news on this story just a short time ago. Big Bird posted he is now normal size again. How that happened, why it happened, we don't know, but
Kristen, your thoughts?
I know, I was gonna start calling him Tiny Bird. I actually saw the guy who plays Big Bird in the elevator here one day, just the legs. It was a little
I think we gotta end there. You're watching Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Everyone all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinclea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, January 30th, 2024, weighing options. The Biden administration considers its next steps after that deadly drone strike in Jordan. Now, the families of the 3 American troops killed are demanding answers.
We will like to know what happened and how could this happen.
What we're learning about how that drone may have slipped by.
Drawing the lines, House Republicans look to impeach the Secretary of Homeland Security, and a bipartisan immigration deal in the Senate could be losing some steam. We'll explain why.
Handle with care from assisted living to skilled nursing, caring for an aging parent can be a real challenge. The terms you need to know and the costs to expect.
And peace of mind. One of Elon Musk's companies implants a chip into someone's brain. Why some are very confident this will not be the last.
You'll definitely want to stick around for that one.
That is the buzzy story of the day, a chip in someone's brain.
That's right, but we're going to start this hour with the fallout from that drone strike in Jordan, which killed 3 American soldiers back on Sunday.
After meeting with his national security team again this morning, President Biden said that he has decided how America will respond. The 3 troops who died were all from Georgia, ranging in age from 23 to 46. Despite waves of attacks for months, these are the first American service members killed since the Israel-Hamas war began in October. The U.S. says the attack was carried out by an Iranian-backed militia. The mother of Specialist Kennedy Sanders, in the middle of your screen, one of those who died, spoke to NBC News about her daughter.
She enjoyed life to the fullest. You know, she was just a a ray of sunshine for anyone that came in contact with her.
Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce and NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist. Aaron, let's start with you. President Biden spoke with those families of the fallen soldiers. What did you hear? What do we know?
Well, Zinkley, we do know from the White House that the president spoke to each of the three families separately this morning before he left Washington for a campaign trip to Florida. In those phone calls, we know the president obviously expressed his condolences to the families and said that he was proud of the service of each of these soldiers. He also talked to the families about attending the dignified transfer movement. This is a military movement where the bodies are returned from overseas to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. The president expressed some desire to be there. The families gave the okay to his presence, and so the president will go on Friday to Dover for that dignified transfer, along with, we believe, the families of each of those soldiers.
Aaron, let me bring Dan in as well. We don't know exactly what the U.S. will do to respond just yet, but what options have been discussed, do we know, between the president and his national security team, Dan?
They're keeping their cards pretty close to their chest, but I think it's fair to say that the options include striking again at those Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria, which they have already targeted previously. And then there are Iranian naval ships in the Gulf, in the Red Sea, that could perhaps be targeted, including ships that the U.S. Suspects might be helping the Houthi rebels in Yemen stage their attacks on commercial shipping. And then the most drastic option is striking directly at Iran, at targets inside Iran, something the U.S. has not done since 1980. And so, and of course, there are many risks with that. So these are very difficult decisions facing the president, and he'll be criticized no matter which one he chooses.
And Dan, I know the U.S. and Iranian-backed militant groups have been trading strikes across the Middle East for months since the war with Israel and Hamas began. What are your sources saying about why Washington strikes have not deterred these groups yet?
That's right. There's been more than 160 of these rocket and drone attacks since October. And, of course, all these groups have no shortage of weapons. The U.S. And other governments say Hamas, the Houthis, these militias, Hezbollah all get their weapons and their financing and their training from Iran. And the assumption is that if Iran really wanted to turn them off, these proxy forces would stop and put a halt to it. But I think for the Houthis in particular, they see this as a moment to really undermine the U.S. and get global attention for their cause.
And Aaron, let me go back to you. I know a bipartisan group of senators sent a letter to President Biden urging him to speak with Congress before he does anything. Where does that stand?
Well, we know that today the Director of National Intelligence and the CIA Director are supposed to speak to a group of House members, the House Intelligence Committee, in a secure briefing on some of the issues that they've been following related to Ukraine and Israel. It's very likely that questions will be asked about what happened in Jordan in the course of that meeting with these national intelligence leaders. As far as the president conferring with Congress, as some have suggested he needs to before taking these military actions, like we saw earlier this month in Yemen, like we saw on Christmas Day in Iraq against those Iranian-backed militia groups, the president says he has the authority to take the actions he's been taking, and he's notified Congress at the point in time when he needed to. Kate Sinclair.
Aaron Gilchrist, Dan DeLuce, thank you both. Appreciate it. Staying in the Middle East, there is dramatic new video from overnight showing the Israeli military raiding a hospital in the West Bank. Take a look at this. Israeli forces dressed as doctors and civilians like patients storming into a hospital in Jenin in the occupied West Bank, killing 3 militants, including a Hamas commander. That's according to the Israeli military and to Palestinian officials. It comes as Hamas is considering a proposal that would pause fighting in Gaza for 60 days. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins me now from Tel Aviv. Raf, let's start with this framework for a possible ceasefire. Some details are coming out about what's in this potential deal. What could it entail, and how far apart are Israel and Hamas?
So, Kate, this proposal was hammered out over the weekend in a meeting in Paris of spy chiefs, including the CIA director. And under the proposal that they laid out, Hamas would release all of its remaining civilian hostages. The military hostages would be part of a later deal. But in return, Israel would agree to a 2-month pause in the fighting to allow more aid into Gaza and potentially to pull its troops out of the area around Han Yunis. Now, At this point, both Israel and Hamas playing hardball on this proposal. We heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today. He was speaking at a settlement in the occupied West Bank. He is under real pressure, Kate, from the far right of his government. And he is saying tonight he will not release thousands of Palestinians held in Israeli prisons on terror charges as part of an agreement. That is one of Hamas's key demands. Hamas, for its part, says that it is studying this proposal, but it is saying, again, that any deal needs to include an end to the war, not just a pause in the fighting. So it could be a critical 24 hours. We'll see which way this deal goes.
And Raf, before you go, can I ask about that operation we mentioned at a hospital in the West Bank? What more are we learning?
Right, so these are Israeli special forces. They're known in Hebrew as Mustaravim, literally those who disguise themselves as Arabs. And they snuck into this hospital in Jenin in the West Bank, disguised as Palestinian civilians, Palestinian medics, one man carrying a rifle in one hand, a car seat in the other. They killed a Hamas operative who they say was planning an imminent attack. They also killed two brothers affiliated with Palestinian Islamic Jihad. One of those brothers, according to the hospital, was a patient in a rehabilitation ward, and the hospital is saying he was shot at close range as he was sleeping in his hospital bed. Kate.
Raf Sanchez for us. Raf, thank you.
New video shows Texas authorities saving a young migrant girl from the Rio Grande River at the southern border. This happened yesterday in Eagle Pass, Texas. That girl is okay and was given medical attention by Texas state troopers. Rescues like these giving new urgency to negotiations over immigration reform on Capitol Hill. A bipartisan group of senators are working on finalizing a deal that would add more resources to help curb the number of migrants crossing into the United States. While all of that is going on, House Republicans today are holding a hearing on whether or not to impeach the man in charge of the border, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. NBC's Julia Ainsley is following all this for us. So, Julia, let's start with that impeachment hearing of Secretary Mayorkas. What have we heard today?
Well, they've been in recess now for about 3 and some change hours, and we expect them to come back and go maybe till midnight, Sinclair. This is because there are a lot of fireworks between Republicans and Democrats. Republicans saying that Secretary Mayorkas should be impeached because he did not have the trust of the American people, that he willfully neglected the law and did not enforce the nation's immigration laws. Democrats saying, look, he absolutely followed the law and that this is just a matter of policy differences between the Biden administration and what Republicans want them to do on the border, and that they're really not getting anything done by dragging out these impeachment hearings and continuing to talk about the border when Mayorkas himself is in the Senate trying to work on a deal right now that could actually increase border security. So a lot of fireworks back and forth. We expect it to pass out of this committee, go to the House floor for a vote. It's debatable about whether or not it'll pass there, but if it does pass there, it is highly unlikely to pass in the Senate, Sinclair.
Well, Julia, let's talk about that deal, right? Because President Biden says it would actually give him the authority to shut down the border. Can you break down for us what does that actually mean? How would it work if it's possible?
Well, my colleagues on the Hill were able to get some new details about what that means, and that would essentially mean that there are trigger points. So if they got to a point of, say, 5,000 migrants per day over 7 days as an average, the DHS would be forced to shut down the border, or if they passed 8,500 in a single day, it would have to remain closed until the numbers got down to below 75% of that trigger point for a sustained period of time, maybe 7 days, maybe 2 weeks. We're hearing different things on that. But when I talk to DHS officials, they're incredibly concerned about this, because shutting it down means that Mexico has to absorb these people, and that Mexico has made no such deal to start taking back more migrants, people who aren't from Mexico, aren't from the United States. For them to have to deal with it would look a lot like what we did under COVID, and as we know, they were not able to handle that then. So they have a lot of officials there very concerned.
Julia Ainsley with the latest from D.C. Thank you.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. UPS is cutting thousands of jobs.
And Valentine's Day spending is expected to hit a record high. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. UPS announcing this morning that it will lay off 12,000 workers. That's just over 2% of its workforce. The delivery giant's CEO said during the company's earnings call this morning that the cuts will save it about $1 billion. The news comes about 6 months after UPS agreed to a new contract worth $30 billion with the Teamsters Union that pushed the average full-time worker's pay to $49 an hour. U.S. consumer confidence hitting a 3-year high in January as Americans feel more positive about the economy and the job market. The strength in confidence suggests that the strong household spending that we saw last year could continue, further fueling the economy. Speaking of which, Valentine's Day looks like it might be one of those economic drivers. The National Retail Federation says it expects spending on the holiday to hit a record $14.2 billion this year. The group says not all of that spending is due to higher inflation, with Americans planning on spending more than $185 on average this holiday, up from prior years. Valentine's Day about 2 weeks away now.
Did you say $185 per person?
I want someone to spend $185 on me for Valentine's Day.
My husband thinks it's a fake holiday. I hope he's watching.
Oh.
Fake holiday.
Oh, but it's a nice one.
That's what I think. Bertha, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, countdown to the Super Bowl. We're just 12 days away from the big game. How football fans and, of course, Swifties alike are already gearing up.
Plus, 1-2 punch, a pair of drenching storms taking aim at the West Coast. What millions from Washington State to California need to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with breaking news from Capitol Hill. The Justice Department is investigating a Democratic congresswoman for misusing campaign funds and spending it on security services.
Missouri Representative Cori Bush confirmed the news herself in a statement earlier today. The congresswoman says she is fully cooperating. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is on Capitol Hill for us. So, Julie, what do we know about this DOJ investigation, and what else is the congresswoman saying? I know she spoke out earlier today.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get to that in a second, guys. But let's take a step back for a second to see how we got here. Yesterday, we actually found out that the House Sergeant-at-Arms was served with a grand jury subpoena investigating a Democratic lawmaker. Of course, we later found out, Cori Bush confirming herself, that she is the target of that investigation, but she denied adamantly that she had used any federal funds to pay for her private security. I want you to take a listen to what she had to say today.
Since before I was sworn into office, I have endured relentless threats to my physical safety and life. As a rank and file member of Congress, I am not entitled to personal protection by the House and instead have used campaign funds as permissible to retain security services. I have not used any federal tax dollars for personal security services.
Now, our Ben Camisar was able to track down how much she spent on this private security since she first ran for office in 2018. That summed to about $800,000, although Cori Bush says that none of it was spent improperly. She is welcoming this investigation. She says they are cooperating fully. I should also note she said that this is just the subject of right-wing attacks that she's been subject to in recent months, despite an outside watchdog group actually opening this investigation, referring it to the Federal Election Commission. So she's painting it as a right-wing attack. We'll see what comes of this investigation, but certainly, of course, I have to point out she is a Democrat. She's a progressive from Missouri. She's been out loud and in front on so many issues, including most recently the war in Israel and Gaza overseas. So we'll just see what happens here.
That's true. She's long been affiliated with what they call the squad there. Julie Sirkin, thank you.
Residents in Anchorage, Alaska, dealing with a lot of snow, even for Alaska. Over the weekend, the city set the record for the earliest accumulation of 100 inches of snow. That puts Anchorage on track to break its all-time record of 134.5 inches.
Whew, and it's not just Alaska dealing with some intense weather. Heavy rain and snowfall is also expected to batter the West Coast. 11 million people are under a flood watch due to what meteorologists call atmospheric rivers.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns knows what that is and will tell us all about it. Bill, we've heard of the Pineapple Express. What's an atmospheric river?
All right, so there's two important points. One is a Pineapple Express is just a type of atmospheric river. And then two, this sounds like a scary term, and they can be devastating storms, but the West needs these storms. If they don't get them in the wintertime, then we start talking about drought. These are the storms that build up the snowpack for the water supply that's used throughout the year. So we're behind. I mean, we're about 50% of the snowpack right now in California. We need a couple of these storms in a row, unless we're going to start talking about drought and falling reservoir levels again. So here's the big storm, the one that's off the coast today. This one is going to sneak northwards, and all these bright white clouds, this is all moisture. And this is what we call our atmospheric river. It's when the storm is strong enough to pull moisture up from the tropical regions, in this case, Hawaii, hence the name Pineapple Express. That moisture stream goes all the way up in the atmosphere, and then it will come into California. It'll shift through. The really bad atmospheric rivers are the ones that kind of stall and delay. This one will move through pretty progressively. So we do have a scale between 1 to 5 as far as how intense and severe it will be. And this one's kind of in middle of the road, especially the Oregon coastline. Wind gusts could be up to 70 miles per hour. That's why you're a little higher here, AR3 to AR5, but California looks a little lower than that. So as far as the alerts go, the mountains, yes, you're going to get some significant snow with this storm system over the next couple of days, and we do have the chance for some flash flooding in areas from San Francisco northwards. That's where we could see isolated totals up to about 16 inches, and the high winds will be on the Oregon coast, so a pretty big storm.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you.
And coming up, cooking with gas, the Biden administration releasing new standards targeting your stovetop.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
A dramatic rescue caught on camera off the coast of Mexico. 2 men in a kayak had to be rescued by a cruise ship. The Carnival Jubilee cruise ship was on its way from Texas to Honduras when it spotted these 2 guys and pulled them to safety. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is following the story for us. Morgan, what happened here? How did the men in the kayak get so far off course?
Yeah, Kate, incredibly frightening ordeal. We do know that these 2 men on board this kayak were on an entirely separate vessel when it started to go down. You can see just about exactly where they were. Fortunately, on this larger boat, they had that kayak. They were able to use that essentially as a lifeboat when their other vessel went down. And then, right place, right time here, Kate. You have this massive expanse of water in the Gulf of Mexico, and they happen to be near that path of that Carnival cruise line headed to Honduras. The good news to report right now, both of those men expected to be just fine.
Wow. And Morgan, I know you're following another boating accident. This is pretty serious at a popular spot in Cancun. Killed 4 people. What do we know?
Yeah, conflicting reports still coming in on what exactly happened here, Kate, but we do know that Mexican authorities have confirmed at least 4 people are dead in a vessel that capsized late last night. This is all part of a very popular route taking tourists from Cancun to an island known as Isla Mujeres. In this case, these tourists, 19 on board total, there were 17 tourists, were there for a dinner trip, and on their way back to Cancun is when this boat went down. Local reports suggest that the water was choppy and that there were some significant waves there, but the official cause has yet to be known. We do know that there were 2 crew members on that same boat, and that the captain was detained, but again, Kate, no official cause.
Okay.
Kate?
Morgan Chesky following that. Thank you, Morgan.
2024 is shaping up to be a big year for investments in clean energy, with experts predicting wind and solar leading the way. But to understand the future of clean energy, we also have to go back to a time when solar panels and wind turbines were more of a curiosity than an actual concrete idea. Here's NBC's Ellison Barber.
The path to a cleaner grid will be harnessing the power of nature in 2024.
You're going to generate the wind here, the energy here, and be able to transmit it all the way across Arizona into California as well.
Wind energy will take a big leap with the construction of the Western Hemisphere's largest wind project. Towering steel turbines will capture, then deliver wind-produced power hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, in the North Atlantic, ocean-based wind farms are taking shape.
After a week-long journey from Portugal, components to the country's first commercial-scale offshore wind project have arrived here in New Bedford.
America's top commercial fishing port, a place that more than anywhere else in America knows what it's doing out at sea.
The pace of solar is also picking up at the federal level, from installing panels on the roof of the Pentagon to developing millions of acres of public land for solar use. The modern era of clean energy has come a long way since the dreams of Jimmy Carter.
A generation from now, this solar heater can either be a curiosity or it can be just a small part of one of the greatest and most exciting adventures.
It was a symbolic gesture back then, but Carter's 1979 solar speech was more than just a symbol. It was a vision taking root. Solar power has shed its price tag over the decades, from more than $100 per watt to under $1 today. And now solar projects are adding clean power to cities and towns across America.
Tonight, there are plans to build a solar farm on more than 600 acres in the Foley area
to power more than 8,000 homes. The future of clean energy is full of revolutionary ideas that go far beyond turbines and panels.
We're seeing a boom in residential energy. It's about batteries, it's about load management, It's about heat pumps. It's about generators and EV chargers all coming together.
And the money is pouring in. Over the next 5 years, global investment in renewable energy is set to skyrocket from $330 billion today to almost $500 billion by 2028. A green rush, once a distant idea, now fueling hope for a greener tomorrow.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Coming up, a new coordinated push to develop a vaccine against breast cancer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
If you have a gas stove at home, listen up. The Biden administration just finalized a scaled-back plan meant to help new stoves consume less energy. The White House sparked quite a debate last year and raised concerns that gas stoves could be banned over potential health threats. No ban under this proposal, though. The new standards would apply to gas stoves manufactured in 2028 or later, but many cooktops already meet them.
Attorney General Merrick Garland will temporarily hand over his official duties to his deputy this weekend. Garland will have back surgery on Saturday and will be under anesthesia for around 90 minutes. A Justice Department spokesperson says the medical procedure will be minimally invasive.
And we've got breaking news. A legend of the Broadway stage is being remembered today. Chita Rivera died after a brief illness, according to her daughter. Her credits include some of Broadway's most iconic shows, including West Side Story and Chicago. Rivera had performed on Broadway since the early 50s. She was 91 years old.
NBC News is getting an inside look now at one of the first high-stakes operations to evacuate critically ill Palestinians from Gaza. The United Arab Emirates is coordinating mercy flights to bring injured Palestinian civilians to that country for care. And the need for medical care in Gaza is dire. According to the World Health Organization, not one of Gaza's 36 hospitals are fully functional right now. NBC's Hala Garani filed this report.
The war in Gaza is about to enter its 5th month, and behind the casualty number that we hear most often, that almost 27,000 people have been killed, according to the Ministry of Health there's another number, the number of injured and those who are critically ill, unable to access care. And this is why Countries like the UAE are organizing mercy flights like this one, where they retrofit commercial airliners, in some cases collapsing seats to accommodate stretchers for patients that are unable to walk unaided and who need these hospital bed installations inside of flights. Now, we are at El Arish Military Hospital in Egypt, about a 45-minute drive from the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt. Some of these patients on lists, whose names appear on lists, have been waiting for evacuation for several months. They are now seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. It's about a 4-hour flight between El Arish and Abu Dhabi, and from there they will be taken to hospitals in the UAE for further treatment. Some of the people here have delayed their care for so long that the road ahead for them will be extremely challenging. This is happening against the backdrop of renewed hopes for a ceasefire, some sort of longer-term ceasefire, and that will certainly be welcome news for the tens of thousands of people who are in need of critical medical care, just like the patients behind me on this flight.
Hala Garani, really important reporting. Thank you. Let's turn now to huge buzz in the tech world today. Elon Musk announcing one of his companies, Neuralink, has implanted a computer chip inside a person's brain. Now, why would someone want to do that, and what's the possible benefit? Well, here's NBC's Emily Aketa.
Hey there. Well, this feels very futuristic, and the procedure was no small feat, using a robot to surgically place a computer chip into a human brain. A brain chip has been successfully implanted in a human, according to Elon Musk. The tech titan sharing a big breakthrough from his brain science startup company, Neuralink, saying it has implanted a device in a human for the first time, a possible step toward a product that Musk says enables control of your phone or computer and through them almost any device just by thinking.
Imagine the joy of connecting with your loved ones, browsing the web, or even playing games using only your thoughts.
Musk posting Monday, the first human received an implant from Neuralink yesterday and is recovering well. The initial results, he added, showed promising neuron spike detection. But Musk gave no additional details about the procedure, the patient, or the device the company implanted. Musk writing initial users will be those who have lost the use of their limbs, discussing his vision for Neuralink back in 2019.
This, I think, has a very good purpose, which is to cure important diseases. And ultimately to help secure humanity's future as a civilization.
For decades, scientists have worked on similar ideas for brain-computer interfaces. But for many, a microchip in the brain feels like something out of a movie. Like 2015's Kingsman: The Secret Service, where Samuel L. Jackson plays an eccentric billionaire who tries to control the world using neural implants.
Mankind is the virus, and I'm the cure.
As science fiction gets closer to reality, Musk is hoping a groundbreaking experimental device can help transform everyday lives. As for Neuralink's future, the clinical trial is just one step on the startup's path towards commercialization. Testing will still take about 6 years to complete. Several companies have tested brain implants on humans, driving questions and concerns around safety, regulation, and where this technology could go. We have reached out to Neuralink for more information on the procedure, but have not heard back. Back to you.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you. This hour, we're talking about an issue that many families are dealing with, the cost of caring for an aging loved one.
According to Health and Human Services, an estimated 7 in 10 Americans over the age of 65 will need or eventually need long-term care, but planning and paying for that care is typically left to their family members. So what are some of the options, and what can you do to start preparing? CNBC's senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here with some answers for us. So Sharon, this is such an important topic that so many families do not discuss early enough. So when we're talking about senior care, long-term care, what exactly is involved there?
When we're talking about long-term care, we're talking about helping people who cannot independently do regular everyday activities, what they call activities of daily living. So that may be from bathing to dressing to feeding themselves, eating on their own, and being able to be mobile, transferring from a bed to a chair or even using the bathroom. So if they can't do any of these things or some of these things independently, that's when care services may be needed.
And, you know, we might sort of historically think of aging in place in your own home or going to the nursing home, but there's a lot of in between.
There are so many other options that are available available now for people who just need a little bit more care or just want someone to do a few of the tasks for them, from independent living, where you're basically living on your own, but maybe you're getting 3 meals a day or 2 meals a day provided for you in an independent living facility. Or there might be assisted living, where you get more care with bathing, dressing, some of those activities of daily living, memory care for people with dementia and Alzheimer's. There's special units for that, and nursing care is the last one that is very expensive, but it's the last step. You can do all these things before you need to do that. What's interesting are these continuing care retirement communities where all of that is in one. Oh, cool. It's like an all-inclusive for seniors to kind of age as they go and get the care that they need. And what's interesting is some of them will allow you to buy in so that you're kind of investing in that community, and then when you leave, you'll get perhaps a portion of that money back. That entrance fee can be over $400,000, so it's not cheap. Right. There are others that are rental options that you can do month to month.
To that end, right, you artfully broke down the different forms of care people can get, but the prices ranged from $3,000 to $12,000. You just named something even higher than that. How can people deal with those costs? Is there anything that can help?
Well, one of the things that can help is long-term care insurance. And this is an insurance product that allows you to be able to pay premiums over the course of many years or decades in some cases, but then you'll have ongoing care and be able to cover the cost of that ongoing care at your home.
Less of that now, though, than there used to be? Is there less availability of that
of long-term care insurance? It's not that it's less availability, it's that for some people it just becomes cost prohibitive. If we're talking about, you know, $2,000 annually for a premium up to $5,000, $6,000, depending on your age and what your needs are. But there are different types of long-term care insurance to look at. There are some employers that offer long-term care insurance policies, but then there are also things for people who say, this is just not going to work for me. I can't cover any of what you just talked about. I've got to take care of my loved one in the home. Know that there's respite care. Know that there are government agencies, there are nonprofit groups, volunteer groups, faith-based groups that can offer short-term help for you, so at a low cost or no cost, so that you can get a break as you're caring for your loved one at home.
Sharon Epperson always brings us so much valuable information. Thank you. And for more, for Sharon's tips, you can go to cnbc.com/personal-finance.
Microsoft is facing a major lawsuit that could change how copyright laws are viewed here in the United States. NBC's nightly anchor Lester Holt discussed the topic in an exclusive interview with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. Here's part of that conversation.
I do want to ask you about the New York Times lawsuit against your partner, OpenAI, and yourself, about the idea of using their content, using New York Times content to train AI. I know it's a legal open case and you can only say so much about it, but it does kind of open up a thought about where this information comes from and who ultimately benefits.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that is going to be very, very important is both what is the copyright protection as well as what is fair use in a world where there is transformative new technology. I think that that's really where the copyright laws have to essentially now be interpreted for what is a new transformation technology. We've done this in the past. I'm sure we'll come out with the right set of guidelines on what is used for training. That's one thing. That's the transformation side of it. And of course, it's clear that you can't just use copyrighted material and regurgitate anything. And so those are two very distinct issues. I think we'll, the courts will opine on it, and I'm sure will come out. And in fact, if you look at, what Japan is doing and other countries are also doing, which is how to think about copyright in an enlightened way so that this new technology can be developed. In fact, new competitors can be introduced, while at the same time protecting copyright.
You can catch more of Lester's interview with Microsoft CEO tonight on NBC Nightly News.
We are now 12 days away from Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. The Kansas City Chiefs, the San Francisco 49ers working on their game strategies, and one particular pop star also bringing her own group of fans to the big game. Here's Kaylee Harton.
With 12 days to go until the Chiefs and 49ers face off for the Lombardi Trophy, Super Bowl 58 is poised to be unlike any other.
Caught by Kelce for the touchdown.
Chiefs star Travis Kelce's cheering section is ready for it. Girlfriend Taylor Swift sporting some new championship swag, keeping the celebration going with friends and family after Kansas City's big win over the Ravens Sunday. Chiefs Kingdom getting a massive wave of support from the singer's legion of devoted fans, who are now calling the Super Bowl the Swiftie Bowl and planning Taylor-sized watch parties.
This is the Taylor Swift effect!
The league is getting a boost too.
Taylor Swift brings an entire army of Swifties with her wherever she goes. So in the case of the Super Bowl and the NFL, that translates to dollars when it comes to ratings, merchandise, and advertising.
From Kansas City to Green Bay, Buffalo, and Baltimore, Swift has been a fixture at Chiefs games since September. Fans expect her to be in Las Vegas to support Kelsey at the biggest game of the season. The Chiefs have won 9 of the 12 games she's attended. Will this be Swift's lucky number 13? The defending Super Bowl champs are not currently the favorites. Odds makers now betting San Francisco will win by 1 point, a chance to avenge their Super Bowl 54 loss to the Chiefs 4 years ago. With new weapons, quarterback Brock Purdy and all-pro running back Christian McCaffrey are looking to bring the trophy back to the Bay Area for the first time since 1995. Sin City is no stranger to high prices and high rollers, and this year's big game is drawing big spenders. Just steps from the Las Vegas Strip, Allegiant Stadium will host its first Super Bowl, where the average price of a ticket is the most expensive in history. The most luxe experience costing almost $30 grand. And even if you just want to be near the action, hotels and flights are going for more than double the typical rate. Big excitement from fans of all types for the biggest game of the season.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Coming up, a warning for women. New data show more women are using tobacco. How to quit if you're one of them.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Talk about an out-of-this-world photo. The James Webb Telescope capturing this spectacular image of a far-off galaxy, as well as 18 others. Scientists are studying these images to better understand how stars are formed, how galaxies like ours evolved. The James Webb Telescope has been capturing incredible photos of the cosmos since 2022.
And that is incredible. Wow.
It is. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, tobacco use is on the rise, particularly among women. According to the CDC, in the past 50 years, a woman's risk of dying from smoking has more than tripled.
In fact, it's now equal to a man's. In the United States, more than 200,000 women die each year from smoking-related disease. Joining us now is Erica Sword. She's the National Assistant Vice President of Advocacy for the American Lung Association. Thank you so much for joining us. So, for years, we've heard about the dangers of smoking. That part is not new. But according to the CDC, more middle and high school girls are using tobacco compared to their male classmates. That includes things like e-cigarettes, nicotine pouches, and vaping, in addition to traditional cigarettes. So what do you think is behind this shift here?
Well, unfortunately, we are seeing the tobacco companies coming after our kids. And as the mom of 2 middle and high school aged boys, I'm concerned. And we know that there's a lot we can do as parents, and there's a lot that we can do in our communities and our states. But we certainly have to take action to protect our kids.
It's strange that it almost sounds like it's becoming cool again for some strange reason, which nobody wants. I know you find that smoking is directly responsible for, I think, 80% of lung cancer deaths in U.S. women every year.
That's correct.
Yeah. So tell us more about. Let's get the word out. How risky is it to use tobacco, even as a middle or high school girl?
Well, there's no safe level of tobacco product use for anyone. And for adolescents, not only does it set them up for future diseases that we don't even know when it comes to some of these new tobacco products, but it also changes their brain development and can lead to memory challenges and permanent lung damage. So, this is something that I talk about with my kids pretty regularly about. This might be dinner time conversation at our household, at least, but it really needs to be for other folks as well, too.
And I mean, the American Lung Association points out that women have long been targeted by the tobacco industry, and now we're seeing sort of this popularity the last few years. What can people do if they do want to quit?
Well, there are a lot of really good, effective, and safe ways to quit. And it can start with talking to your medical provider by calling 1-800-QUIT-NOW, by calling 1-800-LUNG-USA. The Lung Association is also ready to help people quit. And there's some texting opportunities for kids too. But you are going to be more successful whether you are an adolescent or an adult if you reach out and seek help to quit and not try to do it alone.
Just to be really clear here, e-cigarettes, vaping, nicotine pouches, so popular, those are just as addictive?
In some cases, even more. There's even more nicotine in some e-cigarettes, or as much as there is in a pack of cigarettes. And that's just with one e-cigarette device. So this is a whole new generation of tobacco products. And as parents, we need to be armed and ready to protect our kids.
Yeah, really helpful information. Erica Sword, thank you.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Everybody out.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
You've known her for years as an NBC News correspondent, but today our colleague Kristen Dahlgren is moving on to a new chapter in order to fight against breast cancer.
Yeah, Kristen is leaving her post here at NBC to launch a new nonprofit called the Pink Eraser Project. It aims to make breast cancer vaccines a reality. And Kristen, we are so lucky to have her with us here on set one final time at least. It's so good to see you.
No, I'm coming back when we do this.
Yes.
And we are announcing that there is a breast cancer vaccine on the market. And mark my words, we are going to do this. We are close.
It's so personal for you.
Yeah.
Explain to everybody what this is and why there needs to be this project.
Right. So I had breast cancer. I was diagnosed in 2019. I went through all the treatments. I'm doing well. I am healthy. But I think about recurrence. And as part of my activism after my diagnosis, I was introduced to this doctor, and she's close to a breast cancer vaccine, Dr. Nora Desis from UW Medicine's Cancer Vaccine Institute. And she said others are close as well. And so we thought, what if we could bring everybody together to work on this together? And I want you to listen. She's so brilliant. Here's some of what she had to say.
What we really need is to be able to evaluate these vaccines in a very uniform manner with a lot of eyes looking at the data coming out of these trials. Can you imagine a world where no one would die of breast cancer because of a vaccine?
The time is now.
The time is now.
It really is. You know, she says this is a tipping point. We have the technology. We have safe, effective vaccines. We know how to get the immune response, what parts of breast cancer to target. And so this is happening. It could happen in 30 years, or if we all come together and we fund it and we bring these researchers together and we fill these trials, it could happen in 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the trials. Beyond the science, I imagine this is giving a lot of patients hope.
Absolutely. We've had so many people reach out to us today and sign on to our website, pinkeraserproject.org. So, you know, we talk to people who have gone through these trials. They've been happening for quite some time. The Cancer Vaccine Institute had a trial 10 years ago. A woman that we talked to was told she had a year to live. 10 years later, she's still alive. This was from the triple negative at Cleveland Clinic. That's Jenny Davis. And she told me what this vaccine did for her. Take a listen.
It's given me hope for myself and my family. The bigger picture is what this could mean for breast cancer. It could change everything.
And that's really what we're aiming to do, is to change everything. So I looked at this, and I'm dedicating my life to this. This is my next project.
It's a big move. You're right. I'm exactly where I need to be to affect change for all of us. How are you hoping this nonprofit really gets it off the ground?
Right. And so what doctors need is they need funding. And they need people to be in these trials, because that's going to take thousands of participants in the trials to make sure that they're safe and effective. And so we are going to build a network of people who want to do these trials. Look, this is nothing that the government would ever mandate. Breast cancer is not an infectious disease. This is for people who had it, who have it, who are worried at high risk. They can choose to do this and to help us out.
And people can find more at
pinkeraserproject.org.
Thank you. Kristen, we can't just let you go. We have to say thank you for how many years? 30 years?
Almost 30 years. I interned here in 1993, and I've been a few other places, but NBC has been my home. All of you have been my family, so thank you, and thank you all for watching.
You've brought us so many amazing stories. And I know there's more to come.
Yeah, so thank you for all you've done. And we don't want to let you go just yet. Would you stick with us so we could do a little trending?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in.
All right, well, let's jump into a story that's trending right now, okay? Big Bird, a major mystery brought to you by the letter B on his account His ex account, Big Bird, posted he had become tiny for the past week. Tiny, Big Bird. Feels like an oxymoron. But his friends on Sesame Street are going viral trying to find the answer with the hashtag #HelpBigBird. The giant yellow bird normally towers at 8 feet 2 inches. Yeah, you see it there. But Sesame Street sources tell NBC News he was just about the height, wow, of a paperclip. However, we got breaking news on this story just a short time ago. Big Bird posted he is now normal size again. How that happened, why it happened, we don't know, but
Kristen, your thoughts?
I know, I was going to start calling him Tiny Bird. I actually saw the guy who plays Big Bird in the elevator here one day, just the legs. It was a little
I think we gotta end there. You're watching Daily.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Everybody safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
If it's Tuesday, border battles in Washington. House Republicans move forward on impeaching the Biden administration's top border official while renewing their vow to kill the bipartisan border deal coming together in the Senate. Plus, preparing to strike back. President Biden says he's made his decision on how to respond to that deadly attack on U.S. troops backed by Iran-backed militants. But the details remain under wraps. And Hamas says it's reviewing a proposed ceasefire deal that would release more hostages in exchange for a 60-day pause in the fighting in Gaza, as Israeli forces wearing disguises raid a hospital in the occupied West Bank. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez in Washington, where Congress is locked in a border battle mired in politics, as one chamber pursues a bipartisan border deal and the other seeks the impeachment of the country's top immigration official. All the while, President Biden is asking Congress to give him more power to address the issue.
All I can do is just give me the power. I've asked for the very day I got in office. Give me the border patrol. Give me the people, the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work rationally.
It comes after the president said over the weekend that he would, quote, shut down the border if Congress gave him the authority. And two sources familiar with negotiations tell NBC News that the bipartisan Senate plan, which is being negotiated right now, would grant that authority if certain levels of migrant crossings were reached. But House Speaker Mike Johnson remains defiant, saying that any deal would be dead on arrival in the House.
It seems the new authority to shut down the border would kick in only after as many as 5,000 illegal crossings happen each day. Why? Why would we do that? Illegal immigration is illegal. It is against the law. From what we've seen, clearly, what's been suggested is in this bill is not enough to secure the border.
Meanwhile, House Republicans are pushing forward with their historic effort to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The Homeland Security Committee is expected to vote later today to send the articles of impeachment to the full House for a vote. Here's Committee Chairman Mark Green.
He has willfully and systematically refused to comply with the laws passed by Congress and breached the trust of Congress and the American people. Secretary Mayorkas' actions have forced our hand. We cannot allow this border crisis to continue. We cannot allow fentanyl to flood across our border, our criminals to waltz in undeterred. And we cannot allow a cabinet secretary with no regard for the separation of powers or the rule of law to remain in office.
Ahead of today's hearing, Mayorkas sent a letter to the committee refuting the claims DHS had failed to enforce immigration laws. Democrats are accusing Republicans of politicizing the border and stonewalling a potential bipartisan deal in service of Donald Trump's presidential campaign. Here's the committee's ranking member, Benny Thompson.
Extreme mega Republicans who are running the House of Representatives are deeply unserious people. They don't want progress. They don't want solutions. They want a political issue. House Republicans take their marching orders from Donald Trump, who has directed them to reject a bipartisan border bill.
Joining me now from the Hills, congressional correspondent Julie Serkin, and with me here on set, Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley and Garrett Haake, who's been following the Trump campaign. Julie, I want to start with you. Was there anything unexpected out of today's Mayorkas impeachment hearing? Do Republicans appear united, especially as they face a narrow majority?
Well, Republicans in the committee, Gabe, the Homeland Security panel who is processing these articles of impeachment, do appear united. The chairman of the committee, Mark Green, does appear to suggest that they will have the votes needed in the committee to process these two articles of impeachment and make their way to the House floor. The numbers game comes into play when you look at the full House vote, because as Speaker Johnson noted today, they don't have a two-seat majority. They have a one-seat majority. It's so razor thin. And of course, we've heard from some Republicans over the last few months who didn't want to go down this road. They didn't think that anything that Mayorkas had done, though they don't agree with him on policy, warrants an impeachable offense. We'll see how those votes come down on the floor, especially with Republican leadership thinking that they will have them in the end. In terms of the committee hearing today, we've heard a lot of back and forth from Democrats and Republicans, largely saying the same things all day long. Democrats are saying that, look, you have a bipartisan border deal. You have a chance to unlock these border policies, these stricter provisions that you want. Why not let it happen? Instead, you have Republicans following this pursuit of impeachment, something that placates their base, something they've promised to their base since they've got the majority last January. And so we're seeing a lot of this back and forth happen. The committee has been going at this for about 6 hours now, all day long, back and forth, trading jabs, and they do expect to continue this process throughout the day, not voting on these articles until close to midnight, because Democrats are, of course, trying to delay this process as much as they can. When that happens, Gabe, this will come to the House floor, a date that is still TBD. We don't know yet when they'll put it there, but if and when the simple majority that is required is achieved in the House, that will then bring this over to the Senate, who has the task of deciding whether to acquit or convict Mayorkas. With the Democratic majority in the Senate, we do expect them to acquit him, but still we have this process in the House that is moving along.
And Julie, of course, the House has only impeached a cabinet member once before. I want to turn now, though, to the Senate side. What more have we learned about that border funding bill as we wait for the actual text to be released?
Yeah, well, the text was supposed to maybe be released tomorrow. We just heard from Leader Schumer a couple of moments ago saying that the bill text is not yet ready. Julia Ainsley and I, along with other colleagues, have been able to report some of the details of this bill overnight. I'll tell you, though, things were still changing. Major policy decisions are still being discussed among negotiators, including one that will essentially give the Biden administration, give other presidents, you see it there on your screen, this ability to effectively shut down the border once it reaches a threshold like 5,000 per day. That will automatically set that policy in place. A daily average of 5,000 over 7 days, or 8,500 in a single day. To reopen the border back up, they're going to have a sustained flow less than 75% below that number that caused the border to shut down in the first place for at least a week, giving the Department of Homeland Security time to figure out where they've met capacity, where they're about to exceed it as well, and go from there. So these are really big border tools that have not been available to presidents over decades. It's a very conservative deal. We'll see if it goes far enough for Speaker Johnson and if the Senate can pass it in the first place.
Julie Serkin live for us on Capitol Hill with the latest on those negotiations. Julie, thank you. And we turn now to Julia Ainsley here with me on set. And Julia, you cover Homeland Security. And we touched on this a little bit yesterday, that there's some grumbling within DHS about the president's promise to, quote, shut down the border. Logistically, you started to talk about this yesterday. That could be difficult. What's your new reporting?
Yeah, that's right. These grumbles were just kind of coming to a surface yesterday after the president's remarks. And now we've heard from two current, two former DHS officials, all of whom have served under this administration, who are really worried about what a shutdown would look like, because they're talking about shutting down the border to all illegal migrants who cross between ports of entry. Sounds like it would make sense. It would deter migrants. But what happens to those migrants? Well, they go back to Mexico. And right now, there's no deal specific enough on the table with Mexico that would make them feel comfortable to shut it down. And what they're worried about is massive chaos, and also sending a signal to cartels to say, okay, 8,500's the max. Let's surge 8,500 to this place. And then if they're overwhelmed, then Mexico stops to take back so many. Then, like we've seen time and time again, like we saw during COVID with Title 42, Mexico was supposed to take back migrants. They reached their threshold and more started coming. So it's really a matter of being worried about an unfunded mandate. Now, the White House has said, look, we won't do this without congressional authorities and more funding. But right now, people I'm speaking to say, look, sure, political rhetoric is one thing, but when it comes down to how we actually have to carry out our jobs on the border, we're a little concerned about this.
And of course, there's that complicated relationship we've had with Mexico for so long. What is Mexico saying to this? And I know several months ago, the Biden administration was touting how it was trying to have a better relationship with Mexico, how it reached out to the Mexican government and even rail companies inside Mexico to stop those trains that were bringing in those migrants. What's the Mexican government's response to what the president is saying and those policy changes that are on the table?
Well, the negotiations are ongoing. We know there's a Mexican delegation just here about a week or two ago, but they haven't gotten anywhere specific yet on exactly how many migrants they take back. And in fact, the president of Mexico, López Obrador, spoke yesterday and said, I'm not getting worried. He said, we will remain tranquil in Mexico because we think this is just political rhetoric. This happens every time there's an election. Trump will say his thing, Biden will say his thing. We're going to stay exactly where we are. And maybe he's right. Maybe we won't see anything come of this, and they should just stay calm.
And I want to turn now to Garrett. And Garrett, Donald Trump loves talking about the border.
Yes.
Is he basically saving this issue for November?
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. I mean, look at the gaggle he gave with reporters on New Hampshire primary day. He said to a reporter sitting next to me, he doesn't think it's going to be about the economy in November. He thinks the border is the most important issue, and he doesn't want his version of the border issue to be taken away from him. So I do think whether it's through kind of direct orders or just the way he talks about this issue, posts about it online, Donald Trump is perfectly happy to not have there be anything that looks like a solution get through Congress before he gets another bite at the apple, potentially in another Trump administration.
And what's interesting, though, Garrett, in the last couple of days, he's been posting a lot more on social media about the economy, right? What does that signal to you?
Well, the way he talks about the economy is interesting because it's not attacking the Biden economy. It's taking credit for it. He says that the stock market gains that we've seen under the Biden economy are because people are pricing in the possibility possibility of him coming back to the White House. It's kind of the classic Trump move to both try to take credit for something that somebody else is doing, but also to kind of nerf the issue for the Biden campaign. If you're the Biden campaign and you're looking at, unemployment under 4%, gas prices going down, overall inflation going down, all those things headed in the right direction, you want to be talking about the issue. This is Trump trying to take it off the table, refocus on something that he thinks is better for him. It's the issue that made him a political figure in the first place. It's the border.
Exactly. And let's take a step back here and kind of zoom out a little bit. What has Donald Trump's campaign been promising when it comes to the border? Mass deportations? What else?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's basically no border policy too aggressive for the Trump campaign to embrace, at least in this stage. They obviously talk about building the wall. It's been Donald Trump's favorite thing to talk about since he first, came down the escalator. They talk about the idea of sealing the border, putting back in place something like Title 42, whether that's doable or not without Congress. I defer to Julia, which is another conversation worth having. And they've actually embraced what was kind of sounded like sort of a scare tactic around Trump, this idea that he would run a mass deportation campaign far from the border in the interior of this country, rounding up millions of people who've come in illegally over the last couple of years. Used to sound like kind of a scary thing Democrats would say Donald Trump would do if he's president. Donald Trump saying, no, in fact, I very much intend to do that if I'm president. He thinks that works with his base.
Garrett Haake, Julia Ainsley, thank you both so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it. And coming up, the latest from the Pentagon as the U.S. prepares to retaliate for the deadly Iran-backed strike on American troops stationed in Jordan. That's next. Plus, President Biden tells donors in Florida he can win the state back from Republicans in November as he looks to shore up his re-election campaign. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Yeah,
Yes. But you're not holding Iran responsible for the death of those 3 Americans. I do hold them responsible in the sense that they're supplying the weapons to the people who did it.
And welcome back. That was President Biden this morning telling reporters he has made a decision on how the U.S. will respond to the deadly drone attack that killed 3 American service members and injured more than 40 others in Jordan on Sunday. Any response will certainly raise questions about escalations in the region, but the president continued to reiterate he is not seeking a wider regional war. President Biden spoke today with the family members of the 3 soldiers killed in the attack, expressing his sadness and saying that their service and sacrifice would be honored. The White House says President Biden will attend the dignified transfer ceremony on Friday when their bodies return home. And joining me now is NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. And Courtney, the Pentagon held a briefing today. What more do we know?
Well, we don't know a whole lot more about how that deadly drone was able to evade the air defense systems on the base. So this is a small remote outpost called Tower 22 in northeastern Jordan. But it did have some relatively sophisticated air defense systems around this small base. And the drone was able to somehow make its way past there and impact exploding right near an area where U.S. troops were sleeping at the time, some of them sleeping anyway, killing those 3 U.S. soldiers, all part of an engineering unit that deployed out of Georgia, and then wounding more than 40 others, Gabe, including at least 3 who had to be medevaced onto Launchstool for pretty serious injuries. So this was a very successful attack, and it's still not really clear how the drone was able to get through. A couple of theories that the U.S. is still looking at is the possibility that there was a U.S. drone that was hovering nearby or maybe coming in for a landing at the same time, and the defenses on the base got confused by two aerial events or 2 UAVs up in the air at the same time. But they're also looking at the possibility that it could have just been coming in at such a low altitude that may have caused the confusion. Again, nothing has been decided here. As you mentioned, the dignified transfer is now scheduled for Friday. It's a very solemn event that occurs at Dover Air Force Base, where the remains of the fallen service members are brought home. Sometimes dignitaries like the President, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin also going, will attend that. The families have the option of opening it up to the media, which occasionally happens. So we have an opportunity to see what is really, I have to say, a moving, emotional, and very dignified ceremony.
And Courtney, before I let you go, what more do we know about timing for this? When do you think this could happen? Because the president said today he's already made a decision.
Yeah, I mean, officials are not really talking about timing. They're not really talking about the kinds of targets. What I will say is when we look at what's happened in the past, recent past, where there have been successful attacks on bases in Iraq and Syria, where U.S. service members have been injured, we've seen very targeted responses in those cases. Officials are saying we should expect something that looks a little different than that. We should expect something larger in geography, maybe larger in the kinds of responses that we see. But officials just aren't really talking about timing. I will say, Gabe, our understanding is they are still working through the specific strike options.
Courtney Kuby, live for us at the Pentagon. Courtney, thank you. And let me now bring in retired 4-star General Joseph Votel. He's a former commander of U.S. Central Command and now a distinguished senior fellow on national security at the Middle East Institute. Thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. And the president said today, as we mentioned, that he's made a decision about how to respond here. Can you read the tea leaves at all? The question I just asked Courtney, when do you think a response might come?
Well, thanks. It's great to be with you. Yeah, so I heard what the president said, and it may be that he's decided on the general approach that we're going to take, the general elements that may be targeted in this, or how he wants that to go, and there may actually still be working through some details. He may actually have approved a plan and then delegated that down to the commanders to actually pick the appropriate time to, conduct the operation. So there's a variety of things I think that we don't know yet in this, but it doesn't seem unrealistic to me in terms of where we are at this point in the targeting process.
And General, I'm curious on your take on this. The strikes that the U.S. has already taken so far, it doesn't appear that they've really deterred any of these proxy groups. President Biden acknowledged as much several weeks ago. What do you think it will take to deter these groups?
Well, I think we have to, first off, I think it's really important that in a in the court, as long as when we conduct this strike, that we make it unambiguous that we are holding Iran responsible for this, and that the targets that we go after are something that Iran values, and that will cause them to feel the effects of when they're gone. So removing a militia that they rely on, targeting some other activity that they hold really important, I think, is the way to think about this. And that's what we have not done in these previous strikes. We haven't done anything that has really made Iran or the militia groups feel any amount of pain. And we have to inflict that amount of pain on them for them to appreciate that we want them to stop.
And General, you just heard that there. Earlier today, I asked the president whether he held Iran responsible for the death of those 3 American service members. He says that he does believe they're responsible for supplying the weapons here. But really, how much control does Iran have over these proxy groups?
I think they have a lot of control, particularly the Shia militia groups that operate in Iraq and Syria. I know Iran says that they don't have any control. These are independent relationships between us and the militia groups. So that's just not true. Anybody that has served any amount of time in Iraq or Syria certainly appreciates the role that Iran plays in not only providing the political support to these groups, but also the material support and the military advice for them to conduct their operations. So they are fully integrated into this. They are ultimately responsible for this, and they need to be held accountable in the court of public opinion for these actions of this weekend and for the other attacks that we've seen over the last several months.
And General, at the high end here, what are some of the most aggressive military options the president is likely being presented with?
Well, I would imagine that we've looked at a variety of different options, and there are many options available, everything from going after the militias to going after, IRGC Quds Force leaders that operate in Iraq or Syria or Lebanon or in Yemen, to maybe actually looking at some direct Iranian interests, things that they value that might be outside of Iran or might actually be in Iran. Again, I think we have to look at all the options that are available. I also think it's important that we look at the other elements of power, the diplomatic, the informational, the economic aspects, and we should also be looking at our very unique capabilities that exist in the intelligence community and the Special Operations Force. All of these give us a wide array of options that we can take. Certainly, the most extreme would be those that would go after Iran in Iran, and that's certainly a big decision.
And picking up on that point, of course, a very important decision. What kinds of things would rule a strike inside Iran in or out? What are some of the biggest considerations when evaluating an option like that?
Well, certainly is that if you strike in Iran, you have to be prepared for the fact that Iran may respond. And Iran has had decades now to prepare their defenses, to increase their capabilities. They have a very sophisticated air defense system. They have missiles that can range most of the region, so they could cause a lot of problems in a response to this if we go after them. And I'm not suggesting we should or shouldn't. I'm just saying these are the types of things that we have to consider. And of course, as we've seen over the last couple of months, one of the most potent tools that Iran wields is this Iranian threat network, this so-called axis of resistance, where they work through proxies located all across the region who can directly impact our interests and can come after us almost at will. So there are real significant considerations here that must go into any targeting considerations in Iran.
And General, I know, of course, we're not in the Situation Room. We don't know exactly what the president is being told. But based on the publicly available information right now, what option would you be recommending to the president right now?
Well, I think again, I'm not in the seat, but what I would be focused on is I would first and foremost be focused on the militia group that has been responsible for these attacks, and that militia group needs to be taken out decisively. We have to go after their leaders, we have to go after their facilitators, we have to go after their infrastructure, we have to go after their facilitation routes, and then we also need to simultaneously with this or sequentially, is go after something that makes it very clear to Iran that well, we are holding them responsible. That could be kinetic or it could be non-kinetic. It could be a variety of options here. But I think we do have to look at kind of a tiered approach here where we punish those who perpetrated this, but also send a very strong message to Iran by holding something of value that is designed to deter them from supporting these types of actions.
Jennifer Votel, thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate your insight and experience here on Meet the Press Now.
Thank you very much.
And up next, prominent progressive Congresswoman Cori Bush responds to revelations that she's under investigation by the Justice Department. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Turning now to some breaking news on Capitol Hill. Congresswoman Cori Bush, a prominent House progressive and a member of the so-called Squad, confirmed today that she is being investigated by the Department of Justice for alleged misuse of campaign funds for personal security. The Congresswoman took to the steps of the Capitol this afternoon, firing back at the allegations, delivering a statement that she is cooperating with the probe while defending her use of personal security. Here's NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delaney.
So we know that at least 2 Federal Election Commission complaints were filed against Representative Bush last year, questioning payments that her campaign made for security to a man she later married. One complaint said those payments could be considered an illegal conversion of campaign funds for personal use. And it appears the Justice Department is looking into that question. Now, in a statement, Representative Bush didn't really address that issue, but said that since before she was sworn into office, she had been the subject of threats. And she added, as a rank-and-file member of Congress, I'm not entitled to personal protection by the House and instead have used campaign funds as permissible to retain security services. She acknowledged that she did retain her husband as part of her security team, quote, because he has had extensive experience in this area and is able to provide the necessary services at or below a fair market rate. And she said she followed all applicable rules. An NBC News review of Bush's campaign expenditures found that she spent around $756,000 on security since her first run for Congress in the 2018 cycle. It's not clear exactly what the Justice Department is looking at. They have declined to comment, but this is a very serious matter for the Congresswoman. Gabe?
Ken Delaney, and thank you. Now turning now to the 2024 election. President Biden is raising campaign cash today in Donald Trump's home state of Florida. In his remarks at a high-dollar fundraiser, President Biden went after Trump on abortion and the economy. He also told supporters he thinks he can win the Sunshine State despite no Democratic presidential candidate having done so in more than a decade. And joining me now, Eugene Daniels, White House correspondent for Politico and an NBC News political contributor. Adrienne Elrod, former senior aide to the Biden-Harris campaign, and Danielle Pletka, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and an NBC News contributor. Thank you all so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. Eugene, we just heard the president there in Florida courting donors and reminding them about what's at stake here. He's still hoping, though, to get the border deal across the finish line. How does the president navigate this moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, one, you're right. You can see by him talking to donors and not really going to voters what they're doing there. They're not going to think, they don't think they're going to win the Sunshine State. But
right.
I think,
and what do you make of these comments? He just said that just a short time ago. Is it realistic? Is he really?
It's not at this point. The problem is there's not enough infrastructure from Democrats that's been there for years, right? When you talk to Democrats that are there, what they've said for years is that they don't get enough money or attention from national Democrats or the party. So that's one. But also the Latinos that are in that state that make up a large swath of that state have largely been moving away from the Democratic Party for years as well. And they haven't been making inroads with that community, though not a monolith, they haven't been making inroads with them either.
And that's what Governor Ron DeSantis said over and over again in his now defunct campaign. Now, Danielle, I want to turn to you. A lot of Republicans now they're walking a fine line. They're talking about border security, but the House Republicans anyway, are now standing in the way of this border deal. How do they navigate this moving forward?
Well, look, this is an issue that's becoming more and more important to voters. It's for the first time in polling, we're seeing that it's surpassing the economy among American voters. So I think there are a couple of different imperatives. The Republicans need this, but there's a package there, right? It's not just going to be immigration. It's a lot of budget things. It's aid for Ukraine. It's aid for Israel. It's not just a straight cut and dried issue. And so they need to be able to navigate all of that. And the problem is there's let me use this word gently, a real diversity of views among Republicans on Capitol Hill about these issues.
Obviously, a very sharp GOP divide. Go ahead, Eugene.
Well, there's also a political incentive for them not to do the deal, right? You have Donald Trump, the front runner for the Republican nomination and likely nominee, saying not to do it because they want to be able to use immigration as a cudgel against Biden and Democrats.
And to that point, Speaker Johnson was asked today whether he was killing this bill because of Donald Trump. I want to play what he said.
That's absurd. We have a responsibility here to do our duty. Our duty is to do right by the American people, to protect the people. The first and most important job of the federal government is to protect its citizens. Our majority is small. We only have it in one chamber, but we're trying to use every ounce of leverage that we have to make sure that this issue is addressed.
Adrienne. Absurd.
It's absurd that he just called that absurd. I mean, we know exactly what's going on. Eugene just said it, and so did you. The Republicans don't want a deal on this because they want this to be an issue that continues to be at the forefront of the presidential campaign, plain and simple. There's a bipartisan deal on the table, but House Republicans in particular are obstructing it. They don't want it to pass. Biden has made concessions. Senate Republicans have made concessions. This is the first time in a while that we actually have a real deal that can pass. But Mike Johnson and his buddies won't let it happen.
And do you think Democrats, a couple months ago, do you think Democrats would have supported this deal? It's pretty remarkable how far we've come in a couple months.
You know, it's an excellent question. I think it's too hard to really know for sure. But obviously, as you said, this is becoming more and more of an issue. We're seeing, more and more Americans tuning in. I think, quite sadly, the busing and flighting of some of these immigrants to major cities like New York, Washington, D.C. Is only making it more of an issue that people outside of border towns and border states are focusing
Certainly.
on.
That's not sad, by the way. That just means there's a problem that now everybody recognizes.
It's certainly a big part of this. Prominent Democrats like Eric Adams and other big city mayors and governors, that definitely has changed the calculus here. Really quickly, I want to read an op-ed that Senator Rick Scott, he wrote today. He says, securing the border requires forcing Biden to enforce the law. Nothing we have seen over the past 3 years suggests he will do that. That is why McConnell's plan to give Biden and the Democrats a win that they can campaign on and claim they're working to solve the border crisis is a joke. That's to the point we were talking about before. How deep is this GOP divide, as you called it, this diversity of opinion?
Yes, I know. I'm very gentle in the way I speak at all times. Look, this is the same Rick Scott who brought us the great 2022 Republican victory, if I recall, not to be mean about things. it's in all of our interests to see this issue dealt with. The president could have done something over the last 3 years. This isn't a victory for Joe Biden or a victory for, the speaker or for Donald Trump. This is about having secure borders in our country, and serious politicians need to do something about it. And for the people in these towns and the people in New York and the people in Chicago and for these illegal immigrants themselves, we need to do something about this problem. The whole politicking behind this is not helping.
And Eugene, turning now to this impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas, just today, Representative Don Bacon, he said he'd come out for that impeachment. Is he doing this just backing it, knowing that it's not going to go anywhere in the Senate?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people that are doing things like that. People have their own political machinations and the whys behind their decisions. And at this point, they need a boogeyman. Mayorkas has become that boogeyman. I think he doesn't like that he's the boogeyman, but he has been, right? And they're also doing that to President Biden because they, again, want to use the border as they move forward. And there's nothing better than to be able to say, we impeached the DHS secretary because we feel like he wasn't enforcing the law. DHS thinks differently, and largely what's really interesting when you talk to folks at the White House and at DHS, their frustration is not that is that he's getting impeached, but more importantly, that it's more on a difference of opinion on actual policies as opposed to something else.
Yeah. Opinions, then, not really facts at this point.
That's the opinion.
Yeah, Adrian, I want to turn now to the economy. The White House has been touting these new consumer confidence numbers, saying that finally, they're starting to get some credit for this economy. I was talking earlier with Garrett Haake on how Donald Trump is now moving away from the economy.
He wants to talk about the border.
And he's even taking credit for the economy. But does it really matter if Americans are still feeling this in their pocketbooks? While, we here in the media, the narrative may be starting to change, what if, the price of food continues to be high over the coming months ahead of this election?
Yeah, I think this is where the White House is being really smart because, yes, they're going out and touting the 4 major economic bills that President Biden passed. They're touting the fact that the GDP is up, that inflation is down, wage growth is up. There's so much to talk about, but they're also making it clear that we still have work to do. You re-elect Joe Biden, he's going to make sure that your prescription drug prices stay low, that the cost of insulin stays at $35 or less. They're talking about what they're going to do in the future and also making it clear that if Donald Trump comes in, all he wants to do is pass corporate tax cuts, which is not going to help middle-class Americans. So I think they're smart to follow up with, here's what we will do in the second term if you re-elect us.
And Danielle, you're shaking your head. I want to come to you. What do you make?
I am. Look, when we talk about this, we live in such a bubble here in Washington. We have people from New York who come on. We have people from California. Well, no, not even them anymore. They are not suffering. We are not suffering, excuse me. My 401k looks great. Thank you so much. The stock market's really doing well. But I'm not worrying about the price of milk, the price of eggs, the price of chicken, the price of gas, which is exorbitant. These are people who are living on the margins.
Gas prices have gone down substantially.
Okay, fine. You need to come to my neighborhood. But again, for Americans, I think what you outlined is exactly the problem. That even though Biden may tout these things, and inflation really has come down as a statistical matter, you've got to feel it at home, though. And people don't.
And Eugene, I made this point, but I want to get your take on it. Former President Trump trying to take credit for this economy. Is anybody going to buy that?
I don't know. I mean, what you see with his voters and his supporters, they'll kind of buy whatever he's saying, whether or not it makes sense or that the idea behind it bears out with the facts. But I think largely people are not going to do that. But it is interesting that he's going from stopping to talk about the economy, because what that tells you is that it's much better than it was when he first started doing it. So even he feels like that is not a winning message, whether that changes or not. Right. And when you're talking about the trying to figure out how the Biden campaign messages this, what they've started to do is talk about kind of overall prices of a home, that kind of thing. What are you doing at home? And that's probably smarter than trying to talk about the very individual pieces of the economy.
Certainly, we expect to hear a lot more from Donald Trump and the border in the coming months. Thank you all so much for joining us, Eugene, Adrian, Danielle. We really appreciate your time. And after the break, dramatic surveillance video appearing to show that undercover raid by Israeli forces at a West Bank hospital. We'll have the latest developments and what it means for tensions in the region and the ongoing hostage talks in Gaza. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Right now, Hamas says it is reviewing a proposed framework for a hostage deal in exchange for a short-term ceasefire with Israel. In a statement, its political leader reiterated the group's call for Israel's complete withdrawal from Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, though, remained firm that Israel will not end this war without achieving all of its objectives, which include eliminating Hamas altogether. And further complicating ceasefire efforts, a raid by Israeli forces on a hospital in the occupied West Bank. There's a surveillance video that appears to show that raid in which Israeli forces in disguise swept through the hospital, killing 3 militants. The IDF says militants were using the hospital to plan terror attacks. And joining me now is Ambassador Dennis Ross, former senior director for the Central Region on the National Security Council and former special assistant to President Obama. He's now a counselor and fellow for the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and an NBC News Foreign Affairs analyst. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. Can the U.S. do anything diplomatically here to convince both sides to accept this ceasefire agreement? I know it's trying.
Well, I think obviously the U.S. has actually been a part of these negotiations. So you've had Bill Burns, the director of the CIA, heavily involved in these discussions. Prior to that, you had Brett McGurk, who's from the White House, also working with the Egyptians and the Qataris and the Israelis. So I think that we are involved in these discussions. The real critical question, I think, is the ball is pretty much in Hamas's court right now. You're quite right. It's the political leadership of Hamas, which resides largely in Qatar, seems to be interested in this. It's not so clear that the military leadership of Hamas, which is led by Yahya Sinwar, who is in Gaza somewhere underground tunnel, probably in the Han Yunis area, he's the one who has to make the decision. And to begin with, it's not so easy to communicate with him, so it probably takes some time. And he's the one who ultimately is going to decide if he's prepared to go with this or not. My sense is the more he feels that he's under pressure from the Israeli military, the more he's probably going to be interested in a reprieve of some sort. Understand that the plan that's being discussed is one that has multiple phases to it. It would start with a 6-week, about a 6-week period, 35 days, in which you would have a pause in which there would be a release of about 40 of the Israeli hostages in return for, at this point, an undetermined number of Palestinian prisoners. So I think the framework of this agreement is sort of established. Whether all of its parts would be implemented, meaning the multiple phases, that remains to be seen. I think there is some reason to think the first part might get done.
And yeah, Ambassador, that would be a significant chunk of time, that possible ceasefire length. Now, how does the West Bank hospital raid complicate these negotiations?
I really don't think it does. I think it's probably, to the extent to which Hamas may want to raise it as an issue, it's probably secondary. I think one of the things you should think about is I suspect people in that hospital are used to seeing people with guns. I'm not sure that it was so shocking for them. That's probably one of the reasons you saw the Israelis carry this out the way they did. I really don't see that this is affecting whether or not Yahya Sinwar is going to decide to accept this proposal or not. I know the nature of these negotiations by definition. They're not only difficult because it's not so easy to communicate with him, but I think also there's a negotiation, they're bargaining, and they want to see what else they can get. Sometimes they will use extraneous events like this as an excuse or a pretext to say, well, we're not going ahead, and then a day or two later, suddenly you find out that they are.
And Ambassador, do you think that Netanyahu's comments today impede the possibility of an agreement, or is this just more the same that we've heard from him?
I think you're seeing him make public statements that address members of his coalition who don't want an agreement and are fearful of one. But the overriding sentiment within Israel, especially of the public, is they certainly want to see hostages get released, and they want to see them get released while they're still alive.
And Ambassador, this is a big if, but if Hamas were to be eliminated, again, a lot of questions about how that would happen. How big a threat do other groups, for example, Hezbollah, pose here?
Well, Hezbollah obviously represents a threat from Lebanon. Hamas is fundamentally based within Gaza, but not only in Gaza. First, I don't think you can eliminate Hamas. What you can do is you can eliminate their military wherewithal. You can destroy their military infrastructure. You can destroy their military formations, many of which at this point actually have been destroyed. I think it would be good for everybody, including the United States, to begin to talk about an objective of demilitarization of Gaza. If you demilitarize Gaza and you bring an international mechanism so it cannot be remilitarized, you change fundamentally the character of the threat to Israel and everyone else. If Gaza becomes demilitarized, not only is it not a threat to Israelis, it ends up not being a threat to the Palestinians who live there as well, and there can be the promise of reconstruction. That reconstruction would have to be premised on a mechanism that helps to ensure that Gaza cannot be remilitarized.
And what is the future of a two-state solution here, Ambassador?
Well, I think we're a long ways from that. I think we have to, certainly there can be, with Arab states right now, they want to know there'll be a Palestinian state at some point. They want to know the approach will guarantee this in a way we haven't seen before. But they too want a Palestinian state that isn't going to be run by Hamas, because a Palestinian state run by Hamas means no possibility of two states, since they reject that. They want a Palestinian state that won't be a failing state. That's in nobody's interest. So you can see commitments to a Palestinian state, provided there are some pretty self-evident qualifications or conditions that would make it possible for such a state to emerge in a way that is ultimately good for peace, good for Israelis, but more importantly, good for Palestinians as well.
Ambassador Dennis Ross, thank you so much for your time and your insight. And still to come, Republican Senator Kevin Cramer joins me next on a very busy day on Capitol Hill. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. There is plenty going on right now on Capitol Hill, from lawmakers weighing in on a response to the drone strike that killed American service members in Jordan to Senate negotiations on the border. So let's bring in someone at the center of it all. Joining me now is North Dakota Republican Senator Kevin Cramer. Senator, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. We really appreciate your time. So, anytime. Senator, President Biden says he made a decision already on how to respond to the strike that killed those service members in Jordan. What response do you want to see? Do you want to see a strike inside Iran?
Well, perhaps, although, there is that spy ship floating out there in the middle of the Red Sea or the Gulf area that has been an easy target for a long time, and to me, the most obvious target, because it's Iran's spy ship. And they're, I'm quite certain, engineering all of this and calling the shots, it would have been the easiest thing to take out a long time ago and sort of get at the head of the snake rather than all this, fiddling around the edges, if you will. So that would be one obvious one. But perhaps something right in Tehran. I wouldn't have said that a week ago. But at this point, we just can't continue to project this weakness that only escalates their aggressiveness.
So you're considering something inside Iran. You just said, don't you fear that might escalate this situation?
Well, it's a little late for us to escalate a situation that our weakness has already allowed them to escalate, because they keep responding to our tepidness with more aggression. And then when we do take a shot at one of these small $1,000 drones, we use $1 million missile to do it, which makes no sense. And I get this sense every time they come after us. Remember, it was the 115th attack in Iraq that finally got through and injured a North Dakotan. Chief Warrant Officer Garrett Illerund is here. Illerund is here in Walter Reed Medical Center. I went to visit him last week and visited with his family and his parents, his wife. He's got a 7-year-old child. 115th attack that finally got through on Christmas Day. And on Thanksgiving Day, he called his wife, Lorna, who's also an Army aviator, and said, one of those small drones got within one rotor length of my helicopter today. Next holiday, now he's in Walter Reed.
And Senator, I want to mention that you have endorsed former President Trump, but we haven't heard where the former president stands on a response to this attack beyond calling President Biden weak and saying that this wouldn't have happened if he were president. Now, some of the allies who've endorsed him want strikes on Iran. Others don't want escalation. As I said, you've endorsed Donald Trump. Would you like to see him clarify his position?
Well, first of all, I don't need a lot of clarity from him, because when he says that if I was president, they wouldn't have done it, he's got evidence to demonstrate that. He's not the one that was playing footsie with Tehran over, allowing them to have nuclear weapons, for crying out loud, and sending pallets of cash if you'll just talk nicer to us. So, but what his position is specifically, for one thing, he may not have all of the information to cite that specifically. He might be, as strange as it might seem to you, he might be actually respecting to some degree the people that will make that ultimate decision and not signaling what it might be.
And Senator, I want to turn now to the border negotiations in the Senate. Now, sources tell us that the bill would provide the president and DHS authority to effectively shut down the border when migrant encounters reach a daily average of 4,000. And there would also be restrictions on humanitarian parole. Where do you stand on the bill right now?
Well, the two things you just cited are two things in the right direction. But more important than they may shut down the border at 4,000 is they're required to shut down the border at 5,000 per day. And that's a significant difference. The parole piece is very, very important. But the one thing, back to the 5,000 thing, is the ability to turn people around right at the border. This nonsense of giving them a date for court in 5 to 10 years and turning them loose into the country, it's that Title 42 authority that President Trump had because of the pandemic that this deal would provide all of the time. And that's, to me, the key, the ability to do that and then the mandate to do it.
So would you vote for this bill?
Well, there isn't no this bill just yet. What I've explained is what we know from the
what I've described to you so far,
see
what's out there so far, as described, would you vote for it?
Well, if depends on what else is in it. So if that's all there was to it, why wouldn't you take more than half a loaf at this point? But we don't know what else is in it. We have to see the context and what we're giving up to get what we're asking.
Isn't some bill better than nothing? Donald Trump says no.
Yeah, generally speaking, it is. In fact, I would submit to you, to the swing voter whose number one concern is the border, and that's most swing voters right now, or at least plurality, doing nothing sends a very bad signal to them about our seriousness about it. They've already judged Joe Biden as doing nothing at the border except facilitating the illegal transfer of human beings and drugs. So, we've won the day there. I do think that if we can demonstrate movement in the right direction, not just with policies, but these mandates, remember, are significant. And by the way, then Donald Trump, if he becomes president, would have even more authority to turn people around at the border, wouldn't have to rely on a pandemic for that authority. Sure, I'd want to take that deal because I could explain it to the people that are looking for somebody to vote for, who maybe voted for Donald Trump the first time, maybe didn't the second time, and now the third time they're going, show us a solution. This would be the start of a solution.
Senator, what do you make, though, about this argument that Republicans and House Republicans want to kill this bill just so they can run on this in November?
Well, my view has always been I don't believe in reserving a crisis for a more opportune time politically, because that time may not come. And if it does come, I'd love to have the tools that James Langford has been negotiating and getting Democrats to very reluctantly agree to. So, no, in a divided government, this is the moment when people expect us to compromise and find common ground where we can. So.
Senator, really quickly, I want to get you on the record on this. Speaker Johnson said again today that the Senate negotiated bill would be dead on arrival in the House. Back in 2019, you said this after Trump laid out his border agenda: Democrats would be foolish to not take their seat at the negotiation table just because they oppose the person sitting on the other side. Does that apply to House Republicans now?
Well, I believe it does apply to House Republicans, and depending on, of course, how good the bill is. But when the bill is said and done, in a House that is, what, a 1 or 2 member majority, I think what the Speaker ought to do is put it on the floor. The will of the House ought to prevail here, not the politics of the day. And considering that if you do the right thing and make these significant changes, those swing voters in those very narrow Republican and lean Republican districts are going to look at you and go, thanks for giving it a whirl and trying to get something. So I think it's good politics as well as good policy.
Senator Kevin Cramer of North Dakota, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Gabe Gutierrez, and I'll be back here again tomorrow. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Any minute now, we could see a whole new level up to this battle over the border, with Republicans expected to recommend impeaching a top Biden official and huge questions over whether the president can shut down the border himself. We're live in just a second with a gut check on the humanitarian crisis and the potential political fallout. Also, at any minute, we may find out more about the president's cryptic comment that he's made up his mind on how to respond to those deadly drone attacks on U.S. troops in Jordan. Who else knows what his decision is, and when might the rest of the world find out? Then elsewhere in the region, a closer look in our original tonight at the accusations Israel uses hunger as a weapon of war. Plus, an NBC News exclusive live from Beijing, a word you don't often hear related to the fight against the global spread of fentanyl: optimism. We'll explain why. And then our breakdown, everything you ever wanted to know about the Fed, but we're afraid to ask ahead of a big meeting that could affect interest rates, your mortgage, your money, and more. And would you let Elon Musk put a chip in your brain? Well, somebody did. Why? We're getting to that later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we're starting tonight with the humanitarian crisis at the border. And House Republicans pushing what they think could be part of the solution any minute, set to recommend impeaching the Homeland Security Secretary. Want to show you this live right here. A break in the debate at the moment, but it's a debate to try to kick Alejandro Mayorkas out of office. We're watching for a vote. We're watching for things to pick back up. We'll bring you any action as soon as we get it, with Republicans accusing Mayorkas of, 1, refusing to follow the law, and 2, knowingly saying things that weren't true to get in the way of DHS oversight. We want to be clear here. The chances of a conviction are slim to none. Only one cabinet secretary has ever been impeached and convicted. That was back when Heinz ketchup first came out, 1876. That vote failed. Over on the other side of Capitol Hill, senators are working on a different plan to try to get a handle on the border, allowing the government to spend more money there and giving President Biden the power to shut the border down in certain cases, a power that the president definitely wants. Listen.
All I can do is just give me the power. I've asked for the very day I got in office. Give me the border patrol. Give me the people. Give me the people, the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work for us.
Okay, so does the president really need the congressional green light to shut down the border? Does he need Congress's approval, or can he do it himself? Current and former Homeland Security officials tell our team technically he could do it on his own, but that could be super chaotic because of legal challenges that would almost certainly pop up right away. There's no commitment from Mexico, which would have to get on board with the plan. Plus, there's some questions about what's actually realistic numbers-wise. What we do know, numbers-wise, comes from polls showing most Americans want to see something done. Nearly 3/4 of voters want more money for border security, and about 1 in 7 say the border is their #1 issue ahead of the election this fall. We're going to get more to the politics with Ryan Nobles in just a sec, but I want to start with David Noriega, who is live for us in Eagle Pass, Texas, because, David, what is happening on the ground where you are is critical for a bunch of reasons. Politically, legally, from a humanitarian perspective. So tell us what you're seeing and hearing as Texas and the border is now in the national spotlight.
Yeah, Hallie, I'm at the border right now. This right behind me is the Rio Grande. Crossings have actually been relatively quiet for now, especially compared to last month's record-breaking crossings. That's in large part because the river is actually quite full right now. What you see is a very high, very fast river, so few people are attempting the crossing. But I do want to show you, as you said, this ultimately is about people, and there are remnants here of the many thousands of migrants who have crossed the border here in recent weeks. These are clothes, backpacks, other supplies that migrants discarded on this side of the river once they made it onto U.S. territory to claim asylum. We have a pair of shoes that belongs to either a woman or a child. We have a woman's bra. These are things that remind you that it's often women and children who are completing this dangerous voyage. You know, you also see here all around me the concertina wire that was put up by the Texas National Guard as part of Governor Greg Abbott's Operation Lone Star. That's the sort of political flashpoint or standoff that's been playing out here in Eagle Pass in recent weeks. Now, as far as for people who live here in Texas, who live in these border communities and are having to see all of this play out in their communities, you know, some of them think that this is little more than just political theater. Earlier today, I met the Maverick County Democratic Party chairwoman who basically came to Shelby Park, the park that we're at here, that the Texas National Guard took over and closed off to the public, to sort of argue with the guardsmen, harangue them about why she wasn't being allowed into the park. And we talked to her shortly after that encounter. Here's what she had to say.
The residents here in Maverick County and Eagle Pass, we know the real story. And everybody that's smart enough to know there is some danger. There is no danger.
Look, Hallie, the numbers are low now because of seasonal variations, but it's entirely possible. In fact, most border experts that I speak to expect those numbers to start going up again, as we see every year, sometime in the spring. Hallie?
David Noriega live for us there at Eagle Pass. David, thank you. Let me bring in Ryan Nobles live for us on Capitol Hill. So, Ryan, David has walked through the humanitarian angle on the ground, what it's like in Texas along the border. Let's talk about what it's like in Washington, right? Because there is a political divide here, and it's sometimes getting heated. I want to play it for folks.
Secretary Mayorkas' actions have forced our hand.
They don't want solutions. They want a political issue.
We're losing our country down there.
This is a MAGA pathway of vengefulness.
This is the political piece of it, right? And it is politics, especially because there is a Democrat-led Senate that is almost certainly not going to take an impeachment seriously. So what's the end game here?
Well, any impeachment, Hallie, is fundamentally a political exercise. Whether you truly do want to see the person who you are attempting to impeach removed from office or not, the only way that you're successful is by winning the politics over something like this. And even when you don't necessarily reach the end goal that an impeachment is specified for in the Constitution, you still provide, or you're providing the effort and you're somewhat showing your constituents that you're concerned about an issue. And that's what Republicans, I should say, are attempting to do here with the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas, suggesting that the administration is not doing enough to deal with the border crisis. Now, Mayorkas and Democrats flatly reject it. They say they're doing all that they can. And Mayorkas, we should point out, was not given the opportunity to testify in his own defense in these impeachment proceedings, did send the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, Mark Green, a lengthy letter, 7-page letter, where he says many things, including this: you claim that we have failed to enforce our immigration laws and that is false. So, Hallie, to your point, there's not even a guarantee that this passes the House because Republicans have such a thin majority in the House. But even if that does happen, it is likely dead on arrival in the Senate because Democrats are in control and it requires a 2/3 majority. But what it's allowed Republicans to do is get the issue of immigration front and center and place blame on the Biden administration, especially heading into a heated 2024 election.
I was just going to say, Ryan, you're bringing up November, right? Here we are, end of January. We are going to be talking, I think we, meaning nationally, in the political sphere, are going to be talking about this issue, border and immigration, for the next 10 months, because so many voters, particularly on the Republican side of the aisle, say that it is one of, if not the top issues that get them to go and cast their ballots in the first place. That is, in so many ways, the backdrop to a lot of the discussions happening in the building where you are, is the specter of November that looms here.
Yeah, and you know, Hallie, it's so interesting because you started off by talking about how it's rare that there is agreement on the issue of immigration. It's rare that the two sides can find common ground. And, I've covered so many immigration debates up here. This is one of the few times where actually there's a pretty broad set of parameters that both Republicans and Democrats agree on. They agree there's a crisis. They agree there's too many undocumented people coming over the border right now for the social services and the government to handle, and that something needs to be done. And we are likely to see a bipartisan package come out of the Senate that is the most conservative package as it relates to immigration in 40 years. And Republicans in the House are rejecting it. So it begs the question, if you're a skeptical person, as most of us are, do you really want to solve the problem if you've got an opportunity to do it at least incrementally? If you're really that concerned about it, why wouldn't you at least try and find a way to get this over the finish line? Maybe they end up doing that, Hallie. That's always a possibility. But right now, they are locked in a serious disagreement about this path forward, even though there's a lot they agree on when it comes to this issue.
Ryan Nobles, thank you for being there and for that smart analysis and reporting, as always. Appreciate it. So listen, any minute now, we could find out how the U.S. is going to respond to the deadly drone attacks that killed 3 U.S. service members in the Middle East and hurt dozens more. With President Biden telling reporters today his mind is made up. Listen.
Yes.
That's all he said. Have you made a decision on how you'll respond? He says yes. So what does that yes mean? What is the president going to do? When could it happen? How much bigger could this strike or response or whatever it's going to be, how might it be different than the strikes the U.S. has already carried out against militants in the region? The president's walking a line here. On the one hand, consequences, he says, a response for the killing of U.S. troops. On the other hand, he doesn't want a wider war to pop off. Remember, Iran denies involvement, even though the White House says Iran-backed militants carried out the strike. There's hallmarks of that. I want to bring in Aaron Gilchrist, who's posted up near the White House. So the president knows what his decision is. We do not know what his decision is, but presumably somebody in the chain of command does too, right? His National Security Council, maybe folks at the Pentagon. What do we know about that and about any potential timeline here?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Obviously, his national security team has been advising him over the last few days about potential options, things that he could do in response to the actions that were taken in Jordan that resulted in the deaths of these 3 soldiers. And those options could be military options. They could be economic options. They could be diplomatic options. Everything would be on the table presented to the president. And as you said, he said today, yes, he has made a decision about what exactly it is he wants done as a result. So we know that his national security advisor, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, and others who would be in the room for that decision-making process are aware of what the president has decided. In terms of the actual execution, we don't know that. We likely won't know it until after it has happened, because that's just the nature of how military operations work. I will say that the National Security Council's one of their chief spokesmen, John Kirby, a former Navy admiral, did say during a gaggle today that it's very possible you'll see a tiered approach, not just a single action, but potentially multiple actions over a period of time. And so that's the most information really that we've gotten about what exactly it is that the president has chosen to do, that his military commanders on the ground will likely ultimately be the ones to decide exactly when and how those things are carried out. Hallie? All
of this obviously driven, Aaron, by the killing of those 3 U.S. troops we talked about, as we're learning tonight that 2 of those service members have been posthumously promoted, right?
Absolutely. There were 2 specialists who were among the 3 who were killed, and they have been promoted. The Army Reserve has told us this evening they've been promoted to sergeants. after their deaths here in Jordan. Obviously, this is something that is close to the hearts of so many people, and their families are mourning these deaths in a way that only military families can really understand. I do want you to hear a little bit of what one of the specialists, now sergeant's family, had to say about this loss. Listen.
But eventually, we will like to know what happened and how could this happen. If we know what we know now, we would have just said, "I love you so much." We would have held on to that phone call just a little bit longer.
And so these three soldiers were part of an engineering company that was stationed at Tower 22, as it were. As we understand it, were likely asleep when that drone strike happened in Jordan. I can tell you, Hallie, that President Biden spoke with each of these three soldiers' families today. Separate phone calls the president had this morning before he left Washington. And with the family's approval, the president does plan to go to Dover Air Force Base on Friday for the dignified transfer of the remains of these three soldiers coming from overseas back here to the U.S., Hallie.
Aaron Gilchrist live for us there outside the White House tonight. Aaron, thank you. So listen, take a look at this dramatic video that's just into us today. These people look like doctors and patients. They are actually Israeli forces raiding a hospital in the West Bank. You see it there. Those troops killing 3 militants, the IDF says, had been using the hospital as a base to plan terror attacks. It's another indication of how the Israelis are trying to crack down, not just in the West Bank, but in Gaza, obviously, as the war continues since that October 7th Hamas terror attack. The Israeli prime minister now saying he's not going to withdraw his troops, even if that means ruling out the potential for a new hostage deal. With some of that framework hammered out in Paris, it calls for a truce in exchange for hostages released, but there's a couple of big sticking points. Among them, how long would a truce even last? Israel says it would only accept a temporary truce. Hamas demands something permanent. So we're waiting to see what comes next. Our own Hala Garani is embedding on a flight, evacuating very sick, very hurt Gazans from the region, people who are desperately hoping for some kind of a pause in the fighting.
This is happening against the backdrop of renewed hopes for a ceasefire, some sort of longer-term ceasefire, and that will certainly be welcome news for the tens of thousands of people who are in need of critical medical care, just like the patients behind me on this flight.
I want to bring in Raf Sanchez now, who's live for us in Tel Aviv. So let's start there, right? Because we're learning that a top Israeli minister is going to meet with the National Security Advisor of the White House tomorrow, piece together these threads and where any level of optimism or pessimism is on the potential a truce deal could go through.
So, Hallie, I spoke to a senior Israeli official earlier. This is not always a glass half full person, but he says there is a real chance that this framework hammered out by the spy chiefs, including the CIA director in Paris over the weekend, could lead to a deal. He says there are sticking points. He says nothing is done until it's done. But the fact that it was discussed at the Israeli War Cabinet last night is a sign of how seriously it is being taken. We heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today. As you said, he was speaking at a settlement in the occupied West Bank. And Hallie, he is under real pressure from the far right of his own cabinet not to make concessions to Hamas. And one of the things he said was that he is not prepared to release thousands of Palestinians convicted of terrorism offenses from Israeli prisons. Now, that is one of Hamas's major demands. That appears to be a serious spanner in the works here. There may be some wiggle room. Under this proposal, the deal is for Israel's civilian hostages. Israel would have to release Palestinian prisoners in exchange, but not necessarily the most senior terror operatives. Hamas says that it is reviewing the proposal that came out of Paris. It is not, at this point, rejecting it out of hand or saying that it can go ahead. They are repeating their demand that the war ends as part of any deal. But again, Hallie, maybe there's some wiggle room here. A ceasefire for 60 days that Hamas could then extend further by releasing more hostages. That could be something they could live with. Hallie.
We cannot overstate how many people are watching those talks and those discussions so closely, Raf. We're also watching, obviously, what has developed in the West Bank. We showed that video at the top of this introduction here, that dramatic video of this undercover hospital raid. Again, in the West Bank, not in Gaza, different area, obviously. What else do we know about it, and what does it signal to you?
So these Israeli commandos are called in Hebrew mustaravim. They are literally people who disguise themselves as Arabs. They go undercover in the occupied West Bank, and you see them in this hospital in Jenin, the northern West Bank, 5:30 a.m. They go in, they kill one operative from Hamas, two from Islamic Jihad. They appear to have shot one of these men at very close range while he was sleeping in his hospital bed, according to medical officials. And the Palestinian Authority is saying storming a hospital is a war crime. The Israelis are saying Hamas, once again, cynically operating out of hospitals. But I think what is important here, Hallie, obviously the video is so striking, but what happened in Jenin is a potential glimpse of the future in Gaza. Israel has been really clear that going forward in Gaza, even when the war ends, its forces are going to be carrying out targeted raids like this one. And we may be seeing what happened in Jenin last night, or this morning rather, happening again and again in Gaza in the years to come. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you. We've got some new details tonight after a tourist boat seemingly capsized off the coast of Cancun. We're learning 4 people were killed. Others were taken to the hospital. I'm about to show you. You can see some of the ambulances heading there. The boat was going from an island near Cancun over to the mainland when this happened. You see it on the map. I want to bring in Morgan Chesky, who's been following it. So, Morgan, police have now detained the captain of the boat, right? What do they think happened?
Yeah, that is very much under debate, Hallie. We do know that this small vessel was leaving Isla Mujeres, that popular tourist hotspot just off the coast of Mexico, and it was coming back with 19 people on board. Authorities say 2 of those 19 were crew. 17 others, according to Mexico's Attorney General, were Mexican tourists. At some point on that short voyage back, this vessel began to go down. Why it did, very much under investigation at this point in time. Local news agencies there reported that there were some rough seas. Of course, whether there was a mechanical failure with the boat, that is being investigated. But one of the key questions here, Hallie, is what was the official capacity limit for this vessel? With 19 people on board, if the official limit was significantly less than that, it could have certainly made that boat less seaworthy and contributed to it going down. We do know that because it was only a short distance away from shore, that rescuers were launched almost immediately. Members of the Mexican Navy and Civil Patrol able to pull many of those passengers from the water. Some of them were treated at a nearby hospital. But as you mentioned, 4 passengers have been confirmed dead as a result of this what should be a very common trip gone horribly wrong. And this is not a trip that's taken rarely, Hallie. This is an incredibly popular short voyage. In fact, 2 American divers were killed in 2022, even though they had buoys and flags up by another passing boat. That's the type of traffic that this path that you see on your screen is traveled with daily, in fact. And so right now, as this investigation deepens, there are some conflicting reports as to what may have caused this boat to go down. And certainly the families of those victims hoping answers come sooner than later. Allie?
Morgan Chesky, thank you very much for that. A powerful pair of storms is set to drench the West Coast with flood alerts now in place for some 10 million people ahead of those storms, which are fueled by so-called atmospheric rivers. This one in particular comes from Hawaii. It's nicknamed the Pineapple Express. And if it's given you some bad deja vu, you might be thinking of last winter and the catastrophic flooding and record snow after more than a dozen atmospheric rivers slammed California. I want to bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. What are people there bracing for now?
Oh, it's a fine line, Hallie, because you need the atmospheric rivers to fill the reservoirs. We need the snowpack in the mountains, but you don't want them so severe that we're going to have flooding and damage done and, all those problems that we had last winter. So we haven't had many. We're actually behind in snowfall. The rainfall's a little behind, too. So it's actually welcome. We're happy we're getting these, but now we have to wait and see just how damaging they'll potentially be. So here's the storm now, just off the coast. Clouds already moving in. The heavy rain will be moving in all day during the day tomorrow. And you just showed this graphic too, and the Pineapple Express is just a type of atmospheric river. Atmospheric river just means All the warm air that's in the tropics, the humid air, gets sucked up by this strong storm. We even get these on the East Coast sometimes. When we had those big, huge rainstorms earlier this winter, those are atmospheric rivers. So it's not just something on the West Coast. We actually get them on the East Coast, too. So we have a scale for how severe they are. 5, the red, that would be exceptional. That's some of the ones we had last year. This one's going to be kind of a middle. You'll see a lot of the greens moderate, the orange is extreme. So we will see wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour on the coastline of Oregon. That's where some of the most extreme damage would be done for power outages, stuff like that. Notice California is mostly green, so we're not thinking it's going to be too severe. Doesn't mean you can't have isolated flooding problems. You mentioned about the 10 to 11 million people under the flood watches. And of course, the mountains will get the heavy snow, and we're well behind. We're only like 50% of the typical snow for this time of year. So we'll make up a little bit of that. Up to 6 inches of rainfall possible. San Francisco northwards, obviously the higher terrain has the best chance of that. The winds will be high along with this atmospheric river. High wind warnings, the coastal line of Northern California, also in Oregon. And some of these gusts could potentially get up to the 50 to 70 mile per hour range. So then you do worry about some of those power outages. And as far as snow goes, Hallie, the last component of this, up to 3 feet in the higher terrain. So there's some good with these, but there's also the danger if they're too severe. This first one looks pretty moderate. The next one is going to come in this weekend, and that one's targeting the Los Angeles area a little more. We'll talk more about that during the week.
Bill Cairns, thank you very much. So listen, we're learning tonight the Justice Department is now investigating a member of Congress for potentially, allegedly spending money illegally, with Democratic Congresswoman Cori Bush of Missouri today confirming this investigation into security spending. Watch.
I have endured relentless threats to my physical safety and life. As a rank-and-file member of Congress, I am not entitled to personal protection by the House, and instead have used campaign funds as permissible to retain security services. I have not used any federal tax dollars for personal security services.
Congresswoman Bush, who denies doing anything wrong, also says her office is cooperating fully with this investigation. Ken Delanian is joining us now. You heard her say there, Ken, that she's dealt with what she calls relentless threats, that she's used this money as it's permissible, as she said. She's a progressive lawmaker, former Black Lives Matter organizer, which is sort of the backdrop to some of what she's talking about here. What else do we know about the investigation and what triggered it?
Hallie, we don't know exactly what the Justice Department is looking at here, but we have some clues because there were 2 Federal Election Commission complaints filed by 2 right-wing groups that essentially accused her of misspending campaign money. Not that she spent the money on security, that's allowed, but that one of the people she was paying for security is a man she later married and is now her husband. And an NBC News review of her campaign filing shows that her office spent more than $750,000 on security since 2018. So the sums of money are significant here. And these complaints suggested that this would be an impermissible, illegal use of campaign money, essentially co-opting campaign money into personal use. Again, that appears to be one of the things the Justice Department is looking at. We don't know if that's the full extent of it. Representative Bush has also said that the FEC itself is investigating, as well as the House Ethics Committee. But it's also been reported that the Office of Congressional Ethics, that's a different organization, took a look at this and took no action. So unclear exactly what's at stake here, but it's a significant matter for the representative. Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you very much for that update. I know you'll stay on top of it. Coming up, a lot more to get to here on the show, including what we know and what we don't know about the chip Elon Musk says his company put into somebody's brain. Plus, look at this, a Carnival cruise ship rescuing men stranded on a kayak in the Gulf of Mexico. How they ended up here.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Some breaking news into us tonight. A Delaware judge voiding the Tesla CEO's $56 billion pay package. The Tesla CEO, of course, Elon Musk. It basically means that payout is canceled. The judge says Tesla's board didn't make a fair compensation plan. And this is pretty big news in the business world. The Tesla stock has slid 3% now just since markets have closed today. In a statement on X, which Musk also owns, he's reacting to this ruling, saying, never incorporate your company in the state of Delaware. Our teams are watching for more on this. We'll give you more as we get it. In other Elon Musk news, would you let one of his companies put a chip into your brain? Well, somebody did. And Musk is saying now that whoever it is seems to be recovering well, which then begs the question, actually it begs like a million questions, what was this procedure? Who's the patient? Why did they get this implant? What exactly even is the implant? What was put into their brain? Remember, this isn't some like random surgery that Musk himself did. Obviously not, right? The FDA approved Neuralink for a clinical study in patients last year, but the FDA tells us tonight it cannot confirm any information about any individual study. They're referring us over to the company, Musk's neurotech startup. Well, the company, Neuralink, hasn't gotten back to us with any more information either. Emily Aketa is joining us now. This is two things, Emily, right? It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States, Elon Musk. What's happening?
Yeah, it's absolutely getting people talking, and it's the source of intrigue and also concern. So Elon Musk is calling this product telepathy. And take a look at here. This is some of the limited information, the limited details that we know. Telepathy really speaking to what it can do. It enables control of the phone or computer merely by thinking, by your mind, by thoughts, according to Elon Musk, who tweeted about it yesterday. He says the first users will be people who lost use of their limbs. The clinical study looking for people who are experiencing paralysis, quadriplegia. And the initial results, as you said, Elon Musk says that they are promising. Now, a clinical study is expected to take 6 years or so. And remember, this is just one of numerous rounds of safety inspections, these different things that they have to pass before something like this can even reach commercialization. So it still will be a while. Hallie, I should also note we reached out to Neuralink, and we have not heard back for comment.
What is it? You touched on one of these things. Why don't you pull this thread? The idea of this is to help people who have lost limbs, for example, right? Like that's one of the initial hopes for this kind of technology. And I say that to say, you know, there's been some skepticism, I think, from some corners of the idea of like a chip being implanted in your brain. It feels like a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, and understandably so. But I think this feels like something that maybe that we would be talking about in 50 years or 100 years, very futuristic. But here we are. The future is here now, and in many respects, it is very exciting. And Neuralink is one of a small handful, I should say, of companies and researchers who are looking into this, implanting brain chips into humans and have begun the testing process. For instance, in 2016, you may remember, there was a 30-year-old who had a brain chip implanted, and he was able to famously, as you're seeing on your screen, he was able to, with control through his mind, fist bump President Obama in 2016 after he suffered paralysis from a car crash. In another instance, Synchron, another major leader in this kind of neurotechnology, they're conducting a clinical study right now, and they demonstrated how they're using brain chips to allow two people to communicate back and forth, using their thoughts to control messaging systems, essentially. And so while these emerging neurotechnologies obviously extremely exciting for people with paralysis as a gateway to be able to, and a potentially life-changing gateway, I should say, there's also, you know, the source of question and concern. All over social media today, Hallie, there's been references to sci-fi movies and concerns. And I think a lot of that is stemming around the fact of, okay, where could this technology go? What kind of regulation can there be with this brain data, privacy concerns? So this is just the beginning of an ongoing conversation, Hallie.
Emily Aketa, thank you very much. Sure is. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Police today have arrested the son of that New Jersey imam who was shot and killed outside his mosque earlier this month. The son, along with 2 others, are now facing gun charges. Police say they're looking into whether the son was involved in the death, in the killing, and that the investigation is still ongoing. Number 2, UPS is cutting 12,000 jobs this year because they say there's not as much demand and it's more expensive because of labor costs. The job cuts are expected to hit management roles and contractors and save about $1 billion, according to the CEO. Number 3, a Carnival cruise ship rescuing 2 people stranded on a kayak in the Gulf of Mexico. Look at this. So their boat sank. These 2 guys ended up in this kayak. How lucky are they, right, that the cruise ship spots them, manages to get them some first aid, some food, a medical evaluation. They were then transferred to the custody of the Mexican Navy. They're expected to be okay. Number 4, U.S. figure skaters have officially won gold in the Olympics. Which Olympics, you ask? The Olympics from 2 years ago. Remember, Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva got disqualified yesterday. We told you about it on the show because of a positive drug result. So without Russia in the lead, the U.S. got upgraded to gold. Japan got upgraded to silver. It is the first gold for the U.S. in the team event, albeit somewhat belatedly. Number 5, scientists releasing some new incredible images of more than a dozen spiral galaxies. Look at those, captured by the James Webb Space Telescope. They're sort of close to our own Milky Way, like close being a relative term here, right? Scientists say they're going to give some new clues on star formation, galactic evolution. They're also pretty amazing to look at. When we come back, an exclusive follow-up to a story we've been telling you about. Our Janice Mackey-Frayer getting rare access to a lab in Beijing at the center of a partnership on fighting fentanyl. That's coming up. Plus, a huge fire at a Texas chicken farm. Why it could still burn for another full day.
Lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, firefighters, look at this, trying to get a handle on this huge fire at a Texas chicken farm. It could take days to put it out. Officials say it started in a building that had been under construction, so it's still too dangerous to send firefighters in. They say there is, at this point, no threat to people around the area. Out of our Northeast Bureau, first responders in New Hampshire rescuing a woman from inside a garbage truck. She allegedly fell into a dumpster, right, which was then picked up, emptied into the truck. Fortunately for her, somewhat miraculously, the driver noticed somebody inside, right? Obviously stopped what they were doing. The woman was brought to the hospital in serious condition. And out of our Western Bureau, look at this, Alaska, buried under what's being called a pandemic of snow. More than 100 inches of snow falling on Anchorage so far this winter. The city's on track to break the all-time record of 134 inches. This is like really concerning. The snow is causing roofs to collapse. It's blocking streets and sidewalks. There's a positive spin on it. Look at this 20-foot tall snowman. People call it Snowzilla in that neighborhood. To an NBC News exclusive now, our own Janice Mackey-Frayer, one-on-one with the woman leading U.S. talks with China to try to stop fentanyl from getting into the U.S. Here's what she's saying after some critical negotiations today. Listen.
This is a huge issue for the United States. It is a huge crisis that we need to address, and we know that working with China is an essential part of any solution.
It's coming as Janice and her team get rare access to a critical lab. This access, years in the making. A lab President Biden agreed to lift sanctions on when he met with President Xi back in November. It's a move that's been key to these talks. Janice is joining us now live from Beijing. We're so glad to have you, Janice, on this story that I know has been a long time in the works here. And this comes at a really important moment here because the U.S. wants more info from China, more cooperation, more control of some of these chemicals made in China that are ingredients for fentanyl made somewhere else. What are the chances, based on your conversations here, that the U.S. is going to get what they want out of this?
Well, Hallie, this is a huge global trade that we're talking about that uses cryptocurrencies and the dark web and money laundering to get these chemical precursors. Those are the ingredients that go into making fentanyl from China to Mexico. We should be clear in saying that China banned fentanyl as a substance back in 2019 in cooperation with the U.S. U.S. officials have said that for the most part, direct shipments from China to the U.S. have stopped. But stemming the flow of these precursor chemicals, because there are thousands of them, tens of thousands of them, and most of them have legitimate uses as well, this is proving more difficult. And it's why cooperation on this issue is so important for the U.S. I sat down with Jen Daskal after she met today with Chinese officials. Here's more of what she had to say.
The fact that we had this meeting today, the fact that they brought so many different representatives to the table to match our whole of government delegation is a step forward. We obviously have areas of disagreement with China, but there are areas of mutual cooperation where we can and will continue to seek to make progress.
Hallie, this is how the supply chain works. You have this thriving chemicals industry in China. The chemicals are bought and sold online, and they are shipped from China to Mexico, to the drug cartels, where they are synthesized into fentanyl. An opioid, we know, is 50 times more powerful than heroin. It then moves into the U.S., and it's killing so many Americans. Hallie?
This is, you talk about this, Janice, being a global trade. It is a global issue, and obviously it is something that absolutely has the president's attention here. President Biden meeting with President Xi, they talked about it. Now there's this follow-up, right? Does it mean that there is some optimism moving forward, at least on this issue between the U.S. and China, which, as you know, it's a relationship that's been at a low point in recent years?
Well, we can call it cautious optimism. That was certainly the vibe we were getting from both U.S. and Chinese officials, that this was a critical first step forward. In terms of longer-term impact, that remains to be seen, whether there will be the follow-through that's necessary, whether Beijing is capable of cracking down on such a massive industry, and whether there's the willingness. And of course, we see these talks resume. There's been U.S.-China cooperation before, but it's been derailed by politics. China called off the talks in 2022 after Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, and they had been sputtering since 2020 when the U.S. put the 2 police labs on that sanctions list. So in the end, while there is that cautious optimism in these meetings and the fact that they even happened, it's a reminder that even on an issue as personal to Americans as the fentanyl crisis, it's still an issue that is secondary to politics, and things could get thrown off track again if political tensions rise. Hallie?
Janice Mackey-Freyer live for us there in Beijing. We're so glad to have you there, Janice, bringing the story, this interview, and this access to us. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, some experts say the famine in Gaza is its worst ever, with Israel now being accused of using hunger as a weapon of war. That's in our original. Next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
To tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight we start with the controversy over the potential role of at least a dozen UN aid workers in the October 7th terror attack on Israel. It's the same aid group called UNRWA that gives food and medical care to the 2 million people in Gaza. So many of those Gazans living in despair. They are desperate and hopeless now, with some experts saying it's the most intense hunger crisis they've ever seen. Now, Israel's facing accusations it's using hunger as a weapon of war. Our Cynthia McFadden has more.
The World Food Program now warning the risk of famine in Gaza is increasing every single day. The head of the UN's emergency relief agrees and says people in Gaza face the highest levels of food insecurity ever recorded. And Human Rights Watch accusing Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war in violation of the international rules of war. Gazans jumping on aid trucks to get any food they can for themselves and their children.
We are dying of hunger.
And flooding the few remaining, barely functioning hospitals with cases of serious malnutrition. Hospital workers facing the grim reality that sometimes they don't have food to give them or themselves.
What else is left when there are homeless children, no schools, no education, no food, nothing? What else is left?
We have hunger, we have starvation in some places, and the clock is ticking towards famine.
One IDF colonel pointing the blame at aid organizations for people not getting enough food, telling the Times of Israel there is no food shortage in Gaza. As of now, around 200 trucks of humanitarian aid carrying food, water, and medical supplies are getting into Gaza every day. While that may sound like a lot, the UN says 500 trucks were going in daily before the war. It's certainly not the first time, even in recent conflicts, that a government has been accused of starving people to win military goals.
Starvation has been used as a military tactic going all the way back to ancient times.
Romans used starvation to defeat and destroy Carthage in 146 BC. In the United States Civil War, President Lincoln signed the Lieber Code, which instructed Union soldiers to, quote, starve the hostile belligerent, armed or unarmed. And Adolf Hitler's so-called hunger plan starved millions of people in the Soviet Union during World War II. But it wasn't until 2018 that the UN Security Council unanimously and strongly condemned the use of starvation as a tactic of war because of the devastating impact it has on civilians. Of course, many factors can disrupt the food supply to populations, and yet Ukraine, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Yemen, Syria are all facing hunger crises in the middle of conflict. Alex Duvall has studied international famine for 4 decades.
Markets are disrupted, trade is disrupted, food production is disrupted. But where we see real risk of famine is where hunger is deliberately used as a weapon of war.
And Duvall says the concentration of food insecurity in Gaza is the worst in the last 75 years.
There is no instance since World War II that compares with Gaza. There are instances that are bigger in terms of affecting much more people, much more protracted, and therefore killing larger numbers. None of them have inflicted the same level of destruction and brought about the same level of risk of mass death from starvation as the current crisis in Gaza.
UNICEF says the war is damaging and destroying access to clean water, too. Cases of diarrhea among children there skyrocketing because of this. The reality on the ground looks like this. Desperate parents spending days looking for milk for their newborn.
I don't know how he can bear this weather or the living conditions. There's no milk, no water.
And hope, too, now in short supply.
Cynthia is joining us now. Cynthia, we're so glad to have you here. We know, and we've covered here on this show, that even as the UN's top court wants Israel to get more supplies into Gaza right away, at the same time, we're seeing some countries, including our own, the U.S., is basically suspending funding for UNRWA, which we talked about at the top of this segment here. So what is the path forward here? What have you learned in your reporting about that piece of it?
Gosh, I wish I had an easy answer for you, Hallie. I mean, essentially, put UNRWA aside for a moment. We know that UNICEF, we know that Save the Children, we know that the World Food Program all say they have resources ready and able to go into Gaza and that they are still being blocked from doing so. Now, 200 trucks a day is not nothing, but as we report in the piece, it sounds like a lot until you realize that food insecurity was a problem even before the war. There were 500 trucks going in a day to just keep, people's heads above water prior to war. So the situation is just getting more and more dire. And, these babies didn't create this war. So hope that we can figure out a way for Israel to feel that they are protecting themselves while at the same time providing much needed food and water to the people who live in Gaza.
Cynthia McFadden, thank you so much for bringing us that reporting tonight. We've got a lot more to come here on the show, including the Fed meeting tomorrow to decide what to do about interest rates, something that could absolutely affect your money. So what does that even mean? What is the Fed going to do? What is interest rate? What? Everything you ever wanted to know about the Fed coming up in the breakdown in just a sec. today is meeting here in Washington with a key decision expected tomorrow on whether it'll raise interest rates yet again. Something the Federal Reserve has already done 11 times to fight inflation. It's the fastest they've raised rates since 1981, the year Donkey Kong came out in arcades. So far, it seems like maybe what the Fed's doing is working. Over the last 6 months, inflation has gone down, and the economy, again, so far, doesn't seem to be in that dreaded recession that everybody worried about, especially with new numbers out today showing a job market that's still pretty strong. So how exactly is the Fed pulling this off? Brian Chung explains in tonight's breakdown.
The Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States, pulling the strings to the U.S. economy for more than a century. Back in 1913, after major panics and recessions, Congress and President Woodrow Wilson created the Fed to keep things in check. Over the years, Congress tweaked the Fed's responsibilities. After the Great Depression and other crises made it clear how the Fed could better steer the economy.
In the late 70s, Congress explicitly said to the Fed, you have two goals here, price stability and maximum employment.
Price stability and maximum employment, the two big goals of its monetary policy, which it largely does through the tool of interest rates. Here's how the Fed's structured. There's a central board based in Washington, D.C., with 7 members appointed by the president serving 14-year terms. Right now, its chair is Jerome Powell.
We have raised interest rates by 4.5 percentage points.
Picked by former President Trump and reappointed by President Biden. To get a better pulse on how different regions are doing, there are also 12 Federal Reserve Bank outposts scattered across the country. 8 times a year, the central board members and Federal Reserve Bank presidents get together in D.C. for these Federal Open Market Committee meetings.